Good morning, friends, Americans, patriots, lend me your ears. We've come to lift Tina Peters and to praise her. Welcome to the Lift Tina Peters Telethon. I'm your MC today, Scotty Saxon, in the studio helping produce today's 12-hour telethon is our producer and my good friend Joanne Arstall, and I want to give a very special shout out to Mermaid for an excellent job handling pre-production details, booking all these guests you're going to see today, coordinating times, and managing all the details. Thank you, Mermaid. First and foremost, thank you, our audience, for being here and spending part of your Sunday with us here on the telethon. You, the people, Tina's posse that kept her in your prayers. You are the audience here with us throughout the day and the reason we are here. We're here one day, one mission, and one community to lift Tina into the next chapter of her life. And that happens only through your kindness and generosity by donating to Tina at tinapeters.us. There is a donation button on the homepage of her site. So that is tinapeters.us. So if you can afford to donate, please do so. Pray on it if need be, and we'll mention the URL, tinapeters.us, throughout the day. Please, if money is tight, we understand, and you can't donate today. If that's not possible, you're more than welcome to stick around and enjoy the great speakers and the music activities of the day. Well, we've got a lot of good things planned today, and we'll get to that in a few minutes. But first, I want to bring in Pastor Dave Bryant. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Technical issue number one, and we'll have several more today. So hang in there with us. Let me bring Pastor Dave Bryant, to bring us in with prayer. Good morning, Pastor Dave. How are you?
I'm doing good, Scotty. It's a beautiful morning here in Newport Beach, California.
It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. I saw you speak live a couple years ago. You're a very motivating man. I know you're working on some great things, including a home for children who were human trafficked. Tell us about that before you pray us in, because that is real important.
Okay, well, we wanted to do something to help this tragedy that's a worldwide problem for us all, and that's human trafficking. So we raised the money to purchase a 10-acre facility just north of us, and it was a former women's prison. We're transforming it into the Peace of Heaven Children's Paradise, and just trying to do our part in helping rescue these kids from this egregious evil that has swept the whole planet. And so thank you. So many of you have helped. Tina has helped. And we are just so thankful for everybody that's working together to save these children that we know are very, very precious to the Lord. And they have seen the worst of the human experience on the blue planet, and we want to rescue them out of that. So that's called Peace of Heaven Children's Paradise. You can find out more at peaceofheaven.life. Thank you for asking, Scotty.
It's so amazing what you're doing, and I encourage everybody listening to go check out Pastor Dave's Peace of Heaven. Pastor Dave, if you'd be so kind to pray us in now.
Yes. Heavenly Father, we come to you on behalf of our dear friend, Tina Peters. And we know, Lord, that your word has promised us that there is a blessing for those that are persecuted for righteousness' sake. And perhaps none of us have ever seen something that was a clearer case of that than what happened to Tina Peters. And Lord, we do pray in Jesus' name, that you would completely turn her captivity. We pray, Lord, for the blessing that you have promised. Your word says that weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. Let this be a new morning of blessing, a new morning of hope, a new morning of grace, a new morning of supernatural provision where you turned the tables completely. We pray for a Mordecai moment where her captivity is turned and the blessing and the mercies of God come. Lord, you have opened up the doors of her prison cell. Her soul has escaped as a bird out of the snare of the fowler. The snare has been broken and she's been released. So we pray, Lord, for blessings to be rich and full and free. We pray for great grace to come to her. We pray, Lord Jesus, that you would turn back all the plans of the enemy of evil against her and turn them to good because you were able to do that, Lord. And we thank you for Tina Peters. We thank you for the wonderful inspiration that she's been to us in going through such harsh treatment at the hands of people who meant to do her evil. But she has been a stalwart Christian disciple. She's been such an inspiring American patriot. And now, Lord, we pray for rich blessing. Lord Jesus, would you bring in provision for all of her financial needs? Would you strengthen her physically? And Lord, that the future would be brighter even than the darkness of the past, but that the contrast would be amazing so that people could see that the Lord turned her captivity and brought good out of what was intended for evil. So, Lord, we call upon the name that is above every name, the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, to bless her abundantly. And Lord, bring her grace and prosperity and provision from your hand, we ask. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen and amen. Thank you, Pastor Dave. And I believe we'll see you back later this evening to pray us out. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the plan, Scotty.
All right. Awesome. And thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you later.
Thank you.
Well, before we bring you our first guest, the hardest working man in the Republican Party, Steve Stern, I want to tell you about the powerhouse list of guests that we have today and some of the other activities planned. We have quite a day in store for us today. We have a lineup of speakers that are a mix of election integrity voices, media personalities, legal advocates, researchers, broadcasters, and activists. It's a most impressive group of speakers. We have even in our 11 o'clock hour, have a couple of guys that have created billion-dollar companies. I'll call that Billionaires Row at 11 today, 10 o'clock Central, 11 Eastern. The cross-section of notable speakers and the wide range of subjects we'll discuss today should keep you, our valued audience of donators, engaged. We hope you'll stay engaged throughout the 12 hours today. And don't forget, throughout the day, you can donate to Tina at tinapeters.us. Now, everybody's asking, will Tina be joining us today? Yes, she will. I'm thrilled to say that Tina will drop in. We don't know when. And Tina could appear at any time and likely more than one time. So you got to hang out with us today if you want to see Tina, and I can't wait to give Tina a virtual hug. So now let's go through the lineup. Again, before we bring in Steve Stern, I'm going to give you the lineup. Everything I'm giving you is in Central Time, so bear that in mind. Our first hour, 9 a.m. Central, leadoff batter Steve Stern, the patriarch of the Patriot movement. At 80 years young, Steve is the man that's recruited more people in the Republican Party through his precinct strategy. Nobody's even close to Steve's work. Also, in our first hour, we'll have Diamond Dave. Diamond Dave is the man that owns the diamonds recovered from the ashes of 9/11 from the Twin Towers. Amazing. They found these diamonds in metal boxes in the ashes of 9/11. Dave bought the diamonds, and we'll auction those off today. Dave made beautiful American flag pins and a pendant from the diamonds, and the proceeds from the diamonds will go to Tina. Will go to Tina Peters. So we're looking forward to the auction today. In our second hour, that'll be 10 a.m. Central, we'll have some great insights from Peter Tickton. Peter was Tina's lead attorney. He's worked tirelessly on behalf of Tina. And I'll have a co-host in the second hour, my good friend Dave Hodges from the Common Sense Show. Our third hour at 11 a.m., entrepreneur, intelligence agency savvy, and a man that has helped Tina tremendously, Patrick Byrne will be here. He's always a riot to talk to. And a late addition that'll join Patrick and I, Joby Weeks. More about Joby later. He's the Bitcoin entrepreneur. Joby created more crypto millionaires than anyone on the planet. As such, he was a threat to the Federal Reserve banking system, and they've had him on house arrest for 6 years now. So his story, much like Tina's, a prisoner of the system. That's Patrick Byrne and Joby Weeks at 10 o'clock, 11 Eastern. Moving into our fourth hour, the noon Central hour, we have a guest host. He'll step in for me. His name is Apollo. Apollo hosted the Tina Peters show while Tina was in prison. Apollo's guest at noon is the one and only Ann Vandersteel. Ann is an accomplished researcher and podcaster. Our fifth hour, the 1 o'clock Central hour, we have the man behind the Gateway Pundit, a great patriot, a great media platform. Mr. Joe Hoft will be here, and Joe is from the Gateway Pundit, of course. In our 2 o'clock hour, that's our sixth hour, we'll have, in my opinion, perhaps the best investigative journalist to leave mainstream media. She was on 60 Minutes. She went rogue. I believe her podcast is going rogue. I'm talking about the one and only Lara Logan. Lara has some really interesting stories to talk about. I'll have a co-host in that 2 o'clock hour, Nashville musician and podcaster John Dowling. Our 3 o'clock hour, that's hour 7. We have a very special couple co-hosting, Garland and Tamara Favorito. Our guest that hour, the one and only Joe Altman, and Joe is running for GOP chair of Colorado. He'll tell us about that. Give me a minute here. Thank you. Hour 8, 4 p.m. Central, my good friend, geopolitical expert, military-connected man, a great podcaster, SG Anon, will join me as co-host, and we'll have a very important discussion about something that impacts all of us, the looming financial reset that is so closely tied to election integrity and political warfare, the two things that Tina's had to endure for many years. Rob Cunningham and Jim Pugh, two of the smartest and most knowledgeable guys I know about blockchain, crypto, tokens, peer-to-peer payments, and asset-backed currency. It's all here with some good news coming about the changes to our financial system. And our ninth hour, 5 p.m. Central, is highlighted by guest host Kim Yater. Kim and her guest will be, Kim's guest will be one of Tina's most influential legal advocates, Trennis Evans. We keep rolling along in our 10th hour, 6 p.m. Central, with a dear friend and a longtime Patriot podcaster, Street Fighter Scott McKay. The 7 o'clock hour, our 11th hour, the one and only Juan O'Sabin. Nobody seems to be more connected and in the know than Juan. And my co-host for that hour with Juan will be none other than podcaster and filmmaker Mel Carmine, and Mel will tell us about his new movie. We close out our day at 8 p.m. Central, the 12th and final hour, with Professor David Clements. David is a former prosecutor that put crooks away when he was a prosecutor. He's one of the foremost advocates for election integrity that lost his professorship at New Mexico State for exposing election fraud. It's a pretty amazing lineup today, as you can see, folks. And again, thanks to Mermaid for pulling this amazing group of speakers together. But wait, there's more. We have a premiere of what is lining up to be a huge hit song by up-and-coming country rock music artist Tom Kaz. The name of the song is Bring Her Home. Now, Tom wrote it before Tina was released from prison, but the message in the music is timeless, and it speaks to Tina's story and who Tina really is. It's going to be great to hear and premiere the song Bring Her Home right here. Now, a moment ago, I mentioned an auction. Just check this out. We're going to auction off American flag diamond pins. The proceeds will go to Tina. These are not ordinary diamonds. These are diamonds recovered from the ashes of the World Trade Center. Diamond Dave will be here in the next hour to tell us more about that. Well, we have a fun day planned. We're truly gifted for this group of over 20 speakers, music, prayer, and much more. So let's get into it. Our first guest, as I've said, is the patriarchal patriot of the freedom movement, Steve Stern. Steve, it's good to see you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you can play our little flag opening.
Joanne, hopefully you can drop in. Our producer in the studio is Joanne. Ladies and gentlemen, we've run into a couple technical issues. I don't have the bandwidth, as it turns out, in Puerto Vallarta today. I'm in Mexico, and I don't have the bandwidth to play videos. So we're hoping we can bring in, essentially, it's the national anthem. Steve was kind enough to source the video. So, Joanne, if you can bring that into play, and if you can't, I imagine you're texting me. All right, so Joanne says it'll be a few minutes. She's queuing it up, and she has to share her screen to make the YouTube video work. We apologize. Last night, videos seemed to be playing on and off on my computer. We decided to let Joanne play this.
And you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
So
Always prepared. Thank you, Steve. You're always prepared. I appreciate it. What a great video, our national anthem. Steve, I want to start by you telling everybody, I'm sure there are a lot of people here who don't know about your precinct strategy. And I want you to get into that. And I'm going to bring you up full screen to talk about election integrity. So go for it, Mr. Steve Stern.
Okay, so the first thing is let's talk about what I just showed. That was in Sturgis, South Dakota. It's the largest flag in the world. And my good friend, Dan Sensor, if you go to www.thankyoutrump.com, you can see that. They unfurl this flag in 2020, July 4th in Mount Rushmore. And it's 2 football fields long. So I want to thank you for letting me show that, because he owns the video and it's very good. So let me first tell you that Yesterday, you said I'm the hardest working guy. Well, I'm actually 85. I started in business when I was 12 years old. 72 years in business. The flagshirt.com, you see all this 250 great stuff. We're going super phenomenal with this. This is the fastest selling hat. And yesterday alone, I sent out a check, and I want to be the first one to donate. This is a great honor to open the program. So I sent a check out for $1,000. My friend is sending out or putting in 500. And yesterday alone, my assistant sent out 26,000 emails. I sent out 16,000 emails. 6 hours I spent on the phone texting. So many people who are watching today got a text from me. And it takes a lot to do this. Now, we did precinct strategy, election integrity. So every year, today's Flag Day. That's why we unrolled the flag. It's President Trump's birthday. Happy birthday, President Trump. 80 years old, so he's right behind me. And I have to show you a little picture. And a lot of people ask me, they've seen me speak to President Trump a couple of times, 4 or 5 times. But this is very exciting because you see my little PC Pitten, precinct committee man. And President Trump, during this thing, when I took the picture, this was at the arena. There was 17,000 people there. And I'll explain to everybody how this happened. So when I got in the picture, I asked President Trump if he knew what precinct strategy was, and he said he did not know what it was. And since then, he actually endorsed precinct strategy. Here's his little thing on precinct strategy. And what is precinct strategy? So let me explain that. Precinct strategy is Dan Schultz, Steve Bannon started this about 15 years ago, getting people involved in the Republican Party. I came along about 5 years ago, and I was watching Dan Schultz on Steve Bannon, and I called him up after that, and I said, you did a great job. I said, I'm involved in Broward County for 25 years, and we have some great successes. I was the membership director. Today, I am the vice chair of Broward County Republican Party. And he said to me, let me speak to Steve and see if he can get you on. Well, about 2 weeks later, they texted me through Cameron, his producer, and said, we want you on next week. Can you make it on this date? I said, sure. And he told me what I had to do. So I get on. He told me to come on at 10:15. I had gotten up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm writing notes because, when you get on for the first time on TV or on a podcast, you're a little nervous. I didn't know what I was going to say. And I actually woke up 3 o'clock and I started jotting down notes, and I never went back to sleep. So now I get on at 10:15. I'm exhausted, and I expect to get right on. And during the commercial, Steve says to me, hey, we're running a little bit late. Can you wait around? I said, sure. So 10:30 goes on, 10:45. They said, hey, we're going to get you on a little bit later. Well, by then I had lost about 5 pounds of sweat. And, I was concerned that I would forget everything I was going to say. So I finally get on at 11:45. I had no idea what I was saying. But I spent about 10 minutes on there, and I talked about precinct strategy, how I got involved. And they sent me the tape a couple of days later, and they said, you did a phenomenal job. We'd like to have you on. Well, I've been on there maybe 100 times already. And we worked very closely with Steve Bannon. And so when I saw President Trump in one of our other meetings at Mar-a-Lago, and how did I get in there? During this time when I saw him, when I showed you the picture, he said to me in a conference, after we took the pictures, everybody went into a conference. There were 25 people there. And he went around the room and he gave everybody about 3 or 4 minutes. And he asked me about precinct strategy. I told him what it was. And he said, well, look, give me your card, or my assistant's your card. I gave him one of my cards and his assistants. And they said, well, I wanted you to come out to Mar-a-Lago and explain it when I have more time. So about 2 months later, after going through everybody's assistants who never called me, I got to his secretary, and his secretary set up an appointment. And about 2 days before the appointment, they canceled the appointment. And I figured, well, I wouldn't get to see him. But she said, look, we'll get you on in a couple of weeks. Well, I got there a couple of weeks later. There's a funny thing that happened. During that particular day, I was going to be there at 6 o'clock anyway, because I was doing an event with Michelle Terrace with Jexit and with another guy, United West. And we were going to present President Trump a big trophy and many other things for everything he did for Israel. So I was going to be up there anyway. So I got there at 4 o'clock, and my wife was with me and my grandson, and they flew in Liz Harrington, who was the one that helped us get President Trump to endorse precinct strategy. So the main reason I went up there is when he was doing this was a couple of days before the 2020 election and or 2022 election. And we were talking, and strange thing happened. He asked me what I thought about the 2024 election, which he was going to run in. And I said, well, the same election integrity problems are going to happen in 2024 because nobody was doing anything about it. Well, he said, I know you do a precinct strategy Zoom meeting because Liz Harrington told me. And why don't you incorporate an election integrity Zoom with that? Well, I said, Mr. President, I really don't know. And I had to call him Mr. President. He wasn't the president then, but I didn't know what to call him. So I said, Mr. President. So I said, well, I really don't know much about election integrity because I'm a precinct strategy guy. He said, well, see what you could do. So I called about 100 people of the top election integrity call people. And about 5 weeks later, we did an election integrity call, of which we had about 300-400 people on. And we had about 5 speakers election integrity, 5 speakers in precinct strategy. Well, I'm doing this about 2.5 years ago. Being on Bannon all the time, he would let me on either the day before we had these precinct strategy election integrity calls or the same day. So this day he said, why don't you put your email on the bottom of your screen? Well, we did that and we got 1,000 people to sign up. Then he did a thing that changed me. He put it live on Getter and on the War Room, and we got 60,000 people to come on. The next day, Maureen had called me. Maureen Bannon, his daughter, called me and told me that we had 60,000 people on. I said to myself, wow, I should get all these podcasters, which a lot of them who are going to be on today are nice enough to do this. And last week, we had our biggest one. Every year I do a Flag Day event, and we get about 4 or 5 million people on. This year we did, instead of doing the Flag Day, because we're doing this today, we did our 250th anniversary and our precinct strategy. So this past Wednesday, we had over 11 million people now that are still showing this because some people repeat this all over the world, actually. And we had about 58 or 60 countries. So we did a precinct strategy and election call, and we had our 250th anniversary. So the 250th anniversary, we had Linda Lanier on, Wayne Root, Cleta Mitchell, Grant Stinchfield, Donna Fiducia, Joe DeBox, Mike Lindell, Jerome Corsi, Peter Tickton, Todd Callender, Clay Clark, Joe Hopp, many, many, many people got on. We had about 25 people on. It lasted 4 hours. And people were just calling me saying it was the best event they ever saw. So this particular event really turned the tide. We're going to have another event. And I decided to have this because I'm going on vacation in July, believe it or not. And I'm not having anything in July. We do this every 2-3 weeks. So if you'd like to get on, and we are broadcasting today and helping this event. And Scotty is phenomenal in doing this. I mean, this is fantastic what we're doing today. And we want everybody to donate, of course. And I will be calling for the next week asking people to step up because we were lucky enough last week to have Tina on. And our event that we're going to have is going to be on the 22nd, and it'll start at 1 o'clock. We're going to have our Precinct Project USA precinct strategy and our election integrity. So let me explain what Precinct Project USA.org is. And now, you know, I'm old school. A lot of people laugh because I put these up, but Precinct Project USA.org is very important. Now, why is that important? Well, this is an extension of precinct strategy. And why we do this? Well, on precinct strategy, this is a site which tells you how to get involved in the Republican Party. And it's, you know, it's phenomenal. But a couple of people came to me and said, can we start this Precinct Project USA.org? And Velma Ruth is our administrator, and we are live. What does that mean? Well, if you have a question or anything, somebody will actually answer. We have 50 people, one in every state, and in some states, 2, 3, 4, and we're adding more. So if you have a question on how to get involved in the Republican Party, we can tell you. In each state, we have videos up there, we have manuals, we have everything, training, everything. So what is a precinct committee man and committee women? There's 400,000 slots in the Democratic Party and 400,000 slots in the Republican Party. I don't know how many Democrats have, but when I started 5 years ago, we have 200,000 people involved. That means there's only 50%. 5 years later, after doing this, we have 210,000 people involved. So you could see we have a lot of work to do. So I started this to try to get 200,000 people more involved. And what do you do when you become a precinct committee man and a committee woman? You attend meetings, you vote. The most important thing, getting candidates elected. And I want to say that on our next Zoom here coming up a week from Monday, 1 o'clock Eastern time, we're going to have Chris Marino, our chairman, on. And why do I bring him on? The first thing is he and I have worked very hard in trying to turn Broward County red. Broward County is one of the few counties in Florida that is blue. And Chris has worked to get 23 new people elected as Republicans because one of the main things is getting people elected. So he's worked tirelessly doing that. And I worked tirelessly in getting people involved. And also we have fundraisers. Anybody would like to come? Trump Day at the racetrack down here in Hallandale is going to be on September 19th. You're welcome to come. We have a lot of great speakers lined up. We get 450 to 500 people on there. So that's our fundraising. And what do we use the fundraising for? Everybody all around the United States does different things in their executive, county, town committees. But what we do is try to get people changed from Democrats to Republicans, also to get people elected. So we spend a lot of money on texting, emailing, and we have moved the needle about 0.3% in getting more Republicans in Broward County. So we work every day in trying to get people elected and every day in trying to turn Broward County red. So he will be on explaining to everybody how we do this. We're going to have Roger Lumshek on from Kansas, Donnie Scroggins from Arkansas, Susan Haddad from Georgia. Now, Georgia's a very tough place, and I know you got Garland coming on. They'll talk about the terrible things that go on in Georgia. We're going to have Teresa Horton on from Ohio. And we're going to have, Iowa. Cynthia Haggard on from Missouri. Then we're going to have somebody very important because, I'm 85. We're going to have Mario Nicoletian, who is from Manhattan. He's from the YRs. Now, I worked very hard to get YRs involved. Now, what is a YR? A young Republican. Till they turn 40, they are a young Republican. Then they become a regular Republican, precinct committee man, committee woman. So they have 2,000 young Republicans in the Manhattan GOP Republican group. But it's very important to get them involved because we found, and I worked with Charlie Kirk a couple of years ago in Turning Point and trying to get more young people involved. If we don't get young people involved, we're in big trouble because most of the people in the Republican Party are between 60 and 90. And as we get older, a lot of people have to retire. They can't do it anymore. So we need to get young people involved. So, Scotty, you have a couple of questions before I go on?
I do, Steve. I wanted to ask you, walked right into where I was going to ask you about how people can get involved. What is the best way, particularly for a young person, to get involved, Steve? How do they do that?
So I think the first thing is young people should go to the YR, Young Republicans, to get training. But if they want to get involved in each state, if you go to www.precinctstrategy.com, it tells you how each state is, because in Florida, and you have to get elected or appointed. So in Florida, we have executive committees. In Massachusetts, town committees. California, central committee. So if you go to www.precinctstrategy.com, it tells you how you state. Now, if you want to get involved and you don't know how, call or go to get involved in precinctprojectusa.org. We will send you to one person in your state to tell you how to get involved. Now, let's say you don't want to do that. Go to Google your local Republican Party and get involved. Now, let's say you don't want to work full-time or part-time or even an hour a month and you want to become a club member. So we have 16 different clubs, and they are the starting point of getting involved. You go to a club meeting, you listen to speakers. We have speakers that, from Peter Tickton to everybody else, telling you what's going on in the Republican Party. Now, there are so many people not involved, it's unbelievable. And one of the things with Tina, the one thing that I did in every program that I had, we had them call Governor Polis. We had over 100,000 people call Governor Polis. And even though we hate him, we want to thank him for commuting her sentence from 9 years to 4.5. And then, of course, you get out. Now, I know that Peter Tickton and Case and all the other attorneys are going to the Colorado Supreme Court and to the U.S. Supreme Court if we have to. So it's very important that people get involved. And, if you're not involved, how are we going to get to you? So go to your website, look up the local Republican Party. And if somebody doesn't answer, because this is very funny. When I got involved 25 years ago, it took 3 months before somebody called me back. It took 3 months before I got an application, and they wasted 6 months. I got into from my first meeting, nobody spoke to me. So be aggressive, because nobody is basically may call you. I mean, how do they know who you are? So we're going to tell everybody in the country, because a lot of people in Ohio, in California, ask me, how do people get involved, just like you did? And one of the things is to listen to your local podcasters. Now, a lot of people say, Steve, how do you get 10 million people or 5 million people on your program? Well, we are very lucky to have a lot of podcasters like you have on there: Getter, X, Rumble, Facebook, Cloud Hub, Lindell TV, OBBM Network, QTV, everybody under the sun, and my good friend Dan Spliglio from Voice of the People, which is very important. So if there is any podcasters listening to this today, please get a hold of me, because I call a lot of people, and as well as I do, I've asked you for podcasters. They don't call you back. This is crazy. We're all in the Republican Party. And I can tell you, out of 100 people I may call, because I'm on the phone all the time. Yesterday I was on the phone, texting, calling, asking if people come on today, because this is so important. Because Tina Peters needs our donations, because she has many legal fees to pay and many legal fees to go on. And some of the lawyers have not even been paid because there was no money there. So I am very happy to donate, and I'm asking all my friends, and there are billionaires that could help. President Trump, we tried yesterday. I texted many people in the administration, including Tom Homan and many, many others who I know, to get this message to President Trump, because President Trump could go out and pay the bills for her with his friends. I mean, if you could build a big auditorium in the White House for billions of dollars, certainly some of our wealthier people could wipe this debt out immediately. So I have about 20 people that are billionaires who I'm going to go after. And anybody who's listening, the only way to do this, a lot of people say, Steve, how do you get people to donate? Well, you got to ask them. You got to knock on doors. I got to tell you that somebody gave me a guy. I called him up. He immediately donated $1,000 to the Republican Party, and then bought a $10,000 table to our event. Now, if I didn't get him, of course I can close. As a salesman starting at 10 years old, I sold pennies, 14 million a year for 44 years of flag shirts and everything else. And I want to ask everybody, because I gave most of the business to my son, so I kind of do this full time. There's ways to contact me. The first thing I ask everybody is to get a shirt, www.theflagshirt.com. Email me at stern1054@gmail.com. I'm glad to answer now. That's a thing that I do that most people don't do. I answer every call. Now, I usually, if you call me, because if I don't recognize you, I get a voice message. You can go to 954-562-5225. Because when I put this up in my national calls and everything, sometimes the Democrats call, and they leave a message that you don't want to hear. So I don't call them back naturally. But anybody who's a Republican, I call back. There's nobody that can say that Steve Stern didn't call back or email back. If I didn't get it, sometimes, it goes into voicemail and gets knocked out. But I was glad to call everybody. I'm glad to get everybody involved. Of course, I'm lucky to have all this information and have all the contacts. People say, well, how did you see President Trump? Well, I didn't give up. I kept knocking on doors. I kept banging away. Nobody called back, and I still do it today. Yesterday, I may have sent out zillions of texts. Maybe they don't call back, maybe they don't. But we need that one person that's going to help us for Tina. And, she came on my program, and maybe I was the first one to get her other than Steve Bannon, and she was very nice that came on when she, 2 days after she got out of jail, or 3 days, she was very nice to come on our program. And if you want to see that little clip, go to Stern American Rumble. We're helping you today. We're broadcasting this live, and it will be live right after you close. You can still see it, because a lot of people today go to church, or they don't have time to come on. And today's Flag Day, President Trump's birthday. There's so much going on, so not everybody may be able to get on. But we will send this clip out, this whole program, to as many people as I can tomorrow and all week. We will work all week to get Tina all the money she needs to get it paid, because I will be knocking on many doors of many billionaires, millionaires And if they can't donate $100 or $500, shame on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So let's
Steve,
get a couple more questions.
I know your time is limited. I want to introduce you to somebody because he has taken diamonds that were recovered from the World Trade Center after 9/11 and made flag pins out of them. And you're the flag shirt guy, and this is the flag pin guy. I want you to meet David Wolf. David, meet Steve Stern.
It's such a pleasure to meet you. I've seen you so many times.
And same to you. We need people like you around the country to step up. There's so many people that don't step up. When we go out for money, and in Broward County, we have a lot of rich people. And they always say, well, I gave it to the Republican Party. I said, we need you in Broward. Oh, I gave it to President Trump. I said, he's got billions of dollars. We need it here. So every county needs to be helped because we need to get people involved. And, we have all these different events. We had a Trump International. We had a lot of people. And when we do this at Trump International, we have a golf event, but we also have our election integrity event. We get millions of people to listen. While they're playing golf, we do this and we come back behind this because, you never know. One thing I saw on one of the programs we have a lot of podcasters and I look how many people they get. They may get 35 people that watch their show. And I always try to promote them because I'm a two-way guy. So if they get 35 and we can get them 70, that's doubling the thing. But the one thing I learned from Steve Bannon, it doesn't make any difference if you get in front of one person or a million, because that one person could do more for you than the million people that are watching. So I'm hoping that one person sees me today. And because of my age and, I've done this for so long, that to say, hey, I want to donate to Tina because Steve Stern gave up his time. And I just called my wife during intermission here and I asked her if I could stay a little longer. She said, of course. So we're good till 11 o'clock. And I'm glad to stay on. If not, I'm glad to leave. But this has been.
I'm going to let David jump in and tell us, David, what is this auction about today? What are these diamonds, these magical, mystical diamonds that were recovered from the World Trade Center after 9/11? Tell us the story.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate all your effort. And Tina is a J6 patriot to the nines. I mean, nobody is given as much as she is given to preserve the evidence of election fraud, and her day will come. And we're just going to be, the air under her wings to have this happen and show the world that we're trying to save freedom and we're trying to save, the beacon of freedom, the United States of America. So all our efforts are basically my efforts. Let's just get into this project. It started after the catastrophe of the World Trade Center coming down. And I was hired by Chase Bank to be the appraiser of record for the contents of the safety deposit boxes that imploded into, I don't know, the third, fourth, or fifth basement under the World Trade Center. And these diamonds were recovered from the wreckage. So I was able to get the diamonds, get the jewelry appraised, and get these folks who had lost all these possessions back into their hands. But these diamonds, after all was said and done, these diamonds were identified by more than one person. So we cannot give the diamonds back. We had to compensate these people in cash. And I preserved these diamonds after the whole appraisal process was completed. And I didn't know what to do with them. I couldn't sell them because they were sacred, recovery articles. And I just didn't feel comfortable making any money off of the recovery. So I kept them for over 20 years. And then the J6 happened. And I said, let me design a flag that, I don't know if you can see it, but it represents the J6ers. And in the flag's pole, I don't know if you have a picture. I don't know if you have a video of the flag in the.
Yeah, we'll bring up a picture in a little bit, David. I wanted you to get into the story, and when we do the auction in a little bit, we'll bring up some pictures of the diamonds.
Yeah, so it took a little bit of effort and sweat, and we finally got these to a very fine designer in New York or a manufacturer. And he is a pro-Trump guy. Him and his wife are definitely with the program. Conservatives. They're from Poland, and they've been through this in their own country in their own time. And they know that they're trying to preserve freedom from the other side of the world. But anyways, everything about this flag represents what the J6ers stood for. The materials were all made in this country. The box in which the flag comes in is made in this country. And I'm just so proud to be able at this point to dedicate the proceeds, the profits from this flag to Tina.
Wonderful stuff, Dave. As I said, we'll start the auction in our next hour. We have 3 different pieces. I believe the low price is $2,500. The high price is, I believe, $4,500. But all the proceeds will go to Tina. And Dave has been really kind enough to step up. I met him through Trennis Evans, and as soon as I heard about these, I thought, wow, what a great opportunity to raise some money for Tina, auction off these diamonds. And David jumped right in and didn't hesitate. So we're glad to have you aboard, David. And if you can come back later, I'll text you a good time. Are you around this afternoon?
Yeah, I'll just keep my phone on and I'll just wait for you to call. I just want to mention that these flags are very limited. We only recovered 315 diamonds, and they're all preserved. The flags are made out of 18-karat white gold. So these are fine, precious flags. They're not, they're not silver. They're not base metal. These are the real McCoy. So, and the diamonds again are just, natural diamonds from the World Trade Center recovery.
Fantastic. David, thanks. I'll text you. We'll have you back later. Thanks for allowing us to auction off your diamonds today. Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scotty, can I put up one thing? I'd like to, a lot of people ask me, Steve, you're 85. Why are you doing this? Well, I was going to retire from all this when I was about 80. By the way, I'm on my board, homeowners board for 35 years. I'm retiring from this so I can spend more time. But on my 81st birthday, I got a nice letter. I don't know if everybody can see this, and I want to read this, but you see the little tear. My wife, I was in New York for my birthday. I came home actually on my birthday. I left in the morning. And my wife opened the mail, and she never usually opens my mail, but you notice there's a little tear in the envelope. Well, you know how God comes down, and he's always been great to me because, we're here in one piece. And I got a nice letter, and I opened the letter. I had no idea, but I want to show everybody this letter, and I want to read it. This is the actual letter right here, and the copy I'm going to read. It says, "Dear Steve, we wish your family and friends in wishing you a happy 81st birthday. Our nation is strong because of hardworking patriots like you who believe in and defend the great American ideals of faith, family, community, and country first. Your commitment to excellence and dedication to exemplifying the American dream through ingenuity, hard work, and principled leadership is the foundation of your tremendous success and demonstrates the proud spirit of family-owned and operated businesses. As you celebrate this special day, we hope your heart is filled with joy, knowing you have experienced our country's greatest blessings, freedom, and the affection of your loved ones. Melania and I send our very best wishes for your continued health, happiness, success. Happy birthday. May God bless you, Donald Trump." So that's one of the things that spurred me on to go on there, and I have no idea how he got me or why he sent it, but there it was in my mail, and my wife almost ripped it, and it was lucky that it wasn't. So you get this energy from that, and a lot of people say, Steve, how do you get all this energy? How do you work 12 hours a day and then have time to your family and everything else? You got to be born with it. When I was 12 years old, I was knocking on doors. When I was 17, I was in the Empire State Building knocking on doors for people to help me. And a guy kind of semi-adopted me, took me to Korea to learn how to buy shirts because I was scared, to buy all this quantity because I was just a little wholesale guy with my father. And then when I was 18 years old, I was in Dallas and I was at a men's show, and a gentleman was showing his goods there. And I looked up at his booth, and he says, "Son, what are you looking at?" Well, he came out to me, shook my hand. He said, "You're a very smart guy. I'm going to make you a millionaire." And I said, "Well, what do you mean?" He said, "Well, you see these shirts up there? I want you to go and buy them in J.C. Penney, change the labels, and put them at your show in Miami or wherever you are." He knew I was in Miami. We talked a little bit. He was 80 years old at that time. I was 18. And he owned half of Laguna Beach, and he had sold pennies for many years, and he wanted to retire. And, I keep telling myself I want to retire from this, but I have 8 grandchildren. And who's going to save this country if not grandfathers, grandmothers? I speak to people all over the country, and we have some wonderful people. I want to mention John Goodman, my good friend, who I help, and he's on my program all the time. He is an expert on election integrity, working with Peter Tickton and with Corsi and General Flynn and many, many people, because he goes to the library and spends 8 hours looking at the Constitution and getting this information out. And I give him all these podcasters to go on. Is very good. So he went and got on Wayne Root. And Wayne Root went to President Trump and texted him about an EO that we're hoping comes out to help save this country's election. Because, we've been doing this with election integrity for all these years, and not a lot has been accomplished as far as I can see. So we hope this executive comes out, and I'm sure somebody's going to talk about it today. I don't want to take away from Peter Tickton or whoever comes on. And, I want to thank you so much for having me on the first. This is a great honor. You don't get to be the first guy in this thing. I mean, I think you think enough of me, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate that everything I did for Tina, every program I started with when she was in jail, because nobody understands what it is to be in jail for 2 years. And, when I spoke to her from prison a couple of times, and her friends and everybody in this country who did something for her, many times we ask people to send her Mother's Day cards, Christmas cards, to get her hopes up. One thing when you're in jail, we were fighting to get her out, but just being in there and what she has gone through and what many of our veterans all over the country have gone through, people don't understand. We are free. You know what I'm saying? We have the greatest country in the world. And when I hear on Fox people saying, "I hate this country," why the heck are you here? Send them home. Go home. We love this country because we have the opportunity to call the governor in Colorado and tell him we want Tina out and make enough people to do this. You know what I mean? Now, we had 100,000 people called. We needed 1 million. Where are all these people? We need people to step up. We're talking about these coming elections coming up for 2020 for the midterm elections. And I hear people talk, we don't care about the border. We don't care about people getting killed. All we care about is the economy. Well, wait a minute. There's a lot of other things besides the economy, but we have to be careful here because the Democrats are playing on the economy and the Republicans are stepping back. So one of the things why President Trump wants to get this war over, we want gas prices to come down because everything is connected to gas prices. So, we have sent many messages to President Trump through General Flynn. I was up there when he texted me. And one of the things that I want to get out, if anybody could do this, I was standing there with General Flynn when he texted President Trump. And people asked me, "Do you have Trump's number?" Yes, I do. And I asked Steve Bannon the other day whether I should call him because I really want him to get people in the administration that listen to the grassroots. We could talk and we could send emails to everybody up there, but and when he won the election, I got to tell you one of the big things that happened. Susie Wiles texted me thanking me for everything we did, and I asked her what did we do. She said, "Well, this is very important because we got him 40,000 poll watchers and poll workers. So if you want to be a poll watcher or poll worker, go to protectthevote.com. That's protectthevote.com. Get involved. How did we get him 40,000 poll watchers and poll workers? We got on the screen, and we pleaded with people all over. We sent texts out, emails. They needed them in Philadelphia, in Detroit, in Wisconsin, in places where we were getting destroyed by the Democrats. So this was very important, and I'm very proud that I can do this. I know we got a couple of minutes. So I want to give you a couple of chances to ask questions. And I got to spend time with my wife because every Sunday at 11 o'clock we watch a movie. So, if I don't do that, she starts to scream at me, and I want to keep her good because she lets me do this. Spending all these hours to do this takes a lot of effort. I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and I'm texting people. That's when you text Steve Bannon and John Fredericks and all these guys and get on their programs and bring this message out. it's tireless. You know what I'm saying? We do this day after day, and you want to see more people get involved. So I got about 2 or 3 minutes. Any other
All right,
questions?
Steve. The obvious question is, at 85, we all want to have your energy, and we all want to be able to, go at it the way you do. Wind Steve Stern up and let him go. When you have Steve Stern on, that he's gonna hit the ball, and he's gonna be on the spot. How do we stay on the spot? How do we stay on our game? How do we do what you do at 85? How do you keep the energy up? What's the secret?
Well, the first thing you gotta have a wife that cooks good food for you, because if you eat junk, it's bad. You got to exercise every day. I spend 30 minutes every day I can, unless I'm so exhausted. And when you get up, you got to say, hey, thank God you gave me another day in this life, because you see every day who's passing away. And you got to thank God. Look, do I have problems? Of course. I had a back operation. I was in Spain and I hit my head. I take blood thinners, but God was with me. You got to pray. You got to get up every morning and say, thank God I have another day, and I got to do good things for this country and to make it good for my grandchildren. Everybody got grandchildren pretty much. And we want our grandchildren to, they don't understand. They've been brainwashed in school. We have people now working on the colleges and high schools to try to get these lousy professors out of there, because they have brainwashed our students. I mean, I know so many things that a lot of people don't know. And the one nice thing you got to do is never criticize anybody, as much as you hate them or anything like that. Your reputation is the most important thing. Once you lose your reputation, I hear things that Bannon says during the commercials, you know what I mean? I would never say that. And he's yelled at me for doing certain stuff. But you know what? You say he's the greatest guy in the world. And I got to tell you that we're making a shirt for him. We're coming out this week. Stand with Bannon. It's going to be a 250th anniversary. When he was in jail, I made a shirt for him. He is there for me. You know what I mean? No matter whatever I need, he's there for everybody. I want to tell you that Steve Bannon has promoted, and I know that Tina came on his program the first. She could hardly stand up, but she got on with Apollo, and that was fantastic, because Steve Bannon, it's hard to say anybody is more intelligent than this guy. He is so smart, it's unbelievable. But the problem is that so many people ask him so many things, and he always says yes, that it's hard for him to follow up. So you got to get up at 4:30, 5 o'clock and bounce that little text onto him to make sure. But the nice thing, he always answers. I don't know how he does this, but it's unbelievable. So you got to have friends like this all over the country. Wayne Root always texts me and answers. Many, many people. But then there's people that don't do that. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard to believe. And I was with a big guy on Real America Voice. He never answers. He says, text me, call me. Never answers the phone, never text. How can people do that? You know what I'm saying? So you don't say anything bad about him. You just go on to the next person. Because, if you look at X, I had 50,000 followers. I'm down to 3,400, and they never put me on there. They regulate, as much as we want to think that X is terrific, they X us out. You know what I mean? And it's terrible, because I look at
Steve,
their.
I lost half my followers overnight one night.
There you go. And so our important thing is, and I got to say this, love all the podcasters, the ones that go with me and help. SG Annan, he's going to be on there today. We love him because, and many, many of our friends, that's where it is today, on the podcasters, because the people won't get X out. They watch them. And, there's some people there, 8 million people watching, 1 million, 34, 50. Support your local podcast. I know you can't watch everybody, but at least support one. You know what I'm saying? And that's everything. I see my wife is texting me, so I want to say goodbye to everybody. Please donate to Tina. I don't care if you give it $20, $50. If we get 10,000 people for $100, that's a lot of money. So I have people texting me now saying, hey, we're going to do this. So make it happen. I sent my check yesterday, and I will do it again after this is over. And hopefully we raise $200,000 or $300,000 today. I love everybody, and thank you so much, Scotty, for doing this. This is a great pleasure that you had me on. I wish I could stay longer, but now it's my wife's time.
Steve, thanks so much. You can be the leadoff hitter for me anytime. Bye-bye. Wow. 85 years old. I know he gets up at 5:30 in the morning. I've texted him at 6 o'clock in the morning. The man responds to every text, to every email. This is what he does, and his communication is par excellent. Well, how do you follow Steve Stern? Wind him up and let him go. It's pretty amazing what the man does. I want to bring on my co-host for the next hour while we wait for Peter Tickton to show up. This man, gentleman, is a good friend. I consider him not only a associate and a collaborator and a fellow podcaster, but a good friend and a good friend of Sovereign Radio. Dave Hodges, The Common Sense Show. And you know why he named it The Common Sense Show? Because he's got a lot of freaking common sense. That's why. The man lives on common sense. That's what fuels him. Dave, great to see you.
Yeah, it's great to be on with you, Scotty. Actually, truth be known, I named The Common Sense Show what I did because Thomas Paine's reflection in the pamphlet Common Sense, 'Tis Time to Part, that's where I was at the time that I started the show, because I was fighting for my life. John McCain and Ted Kennedy were trying to steal my property and that of 300 of my neighbors for their international corridor without paying us a dime. And I was thinking, 'tis time to part. And that's how I came up with the name. Anyway, it's great to be on with you. Glad to support Tina Peters. I've prayed for her often, and those prayers have now been answered.
Yeah, sure have. So many people prayed for Tina. I attended multiple prayer calls, often within meetings and podcasts. We'd stop and pray for Tina. And the power of prayer never ceases to amaze me, Dave. Do you have a particular story? It's one thing I'm going to ask everybody today. You have a particular story about Tina that stands out?
She's unafraid. I remember when I first became acquainted with her was when she was arrested and the video was paraded out on YouTube. And I'm thinking, this woman can't be flustered. She's so calm in the face of this terrible injustice that she is completely composed. And then I interviewed her on the eve of her trial, and she knew it was going to be rigged. I knew it was going to be rigged. I knew the judge was corrupt. I knew the jury had been tainted with pretrial publicity, yet she just could not be taken off her path. It seemed like nothing was bothering her. She would have been a great professional athlete, never to crack under pressure.
I have a feeling she was an athlete in her day. I'm not positive, but I think she played a sport for some years. I may be wrong, but she's a warrior. She's the epitome of, I'd say she's the face of our movement in many respects, because she paid the price for all of us. What she did, she didn't do for Tina Peters. She did it for our well-being. Exposing election fraud in a state like Colorado was not an easy thing to do. So,
Scotty, I'm from Colorado, and I had a great childhood, early adulthood there. I spent most of my 20s there. And in fact, I used to be very, very good friends with Guillermo Vidal. I used to call him Bill. And we played a lot of basketball together in our day. And we were very close. He goes on to become the mayor of Denver. Now, he won't say this publicly, but I'm looking at this afar of being one of his former friends. He not only left Denver and didn't run for re-election, and he could have won easily, he moved to Florida to get away from the cesspool. And this is how bad it is. Well, I was also friends with people in the McNichols family. One, McNichols, was the mayor of Denver. The other went on to be the governor. And I was friends with a couple of the kids. Great people, moral people, had integrity, went to church. And I look at the cesspool that Colorado has to deal with now. And it all started with the Koch brothers, but then they brought in the voter fraud that's rampant. And it's part of the reasons why we're here today to support Tina, because Tina refused to submit to fraud. And she was going to challenge it. And she legally and constitutionally challenged it. Yet in Colorado, the rule of law is what they say it is in the moment they say it. And Jenna Griswold, I don't think there's a bigger criminal in government than Jenna Griswold. She is absolutely pathetic. 9 years prison sentence to someone who's 70 years of age, and the treatment that she got in prison. You know, you and I were getting the reports. I mean, she's lucky she didn't die in prison. And I think that's what they wanted to do. They really wanted to kill her.
Oh, there's no question. The way they were feeding her was not that the typical diet in prison is nutrition, because it's not, but she was living off of stuff she was buying from the canteen. The food they were feeding her was subpar, and it was not the same food that the other prisoners were getting. So they were trying to starve her out. They put her in solitary confinement a number of times. And this is why we're here today. You can go to tinapeters.us, tinapeters.us. There's a donation button. We ask that you find it in your heart to be generous today. Pray on it if you need to. If money's tight, definitely pray on this. And if you can't donate today, come back another day. You're welcome to stick around and participate and watch throughout the day. Dave, what can you say about states like Colorado, California, New York, Illinois? I've lived in all those places, at least for a short time in New York, but grew up in Illinois, spent a lot of years in California, have spent a lot of time in Colorado. I would go so far as to saying they're operating on a communist platform. They're communist Marxist people in seats of power, from Gavin Newsom down to the mayor of LA, Karen Bass. They both are known communists openly within their circles. They're absolutely known as communists. What can we say about these states, Dave? Would you agree we're living in communist America in some of our states? Not all, thank God, but some.
Yeah, I'm really familiar with California and Colorado because that's where I'm from, and I have family and friends there still. But my good friend Paul Preston, the head of the New California 51st State Movement, keeps me updated on all the things going on in California. And what's gone on there is typical of blue states. You have numerically the minority ruling over the majority, and the way they do it is illegal voters and absolute voter fraud. And I'll just give one example in California. Spencer Pratt has been eliminated, from the primary election. He won't be on the general ballot coming up in November. And he got eliminated with a last-second ballot dump. 20,000 votes for his competitor and no votes for him. That's not even statistically possible. I mean, out of 20,000 people, someone might have mismarked and voted for him by mistake. I mean, there's no justification for this. And listen, President Trump did a good job getting Tina out. I want to give President Trump credit, but I'm frustrated with the lack of perp walks, because the California election system here in the LA mayor's race, it's a lot like what Tina uncovered in Grand Junction, Colorado, and Mesa County. Rampant with fraud, terrible fraud, machine fraud, late vote balloting fraud. And President Trump is not initiating the perp walks. We need to have perp walks. He needs to march loyal members of the DOJ into LA, turn that place upside down, indict and convict. And then he needs to turn his attention to what happened with Tina. And now, listen, I'm going to give President Trump credit. Had President Trump not started to withhold money to Colorado in lieu of not releasing Tina Peters, she'd still be in prison. I really believe that. So I want to give President Trump credit for what he did there. But he's not doing enough with the perp walks, with the voter fraud. And what's shocking to me, Scotty, is he was a major victim of voter fraud in 2020.
Peter Tickton will agree with you. In fact, there's a video online. I hope he does show up. He's scheduled to join us in this hour. He's got a video online where he says of all the people that were integral into freeing Tina Peters, he wanted to thank President Trump first. He knows things. He knows things we don't know.
Yeah. Listen, I supported Trump for the better part of 11 years, and I voted for him 3 times. and I'm still in his corner. And people are mad at me because I'm calling him out. But we're in a war that's wrecking our economy. It's wrecking the global economy, and it's pushing us towards depression. It's pushing the world towards World War III. And he's doing so at the behest of Netanyahu, and I really don't know why. I don't think he's in the Epstein files the way the Democrats insinuate, because he went to the DOJ himself in 2007 and reported Epstein after he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah,
So
he
why
was
would
an,
he report?
he was an FBI. He's not listed in the FBI records because they left him out of it, but he was an FBI informant.
Yeah.
And he spoke a lot. I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole. You and I disagree on the matter of Netanyahu. I believe Trump is totally operating on the book Sun Tzu, Art of War, appear weak when you are strong. And I believe he wants the deep state to believe that Netanyahu has some kind of, magic over Donald Trump. I don't believe it, but there's so many more important
Scotty,
issues.
he doesn't in the Epstein files, so don't mishear me on this.
Yeah.
I don't believe Trump is guilty in the Epstein files. If you want a theory that I believe, what I hold to my heart until someone proves me wrong, I believe after the 2 assassination attempts that were back to back, and you got the Jared Kushner connection to the Mossad and all that's with, I have a feeling there was an inner sanctum meeting there, and they told Trump, look, they're going to kill you and no one can stop them. And certainly your Secret Service is compromised and they can't even do the job. Look at Butler. But we can protect you. And I wonder how much that comes into play here, because I can't see a good reason why he would not speak against the commingling of our militaries, why he would not, well, let's put it this way, why he wouldn't have taken the diplomatic route with Iran prior to the military action that Netanyahu wanted. That's not Trump's style. Trump's style is to make a deal, not to start a war. This was so atypical for him. So I've got to look for alternative explanations here. But I'm coming out with a piece today on YouTube and then on my website. And it's really simple, Scotty. I'm talking about the great things he's done. Look at the border, how secure it is. Fentanyl deaths are down 30% just because of that one thing. He's saving families unneeded tragedy with that one event. The first year he was in office, we had great gas prices. And he's trying to clean up the voter rolls. He's done some things. I don't think he's done enough, but he's done some positive things that no other president's done. I could go on and sing the praises of things he's done that I really like, but this war is a big, big black eye. It really is. My friend Stephen Banoon, former CIA, he thinks Israel has nukes. He might be right. But I think there might have been a better way to handle it, because if they have nukes, Scotty, and we push them to the brink of destruction, they're going to use them in one form or another.
Well, Dave, look, we can go back and forth on Trump and the Iran war. I believe short-term pain for long-term gain. I believe the unhidden or the hidden agenda, not the unhidden, the hidden agenda in Iran is to take out a deep state stronghold, just like he did in Venezuela.
I think you're right.
A lot of deep state strongholds. Ukraine, Israel is one of them. I believe they'll save that one for last. But I think more importantly and closer to home to the telethon, Donald Trump had some influence on Tina's release more than we can
no question.
understand. Yeah, more than
he's my hero in this. Donald Trump is the unsung hero in the release of Tina Peters. I'm telling you right now. Jared Polis, the governor of Colorado, bent the knee because he was running out of money for his woke policies. He bent the knee totally. And Jenna Griswold had a huge fit. She was the Secretary of State in Colorado who went after Tina. She's the one that belongs behind bars. She supports voter fraud as long as the day is long. Listen, here's the problem. I'm going to go back to one thing with the Iran war. Even if it was necessary, here's what scares me, Scotty. And maybe Trump said, justice needs to be done, though the heavens may fall, to quote Shakespeare, because the timing of this, our economy will not recover before the midterm. And there are so many people that can't see a big picture that they'll vote on impulse, and they know their gas prices and food prices are higher. Here's my ultimate fear. My ultimate fear is this. the Democrats win the House and the Senate, and Donald Trump gets impeached.
Well, I think that is a scenario. I think it's certainly a possible scenario. But look, I am not going to operate on fear personally. We can, we can have these thoughts, and I believe the Democrats, the rhinos, one thing is certain: they're not giving up their fight. They're not going down. We're at war. We're in spiritual war. We're in kinetic war, political war, financial war, wars across the board. But the best I can tell, if you read between the lines and read the tea leaves, we're winning the spiritual war. We're winning the information war, which has a lot to do with the outcome in the midterms. I believe we're winning the kinetic wars, whatever information we're getting from the media. And it is the political war you're talking about with the midterms. And that is the one, it's always hard to tell what's really going on. That's the one, there's the most mystique and the most, shall we say, information, disinformation, misinformation. It's really hard to gauge the politics of this country, but I do not believe they will win both the House and the Senate. And yeah, there will be people prior to the midterms that are feeling the pain financially, but President Trump doesn't say things randomly that he doesn't mean. He said, we're going to have the best 4th of July this country's ever seen, that our 250th anniversary is going to usher in some things we've never seen. I'd like to bank on that, because when he says stuff like that, he usually follows through. But I want to go back to Colorado, the treatment Tina got from the judge in particular. Did you watch Judge Matthew Barrett's sentencing hearing of Tina Peters?
Yes, I did.
It was the most outrageous grandstanding of a judge. I've never seen a judge behave like a child, like a petulant little child. He scorned her. He basically suggested she's the worst person that ever sat in that defendant's chair. He intimated she's worse than the murderers and the rapists that sat in that chair. And you started the conversation by saying Janet Griswold and the state of Colorado are no good. I believe we're dealing with some kind of satanic cult, Dave.
We are. Listen, this goes back to the murder of Jean-Benet Ramsey. It's all this, that inner circle that led to that young girl's death in Boulder, Colorado, is part of an overall relationship with a gang of four, the Koch brothers, and all the rest of the psycho deviants that followed them in Colorado. And it lands squarely on the desk of Jenna Griswold, that judge, and Governor Polis. Scotty, listen, I know what I'm talking about. Being from Colorado, having family and friends there, I get the reports. And I'm telling you, I know when things turned. It turned with the Koch brothers first. Then there was the Gang of Four. They got their liberal crap in. They started fixing elections. And this is when it all started. In fact, I spent some time in the Eastern Plains of Colorado in the last 3 years. And there it's very conservative. And they'll tell you the same story. This is when we lost our state. We lost the Front Range. Now, they don't have most of the Western Slope. It's funny, that's where Tina Peters was. They don't have the Eastern Plains in Colorado. They don't have much of Southern Colorado, but they got the population concentration and all the elections rigged in the metropolitan area, the Colorado Springs, Denver, Boulder area. It's all rigged. In fact, if you look at Fort Collins, this will kind of give you a flavor. Fort Collins was the second city to be an Agenda 21 city. And they used to call it the jewel of the Ickley Empire, meaning they're under the control of the New World Order. And Fort Collins was really the heart of a lot of the liberal nonsense that started in their own city council and spread to the rest of the state. A good person that would be a good guest for your show, I'll recommend that she come on, is Virginia Farver. She's from Fort Collins, and I've worked with her for years on this. The history of Colorado went from being largely a common sense, reasonable state that wanted to be friendly because they had great tourism. So they wanted to have an open, fair, free government. And for the most part, they did under the McNichols family. And then the wokesters came to town. And that was the beginning of the end. And it's the same thing in California. The majority of California people don't want what's there. And just look at the exodus from California. I mean, we talk about the 1 million people have left California. Well, what about the millions that can't leave because they can't afford to? They're unhappy. It's not the majority rule. I mean, the state hasn't turned all blue and they've gone crazy. They're being controlled by a minority of psychopathic deviants that fix elections. And that's what happens in Colorado. It's what happens in New York. It's what happens in California. And this is why they perpetrated illegal immigration and get them to vote by hook or crook. You know, in California, here's how they did it. Hey, everyone gets a driver's license, even illegal aliens. Oh, but you can use that to register to vote. And this is how they get millions of people to vote. And when they don't vote, they vote in their name.
Yeah.
So this
Look,
is
the
what
deep
Tina
state,
was.
the
And I
deep
want to say
state,
this about Tina real quick. I want to say this about Tina. I followed the situation in Colorado. Tina Peters did not, in fact, she and I had this discussion. She did not go into politics to fix crooked elections. She was in the DMV line for 3 hours. She goes, I can do better as a businesswoman. I know how to run a business. And that's why she ran. She didn't go in there with a predetermined agenda to rip the system apart, as she's accused of doing. But she discovered the corruption as a matter of fact of performing her duties.
you know, you make a good point why she got into politics. And I'll go back to post-election, Mesa County, Colorado, 2020. Tina Peters believed she ran a fair and clean election. She did not believe there was voter fraud in Mesa County.
Right.
It was one Mr. Douglas Frank, Dr. Douglas Frank, who we now call the Johnny Appleseed of election fraud, because he created all kinds of research and data about the voter fraud from the voter rolls and from the voting records. He's a statistical genius. He's a doctor of many things. And Dr. Frank sat Tina down and he showed her statistically, numerically, in a very simple way she could understand that there was election fraud. She walked out of that meeting and said, I've got to tell the public what Dr. Frank showed me today. I owe it to the people to tell them I did not run a clean and fair election, that we had voter fraud. And that's where it all started. She went to a microphone. She said, I've got bad news. I was wrong. I did not operate a clean and fair election. And Dr. Frank and several other, Mark Cook and some other people involved in election integrity stood behind her. We know how this all played out. But listen, I want to make a note about, call them the deep state, the New World Order, the central bankers, the one world government that they want. This goes back so much further than we talk about, at least to 1913. The Federal Reserve Act is when the deep state central banking cabal really got their hands on America good. And Dave, the voter fraud in California, I lived there 20 some years. I moved there in 2004, started going there often in 2000. I believe the election fraud's been going on for decades. It's the only explanation to Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell. These people were not elected, reelected, and reelected. They were selected. These are not elected officials. Pelosi's been selected to serve in her capacity. And, you know, at one point was, third in line for the presidency. And this is a woman that I don't believe, maybe the first time she ran, maybe she won a vote, but I don't believe she's ever won a vote since. And the election fraud is a much older, much deeper and wider problem than any of us realize. And it all goes back to Venezuela, where President Maduro of Venezuela was extracted, not because of fentanyl, not because of cartels and drug trafficking. He was extracted because that's where the voter fraud was run out of. The deep state ran their voter fraud globally out of Venezuela. Other European nations were involved, the machines, Dominion, all these players. But Maduro was extracted from Venezuela. He's singing like a bird. I have multiple sources that said Maduro was given two options. You can spend the rest of your life in solitary confinement, and that's okay with us, or you can start telling us who, what, and when of election fraud that came out of your country. We've got the evidence. They showed him the evidence, and he started to sing, and he's been singing like a bird. I believe they have all the election fraud. I believe the perp walks you are demanding, I am demanding. That's the one thing, Dave, we've been aligned for years on perp walks.
Absolutely.
And I like to take it a step further. I'm way beyond perp walks. I want to see some public executions. As gruesome and as rough and tough as that may sound, I'm the son of a United States Marine. An eye for an eye. I'd love to see some public executions. If you have to hang them because that's the cleanest way, if you have to shoot them, if you have to, give them a lethal injection, I don't care how they do it. Do it publicly to show the world this is what's going to happen. We mean business. It's stop at nothing to end this election fraud. We should stop at nothing. The American people, we the people, President Trump, the DOJ, our intelligence agencies. I say all hands on deck, all assets deployed to stop this election fraud, and perp walks would go a long way, wouldn't they? Wouldn't that send the message we need to send?
Yeah, but unfortunately for President Trump, he's still being sabotaged by people he can't touch because of the Civil Service Act that serve in places like the DOJ. I'll give you an example too, where I think Trump shouldn't have bent the knee. They just took down his name off the banquet room that they're trying to build. Okay, well, there's presidential names all over Washington D.C. that were paid for with taxpayer money, and his was privately funded on that part of it. What right did a judge have to do that? He should have refused and said, we're going to the Supreme Court. He needs to stop bending his knee to the federal judiciary dominated by the Democrats. And I'm talking about, the district courts, like the Ninth Circuit, the Fifth Circuit. They're terrible. And he's got to stop bending the knee to them, because almost every time he goes to the Supreme Court, he wins. So he needs to say no to these people. And I agree with you. Swalwell should be executed. He committed sabotage and espionage against the United States with a Chinese spy that he slept with. And I don't believe you people in California voted him back in. It's an example of the voter fraud.
Pelosi and Schiff are both treasonous on a number of fronts, but we don't really, I really didn't want today to dwell on so much hardcore politics that bring negative energy, and I really wanted to stay away from that. It's hard to do that when you're talking.
Well, we can't, because we just had an American hero in Tina Peters unjustly imprisoned and having her life threatened, Scotty. So we have to look at the ancillary factors that are leading to this. The woke, corrupt psycho mentality that's trying to run this country that victimized Tina Peters. I think it has to be talked about, because unless we fix that problem, there's going to be another Tina Peters and another and another.
Yeah, I agree. They made an example out of her to the point where county clerks who were under pressure to expose voter fraud, Dave, their pat answer was, I don't want to be Tina Petered. So I'm not coming forward with election fraud. I'm not going to end up like Tina.
Here's what bothers me too, and this is where I'm concerned about the midterm and Democratic takeover. The Republican Party is a piece of trash. It's bad at the national level because you got people like John Thune that won't push through the America First Act, and he's terrible, absolutely horrendous to the reform movements. Okay, so he's just a poster child. There's many. And then you've got, like here in Arizona, okay, as bad as the GOP, I think, is functioning at the national level, in my state, if you look at election fraud, the Republicans are worse than the Democrats, and they do it to their own. Like Liz Harris. And Carrie Lake. I should mention the Carrie Lake thing, because this goes back into election fraud and manipulation as well. Carrie Lake has Jeff, and I call him Dimwit. His name's DeWitt. He goes to her house. She records him. He offers her multi-million-dollar bribe from mysterious people back east not to run against Ruben Gallego, the son of a cartel leader, left his wife when she was giving birth for his staffer. I mean, this guy is a real piece of trash. And the GOP tried to bribe Kerry not to run against him. And the GOP wanted to hand that election, in which they basically did, over to a Democratic crook, a communist. And this is how bad my party is. And then I'll just give you one more, and this is up the Tina Peters circle. In Arizona, in the Kari Lake election, this is how they stole it from her. In Maricopa County, the largest county, if you carry Maricopa County in a state-run election, you're probably going to win. And in Maricopa County, in Republican-dominant districts within the county, 56% of the voting machines failed upon opening. In the Democratic-dominant districts, 0% failed. But who was in charge of the election? Stephen Riescher, the county clerk and recorder, was a Republican in name only, and 4 of the 5 county supervisors that had ultimate supervisory authority were Republican. And they let this, actually, I'm going to say they perpetrated it, and then they let it carry itself out to where Kari Lake had the election stolen from her. And this is the kind of battle that Tina Peters was fighting in her corner of the world. And what I really want to impress upon people, and I'm going to repeat what I just said, she did not go into office to find voter fraud. She found it as a matter of doing her job.
Indeed. She was a successful businesswoman who felt common sense business practices could fix the wait at the DMV and the other red tape and other protocols that we know. Government, listen, this is a fundamental conversation. Government's too big. It's not what our founding fathers envisioned, right? The federal budget is what percentage of our gross national product? It's ridiculous at a both local, state, and federal level, all 3 levels, how big and inefficient governments become. And that's why Tina Peters got involved, Dave. She wanted to fix some of the inefficiencies. She found the inefficiency and the corruption in voter fraud in the voting system, and she exposed it. And here's where we're at today. So don't forget, you can go to tinapeters.us to donate. Listen, if you are short on available funds, we understand. You don't have to donate to stay here and take advantage of our great speakers today. For those of you on the fence because money's tight, pray on it for a little while and come back later if need be. We want you to enjoy this day we have ahead of us. We're only in our second hour. We got a great day ahead of us. Peter Tickton was supposed to be here this hour. We're now at 30-some minutes past the hour. Hopefully he's going to show up later today. I have seen Peter Tickton show up late for other things. Granted, he's a very busy guy these days. You know.
I want to ask you a question because I wish Peter was here so I could ask him this.
Yeah.
Okay. There were over 700 documented cases of pretrial negative publicity against Tina in the local major newspaper in Grand Junction. It was totally a whitewash of Tina. Not one thing said she did what she did in the performance of her duties. Over 700. So you got a jury pool that's already been tainted for months. Why wasn't there a change of venue? Do you have an answer for that?
No, I don't. I do not. And Peter I'm not sure he's the only one can answer it, but I bet he's the best one to answer that question. And if he comes on after you're gone, we'll certainly ask him. Listen, she never stood a chance. It was rigged from the beginning. From her.
Well, they didn't let her present evidence on what she found.
No.
See, that's the thing that really, see right there, that was appealable. And I'm not sure what happened after she was convicted with what they tried to do. Her lawyers, what they tried to do. Maybe they didn't have the funds to appeal. I don't know. I'm just throwing darts out there. But
I want to bring
when you don't allow, okay, but she performed her inspecting the machine using an expert at under her jurisdiction. That was her constitutional right to do so. That's in statute. I looked this up. And she was not allowed to present evidence to show the justification for what she did. It's just that she was a crazy woman on a mission at any cost to prove voter fraud, to try to undermine elections. That's what they tried to say about her. But the reality is they denied her due process because the relevant evidence was not admitted. And to me, that was appealable.
Yeah. I want to bring producer Joanne in. I'm not sure she's here. Let's see if she's here. She was at the trial. She's not in the room right now. She was at the trial, and she actually shared a story with me yesterday. She burst out in the courtroom when the judge, for the umpteenth time, allowed an objection from the state's attorney. The prosecuting attorney would stand up and object to any evidence being presented.
Yes, that's right.
Joanne, our producer, she stood up and said, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me." Something, I'm paraphrasing. Not again, you gotta be kidding me. And none of the bailiffs made a move toward her. We suspect that even the bailiffs in that courtroom knew what was going on. Bailiffs have stood in enough hearings to know right from wrong. They knew that was so off base. No evidence, as you said. I'm glad you brought that up. None of the evidence was allowed to be presented. And anytime they tried, the prosecutor would object, and the judge would nip it in the bud. Listen, from the time she was arrested, that was staged, that was planned. Nothing happened organically in the Tina Peters situation. None of it was organic. None of it was natural. It was scripted, planned, and executed to perfection, down to her jail time. Come on, 9 years, all scripted, and thank God enough pressure was brought to bear to free her. But Dave, what would you, if you were able to stop election fraud? And I want to tell you what Juano Sabin, who will be on later, has to say about the midterms. But what would you do to bring election integrity to the forefold and nip election fraud in the bud? What would your first move be?
There's no single bullet. There's not a silver bullet here. It's a combination of things that interlock with each other. The first thing is you can't use voter machines because it's been proven they can be electronically manipulated. And we've known this, gosh, going back into the early 2000s, there was congressional testimony on this. That's the first thing. You got to have counted ballots by hand. Secondly, you have to show voter ID to vote. And don't give me this Jim Crow nonsense because you have to show ID to travel on a plane, to buy a beer. Don't give me that crap. Okay, voter ID is a necessity. Okay, and also too, you need to go through, after an election, you need to go through and purge the voters, that are illegitimate, instead of make Tom Fitton do it through Judicial Watch, who's done a great job. So you need to purge the voter rolls of people that don't belong there. Liz Harris found this. Let me just give you a quick anecdote. After the election was stolen from Donald Trump in 2020, she went and had her team canvass Maricopa County on a statistical survey model, and they estimate about 300,000 votes were illegal. And they'd go to someone's house and they'd knock on the door and they'd say, "Hey, we're from, and we don't really care how you voted, but we want to know if Charles Johnson lives here. He's the name on the voter roll, and he voted. Oh, no, Charles hasn't lived here in 20 years. He moved to Ohio. Oh, no, Jane Doe died 10 years ago." And this is what she found over and over and over in Arizona, where the voter rolls were unreliable as crap. Okay, so back to the thing. Okay, voter ID would be the last thing that I mentioned that I would do, but I would also not allow the UPS to deliver ballots by mail after the election date, and I would force a certification of all mail-in ballots, and with both parties there, both representatives, certifying every single mail-in ballot. And no one can mail in a ballot unless you're a serviceman or you're severely and medically handicapped and have medical documentation. You need to vote in person and take the time to do it. That would clean a lot of it up. If we just did those three things, That would clean a lot of this stuff up. The other thing I would do too, and I'm going to speak about the Thomas Massey case right here. $32 million from Miriam Adelson, Israeli citizen, $32 million going into a district primary in Kentucky with foreign money. We should never allow foreign donations to any campaign ever, ever. In fact, if you're in District 4 running for office, you should not be able to accept funds from anyone outside District 4. That would be the biggest thing that I would change in terms of how campaigns are conducted. And then, Scotty, I'll go really radical on you too, because the bigger issue is how do we make the elections mean something, even if we get the fraud out of it? We are supposed to be a nation of the people, by the people, for the people, but instead substitute the word corporations for the word people. And that's what we have. We need publicly funded, people are going to go crazy and I say this, but publicly funded elections, equal money for the qualifying candidates, no corporate donations at all. And now mom and pa kettle that give $100 to a campaign they've got standing with that candidate, as opposed to the $1 million coming from companies like United Healthcare. So when you look at those reforms, that's what I believe needs to happen to clean up our elections. It's one thing to take the fraud out, but it's another thing. You got to get the illegitimate influences out, the foreign and corporate influences.
Yeah, well said, Dave. I would like to interject something that we'll discuss this evening when 107 comes on. I believe is in our 11th hour, which would be 7 o'clock Central, 8 Eastern. Juan will come on and he will talk about what we discussed on Sovereign Radio. This would have been March. He was booked for 30 minutes on Sovereign Radio. He had a full day. He was out bringing Tina Peters. He was doing the podcast circuit, talking about Tina Peters, keeping her in the limelight. We were putting pressure on the Colorado communists to free Tina. This was during a very, very hard push to free Tina. And I have to backtrack here. We the people made a difference. Yeah, Trump had a lot to do with it, but we the people, the podcasters, the broadcasters, and just Tina's posse, her people that love her, people, the average Coloradan on the street that understood what had happened, put a lot of pressure on Colorado. But Juan was out putting pressure on by doing the podcast circuit, and he ended up staying on Sovereign Radio for 2 hours, Dave. He did not want to stop. He had a lot to share, and he kept saying, I know our time is limited, but I got to share this. One of those things he went on to share was plans for the midterms, and he is involved in a peripheral way. He said the plan that Trump and the military, I'm going to interject, the military is running everything. I believe Trump is working not for the military, but with the military. They are the best intelligence in the world exists with the United States military. I believe the military that recruited Trump many years ago is working with them hand in hand. And Trump and the military's plans for the midterms, according to 107, I couldn't write this script. Trump will declare a national emergency prior to the election. The national emergency can be declared because legally there's no single concrete definition of a national emergency in the United States. It's a broadly defined, I'm reading, a broadly defined and unforeseen crisis that threatens the country that requires an immediate response. He's going to declare a national emergency prior to the midterms because the election fraud exposure is there. Trump has pointed out election fraud in Colorado, California, Georgia, of course, and now there are grand juries convened. Well before the midterms, I believe that evidence will be so overwhelming publicly that he can call a national emergency. Under that national emergency, this is where Juan comes in. Juan helped construct Tina's team an executive order that Trump would issue under the national emergency, which no state or local political or election official can overrule. They would be arrested if they did not abide by the mandates that would be in the not the national emergency, but Trump would issue an executive order that had the following mandates: 1 day of voting, counting the votes the same day by midnight, 1 a.m., whatever the deadline. Absolute citizenship, proof of citizenship, voter ID, paper ballots, no machines, few other key things. All the things you said when you said there's not one bullet. You went on to list all these things, didn't you? You stated one by one all the things that Juan and his team put into this executive order that Trump will sign. Military, whether it's National Guard, I've heard they might even use ICE at the polls, that if the executive order is not abided by underneath a national emergency, you will face life in prison or years in prison if you don't follow the order. So that would pretty much set the stage for a good old-fashioned, honest, and fair election, wouldn't it? If
It would have to be you'd have to be under martial law, because you'll find a number of federal district judges that will overturn that.
Yeah, well, that may be part of the whole plan, and I agree. That would just solidify it. But I guess time will tell, and we will see what's going to be, because this is something that it's been explained to me. If that's going to be the plan and that's going to happen, they can't wait until October. They're going to have to do that in August or September, because it takes a good 60 to 90 days to implement what we're talking about. Now, they are probably already working. If this is the plan, Dave, they're already working on it in the background. They're not waiting until October to implement this.
I think we already have evidence of it, Scotty, and let me tell you what I think is going on. First of all, I want to applaud President Trump for deporting criminal illegal aliens who would rape our women and murder our children. Okay, I think that was justified. There's no way you could justify keeping a criminal in the country. The other thing, you argue, but you lose that argument on the law. But here's what I think happened. I think they were practicing for martial law mobilization in Minneapolis, in New York, in D.C. Remember, the National Guard was involved in D.C., and now they're building these detention centers, and they're building them very fast. And in fact, in some places, they're actually just renting warehouses and converting them. And I look at this and I'm saying, okay, well, we've kind of slowed down our deportation efforts because so much of our budget is now going towards the war. But I think these detention centers are for the voter fraud criminals that they're going to arrest. Because you got to remember, it's federal, state, and local. And like I said, in my state, the biggest voter fraud criminals in my state is the Republican Party. Oh, the Democrats are bad. But the biggest ones, the ones who get it done, are the Republicans. You know, and so I think we've already practiced for the martial law. I truly do.
Yeah, great points, Dave. I've heard some of these, quote, data centers that are being built are actually going to be used as detention centers as well, that they're being built under the guise of data centers, which is a whole nother controversy. You and I and Sarah Westall are going to do a show on that. People are all up in arms about the data centers and the nonsense that they consume thousands of gallons of water a day, and they're going to run the wells dry of water. This country won't have water because of data centers. It's all smoke and mirrors.
Well, it is true about the electricity, because my rates went up 17% this year. That is true for the electric. Listen, I can't speak to the water. I'm looking into that issue. I think there's things to be concerned about, because I've been told at some of the facilities around the country, they say they're doing water mitigation, but it's a fraction of what they really use. And I'm trying to verify this in enough locations to say it's a trend. It's not enough to find one or two centers that are negligent in their use of water. You have to find a pattern before you can say it's a problem. But I will tell you, with the electric bill, Scotty, that's the real deal. That is a real deal. And then I'll tell you this too, just to digress for a second. about 20 to 25 miles northeast of me, and I live in rural northern Maricopa County. They're building a whole slew of data centers along State Highway 303. And they're getting all this infrastructure put in. Now, 10 miles south of me, the city's starting to catch up. They need roads and sewer and all this stuff, and those needs are going unmet to meet the needs of the data center. And that's a clear pattern, and many of our citizens are noticing this. This is a public issue here in Maricopa County. So I have real concerns about the data centers, but I'm going to fuel what you're saying. There's information out there right now. They're saying 50% of the data centers could lie dormant. Somehow they're building them and they're just sitting there. I think it could be what you're talking about.
Yeah, but just, conversations I've had with people in the know, military connected. He'll be on later today. SG and On has a lot of great military ties, and I believe it's one of the things we'll talk about is whether or not these data centers are going to be used for the military to haul a lot of criminals into detention. Basically, we have about 8 minutes left in your hour, Dave. We're coming up against the clock here. Peter Tickton, sadly, was not able to show up. That doesn't mean he won't come later today. I want to pay attention to who's coming up in the next hour. And don't forget to go to tinapeters.us, where you can donate to Tina. That's why we're here, tinapeters.us, for donations. In our next hour, our third hour, we have entrepreneur, intelligence agency savvy guy, a man that's helped Tina very much. Patrick Byrne is up next, and we're likely to get a visit from his friend, somebody I just interviewed, Joby Weeks. Joby created more crypto millionaires than anybody. Joby Weeks started opening data mining, crypto mining facilities, opened a bunch of them in conjunction with a company called BitClub, created crypto wealth across the board, scared the hell out of the Federal Reserve central bankers enough where they put him in jail, and he's been on house arrest for 6 years. So we're going to hear from him. He'll show us his ankle bracelet even. I understand he's sitting in Miami in his condo like he does every day. He's there with Sasha Stone. So maybe we'll have both Kobe and Sasha on with Patrick Byrne in the next hour. So stick around for that. Dave, what thoughts would you like to leave us with before you get going here?
Well, I would hope that the public would become so enraged over what happened to Tina Peters that we say we're never going to let this happen again. But what we need to do as a people is to rise up and say, you fix the problem or we stop. And I'm on the verge of suggesting something, Scotty, and this isn't directed at Trump. This is directed at the oligarchs. The Canadian truckers had the right idea when they were trying to stop the COVID enforcement abuse that was going on, that was illegal, unjustified, and an absolute hoax. They had the right idea, and this is why the Canadian government came down on them so hard. We are looking at a situation in this country, and I'm not directing this at Trump. I want to make sure you understand this. This is going towards the oligarchs like Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, people that view you as wasteless capital that they can replace. They don't care what happens to you. We need to have stoppages in this country if we can't get voter reform, okay? If we can't get things under control in this country with the corruption, we just need to stop going to work. We need to absolutely stop paying our taxes. We need to have not deliver. The people on the docks just stop. And that will get their attention because they can't make money without our complicit participation. And I looked at the Canadian situation. The Canadian economy was already under stress because of COVID, but it came to a grinding halt in 3 days after the truckers started doing what they were doing. It only took 3 days. If we could have a concentrated effort, we could send a message in less than a week that, hey, we run things, not you. And I think President Trump, he might try to placate his supporters, but I think deep down inside, he'd say, thank God the people are speaking up. I don't have to do it all on my own.
Yeah.
I know
Good.
that. I know this is radical, but Scotty, we're to a point now where we're going to have 90% of our workforce replaced in the 2030s. No one disagrees with that. Well, do you really
How
think,
could you?
are we naive enough to believe that they're going to give us universal basic income and pay us for doing nothing? I don't believe they're going to do that at all. I believe more dastardly things are in order. And these same people are the ones that help control and manipulate elections. Okay. They have a role in the technology that goes into the voter machines, and we need to call an end to it. And I think deep down inside, President Trump would actually agree with that. And then Tina's situation won't have been in vain. Tina stood up for what was right. And I hope no one ever has to suffer like she did, but she could become a symbol of this reform effort that we're taking our country back. And if we have to stop it for a week, we will. And Scotty, if we just keep going along and hoping elections will change things without substantial changes in the elections, we're fooling ourselves. Nothing will change.
Well, interesting you say more dastardly things are in order. I believe that speaks to the fundamental issue, Dave, of who will control our financial system going forward. Will it be, we'll call them the white hats, the good guys that on paper have presented, I've seen it, millions of people have seen the plan for cryptocurrency, but not central bank digital currency, the blockchain, open source financial system on the blockchain, asset-backed currency with gold and silver, a token economy using crypto and tokens, and a absolute independent sound money system outside the central bankers. If that happens,
I agree totally.
Happens, there will be no dastardly opportunities. The deep state, once that flips, and by the way, if you look to the BRICS, they've already abandoned the Federal Reserve notes. The central bankers have already lost the war with respect to what's going on with the BRICS. So, Dave, we could talk all day, no doubt, you and I, but I really appreciate you coming in and spending the hour. You're really you're a wealth of knowledge as always, Dave. So thanks so much.
Hey, thanks for having me, Scotty. I wouldn't have missed this for the world because Tina Peters is one of my heroes.
Yeah, I think that goes for everybody that's here today. So again, David Hodges, where can people find you, Dave?
thecommonsenseshow.com. I'm also on YouTube by the same name, but we're going to go to Spaces, and Scotty, I'll get in touch with you. You know, I had that medical stuff with a family member we were dealing with last week, but yeah. I'm good to go. I'm good to go on this starting tomorrow. And I know we're planning something. We'll have an announcement at a later time.
Dave has had it in mind to do an Art Bell type show on Spaces of all venues on Spaces, and I have offered to Dave to co-host that. That ought to be fun, Dave, and we'll look forward to that. So thanks again, my friend.
Double trouble, buddy. Okay. Hey, thanks for having me on. Great to talk to you.
All right. You too, my friend. Dave Hodges, what a great guy. The Common Sense Show. Dave puts out multiple pieces of content a day. He's got a great newsletter. I encourage everybody to go and check out Dave. We have somebody sitting in the green room. I haven't seen him for a long time. Patrick Byrne. How you doing, Patrick? Turn your mic on. Unmute yourself, sir. You're still muted.
Okay.
There it is.
Scott, it's been a while.
It's been a while, Patrick. Good to see you. Where are you these days? Where are you residing?
I'm in Florida. I reside in Florida these days.
Well, at least you're in some warm weather. That's good. Patrick, you've been instrumental in getting Tina through these hard times. I know you don't like the spotlight. You don't seek the limelight. You just happen to find it all the time. It happens to find you, the limelight.
I run towards the fire. I was talking, run towards the fire.
Yeah, you are good at that for sure. Let's start with this, Patrick. Give us like your most memorable story or great Tina Peters story. We all have one. I want to hear yours.
Well, we had this kind of relationship before we met face to face. I only, hey, can you hang on just a moment? I'm sorry.
Sure. Patrick, somebody wanted to say hello before we go on.
Oh, hello, Joanne. Hello, Joanne.
Hey, good to see you. I don't think you guys, I think I'm cutting in and out. So,
Yeah, it's your lighting, or well, you don't have a green screen, so that may be why with the wallpaper.
oh,
But
I need to add that. Okay, let me take that off. Hi, good to see you.
Well, hello, Joanne. Hello.
Scotty,
well,
take
actually-
me off and I'll fix the backdrop.
all right, we'll see you in a bit.
I
Continue,
would
Patrick.
actually have to say I mean, to me, the story of what Tina did is so extraordinary. That's my favorite story about her. My favorite time meeting her was, we probably only met a handful of times, but she's, I mean, I adored her from the time. She's just a class act. She's just a really class act. I was so impressed with her from the time I met her, but it really, the fact that she had the initiative to make the decision she did to, to do what she did that day in April or May 2021, which was actually a key development in us saving our country. I mean, if she had not done that, that was a very key puzzle piece. What came out of her action was the Mesa County #3 report, which told us we were onto something. It was told us we were onto something, and there had been a switcheroo. They saw there'd been a switcheroo. They didn't know how. They thought it was a script buried in the machine. We ultimately discovered it's something done from Serbia. But anyway, it was a very key step. And the fact that she had the initiative to do that as a county clerk is really extraordinary. There's probably hundreds who were in the same position and who heard that Dominion was coming in to install a trusted build and knew it was wrong and should have done what Tina did. But she's one in 1,000, because there's about 1,000 places that should have done it probably.
Yeah. Patrick, it occurs to me there are probably people here that really don't know your story, and I want you to touch on a couple things. You have some chapters in your history of your life that are most unusual, I would say. You're building a multi-billion-dollar company, for starters, with Overstock.com. Your work for the country, as you have always said, you went to work with the intelligence agencies, not for Patrick Byrne, but to serve your country. Why don't you share that, what you did, your past?
Well, it was never supposed to get out until 50 years after I died. And I still feel quite ambivalent about, I mean, it's like committing harikari or seppuku to talk about it. But the truth is, I tried to enlist twice in the military. I was ejected both times because of my medical history. Then after 9/11, then I got too old anyway. Then 9/11 comes along. I sort of got the company wrapped up and in a position where I could, I had a relationship form in the 80s. I was I was a young China hand. I was never an old China hand, but as a young man, I was an early China hand. And I was over in China, and some things happened that the American government became aware of eventually. And in 1988, I was asked to take part in a peace mission in Vietnam, where we did not have any diplomatic relations, and to go and do something, and overtly, like I was identified as being sent and doing something for the government. And it was because we were starting to have negotiations about reestablishing relations, and the Vietnamese were asking for something humanitarian to demonstrate that the U.S. government was sincere. And so, because of my background, because I spoke Chinese and French and knew a fair bit about, I was a big kind of student of the Vietnamese War and the history as such, and I spoke some pretty good Thai. Anyway, I got asked by a general, would I be willing to be sent and to come back and just write a report on how we could spend a few $100,000 on humanitarian aid to help Vietnam. I was also a graduate student at Stanford at the time, studying, among other things, development economics. So I went and did that, and it just inched. I take no great credit. I inched the wagon of peace forward an inch, and several years later, they got the diplomatic relations started. So after that, I became known as somebody that would be willing to take they're almost academic assignments, generally in the cause of peace, something to do with peace. So not intelligence per se. And I never really wanted to work for the intelligence community. I ended up kind of in the hands, well, 9/11 happened. And then I ended up getting a lot of taskings from the National Security Council. Somewhere in there, I got taken to lunch in 2006 and asked, and this is why a lot of things intersect. I got taken to lunch and said, pardon me, a woman said to me, "You've done such nice work over here. Would you be willing to take some more high-speed orders from a special group?" I said, "Sure." That woman emerged 7 years later as John Brennan's protege. So I believe I was taking instructions from John Brennan, actually, from about 2006, but never knew it. Never knew it until they started using his name with me. Probably 2011, 2012. I started bumping my head on the deep state in various ways. I can't really go into publicly, but I started bumping my head probably around 2010, 2011 saw things that didn't make sense, but you're always told, look, you don't have all the facts and this and that. You're a puppet on a chain if you only know all the facts. So I started having suspicions. And then in 2015, 2016, I was used. Now, this is the whole story. I was used to set up the Russian collusion hoax. I was used to set up Hillary Clinton in a bribe. I assume you know that whole story. Not worth telling. Yeah.
Yep.
So I knew from 2015, 2016 that there was an internal coup trying to take down our country. By the way, the people who are studying all this, I mean, it's great that Kash Patel is getting out what happened in December of 2016 and that Obama did this or that. But as far as I can tell, there's still a big cover-up going on, or if not a cover-up, someone's being lazy. I actually did. I'll tell you, I met with government. I like people in the government. I don't mean to diss anyone in the government, but I did meet with people in the government since Trump's been back in. And they're all focused on what happened in December 2016, where Barack Obama got one intelligence community assessment delivered that said the Russians had not interfered in the November 2016 election. And so he said, do it again and tell me that they didn't. So on December 9th, he got the first one. On December 19th, he got the second one. And everyone's focused on that. And that shows that Barack Obama was involved and so on and so forth. Dirty play. What's driving me crazy, and when I talk to them and try to explain, you're really missing a huge thing. Their attitude was, look, John Durham came and looked into the origins of the Russian collusion hoax. And nobody really wants to open that up again. We're just looking at what happened. Well, the John Durham report's a cover-up. The John Durham report's like volume 2 of a 2-volume work, and there was no volume 1. John Durham covers correctly what happened from July 2016 forward, but they're missing. The whole thing was really being set up, I know, from February 2015. I have a strong argument I could solve in about 10 minutes. If they match me with a federal officer, there's one place I could check. And I think John Brennan was taking steps in late 2014 to get it going. But I can prove that by 2015 it was going. And so it kind of annoys me that Kash Patel, as far as I can tell, they're just looking into this stuff that happened December 2016. And there's also this story that it was Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton set it up. And Obama went along, and then in December 2016, he jumped aboard and he did this thing with the ICA. That's a total lie. My orders did not come from Hillary Clinton. My orders came from John Brennan, James Comey, and Barack Obama. And they were using his name by 2015. They were using those names with me as they were having me do things by Thanksgiving 2015. So it's a big lie not a lie, but yeah, I'm glad they've gotten to in December 2016, Barack Obama came aboard and he did this thing about the intelligence community assessments. They're just missing all of this stuff that happened earlier. And when I talked to them, I have to say, I thought they were kind of, I don't know. Their attitude was, John Durham investigated where this all started. He says it started July 2016 and we're just going, and John Brennan walked in and testified in Congress in 2022, and he said X, Y, and Z. And do you have anything that shows one of those is a lie so we can prosecute him for lying to Congress? Well, they're missing. I mean, they've got the accent on the wrong syllable. I hope I finally got all that through to Tulsi. And I mean, I didn't meet with her personally, but I got that whole message through. And I hope somebody does. I could do it in a day. If I had a federal agent work with me in 24 hours, I could have a report on the president's desk signed by a federal agent saying this is actually what happened. It didn't start in December 2016. It started in early 2015. So I was in on all that. And I knew I didn't understand what was happening. I feel like such a schmuck. I thought I was helping them. They had me convinced I was helping them do law enforcement and national security. But in fact, we were setting up, whoever became president was going to be owned by Barack Obama. If it was Hillary Clinton, she was going to be owned because they had me bribe her $18 million. If it were Rubio, Cruz, or Trump, they were all going to run into a Russia hoax. It was all set up on the Republican Party. So I knew this was all going on. And so then you get to 2020. And by the way, I went and 17 months into Trump's first term, I went and explained all this. And included to John Ratcliffe, which is why I don't trust John Ratcliffe. John Ratcliffe had my story 17 months into the first Trump term. And then he just stalled and backpedaled and did everything he could to say, to do nothing with it.
Patrick,
So
I remember you were sitting in President Trump's office in the White House, and you and General Flynn, I believe, were on the side of one side, and everybody else, his attorneys, his entire staff, were on the other side, and you and Flynn were being attacked by his entire staff. Isn't that true?
That's correct. That movie, that Enemy Within, depicts that basically word for word. That's the conversation word for word is shown in that movie. I mean, it's history should have it. There was nothing inappropriate about that meeting. And General Flynn was laying out, well, Sydney was there too, Sidney Powell, and she was addressing the legal matters. General Flynn was explaining the president had all these powers he didn't know. That's what was driving us crazy. He had all kinds of powers that people around him were not telling him. He could have lifted a finger and ordered a quick investigation. And I mean, he could have done. Barack Obama had signed an executive order that said if there's foreign interference in the election, the president gets a vast range of powers. He can run an election again. He can do anything he wants. The most minimal is he could just order even a quick investigation. And we were saying, just send the DHS down and image 6 hard drives in these 6 counties. Basically, do what Tina Peters did: is image the hard drives in the 6 swing counties, and then we could take those back, and in a day or two we could analyze, was there foreign were they connected to the internet? Did foreigners access them? Were there any changes? And they would have found everything that there's a reason they've been fighting teeth, toes, and fingernails for 5.5 years against letting the DOJ or anybody access that stuff, for the same reason they put Tina in prison. With Tina, the cover-up was the prosecution, and the prosecution was the cover-up. She found extraordinary evidence of crime, and rather than address that, they went and prosecuted her for a bunch of Mickey Mouse things that she had to take some. She tried to get her own IT director to do a forensic copy of the hard drive. He didn't know how. So with his permission, they got this other guy, Conan, to come in, who's certified to take forensic copies. And Tina's IT director was part of it. He knew all about it. He's just lying through his teeth when he said otherwise on the stand. I mean, so this all kind of leads into the Tina Peters story. That's how I got into this, and that's why I backed Tina like I did.
Very interesting. You've mentioned the Hillary Clinton bribe. I think it's worth pointing out that you were asked to set her up to take an $18 million bribe. She showed up to take it, didn't she?
She did indeed. She took it from Azerbaijan.
And the outcome was, if I believe the intelligence agency called it off because they were afraid of retribution that she'd find out, they set her up, and she'd come after him. What was the end of that story?
That's what they told me. After we did it successfully, they told me we had to forget it and that she wasn't going to be prosecuted. And I said, what? And they told me, well, we've done the analysis. She's going to be elected president in 9 months, Patrick, and nothing's going to stop that. And first thing she's going to do is send her people over to the FBI. Say it was part of investigating Hillary, and we're all going to be destroyed. And this includes you too, Patrick. So this thing's been scrubbed from the highest levels. Well, that didn't make any sense to me because they would have done that analysis 2 weeks earlier before they had me do it. So I saw them again a few weeks later and to tell them that that's not making any sense to me, guys. We have her. I was actually trying to do a favor for the Democrats. I was saying we spent the 90s with a Democrat in office under perpetual investigation. We can't run our give the we should, give the Democrats time to get a new good candidate that they can get behind. This isn't fair to the Democrats was actually my thinking and my argument to them. And that's when I was told this thing that's line for line accurate, where I was told, so this is early February 2016, was Patrick, at this point, you need to understand President Obama has his people across the federal bureaucracy, but especially the Department of Justice. And Hillary is going to be president for 8 years. But think of it this way, the whole time she's president, think of her as being a Bunsen burner inside the Department of Justice. And the hand part of this is my morning smoothie. And the hand on the Bunsen burner is going to be one of Barack Obama's people. If Hillary's a good girl, defends Obamacare and such, the flame stays low. If she's a bad girl, thinks for herself, it gets turned up. And that way, Barack Obama is going to manage Hillary Clinton for 8 years. Then she steps down and Michelle's going to run. And Patrick, that's the plan. So I knew that we were going through a Barack Obama coup from February 2016. So it's just total happy horseshit that this all started in December 2016 when he came in, he did this with that, and the intelligence community says it. Now I can prove what I said in 10 minutes. And I've said this to federal agents. I've said this to somebody who reports directly to the President Trump. You put me in a room with a federal agent and let's make a few Zoom calls. And in 60 minutes, you're going to sign off that everything I told I'm telling you is true. It would take no time at all. There's forces within the government that wants none of this dug up. I'm told that I was told several years ago that the biggest secret in the government is the secret that's at the core of all that. Because you know what I did once I figured out what I was in the middle of, right? The thing I did with Maria Butina?
Yep. I was going to have you talk about that, but I want to bring somebody in first because I think you might know this gentleman. Peter Tickton,
Peter.
Welcome.
I thought it was Tina. Well, hi, Peter Tickton. He's almost as pretty. Nice to see you, Peter.
Good to see you, Patrick.
Peter, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Got a couple questions for you. Hang in there. Patrick, I want you to tell us about Tina Butina. Tell us the story, how you were asked to befriend. You were basically used to attract, shall we say, a Russian spy, just as Fang Fang was used to attract Derek Swalwell.
Yeah, it's funny. I was the Red Sparrow. Funny as that.
You were the honeypot, weren't you?
But as I'm a lot prettier, and when I stand on my wallet, a lot taller and prettier when I stand on my wallet. I'll put it that way. So, all right, it used to be. Yeah. Well, there were two periods I saw Maria. The first was she came up and introduced herself to me the day she came to America, and she saw me give a speech. And then I immediately, doing my job, and because I had a security clearance, and because this obviously attractive Russian, gal is up here trying to get me to come to Russia and telling me these stories about she wants me to come to Russia and meet some bigwigs in the Kremlin and all kinds of stuff. I had a duty to report that because my clearance. And I did. And then, so then there was a period, then I said, I'm not going near her again. That's when I knew, this is July 2016. July 2015. Uncle Sam started acting out of character because they normally would have a very strong opinion about telling me what to do next. See her again, don't see her, boom, boom, boom. They were just like very, maybe you should, maybe. They were very strange. They never would be like that. And I finally said, I'm not seeing her again unless you guys direct me to see her again. And they directed me to see her again. I saw her again. And it became romantic in about 10 seconds, so we had this affair, but she was living with some Republican guy. I'm single, never been married, like my freedom too much, and I was letting them know, and I was actually trying to build a bridge. She ultimately what she really wanted was to meet. She didn't know, but what she wanted to meet was people in our State Department and in the policy planning staff. And I knew people. I knew the guy I went to college with a guy who was running it I think at that point. I mean, I could have introduced her to the intellectuals that she wanted to meet in the US government. But before I did that, I had to sort of jump through these hoops with the FBI. And so I was actually trying to help her get what she wanted. I never mentioned policy planning staff, so I was, my motives were not entirely malevolent. Then she started worrying me because she was telling me her interest went from being that to being schmoozing around with Republican big shots and Republican politicians in DC. Well, there's a big section of the FBI whose whole job is to make sure things like that don't happen. And they would normally be very, very eager to do something about this. They were like, no, let all this play, even when she started getting close to Trump. And she told me, look, my instructions are I'm supposed to build relations into the Hillary, Cruz, Rubio, and Trump camps. So whichever one is the next president, the Kremlin, we have a back channel back into them. So she was telling me this. And she didn't like Hillary. She's like a Ron Paul of her politics. So when she checked off Hillary early. But after that, she's just schmoozing around in DC, building these relationships. There's no way the FBI would let this happen normally. And instead, they were saying, Patrick, look the other way. Even when she was telling me she had a secret arrangement was being worked out for her to meet Don Jr. They were both going to be in the same city at the same time. He was going to be snuck out the back of his hotel, driven over to her hotel. They were going to spend an hour meeting, getting to know each other. And, with secrets. And that's not something the FBI would normally ever let happen. But they said, Patrick, just let that play. Let it happen. So I knew I had already done this thing where I set up Hillary, and then it turned out to be so they could control her. So I knew by February 2016, stuff like that was going on. But I actually knew even by December 2015, I knew that there were some no good nicks. I couldn't put it together. I sound stupid now. I thought Barack Obama clearly doesn't know that his people are using the apparatus of the government to do this political espionage. It sounds so stupid. It almost didn't occur to me that he was in on it, but it turns out he was in on the whole thing. Yeah. So eventually I did this thing where I informed my handlers once I'd put all these pieces together, and the Hillary Clinton Bunsen burner, then they came back they had me break off with her. Then they came back 5 months later and said, we want you to start up again with her. And by that point, I put all the pieces together. So I put together this little sting. And that's, I don't know if it's Sunday morning, if you want to hear about that, or you want to go on, you want to skip that.
Patrick, I want you to hold that thought. Can you stick around till top of the hour?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to bring, I want to ask Peter a couple things here. Patrick, we'll be right back to you when Joby Weeks drops in. Peter, it's great to see you. I think you and Patrick have a lot in common in terms of the support and comfort you gave Tina throughout the process. What was your biggest challenge throughout this time leading Tina's legal team? What did you find to be the biggest challenge of it?
There were so many things that were challenges. It's hard to think in terms of which would be the greatest issues and so on. But I'll tell you that
give us a few of them. Even better, give us a few.
The overriding thing that had us all concerned, her lawyers at least, was her safety and the concern that we could not waste a day in terms of what we had to do for her. So it was never a question of doing something in 3 days if we could do it in 2, or do it in 2 if we could do it in 1. You know, and I have to say each one of her lawyers had this concern, this overriding concern, because we knew she was in danger. You know, for most people that are convicted of white collar crimes, they're put in the most minimum types of security situations because they're not dangerous. And you don't want to put them in a place where you have everybody else that's dangerous, because then they're going to get killed because they're not dangerous among people that are. And yet that's what they did to Tina Peters. In the men's prisons in Colorado, they have different levels. They've got maximum security, and that's the place they put their monsters. For the women in Colorado, they just have 2 prisons, and they're mixed. But there are separate units within those prisons. And instead of putting Tina Peters in one of the least violent types of units, they put her in the most violent type of unit. Now, the people that were around her are the kind of people that we send to prison because we need to get them out of society because they're too dangerous. And they're consolidated there. They're grouped. So it's not like the one that you might have on your block or in your town, but it's like all of them. And, you know, somehow Tina Peters made it through. And in fact, somehow she actually got the respect of the people that were there, because they ultimately understood what happened to her. And it made sense to be supportive to her. So that was the one thing. But the other thing is, how do you deal with a whole system that seems to be corrupt? How do you deal with you know, the trial judge? I don't think I have to tell anybody that's watching this podcast or show what happened in terms of the trial judge, what an absolute horrible human being he is, calling her a charlatan, calling her a liar, when she never lied to him about anything. And that reference to a liar, you know, all went back to time that this guy Rubenstein, her prosecutor, another dirty guy, and he needs to be dealt with. The Department of Justice really needs to do something about what's going on in Colorado, please. But in any event, this fellow Rubenstein, the prosecutor, said to the judge in the middle of a hearing, "Oh, she's recording the proceedings on her iPad." And the judge asked, "Are you recording these proceedings on your iPad?" She said no. And then she was forced to hand her iPad over to the prosecutor, this guy Rubenstein. And then there was a hearing on whether or not she should be found in contempt. And the judge found her in contempt, even though Rubenstein admitted that he didn't really know for sure if she was recording or not. But then by the time they finally returned the iPad was then given directly to computer analysts that were able to look at the iPad and determine the truth, which was that she never did any recording. She never lied to the judge. And yet he still had it in his head that she's a liar. You know, I mean, it's just, there was no justice for Tina Peters in Colorado, not in that court system. Colorado was a captured state. And you know, one of the things that I want to communicate to people is that everything is connected. You know, the takeover of the United States for 4 years, you know, but if the election was rigged, and I think we all know that it was, then who rigged it? You know, who fixed the election? We know it wasn't Biden, because Biden couldn't fix a flat tire. So who was responsible? And that's where we come to foreign actors. That's where we come to Serbia and China and Venezuela and Iran and Cuba. We realize that these machines can fix the election. And this is where Tina Peters was involved, because she was an honest clerk who knew if you see something, say something. And they used her, by the way, to make sure that every clerk in the United States knew that if you see something, you better not say something, because you're going to end up like Tina Peters. It's all connected.
The word was at a clerk
right
level.
now I'm
Peter.
working on the complaint.
the clerks were all saying they don't want to be Tina Petered. That was at that level. The county clerks all said, I'm not exposing election fraud because I don't want to be Tina Petered. That's astounding. And Judge Barrett and the prosecutor Rubenstein, these guys are on the wrong side of the spiritual war. That's for sure. That's putting it mildly. I want to ask you, you said everything's connected. It's so true that everything's connected. I want you to talk about how Maduro and Venezuela are connected to election fraud.
Okay, so what do we have? We have Sequoia machines. We got Smartmatic machines. When did they come about? Okay, and we're looking at the very early 2000s. The first election where they were in play, where they determined the results of the election, were in August of 2004, when they were implemented in a recall election against Hugo Chavez in Venezuela. President Chavez, if he was president, I think that's what they call him, but anyway, President Chavez was extremely unpopular, and that's why there was a recall. But with the machines, he got 58% of the vote and was able to stay in office. And he and then his successor have been in office. Maduro have been in office ever since, because there's no free elections in there were no free elections in Venezuela, because the machines can determine the outcome of the vote. By 2006, we had the machines here in the United States, and there was this guy Barry Obama, who ran for election, and he was able to win primaries. I mean, this guy was a nobody. Came out of the legislature with a lot of no votes. His record was dismal. Somehow got elected to be a senator in Illinois. This man was set up to be our president, and that's a whole other story that I can't get into because I don't have enough information on that. But this part I do know. And these machines were used in the primaries, because that's how he got to be the president. All of a sudden, he's beating Hillary Clinton in the primaries, which he wasn't supposed to be able to do. But then we go forward, and we have a system of government that basically incorporates not the American way, but the British way. Okay, we perpetual wars, control over the rest of the world to the benefit of the basically the aggressor state, which was Great Britain for a long time, and then in unison with the United States for a long time. And Donald Trump had other views and other ways. He doesn't like war, and he didn't want to have perpetual wars. And there's a whole industry that's built around the CIA and the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned us about. So, because in spite of the warning, it came about to be the almighty, what controls so much. And Donald Trump wasn't going for it. He wanted to be the president of the United States, not somebody underneath him in one of his agencies. So those agencies attacked him from the very beginning. And I'm saying that everything is related. Because if you think about the election fraud in 2020, I mean, that was for the purpose, the same purposes as the Russia collusion nonsense. It wasn't nonsense. That was extremely detrimental. That cost the United States a great deal. When you look at Maduro, which is what you asked me about, Maduro as the leader of Venezuela, by 2020, they were not only exporting cocaine and fentanyl, etc., to the world, but especially in the United States, but they were exporting election results to 72 different countries, of which the United States is only one of them. And if you want to know why it is that Biden got 81 million votes, far more than Obama got. He was able to beat Donald Trump, even though he was operating out of the basement of his house, where he'd go to a rally and there'd be car rallies and 6 cars would show up. I mean, if you want to know how this man was able to beat Donald Trump, it's because of what we all know. The only people that don't know this are those that go like this. They put their hands over their eyes, close their eyes. They hear nothing. They see nothing. They believe what they're told by the establishment. Those are the only people that don't know it. Anybody with half a brain or more know very well that the election was rigged in 2020. I give speeches all over the country. I just came back from giving a speech at the John Birch Society up in Salt Lake. And I asked every one of my speeches, I asked how many people here think that the 2020 election was fair? And I don't get one hand. I never get one hand. And then I ask how many people here think that it was rigged? And every hand goes up in the room every time. So we know, how stupid do they think that we are when we know that there's never been a state that has ever stopped the count once they start counting the ballots. And then all of a sudden, on election night in 2020, we have 4 swing states where Trump is well ahead. They stop the count at the same time without communicating with each other. And we're supposed to say, oh, yeah, of course. It's just a coincidence, but it could happen. And then in the morning, each one of them reversed the vote so that Biden was the one that won the race. You didn't have to be a rocket scientist to understand that we were being conned. That anyone knew and saw this. And then they had ways of shutting us all up. And one of the ways of shutting us up was what happened with J6. When you have a new product, let's say when the iPhone came out, okay, that's something brand new. No, most people never even could imagine having something like the iPhone. And all of a sudden, there's somebody in your office showing you, look at this, it works, it's great. And you never knew about it. Those are the early adopters. That's what they're called. And for any new product, and people that are involved in putting out new products can tell you this is a matter of fact, that unless you get a certain percentage of early adopters buying your product will fail. Because you need those early adopters to show everybody else in the office, or to show everybody else where in their school or wherever they are about this great new device, so that the other people then pick it up. Most of the population are not early adopters. The J6ers were the early adopters. The J6ers saw and knew that the election had been stolen, or I don't like to say the election was stolen. The election was rigged. The country was stolen. It was the biggest crime in the history of the United States. And the J6ers were, each and every one of them was smart enough to know, and they were smart enough to realize what was going on, that our country was being taken over, as much as if they came in here with armed forces and defeated our armed forces. I mean, here they were taking over our country, the people that were cheating on the election. Through what? Through somebody that's a puppet in the middle there, that didn't need to have a brain, fortunately, because he didn't have a brain, which was, Joe Biden. So I'm not trying to make fun of the man, because, there's a lot of people that suffer to this. God knows, for the likes of God, they go, I even now. But, the fact of the matter is that they needed somebody like him that had no thoughts of their own, that would follow whatever instructions they were given. And I mean, think about it for a second. This was to destroy America. And how do I know? For one thing, the open border. When did it ever get to be a good idea to open the border for all the worst people in the world to come in, for people to empty their jails, empty their insane asylums, and have all of their gang members? And when did that ever get to be a good idea? Even the Biden administration didn't say it was a good idea. They said they just lied and said the border is secure. Remember?
Yeah, absolutely.
So one of the other things that they did in order to cover it up, not only to destroy the J6ers, because that was the point of the spear. Okay, that was the top of the mountain of social movement that would have followed. That was a product that would have been bought. So get rid of the early adopters, get rid of the J6ers, gather them all. We know where they're going to be. Gather them all and suck them into a situation where we can then destroy them. And that's what they tried to do. They went out for the worst of everything that they could do to these people. Okay, it wasn't a normal arrest. They could have arrested them. They could have had them come in and turn themselves in. But no, they didn't do that. Instead, they smash in the doors, pull everybody out. They did the worst kind of arrest that they could do, which they would do for very serious criminals, for people that are charged with misdemeanors that normally got a $50 fine. In other words, they made everything as bad as it could possibly be. When they went into prison, they would tell the other inmates that these people are white supremacists. That's not a good thing to have happen to you when you're going into a prison with a very large Black or a Hispanic population. It's not a good idea. They did this to hurt these people, especially. They told the guards that these are people that are responsible for killing 5 police officers. Not a good thing to go in the prison when the police that are there monitoring you, the guards think that you are a murderer who killed 5 police officers. Everything they did to an extreme. People were put into solitary confinement for years. Everything. That's what they did to the J6ers. But it wasn't just the J6ers. It was anyone who was questioning the election, including Tina Peters. Now, Tina Peters could have easily saved herself because they offered it to her. They said, give us the images of the Dominion machines that you imaged. Give us those, and don't worry about it. We won't go after you. She knew very well that if she didn't turn them over, they were coming after her. And she knew if she didn't, if she gave it to them, they weren't coming after her. If she did, if she helped them didn't turn them over, she was dead meat. And she did it. And she did it because she's loyal to America. Just like the J6ers went to Washington because they were loyal to America. They want to know what the heck's going on here. How do we fix this if we can? We want our protest to be heard. And they stood there and they sang songs like God Bless America. And they prayed for America. And then they were bombarded in the worst possible way you can imagine with canisters of percussion grenades, tear gas, and ultimately with GS gas, which is something it's illegal to use in wartime. It's so bad. So this is what they did to the J6ers. This is what they did to Tina Peters. This is what they're doing to us. If we end up losing in the future, okay, like the horrible scenario I can give you is, let's just say election day, the machines turned 19 of the 22 Republican senators that are up for re-election. Let's just say that happens. Then they've got easily the majority of 67, especially considering some of the rhinos. But then they have the 67. They will be able to remove whoever the House impeaches in the Senate. And they'll have the Senate, they'll have the House. So what happens 62 days after the election? 62 days that fly by. 62 days that contain Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. 62 days you can't get anything done. So January 5th, they assemble. They swear their oath. They take their seats. First order of business in the House, elect the Speaker. Who's the Speaker? Of course, we know it's going to be Hakeem Jeffries. Or should I say Comrade Jeffries. So that's who's going to be the Speaker of the House. Then they're not going to just impeach Donald Trump. This is not their plan. Their plan is to impeach both Donald Trump and J.D. Vance at the same time for the same crimes, which it could be anything. It could be the death of Renee Good because she tried to run over an ICE officer and got shot and killed in the process. But they can accuse. It doesn't matter. They can accuse these guys of anything. They have the votes. They don't need to win a trial. And then what could happen is that both Donald Trump, J.D. Vance get removed. And then who's the president of the United States? Hockey
I want to
Day.
bring in Charlie.
That's the
Charlie
nightmare
Simons.
scenario.
Charlie, host of Do Not Talk. Charlie, thanks for hanging in there. I know you have a question or two for Peter Tickton, so fire away, Charlie.
Mr. Tickton, it's an honor and a privilege just to be on the same screen with you. Thank you very much for taking the time and being part of this very great thing that Scotty Sachs has put on. Thank you, brother, for doing this again. I think it's a very noble cause for Tina Peters because she's been dramatically, her life has been altered and ruined and financially, I'm sure, under great distress. As I've seen from all the J6ers that I have been able to interview, about a dozen now, Mr. Tickton and Mr. Sachs, and they're all telling similar stories. You've taken it to next level. I had no idea about what somebody was telling not only the guards about the prisoners, but also the other inmates. I had no idea that was going on. Who was that somebody? Who are those people orchestrating such a thing?
Let's just call them those that are evil. I mean, there's no way, even if you're fighting for a cause, there's no way that you could possibly rationalize such things as being.
No, that's got to be. And it's
obviously
obviously orchestrated. Now, as a member of the media, and I have been my whole life, I could tell you stories about just how wicked it is. None of this would be happening. They would not be able to implement any of these kind of things, any of these crimes against us, we the people, the United States of America, without a complicit media. And President Trump has fought back. I've never seen another president do this, suing news outlets, television, newspaper, successfully. Then, of course, the media covers it up. You never hear about it again. Is it having any kind of effect? Because so far, I'd say no. I see them still going full steam ahead in trying to bring down and usher in their new world order and their one world government. Is it, do you think, being effective suing the media outlets and making them accountable for actually telling the truth?
Well, Charlie,
I think so, because.
Go ahead, Peter.
Okay, I think so, because after all, it's working for them. Look what they're doing. They're using the criminal justice system for people like Tina Peters and Stephanie Lambert and another number of others, the DePerno, other people who have been charged with criminal offenses, who are as innocent as any patriotic American can be. Okay, they didn't commit any crimes. So where they can't use the criminal system, they're using the civil system, and they're suing and suing and suing. They're suing Patrick Byrne, Michael Lindell. They're going after, civilly as well. They're going after a good number of people, and it has its effects. I mean, I don't see, Sidney Powell really, tried to do the right thing after the 2020 election. But now she's been prosecuted. Now she's been sued. I don't see her being as active anymore. I mean, it's a way of basically getting to the enemy using our system against ourselves.
Right.
So that's what's going on. And I think we used our system for ourselves. And bringing these suits, I think, can be effective. And I recommend it. We're doing it now. We're filing suits for J6ers. Okay, I'm working on telling the whole story. Okay, it's not just telling what happened to a J6er. It's not just telling what happened to all the J6ers. It's telling what happened, that there was an election fraud, and this was a psyop operation that was planned in advance. We actually have the videos of the Zoom meetings where the different activists were planning to break the windows of the Capitol on J6 to get people into the building, to be able to open the doors so that they can usher people into the building. The J6ers are victims of that crime. I'm not saying that everyone that acted 100% appropriately in terms of what was going on there, but for the most part, 99%, 99 plus acted appropriately. These are good people. These are solid Americans. These are patriotic people who have been destroyed, just like you're saying. Those who had businesses, the businesses are gone. those who had jobs can't even get a new job now because of the stigma of being a J6er. We got to turn that stigma around. People need to understand and realize that that's something to be proud of, that you want a J6er working for you, because that's the guy that has the guts to stand up for against what's wrong. So that's what we need here. These lawsuits, and I'm telling you, we're filing them. We're going to be filing them like crazy. We're going to be doing well over 300 lawsuits that we know that we're going to be doing ourselves. We welcome all the lawyers to do the same thing. We'll help to do it. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to do it, but we're not holding our punches. We're telling it all the way it was, because that's the way it was. That's what happened to our country. And they're still trying to take it over. And God help us if they ever get a hold of us. If Kamala Harris had been our president, they would have been picking us up by the truckloads. They hate MAGA. They can't accept MAGA. They don't understand us because they can't use logic and intuition. They have to use just their rote memory of what they're told to think.
Yeah.
And
it's all
that's
about emotion,
the problem
isn't it?
with the left.
Peter, you said that when Charlie asked you who done it, you said evil people. Well, I can tell you the bloodlines that have run the world for many years are evil people. In 1989, Charlie knows the story. I was producing and syndicating a radio show for Johnny Cash. Johnny wouldn't go to meetings with me. He refused to go to meetings with record labels, media outlets, or any business executives in corporations, even to pitch sponsorships. I found out why he didn't go to meetings. His wife told me, June Carter Cash. She said because they're a Luciferian satanic cult and they worship Satan, and he doesn't want to be around those people. He kicked alcohol. He kicked the habit of drugs. He found Jesus. And the last thing he's going to do is put himself in a room with the vice president of his record label. Even if I'm doing the talking, he isn't going to go and sit there in a satanic den. This is what she told me. So I think you're spot on when you say they're evil people. Who orchestrated all of this? Who orchestrated the weaponization of the DOJ? Who orchestrated the weaponization of the judge in Colorado, the Secretary of State, Janet Griswold? I see evil in that woman's eyes, boy. So yeah, this is an evil cabal.
We're telling the whole story. When I say we're telling the whole story, I mean we're telling about the judges. We're telling them who did what. We're telling them about the assistant U.S. attorneys, what they did. We're telling the whole story here. And, of course, we're not putting out a 10,000-page book. We got to limit it for what it is, but we're not holding our punches. And frankly, there may be one or two judges in the entire DC district that could possibly or should possibly be judges on these cases, because they're all going to be witnesses.
This is not free. This is not free. This costs money to do this, especially to bring to take the litigation route. It costs money. Even if the attorneys are doing it gratis, it still costs money to file and so on and so forth. It's a very expensive proposition. The left has always had seemingly unlimited resources to do this kind of nitpicking, knockdown. How are we doing it, and how can we help? Who's paying for your representation?
Well, that's why we're doing the telethon tonight, Charlie. We're raising money. Go to tinapeters.us and donate. This is why we're here. This is precisely why we're doing this telethon. Go ahead, Peter.
We anticipate that we'll get a contingency fee, a low contingency fee, not 40%, but like in most kinds of cases, but 20% of the contingency fee on these. That will include all costs as well. So, that's what we anticipate. But we got to lay it all out in advance. And when you're dealing with hundreds of cases, it's not the filing fee. It's more like the expert witnesses. That could be tens of thousands of dollars for any given case. So, but we just have to do what we have to do. I can't sit still and not let these people get compensated. And this is the only way we know that we can really do it. And yeah, we may make out at the end and get some good money for ourselves. That's possible. But even if we do, it's all getting spent on different causes. I didn't get paid for Tina Peters or for, how's she going to pay? She's in prison, and I put the other lawyers ahead of myself in terms of that. For what came in from a charity. So I haven't gotten a dime. I don't begrudge it. I'm happy about it. I mean, I'm happy that I can do it.
That has been my understanding, which is why I wanted to ask you that. And I have great admiration for you already to begin with, but especially having that confirmation. Thank you. Our governor out here in California, Governor Hairdo, truly the worst governor I've ever known in my lifetime, is now saying that anybody, any of these J6ers who receive compensation for what they went through and what was taken away from them, he will tax that at a 100% rate. And the media lost their minds. Look at this. And he's doing it, calling it the 1776 thing, just like President Trump did when he said, I'm not going to take a judgment from the IRS that I deserve for them leaking that information about my taxes, my finances, highly illegal. Instead, I'm going to take that money and I'm going to put it in this fund to help pay back these J6ers. That was an amazing thing. Again, the media pretty much ignored it unless they were going to tear it down. How do we fight against that? Governor Hairdo saying, because I just had a J6er on literally yesterday, and he said, even if I do receive the money paying back all that I lost, it's going to be taken away from me. I won't see a dime of it because of Governor Hairdo.
I think he can open up a Florida corporation, which could basically be the recipient of the funds.
Love it.
And
Love it. Love that answer.
And deal with it from that. There are a lot of ways to skin a cat. Okay. And certainly we're not going to take that. First of all, that's going to be challenged to have a law that comes into place afterward. And who the hell is this guy that thinks that he's so right, so righteous that he could form this judgment against all of these J6ers who Donald Trump has said are patriots. And I can tell you, that's the best word to describe them. They are American patriots. So who is this, this scum person why is this his concern even? Anyway, so anybody who's in California, don't worry, we'll figure out a way, and maybe we got to get you out of California. Maybe that's the best thing for you.
I'd rather get them out.
I think that's the best answer. Peter, before we cut you loose, I would be very remiss. Donald John Trump since he's military school, I believe you went together. You know him since he's a very young man. Tell us something we don't know about him.
15. Well, I can tell you this, in a whole year of living with him, my senior year in high school and his senior year in high school together, he has since said that I was his best friend in high school. So I can say that. But other captains would use corporal punishment. Sometimes they'd punch a guy right in the face. Sometimes they'd knee them while they're standing in formation with their rifle in their hands in port arms. Sometimes they would just do other kinds of corporal punishment, and people were afraid, and that's how they got them to do what they needed to do. With Donald Trump, in my senior year with him, he was a captain. He could have gotten away with doing that. He never shouted at another cadet. He never lost his cool in a whole year. When you're 17, you got the hormones, okay? As opposed to when you're like, well, today's his birthday. Happy birthday. He in all that year, he never ever would do anything like that to anybody. He never called anybody a bad name. And we all performed. We had a perfect year in terms of inspections. And well, I was doing that. I mean, I ran his first company for him. He made me a platoon sergeant underneath him. And so I was, platoon sergeant of platoon 1, but I tell people I ran his first company for him, Company A, which I did. But we had a perfect year, but we wanted to perform. We wanted to make sure we did a good job because we didn't want to disappoint Donald Trump. That's what kind of a leader he was when he was 17 years old. And I don't have a bad thing that I can possibly say about him. Living with him with no privacy, I'm telling you, living with him.
Right.
You said he never called
I'd have to
anybody
make
a
something
bad
up in
name.
order to say something bad about him.
He never called anybody a bad name except Rosie O'Donnell, which he admits to.
No, that's not a bad name. That's just that's a fun name. We had names for everybody. There was the Rat, and there were, the Fank. For somebody who ran over to the commandant's office. There were names for people that we all gave to people, but he never like shouted at somebody and said that you're this. Always a good person. Always had your back. Not just my back, but everybody's back. There was a guy, Pratt was his name. He came to see me. He became a doctor, and he saw me. He was getting old. Some people age earlier, and he was ill. And he just wanted me to know that he thanked Donald Trump and blamed Donald Trump for all of his success in life. Okay. He said, for one thing that Donald Trump did for him when he was in high school, because he was in the barracks with the big boys, okay, and he was getting the crap beat out of him every day. And Donald saw this. Donald was not related to it. He was a supply sergeant. He had nothing to do with what was going on with this guy. But he took it upon himself to go to the commandant's office and demand that this kid, because he was so small in stature, be put down with the lower grades in the younger students' barracks. He told me that doing that changed his entire life, where he was going to either drop out or get killed. He thought, where he was, it was so brutal for him. He said, and he came to my office just to tell me this, how grateful he was for what Donald Trump did for him. And that's Donald Trump. That's who he is. I mean, I know how after he graduated, our school was coming into bad times. After Vietnam, military academies weren't so popular anymore. And they always needed money, and they would always go to Donald Trump, and he always gave the money. But I'm doing something wrong by telling you this, because there was one condition that he gave the money, which was that they couldn't tell anybody. Okay? Because he didn't want credit. He was just trying to accomplish the purpose of helping who he was helping. He's one of the most extraordinary people that you'll ever hope to meet in life. He really is. I'm just blessed to be a friend.
Extraordinary is a perfect word. And this day, doing this telethon to help and assist Tina Peters and all other political prisoners and those persecuted by the government under the 4 years of Obama-Biden. It's very significant that it's on this day, Scotty. Thank you for doing this. We got Flag Day. We've got the birthday of my president, Donald J. Trump. And we've got the birthday of the United States Army today. The happy 251st birthday, Army. Hooah.
Well, Peter, thank you. Any parting words?
I think hooah is Marine.
No, that's hoorah. I said hooah, like hooah. H-U-A.
Yes, I did. I gave you the nightmare scenario because you asked me the question about Maduro. So I do want to leave on a much more positive note, because we don't need to sit and be afraid of what we're talking about. Yes, it may happen where we end up losing everything. But in all likelihood, it's not going to happen because President Trump was smart enough. I don't know if it was his idea or somebody else's idea, but if he's not smart enough to think of it, he's at least smart enough to see it and act on it. He went into Venezuela, brought out Maduro. Maduro has a choice: either sing like a canary and cooperate, or spend the rest of your life in solitary confinement in a supermax. I don't think there's much of a choice there. So not only is he singing but he's also bringing forth other people that can help him because he doesn't have much of a memory. The man was a bus driver. Remember that. Okay. Not a well-educated individual, not a person who's a big thinker. So now we got his bookkeeper. Okay. Like getting Al Capone's bookkeeper. Okay. Now we're getting other people who he's naming that we're extraditing. We don't have to invade them anymore. They're friends of ours now. They're extraditing people to us. And so we are getting the story. And when we get the story, not only will this help with the January 6ers because people will understand the election was rigged when the riggers are letting us know what happened. Okay, so we have a lot to look forward to. These are going to be extremely exciting times between now and the midterms. And even if the worst should show, I think Donald Trump would know at this point he's got no choice but to declare martial law if something crazy like that scenario I told you should occur. So, so don't lose sleep at night about this. Just celebrate this day. It's a glorious day because things are moving in our direction. We're gathering more and more momentum. And just like any football game, just like for me, lawsuits, trials, when your momentum is on your side and you keep gathering the momentum, you win.
Amen.
And so that's where we are. And thank you so much. Let me thank you too for putting this whole show together and for celebrating Tina's release, because thank God that's part of the momentum. And Tina is going to be an important person in what's happening and what's coming up, because you don't know her that well. People don't actually know her. They know she was in prison, but they don't know her savvy. They don't know her brains. They don't know how amazing this woman really is. I didn't know it either until after I'm representing her and we start arguing about stuff. Okay, that's when you really start finding out how people think and how they can. And
When you
she
start
is
arguing
a
with them.
sharp cookie, a good person.
That's good.
She's amazing. And Peter, thank you. We
You're darn
appreciate
straight.
you.
You don't want to argue with Peter. Okay.
Appreciate you coming on.
Thank
We
you so much.
appreciate you representing Tina. You are an American patriot. Thanks so much, Peter Tickton. Take care.
Thank you. That's the high.
Charlie, I knew you'd like to come on with Mr. Peter Tickton. I want to bring someone
Absolutely.
else in who may want to fan the flames of discussion here. Roger Fuller, welcome to the stage. We are in our third hour here, and we're going strong. Don't forget to go to tinapeters.us, tinapeters.us, and donate. There's a couple ways you can help Tina today. One is to donate at Tina Peters. I keep wanting to say Peter Teeners. tinapeters.us.
That's called a spoonerism.
Yeah, and we're going to start an auction in the next hour of some diamond flag pins that were made out of the diamonds found from the ashes of 9/11. So those are some really cool pieces of history that you can purchase today and donate to Tina. Roger, tell us about your involvement with Tina. You know Tina, and tell us about your experiences with her. You're muted, sir. You have to unmute your mic.
Okay. Yes,
There you
I first met Tina in July of 2022 at the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association meeting of that year, and they coordinated that with the Freedom Fest in Las Vegas at the Ahern, where we're going next week. And I was there mainly to support Jovan Hutton Pulitzer, who had done who really was the one who organized the Arizona Maricopa audit. And I had done a lot of, analysis in that audit. A little aside from that, let me say what we found was I got the documentation of the counting process in a big spreadsheet that had 10,000 lines, one for each batch in the counting process. And I looked at this over the timing of the counting process, and I find that the first few days they're counting for 2 months. Okay, they started on October 10th, a month before the election, and they were getting like 150,000 ballots a day. In the first few days, Biden was getting 65% and Trump was getting 35%. And it, you know, it was like that for a few days, and then it flipped, and Trump was getting 52% and Biden was getting 48. So when it flipped, you know, Trump got fewer. So it wound up at election day, Biden already had 125,000 vote lead, and 80% of the votes had been counted. So the people, the Secretary of State said, we have so many mail ballots, we need 10 extra days. So they got their 10 extra days, and they were counting like 3,000 ballots a day. A couple of days they didn't count any because they'd already counted 80%. They could have counted everything left in a day and a half at the rate that they were doing it in the beginning. So at the end of counting, it was on November 12th, they counted 1,950,000 some ballots. Then on December 20th, they certified 2,089,000. They certified a number that never existed in the counting process. And then on December 8th, after everything was certified, just a couple of days before the electors met in their states, they counted another 120,000 ballots, and they went over the number. And this is just their data showing this. So this is the kind of stuff that we see all over the place. You know, it's all the data shows how they rig things, and we're doing this stuff with the cast vote records and the data that the counties post themselves, and we find all these things. Anyway, so I was there to show that stuff because that was the Arizona audit had just really wound up, and so Tina was introduced to me by Jovan, and the three of us are sitting in the, if you've ever been at the Ahern, they have a nice little sitting area up above and near the coffee shop. We're sitting there together. Tina gets a phone call. It's the phone call from her lawyer saying, your bail has been revoked. You have to come back to Colorado right now. Okay. When if you ever heard that story, she was on this trip, and her attorney actually made a mistake and forgot to put in the paperwork for her to have permission to come to travel outside the state. So when they found out that she had gone on Mike Lindell's private plane to get there, and all this stuff, and that she was going to be talking at this conference, they revoked her bail and they ordered her back, and they were going to put her in jail then. Okay, they were going to meet her at the airplane. So I was sitting next to her when that call came in. And then the other thing that was happening then was we're in this conference with all these people in Las Vegas. And I've been through some things where, you know, people had been hit with poisons. Jovan was hit with a poison at one of the Clay Clark events. And the skin was falling off his palms, and other people got sick. You know, they would drop COVID into these conferences to get us, and you know, a couple of people died from having things happen at these conferences. So,
you know, Roger, let me jump in and just say that was not isolated, because on the Arise tour that Sasha Stone, Scott McKay, Lee Dundas, myself, and a few others, I happened not to attend the Pennsylvania rally. I was emceeing the events, and I wasn't able to make that one. Scott McKay's father was sitting in the first row. They hit the stage with some kind of directed energy weapon, which is not hard to do. They have the technology to take a DEW, it's called, and focus it anywhere. Well, they hit that stage. Everybody on stage, Scott, Sasha, and somebody else was on stage, was sick for 2 weeks. Scott was deathly sick. Sasha, who never gets sick, he was sick. And Scott McKay's dad, sitting in the front row, an elderly man, could not survive the directed energy weapon. So what you're saying about people getting hit at Clay Clark's event is not surprising to me. It's not the last time they'll pull that either.
Well, I thought Tina had no security. Tina had nobody keeping tabs on her. So another guy Jeff Zink, who was running for the House of Representatives in Arizona. He and I kind of just started taking over. We stuck with Tina when she was not in her room. We'd take her back to her room, and we picked her up. And so the next morning, I picked her up at her room and took her to the airport so she could go back and get arrested. And I felt terrible. I said, I wish I could go with you and stop this, but it was. So that's my story about how I met Tina. And then 2 years ago at the same event, the Constitutional Sheriff's event, she came in. She had just been in Maui with Luano Sabin, and she came into the event, and I went on her show with her on like her third show from that event. So, and I supported her in a couple of ways. They did some billboards during her trial. I helped with those, and I've given her some money. I'm going to send some money in today because she's a total hero. But so when Peter Tickton talked about the time that they were putting in a big push to get her out of prison, that was right before and over the time of her birthday last September 10th. And the other guy who does, I kind of work with him. I don't come up with how we do these things, but I write programs to automate the things we do, the way we do these analyses, and that's Edward Solomon, if you've ever heard of him. So he and I both put together papers and PowerPoints specifically about Mesa County in 2020. We got the data from the county recorders, the county clerk's offices, and their cast vote records. And the cast vote records are 100% synthetically engineered forgeries. Okay, and we prove it with mathematics. I don't even think it reaches the point of mathematics, because it's just, we add up numbers, we make fractions, and we plot them, and you show that, okay, here's an equation for this outcome that doesn't have, and it has like two variables. It has, the outcome is a ratio that is Trump wins if the ratio is over 50%. Okay. And you make it up with another ratio times a constant, and another ratio, and the other ratio times a constant, and it makes a plane in 3 dimensions. This is what happened in Nevada in 2020. So if you know 2 or 3 of these points from 2 or 3 precincts out of 1,200, you can predict the outcome in every precinct, because this ratio has been forced to make all the precincts lie on the same plane in the thing. In a normal election, every precinct, you plotted it in 3 dimensions, it would be a cloud, a random cloud, have no correlation to anything. You plot this equation, and it comes out of a perfect flat plane that correlates to the equation you've proposed here. It correlates to that with R squared of 0.99 plus. And this is just impossible. It's completely constructed. And it's done in a way that through a ratio of Biden's mail to Trump's early, so that nobody thinks to look at these things, because they're these oddball ratios that you can't describe in words. I mean, if you take Trump's mail to Trump's mail to Biden's mail, you can say that's the fraction that Trump got in the mail vote. But if you take Trump's mail to Biden's mail, it's something that's these cross ratios. But they use those to force the outcomes. And so we did a lot of this stuff specifically in Mesa County, and it really doesn't have anything to do with what Tina did, but it shows that in particular this Grand Junction election in 2021, which triggered her to go and get the data, was absolutely completely a fabrication done in the machines. And one of the things we show is that we look at straight ticket ballots. Okay, so most people vote straight ticket, Democrats and Republicans, and mostly vote down the line straight ticket. Okay, and in Mesa County, in the 2020 election, which Tina thought was was okay. It wasn't the 2020 election that got her started on this. It was, if you watched her movie, she says, okay, we did the 2020 election and you know, that was okay. So in the 2020 election, Mesa County is a very red county. We see the Democrats and Republicans voted 85% straight ticket. And that's actually low. For most people, you know, most normal election, you see about 90% or above. And then what you have is you have the people who split their ticket, Democrats that split their ticket and Republicans that split their ticket pretty much cancel out. So this has really no effect on outcomes usually. But it was 85% in the general election. And in Mesa County, in Grand Junction in April 2021, it was 45%. And what we would expect to see, there was about 15,000 ballots that we were looking at. And what we would expect to see is we'd expect to see about 10,000 Republican straight tickets and 5,000 Democrat state tickets based on the ratio of Republican to Democrat in the general. And what we see is, yeah, we see 4,800 Democrats, but only 2,800 Republicans. There's like 7,500 missing straight ticket Republican ballots. And the obvious answer is, if you flip a vote on a straight ticket ballot, it's not a straight ticket ballot anymore. So what we did here was we did an analysis of the timing of arrival of the straight ticket ballots through the counting process. And what you know, if you look at the ballots arriving, you get a 45-degree line because one comes in, it goes up one comes in, it goes up one, you get a 45-degree line. If you look at the straight tickets against this, the line sags below the 45, okay, and a lot. And so what we look at is we get the first one, and we take the area under that bowed curve and compare it to, it should be 1/2. If a 45-degree line, that area should be 1/2. But under the bowed line, it's less than 1/2. So how far different is it from 1/2? And we call that tau. So if we take tau and we find the tau of the original data, and then what we do is we have all the ballots organized into precincts. We shuffle the ballots between the people that voted in the precinct. So the precinct gets the same stuff. We don't change any ballots. We just, okay, this one came in here, but now it comes into this voter. We shuffle them within the precinct. So we're not changing the demographics. We're not changing anything about the election. We're just shuffling them within the precinct. And that randomizes this order of the straight ticket ballots coming in. So we wind up with we run that shuffle 4 million times, and we wind up with a random distribution, a normal distribution of those values of that area. And so you wind up with 8 sigma. The original one is 8 sigma out on the tail. It's so unusual. It's like 2.1 quadrillion, the chance that could happen. And we prove that by running this many shuffles. The first shuffled one, the tau is a 1/100th of what the original tau was. So the chance that this could happen naturally is like, you know, 500 years of the federal budget.
Roger, let me jump in here. You're a data specialist.
This all vindicates Tina, because this didn't show up in what she brought out. What she brought out was that the before and after on the election were different. Okay, and before this trusted build, the trusted build was part of a conspiracy to cover up the stealing of the election. But what this does, it shows that how badly rigged this election that got her started to get the data is. It vindicates this thing looks so bad that she went and got the data off the machines. Okay. She also, when she did it, the timing of this was April 2021. And so it was right after this election when she started asking questions. Dominion arranges with the Secretary of State to do a trusted build on every machine in Colorado, which is, it wipes out all the data. It's like you're putting a new operating system on a new computer. Okay, you erase everything off the computer and then install this new stuff. And so Tina wanted to capture the original stuff before they did this trusted build. They did this trusted build in every county in Colorado on all these machines. It was totally part of a conspiracy to erase the data from the 2020 election in Colorado, because they rigged everywhere in Colorado. We did all those studies too.
Roger, let me interrupt you here. You're a data specialist, you're a data expert, but you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see the election fraud. You've got all this data you've collected. You just gave us a good overview of the data. What did you do with all this information? Where did you take it? Whose hands is all this absolute election denier that you are, the election denier that I am, and this data vindicates us election deniers. What did you do with all this data?
I deny that the election wasn't rigged. That's my election denying. I'm not denying the election,
Charlie, you're muted, by the way.
My apologies about that. I don't deny there was an election. I do deny that it was honest.
No, it's complete. What we show is that the machines are constructing forgeries. Okay. But the work we did before Tina's birthday is what Peter Tickton was talking about. That's who we sent it to.
Okay, so
that was
you had to mentioned all that data.
He mentioned we did
go to waste.
He mentioned we did this big push to get Tina out last fall. That was right before her birthday. It was her 70th birthday, and yes, I tell you, we mobilized the whole gang that knows anything about Tina, and we all put in reports. And yeah, they went to Peter Tickton, and my understanding is they went right to our friend's desk. So he's seen it all.
Roger, I got a question. You have some kind of PowerPoint slide. Do you know how long it would take to go over it? Maybe later this afternoon or this evening?
I've got several. Got several.
What is there one you could play our audience that's that's around 10 minutes?
It take maybe a little longer, but yeah, I got a couple that all
right, well, hold that thought.
Because there's the one that maybe I could talk about quickly is Nevada in 2020. My whole thing is, even the records we're getting, okay, they can't be, we've always thought of like the cast vote record that we get from the county clerk is the basis for the certification of the election. That's what we've always thought. And I've come to the conclusion it can't be, because in particular, what happened in Nevada in 2024, they released the cast vote record on Friday night after hours, when the cutoff, the deadline for filing a case is the following Tuesday. And when they released it, it was corrupted. It had errors in it. It had extra line feeds, so that part of many of the ballots was on the next line, not lined up with the columns. So you couldn't use that to totalize the numbers. You couldn't use that to certify the election. So where does the data from the certification, where does the data that they're certifying this election come from? Where it comes from is the voting machine company sends them a sheet of paper. Here's the outcome. And that's what they certify. They've entirely farmed out the whole process to the voting machine companies. The voting machine companies do everything inside those machines, black boxes you can't see, you're not allowed to see. California just passed a law. You need a court order to even see a cast vote record now.
That's not the only law they just passed recently about keeping any kind of investigations away from California election fraud.
Yeah, and no one
73.
needs, the federal government needs a court order to see a registration roll or a cast vote record.
Right.
So and Maricopa in 2024, Maricopa wouldn't give us the cast vote record. Okay, and so because they know what we can do now with them. So we've taken the approach that we're going to show from their own records that these things are entirely forgeries. And the ultimate answer is Andy Thompson's case in Nevada, where the case is about that, when you have synthetically engineered elections, we don't have Article 4, Section 4. Article 4, Section 4 guarantees a Republican form of government. If the machine companies are giving the county clerks and giving the state secretaries of state a piece of paper that says certify this, we do not have a Republican form of government. We're not electing our officials.
This is insane, and
that's the fundamental thing.
This should be infuriating to everybody, but nobody seems to be talking about it that much. Maybe because it involves numbers and the majority of us, our eyes glaze over. I don't know, but we should be just livid that we can't even trust our own election system, whether it's local, county, state, national, federal. We should be livid over this. I can't get my own elected representatives in California to even freaking talk about it.
Well,
they don't even talk about it
because they're in on it. They're in on it. They know that that's how they got elected. That's how they know that's how they're going to get reelected. Look what's happened to Spencer Pratt.
Yeah.
Okay. Same playbook.
They wanted to do the same thing to Steve Hilton too. They wanted to do the same thing to Steve Hilton too.
They will do.
You think they will still?
Let me tell you about. Remember the recall election on Gavin Newsom in 2021?
Well, yeah, I was very active in that.
There were fewer votes to recall him than there were signatures on the petitions to get it on the ballot.
Because we didn't show up?
No, because they took the results, which was 65-35, to recall him, and they just reversed it.
Good Lord.
Now, I can't prove that. That's my opinion. But I know that they do. They love this 65-35, okay? Because just a few days after the 2020 election, I got hold of the Edison reporting data, okay, which is it's hard to read, it's arcane to read. I wrote a little program to subtract the numbers from the previous batch so that you got a timestamp. This batch came in with so many ballots, and here's the ratio of the votes within that batch. In California, they had a batch of one vote, and it was recorded as 65% for Joe Biden and 35% for Donald Trump. And this is one of the things that Maduro's got to be squawking about, is how they've got a knob so you can adjust the fractional ratios of the votes. It was one of their selling points when they and documents to Santa Clara County in the run up to the election, they were selling the machines based on, you can adjust the fractional votes. So those machines will do whatever you pay for. Maduro was in the election insurance business. Okay, so Brian Kemp in 2018, Brian Kemp, Stacey Abrams was squawking he stole the election. I think he did. I think he had more connections with the voting machine company than Stacey Abrams did, and he got them to do it for him. Really? And right after the election, he replaced all the machines in Georgia with Dominion voting machines, in a $180 million deal right after that election in 2019 to get ready for 2020.
What do you know about the new owner of Dominion Machines, the company, the corporation, the new
Not
owner?
much. I think I think a large part of that is to just put another level of obstruction in getting any information out of Dominion. Or if you sue Dominion now, you got to go through, okay, there's not Dominion anymore. We sold the company. It's not us anymore.
Interesting.
So I think that's mostly what it's about. I think that the whole thing is a part of the rig that they're doing.
Because supposedly,
My
allegedly,
opinion, again, my opinion, only my opinion.
I know it sucks that we even have to say that. Well, allegedly, the new owner is allegedly a conservative.
The company at the bottom is Liberty Voting Systems or something like that, and they made all the precinct pads. They made all these, the tablets that you check in with. Okay, so we know that the registration rolls and the signature checking and all this stuff can they not be involved in this? I mean,
so many have got to be scared to death, and that was the whole goal of what they've done to Tina Peters, was to get everybody to shut up and stop asking questions and stop alleging anything.
Do you know about all the other situations? The Pima County supervisors in Colorado, or Cochise County supervisors in Colorado refused to certify the 2022 election in their county. And in the fall of 2024, just before the presidential election, the Attorney General had them indicted for refusing to certify the election and prosecuted them just before the 24 election. Why didn't he do it back in 2022? He did it in 2024 to intimidate everybody else. After the 2024 election in Washoe County, Nevada, Edward Solomon showed the county supervisors the data on that election from the cast vote records, and they were going to refuse to certify the election. The Attorney General sent the state police armed police into this county supervisors meeting, told them that if they failed to certify, they were going to prison and they were going to have all their assets seized.
That was who? They sent in who or what?
The state police. They sent in armed state police into the county supervisors meeting
during a meeting.
Told them that if they refused to certify, they were going to get arrested, and they were going to be put in jail, and they were going to have their assets seized. So, the three out of the five said on video, "I'm doing this under duress. I've been intimidated. I'm going to have to certify under duress because I can't leave my family with me in prison and all my assets seized."
Good Lord.
One woman on there said,
believe what I'm hearing. This is like Al Capone, Illinois
I have the video. I'll show that video later. Okay. I'll show the video from that session where the one guy says, "I am doing this under severe duress. I've been intimidated. I've been told I would have my assets seized and I'd be going to prison if I don't certify this election. I'm going to certify this election." And one woman says, "No, this is a hill I'm going to stand on. I'm going to vote no." And they didn't arrest her. They didn't arrest her because she was the only no vote, and it didn't make a difference in the outcome. Because the other two that it would have taken, there were 5 people. It would have taken 3 of them. 2 of them caved. They had to cave. I mean,
they didn't have to cave. If they all would have stuck to their guns, what are they going to do? Arrest them all? Can you imagine the backlash?
They would have arrested them all. They would have arrested them all and put them in prison just like they did to Tina.
They don't care anymore that there's cameras, that there's closed circuit cameras. These city council meetings, these board of supervisor meetings are all televised now, or at least online.
You all know about the Fraud Fighter Summit next week, correct?
Yes, with 107 in
Yes.
Las Vegas.
Okay, it's all coming out. So one guy is Mitch Bexler from Texas, and he's demonstrated, just massive trillions of dollars of school bond fraud, and it's tied in with the elections because they all have to be voted on, and they always pass.
Listen, Sheriff Sean Taylor of small town Tennessee. He's an assistant sheriff of a small town in Tennessee, Millersville, Tennessee. He has a 17-state fraud ring that starts with mortgage fraud, bond fraud. It's trillions of dollars all the way to China. It's been going on for years. So this is all coming out. Look, President Trump would never be out saying we got what we need in California. We got the election fraud in Georgia. We got it in Colorado. There's no way he'd be saying these things if they didn't have what they need to make a move. The question is, when will President Trump and the military make their move? And I believe it's got to be before the midterms. 107 will be on later today, and he's going to tell us what we spoke about earlier today, that President Trump has a plan for the midterms to declare a national emergency, and under that he'll stipulate how we have a free and fair election with no machines and paper ballots, 1 day of voting, citizenship proof, IDs, all the things we know make a fair elections. President Trump will, this is according to 107, who wrote the executive order that Trump would sign under this National Emergency Act that would implement all these things. Only way he's going to do that if he's got the proof. The only way he'll declare the national emergency if they've got all the goods on the deep state election fraud. They have to have it all. They just have to have everything. What you're talking about, Roger, what you've known for years, they've known for years. They just haven't been ready to play that card. Whatever the reasons are, whatever the timing, I trust the military intelligence as to when they're going to play the card. I think it's going to come hard and fast. A lot of perp walks are coming, guys. We say, where are they already? We are not patient. We can't stand still. In many respects, we're absolutely beside ourselves because we're like, well, where is it already? This is 2026. Right. The election fraud, we know it goes back to 2020. I said earlier today, it goes back decades and decades in California. Nancy Pelosi was not elected 10 times. She was selected. So we know this is an age-old problem. It's about time it gets brought to the forefront. The proof is shown. The American people will be left with no doubt, even the worst of
that has to come first.
Even the worst of woke people are going to walk around one day going, I'll be damned. We haven't had a fair election in many years. Gee, I didn't know that.
But see that my opinion now, I think that has to come first. I think everybody, a lot of people have been saying, there's going to be an emergency broadcast system stuff take over. I think that may be how it happens. That that the emergency broadcast system is implemented, and people are shown.
That's my understanding that is how it's going to happen. But to me, it doesn't matter if it's an EBS.
Yeah.
If Trump takes a microphone and they have a couple days of videos playing. Ideally,
nobody's going to believe Trump.
What's that?
I think. See, the thing is, the media has done so much. I mean, even just recently, they were. I heard on CBS, the guy says, "Oh, Trump's false claims of the election being stolen." I mean, they're still doing.
Oh, they all say that crap.
Well, the people
anytime they report on that.
Okay, so the normies who have been believing everything's okay for so long, if it's Trump coming out and saying this, they're going to say he's doing a military takeover. He's doing a military coup.
Right.
I believe it has to happen more organically. I think I think 70% of the country now knows the elections are totally rigged. And that's one thing that's been very
I think you're
important.
being way too generous.
It has to be.
No.
It has to
More
be
than half the population still gets all their crap from the mainstream media.
Well,
I think you're being way too generous.
I don't know. Nobody I ever talked to.
People on our own side of the aisle denied that there was enough election fraud to adversely affect the outcome, including elected representatives say that crap.
So there's one big problem. There's a big problem is that like this election in Los Angeles, the federal government can't do anything about it.
Right.
Okay. The only thing the federal government can do is go after. They can't even go after the people on Skid Row that were getting paid ballots. That's not a federal crime because it's a state election. So one thing that I wrote a paper about is how do you run a federal election? And I think that what we're going to wind up with is we're going to wind up with the federal elections being run by DHS, TSA agents, maybe Border Patrol. Those people, because elections under the DHS, it's not under the military, it's not under the Department of Defense. The National Guard I believe will be called in to support DHS.
Well, that's part of Juan's plan that Juan is going to reveal later today. He's been on many podcasts. It's exactly what he has said, Roger, that under Trump's national emergency and the executive order that follows, the implementation at a local level will be done by the National Guard, and he may even have to use ICE agents, but it's going to be managed in a military fashion. I believe the military is the only way to really get things done. And
but it may be. I think everybody should be ready for this. It may be that you go and you only vote on the federal issue. You only vote for the president, for the senator and representatives. It's only two. It's at most it's two. In the midterm election, it's only two federal offices. You have a House of Representatives every 2 years, and every 2 out of 3 years you have a Senate. So there's only two races, most, that come under federal jurisdiction. The rest are under the state jurisdiction. I wouldn't be surprised. I think everybody should be ready for this. They may not be able to touch those state elections. They may only be able to.
That's what I've been saying too. Yeah, exactly.
Which is the important ones anyway. We don't want to lose the Senate and the House, right?
No, I don't know under a national emergency if they can't touch everything, but that's I'm not a lawyer. We're not lawyers, but
I'm not either. But I'm saying, please, everybody, be ready for it to. Maybe it might be that it can only be done to the federal races.
I think that is a reasonable scenario, and it's one of the scenarios.
And it's actually I think it would be a good thing because then you have in a typical precinct, if they get to paper ballots and hand-filled paper ballots, okay, if I've only got a race for the House of Representatives, I make two piles. And I can see a higher pile or a lower pile. I know who won. It's a simple. So it makes everything so entirely simple to do the hand count. Okay, you have that. You just put them in two different piles. Who's the Republican, Democrat? It's all done.
And you want to make sure that somebody's there watching to make sure the vote gets put into the right pile or not tossed.
My proposal is to have it be done at a bank where they already have cameras. And and what you do
or at a casino.
Casino. I don't know. Nobody would want. But
let's do the election count at the craps table.
And the bank is already regulated by the government, right? So you have it at a bank where they've already got the cameras. You go vote. At the teller station where you're on the camera. And you pay the bank employees $25 or $50 an hour.
And if you've made it a national holiday, which I think it should be, there you go. And they're getting paid overtime for working on.
Yeah. So my proposal says don't make a new national holiday. Everybody, they're enough. Okay. my proposal is make Veterans Day the first Tuesday after the first Monday. Okay, it's moving Veterans Day at the most 9 days, at the worst 3 days.
I love that. I think
And
that's
so you have Veterans Day. So you're honoring the veterans by voting.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen. I think
And you're not making a new holiday, and you do it in the bank.
You do it in a bank. I think that's a great idea.
Let the bank employees do the counting under the same requirements that they count money. So if they miscount, if they put in a rig, they go to prison.
It's all on camera, but who's monitoring those cameras? We've got a party. We've got an entire half of the country that will win by any means possible. And anything that's done to try and correct that and to stop that horrific treasonous act against our United States of America and we the people. You have representatives on the left like Governor Hairdo out here in California who will just turn it into, they're trying to steal our elections. We're fighting back against Trump. He's trying to decide how we're going to vote. But that's the crap they do.
He said, basically what he's saying is, we already stole his elections. You can't steal them.
That's a good point. This EBS you talked about, and I keep hearing everybody say that, oh, that's how they're going to let all of us know that this is all coming down, is the EBS. Well, first of all, it's not. EBS stands for Emergency Broadcast System. It's not that anymore. It's now EAS, Emergency Alert System.
Right.
But as I've brought about, how many of us even watch network television, listen to broadcast radio anymore? Everything's online. The Emergency Alert System, that's a federal system that cannot affect internet. And that's where so much of us, that's why we're watching this show right now, is on the internet. It's not a broadcast.
The cell phone networks are controlled by the FCC, so they go on your phone.
Great point.
They take over your phone. They did the test a year and a half ago. Remember the test they did?
I do. Yeah.
Everybody got that test.
Yeah.
Every phone got that test.
Right. Okay. There you go. Thank you. Now, what do you think is going to happen if and when that does go down? What's the president going to say? Is he going to be able to actually address us through that, like they used to do when they bust into? I've been in radio all my life and television, and the federal government could bust in with an emergency alert. And you'd not only, if you're on radio, you'd hear the audio. If you're on television, you'd actually see it. That's how it used to be. That's why they did tests all the time.
I'm not sure it would be the president. I'm more likely to think that it's going to be Mark Wayne Mullen, because even right now, if you read the Real ID Act, this is one thing. I wrote up a document about this, banks and Veterans Day, and Peter Tickton has it. And one thing I found I read is everybody's worried about the Real ID being a tracking mechanism. I don't believe it is. It unifies all the driver's licenses and so that you need to prove citizenship and your residence address. Those are the two things we need for elections. So in the Real ID Act in Section 3, it says the Real ID must be presented to go on a commercial airline, or to go in a nuclear power plant or a government facility, or anything that the secretary may designate. So the Secretary of Homeland Security could at any time say, you need to present a Real ID to vote. And they could do it anytime. The Secretary of Homeland Security could say that and impose that. And
this is going back to President George W. Bush, this whole Real ID thing. It's been amazing how long they've taken to implement it, and they've never really forced the issue. But recently I had to fly, and I had to pay a $45 fee. Yes. Because I did not have the Real ID, and I forgot to pay my passport.
They finally put it into place on May 7th, 2025. after many delays. It was supposed to be in 2019.
I don't remember
2020.
seeing any news stories about that either. It was a surprise to me.
No.
I'm like, what? And
But
it was a
they
TSA
didn't
agent.
they didn't really, that it was just like last fall that they put in this 45 degrees for the extra screening, because they got to do a background check on you basically. And so they put that in because, you know, to encourage people to have it. But the Secretary of Homeland Security could, with just an order, say you have to have a real ID to vote. I don't know why they don't do it.
I don't know why I would. I'm still having such a hard time trusting the whole dang thing. Even if it's meant for good purposes now, all it takes is another Joe Biden to creep into office, and it's used against us.
Read if you read the Real ID Act, okay? There's very little in there about this kind of stuff. And mostly it's the Real ID has to be this size, this shape. It has to have these things on it, and it has to have such and such, such and such, so that every state's ID is meets a certain standards. Okay, and the big one is that in order to get it, you have to show your birth certificate or your passport. So it's citizenship. Okay. Now, there are some exceptions. Permanent residents can get a real ID. And there are some citizens that are not citizens, like American Samoa. There are some people who are not. There are residents of American Samoa who are
Puerto Rico, Guam, yeah.
Yeah, no, Puerto Rico, they are citizens. There's no question about that. Okay. People in territories are citizens. I'm an example of that. My father was in the Coast Guard. He was in Hawaii in the 1940s, after World War II. Two sisters born in Hawaii when it was a territory. They're natural born citizens, no question. And I was born in Washington, D.C. I'm a natural born citizen. Okay, so territories and the District of Columbia are the United States, and you're a citizen. Okay, there's some funny things in American Samoa that they aren't, but it's so few people. And I think that what needs to be done is that and actually Ron DeSantis just last week is proposing that there be a designation on your Florida driver's license. If you're not a citizen, it's going to have an NC on it. Okay, so that you can't use it for proof of citizenship. Otherwise, I think that it should be federal, that, you know, real ID, maybe with a marking, maybe with a marking for non-citizen on the real ID is really what we need right now. The real ID, everybody seems to be worried about it. It's not a digital ID.
I'm one of them, because it takes something that's state controlled and turns it into a federal thing. So now they can
the real. If you read the act, it'll calm you down, because you know, if you hold it up, there's no chip in it. It's not a digital ID. It's not. There's no electronics in it. What they say is they have to have a barcode on the back that's a uniform barcode with the right information in it, and you know, the picture on the front and what has to be on it. That's all the federal requirements, is that it has to look like this. Okay, so that they're uniform across the country. There are some other things where the states interlock, but this doesn't work either.
I have a passport, and supposedly, at least for now, that is, I can utilize that. I forgot to bring it with me to the airport because I was flying in the United States. I didn't think I would need it. I had no idea about this $45 fine or fee with the TSA.
No, it clearly says that to go through TSA, you need a passport or a real ID. Passport supersedes it.
That was in 2025. You said last year that came out. Okay.
Yeah. May 7th, 2025 is when it went in.
Obviously, I was not even aware of that. I missed that, other than I don't watch the NBC nightly news anymore.
Until I think it was like November, December last year that it was fine. They just did some extra screening. Now they charge you for the extra screening. That went in last fall.
Does it really cost $45? Because when I buy ammunition in California, it only costs me like, I don't know, $45 for the TSA.
Guys, I'm going to jump in here. Thank you guys for carrying the conversation. We've been troubleshooting some technical issues in the background.
No problem,
Some
buddy.
people seem to be able to stream this the right way, and some people are having trouble streaming it. So I'm not sure what to make of it. But right now, I want to bring Joanne in, producer Joanne. And Joanne, what kind of comments are we getting? I haven't been watching the comments. What are you seeing in the comments?
Hi, Joanne.
Joanne, you have to unmute.
That pesky mute button.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, now we hear you.
Or am I delayed, or does it just look like that to me?
No, you are not delayed. You are coming loud and clear.
I won't look at myself. Okay, let's see what we're talking about. People wanted to know how many of the proceeds are actually going to get to Tina.
How many of the what?
Proceeds.
How many of the proceeds?
How many
are going to
of the
make it to Tina?
How much of the proceeds? 100%.
That's what I said. Yep.
100%. That's why we're doing it on tinapeters.us. That's going directly to Tina. There's no
And that's
middleman
what I'm
here.
holding up right now. This is the actual website, and there it is right in the middle. Watch this telethon live right now. So yeah, this is all going through her website. Because that's a natural concern. We've all been ripped off by, oh no, they're doing it for the good of the cause and so on. Then you find out, no, they're doing it for the good of their condo in Boca Raton. But
well, listen, there have been some grifters that have grifted off of Tina.
Hell yeah!
The minute I decided to do this, there was only one way to do it, and that was on tinapeters.us. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to go to tinapeters.us. and be so kind to make a donation. Tina can really use our help.
Oh, yeah.
If you are having trouble financially, we understand. Feel free to stick around without donating, and maybe you need to pray on it. If money's tight, sometimes prayer will tell you whether or not you should hit that donate button. So thank you for consideration. But yeah, 100% of the proceeds do go to Tina, Joanne. What other questions can we answer?
I thought so. There are a lot of discussion about President Trump and what he's doing, which is a little bit off what people thought he might do, and what he should do. Some people think he should declare national emergency. Some people are speculating about what he might have up his sleeve, which is something you might know about, Scotty. So,
well, yeah, we've been talking about that throughout the morning with Peter Tickton, and all along I've been saying what I've been told from three different sources now, that President Trump is going to declare a national emergency, and he will do it in such a way that he can write an executive order, and under the executive order, the necessary conditions for a fair election, 1 day of voting, paper ballots, no machines, proof of citizenship and ID, all the things that make a fair election will be in his executive order. And the way they'll enforce it under a national emergency or execute the elections is through some, as Roger suggested, some military involvement, whether it be the National Guard or ICE. But in particularly blue states, we expect the implementation to include the military. I believe the military is the only way. But so we'll hear from Juan this evening about this national emergency plan. Juan says his team wrote the executive order that's on Trump's desk. He doesn't know how much of it or if any of it Trump will use, but he said he wrote it, and it's got all the things in the executive order that under a National Emergency Act, any official, local or state government official that tries, or a judge that tries to interfere under a National Emergency Act will be arrested, that there will be no messing around with this executive order under a national emergency. You know, from Juan's mouth to God's ears, this is all possible. I think we all see it as possible, and we can see that, but we're all skeptical because we've waited 6 years without any visible movement from absolutely fraud elections to free elections. We don't see anything in the foreground. Anything they're doing is background. All of Roger's work, everybody who's done the due diligence to prove the fraud is real. Evidence exists in Georgia, Colorado, California, Illinois, Michigan. Everybody's got evidence, and the military has it all, according to Trump. So where is it? Will it be presented prior to a national emergency? I think it's got to be. They've got to prove it out. Then he declares a national emergency. Well, okay, if we have had fraud elections and now we've proved it to you, the American people, here it all is, not from Trump's mouth, from third party. It all has to be done through the military and believable. It can't come from Donald Trump's mouth, even, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think that's fair that our audience is wondering what's Trump going to do.
Right.
We can't have business as usual. Go ahead, Roger.
No.
Well, we are actually already under state of emergency from
Yes,
Executive Order 13848 in September
Yep.
2012, 2018. That the first line in that is the president's declaring a state of national emergency over foreign interference in the elections.
Yeah.
So the state of and one thing that really surprised me was that Biden renewed it every year. So that there is an existing state of emergency. Now that's different from what Juan's talking about. Juan is talking about a national security state of emergency.
Yes.
Which is another level where Trump essentially becomes he can order the military to do these things then.
Thank you for pointing that out, Roger. That's exactly right. It's a national security emergency. That word is important because that does take it to the next level where
Right.
Trump essentially as president can pretty much mandate anything at that point.
Yes. Well, under the existing one, it's most of the way there actually. If you read the NDAA and if you read these documents about the president declaring a state of emergency, in my opinion, it's already there. He could have done any of these things in 2020. I mean, he could have ordered SEAL Team 6 to go in and seize all the ballots in Georgia after the water main broke,
And when you ask why they didn't do that, Roger, the answers I get from my military context is because the American public couldn't handle the truth back in 2020. Now we can handle the truth.
Yeah,
I got to jump out
that's
for
what
a
I'm
minute.
talking about, getting to this critical mass of acceptance of the need for it.
Yeah, that's the point, is critical. I got to jump out, talk to IT. You guys can carry on. Joanne, give me one more question before I jump out.
I have a good one, and I can speak to it, actually. So
Okay, go for it. I'm out of here. I'll be right back.
So Candace says, and hi, guys, by the way, and thanks for all you've done.
Hi, Joanne.
So Candace says there were a lot of fake J6ers who were feds pretending to be MAGA. Now, as the case may be, I have done a lot of work with a lot of J6ers, people who were brave enough to go. I don't like to collapse it. But what do you guys think of that? Do you think there were feds? I've heard suspicious things. I do know I had a friend who was on the violent side of the Capitol. You might know her, but I can't say it on a public broadcast. But she said she literally saw, they weren't Trump people. So there was definitely Antifa agitating it, right? Dressed as Trump people. But then there was also
feds
from the MAGA side. Well, yeah, feds pretending to be MAGA. Yeah. But then there was also feds infiltrating real patriots who wanted to get involved and actually encouraging them to go, or have you heard about things like that? So it was all mixed.
I get a lot of that.
Yeah,
Did-
I
That's
had
what
at least
can
a
I say. I know
That
that's
it,
why
that
I'm
it's
talking about
you know
it.
that I wonder why I wonder why Christopher Wray hasn't been indicted for lying to Congress,
right.
because he
Preach
said
it.
clearly that no, there were no agents, and Cash Patel found in the burn bags there were 280 something FBI agents there that day.
Undercover.
Okay, and just recently, a couple of weeks ago, a congressman who's on the committee that is investigating the bogus J6 committee, he said that they started planning J6 5 months before J6.
I believe it.
Their planning was to prevent Trump if Trump won. Their planning was to disrupt it if Trump won, to stop the counting of the electoral ballots if Trump won. That's what they were planning, because they couldn't see any way that Trump couldn't win, which is the way it was. Trump couldn't lose. Okay, and so it was 5 months they planned it, and after the election was rigged, they turned it to keep Trump from actually stopping the investigation. This goes to the Brunson case. Brunson's case is the indictment basically, or it's a complaint that the people who voted to count those ballots in the objection, the senators and congressmen that voted at the end of the objection debates to count the ballots from those states, knowing that they were illegal, okay, violated their oath of office and violated several federal laws like misprision of treason, okay, because if you know that something illegal is happening and you fail to report it, you're pretty guilty yourself of the same
You're
crime.
complicit. You're complicit. Yeah.
Okay,
Hey guys,
there's-
let me jump in on the Brunson case before I have to pop out again, because this is very interesting. The last time I saw Lloyd Brunson, I was ribbing him really good because we haven't heard from the Supreme Court. It's on the docket. It's been on the docket. There's been no news out of the Supreme Court. And I asked Loy, come on, Loy, you know what's going on. Did they rule in your favor and you know it? He has an NDA. He can't talk. Well, why would they make Lloyd Brunson sign an NDA? If the Supreme Court wasn't going to rule in his favor, why would it be under NDA? I don't know. I'm just saying, but the body language I got from Loy was I can't say anything, followed by a wink and a smile. And what percentage of Congress would that remove, Roger? Do you know what percent? I think 2/3 of Congress would be
well,
gone.
this is
No more quorum.
I actually spent a whole day with Loy and Juan back in 2022, and we talked a lot about what January 6th actually was and what happened.
This meeting I had with him, where I'm telling you, he winked and smiled, was 2025.
Well, he's
May
what he
God
said-
bless the Brunson brothers.
Yeah,
I'm telling you
what he said to
they're
me
amazing.
is that he doesn't know anything. He said on Nino's show many times he's not got an NDA, that basically what he says that they have not closed this case. It's sitting on the shelf. And if they want to, they just go pull it off the shelf and decide. They can do whatever they want. That's what he says, is they did not decide. They have it on the shelf. And one thing I pointed out to him is, maybe they're keeping it on the shelf because if Congress starts doing something to harm them, like stuffing the court, then they pull it off. They have that's a sword of Damocles over the Supreme Court has over Congress. Okay, now how many people would it take out? That was something that was very interesting to me. And so around at the 2024 election, I got the list from the Brunson case, and I set up two spreadsheets, one for the Senate and one for the House. And I did on the spreadsheets, okay, who is still there that was there on January 6th and was in those debates, okay? And basically the original number was like 380. It was like 94 of the senators voted to count the ballots. Okay, so 94 out of 100 senators. Okay, except that Kamala Harris wasn't there. Okay,
All right,
Kamala
well,
Harris was at the
I gotta-
DNC headquarters.
Sorry, guys, I got to jump in. We are running behind now. Roger and Charlie, thank you guys so much for sticking around, and very valuable conversation. I hope people have taken a lot of golden nuggets from this. I think you guys dropped a lot of good information. So thank you both very much. Appreciate it. And Roger, I may see you later today, but thanks.
Okay, I'll be around anytime you need me, Scotty.
All right. Thank you, Charlie, so much. We'll see you, my friend. Thanks, Joanne.
right.
We'll have you back
I
soon.
can follow, so yay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring in a good friend of Tina's, the man who's been manning the fort, holding the fort down for Tina, hosting her show. His name is Apollo. Apollo, good to see you, my friend.
Thank you, Scotty. I super appreciate everything that you're doing, and Tina is super appreciative. She's taking care of some things on her end right now, but
Well,
I've heard a lot of great speakers.
I hope she drops in later. I'm going to leave this in your capable hands. You have a guest coming on, right?
Yeah, I should have some people popping on with me shortly.
Okay. Well, I'll stay on until somebody pops on. So you have somebody to talk with. Unless you have something you want to embark on by yourself, which feel free to. If you've got something you want to, it's on your mind, go ahead and fire away.
Well, I mean, firstly, I just want to thank everybody, and that certainly includes you, Scotty. There have been so many people who've been reaching out, and I just want everyone to understand a little bit of who Tina is as well. And I see we have Joe here, but she has been out. It has been a definitely a readjustment period for her. She's had some very emotional moments, as many of you can probably imagine, and she is trying to take it easy. So there have been so many requests to have it on interviews and bring her places, and she is trying to get back on her feet and work those out. So we will get back to you. And she does have some hurdles that she has to jump through because she is on parole. She's not just a free woman yet. So I just would ask everyone to be patient, and we have a list of so many, and Tina's immensely grateful to everything that people have been praying and sending her love, and the people who've been supporting her. So Scotty, I want to thank you. I know you put in a ton of work into this, and thank you for doing all this for Tina and for everyone who's been keeping her name in the public mind, because it's made all the difference. And what she has done cannot be allowed to be in vain. She has sacrificed a great deal, and she still has a long road ahead of her.
She sure did. Apollo, I don't think I can do enough for Tina. So this is nothing. Joe, good to meet you. Good to see you. You're looking good. We're a couple of old stroke victims at this point in our life, right?
Wow. Well, I guess so. Yeah.
We'll have to have a conversation about that. But Joe, I'm going to leave you with Apollo, and you guys take it away.
Great.
Well, Joe, first of all, this has been the first time I've been able to talk to you face to face. How are you feeling? I know you had quite a few weeks.
Yeah, I'm feeling, I guess, pretty good. It's been May 2nd is when I had a stroke. I was actually at the time packing that evening, getting ready for an early flight to St. Louis to be with my brother Jim, who had heart surgery lined up that week. And here I had a stroke. I knew right away what was going on. Never had one before, but I just had relatives that had it. So I got to the hospital quick. Was 4 days in the hospital, supposed to be another almost month in rehab. And thanks to everybody's prayers and lots of prayers, I was out in half that time. About mid-May, I was able to get out and been home and just kind of continuing to work on recovery, but doing well. My only real challenges are working with this right hand, which I need to, continue to work on my writing and my typing skills with my right hand. But other than that, I'm doing pretty good. I'm walking around and really blessed when I talk to other people who've had strokes. It's like, my God, I am so blessed. So feeling good and grateful to be here too, Apollo. You've done some great work, by the way, helping Tina over these years, and my hat's off to you for sure.
Well, you have been doing a lot of writing, and over on your side, so the thanks are mutual. You've done a lot of work to get Tina's name out there and focus on her case. We're very appreciative of you too, Joe. And I'm really, really glad to see you doing better. I'll be praying for you to, get use of your hand back. My father had a stroke last year,
Wow.
just at the end of the year, right at the beginning of December. And so that was a difficult period. So you've been in my thoughts, having just gone through that with my father. So
yeah, thanks so much. And as I was thinking about Tina and what she's been through, nobody can ever really know what that was other than her. It had to be absolutely horrific. I've talked to some of these January 6ers and the hell they went through. Some of these guys in solitaire and all that, and just the terrific abuse from our government. Tina certainly received it. The two things that really stuck out for me is once she called me from prison and talked to me. She said, "Joe, this is going to be one of the most important things I want to share since I've been in here." And she talked to me about the supremacy clause and how her attorneys thought that, there was an angle here in that the supremacy clause from the U.S. Constitution. I looked into it after, we talked. I spoke to a high-level individual in the Trump administration, and we talked through this. Supremacy clause does say that if there's a conflict between states and the federal government, basically the federal government holds the trump card. And in this case, Tina absolutely was doing her job, and then the state steps in and tries to, not just tries, but indicts her and throws her in prison. So, the federal government and the work she was doing for the federal election should have trumped all that, and it never was recognized by the state of Colorado. But I thought it was a great argument. And then we went through, and I remember working with our friend Marty, and went through this list, inventory of all the times that the federal government was involved in this thing. FBI was involved early on. There was that conference call in Mesa County involving both Merrick Garland and Christopher Wray that were on it before she was ever even indicted. There was the U.S. attorney that was involved in this. They raided her home. The FBI did. The FBI raided other individuals' homes related to this, like Sharona Bishop and Mike Lindell. They went after him, took his phone. So there was a lot of federal involvement in this, and they had a great argument. I guess the second thing I want to mention today that really grabbed me about Tina was one day I got an email from a little lady from Colorado who is a friend of Tina's, and she's written, I guess in the past, and she provided me some information that Tina had provided to her that said basically, if something happens to me, I'm not suicidal. And we put that up and at joehoff.com and at Gateway Pundit. And about 2 or 3 weeks later, I get an email, and the email came in from this lady. She says, "Hey, can you please get that article to President Trump that really moved me?" And she said, "I'm Tina Peters' mom." That really rocked me, and we put that up. And so this is kind of hell that Tina's gone through, and it was real challenging for all of us, really, to see just the horror that she had to live through. So, it's great we're celebrating her, freedom from that prison, anyways, for now, and celebrating all that she's done.
yeah, well, there's a lot there because what they've really done, they've in the media narrative, but then also in many ways in her case, they've prevented her actual evidence from being seen in the proper light. And that's a travesty that still needs to be rectified. But I'm going to ask you just a quick question, since this is kind of the theme of the day. Because I know when I met Tina, but when did you first meet Tina? Like, what was your first experience with her? And then we have Johnny with us, and I'll go to him.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think about that myself. I remember watching from afar. I didn't go to the Lindell's first symposium, and suddenly she showed up there. So that was when I first heard about Tina Peters. And I actually think she really provided a spark to that event that Lindell did in South Dakota. That was a bit bizarre in some ways, but that piece from Tina was like, oh my God, this is some really great evidence. And so that's when I first heard of her. I think I first met her. I'm thinking I met her at the second Lindell event where they did the put together selection code, and that was aired that night in Springfield, Missouri. I think that's when I met Tina. I think she was there then. And that's it. I don't think I ever met her since. I've talked to her. She called me on the phone. This is the kind of lady that Tina is. Here she is in prison. She's going through the hell she's going. She calls me. And a couple of times I missed it, which was really a bummer. You're like, God, I really would have loved to talk to her. This time she got through and we talked. And one of the things she says is, Joe, how are you? Here's this lady in prison going through hell, unjustly imprisoned, and she's asking me how I'm doing. Again, that too moved me. It just says a lot about the type of woman that Tina is. So yeah, I think that's it, Apollo, to answer your question. Long answer, but yeah.
Yeah, she's still like that. She's been out now just over a week, and still half the things she talks about are the women in the prison. She talks about other people still more than herself. And that just is who Tina is.
Yeah.
Johnny, thank you for being here. Please introduce yourself and tell us how you met Tina, because I don't know that one. Or how you know.
I was thinking about that while Joe was talking, and Joe, it's good to see you too, man. I'm glad you're getting through the trials you've been going through, man. I heard you had a little rough go there, so good to see you, man. Well, Apollo, that is a very interesting question. How did I encounter Tina Peters for the first time? And that actually would have been through our friend Mermaid. And I used to co-host a show with a friend that's no longer with us, named Yig. And God, this is, maybe about 4 years ago now. And she, through networking, Mermaid had connected with Tina, and Yig was able to interview Tina. And then she came back, and I was actually fortunate enough to meet her on an audio interview. And later, as I grew this platform that I have, America Rising, along with my co-host Sean, we had Tina on several times, and we're covering her situation. And I have a very active and engaged family over at America Rising, full of patriots that watch and love and support Tina, and have been through this fight all the way. And the sacrifices that Tina have made is absolutely astounding. Really, who I am isn't important. It's what Tina is doing right now for the state of the elections, which are under duress in our country, in my opinion. And I believe that she is the ultimate, and not in any negative context, the ultimate Pandora's box to fix our elections with what she will uncover ultimately. And my hopes are, I know her work is not done. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, amen. Well, first of all, I know your audience has been wonderful, and you have too, covering what's been going on with Tina. So a big thank you to you and your audience. You have an awesome crew over there. But yeah, I agree. Her stuff is pretty pivotal. They like to spin around what she actually found, and they try to narrate around why she did what she did, because it wasn't actually because she was a MAGA sympathizer. They try to say it was all about some conspiracy with Trump. She thought the election was fine. She thought they ran good elections, and then people from her community started telling her, hey, you need to look into these. There are these issues here in this county. So it was her constituents who elected her. And it was in the election after the 2020 general. It was municipal elections that caused her to start looking into these things, because people told her, hey, we're in this community. These things don't make sense. Please look into these things.
Yeah.
They have since bastardized that narrative so much. And so, you have Jetta Griswold, this whack job who's now running for the highest, legal position in the state for attorney general, who has been on record as breaking, a number of laws, including one that she passed because of Tina Peters.
Yeah.
And she's on record as having deleted all these election records, violated state law, pushing through this trusted bill that had uncertified programs. It's a joke. It's a complete joke. So
there's some passwords posted here and there. Yeah. There's no problem. Everything's fine.
Yeah. It's just it's a it's a clown show,
It
and
is.
it's now been 606 days. Tina was in prison, years of just unbelievable lawfare and people attacking her from all sides before that. And they're doing this to people all over the country. They're doing it to other clerks. They're doing it to, of course, the President Trump and a lot of other leaders who are coming through and trying to do what's right. So what
You want to
Tina
know?
served
you wanna-
as is a big lesson to all of us of how quickly it will be taken from us if we don't fight for the freedoms that we're supposed to have in this country and fix these elections. We have a very, very dark road ahead of us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you want to know how big of an impact, and I haven't shared this yet. And I was thinking about what I was gonna share when I came on here. One of my best friends was one of the hostages that was released in Venezuela. And let me tell you, in prisons in Venezuela, people knew Tina Peters' name. So she had quite an impact. People understand that our elections in foreign countries, they even understand because their elections are under duress too. Just look at Smartmatic, Dominion, everything that came out. I mean, we can get into that whole diatribe too as well. But she has such an impact that it's people are going to have the ability to get their voices back. And I think that the hell that she's been through, and it's hell, I can attest to that firsthand, it is going to be a light for people to power the path forward to get our elections back to same day voting. No more of this mail-in ballot. These ballots that they're pushing in and injecting into to push these elections over the line, and then the way that elections will be refereed going forward, I think that Tina is going to have a huge impact on it. So none of this is forsaken, and I agree with your sentiment. This is a celebration today that this is, but the fight is far from over. Far from over.
Yeah, it's definitely, this is a celebration of a lot of things, but it's certainly not over for Tina.
1,000%.
Joe, I'll ask you because you said a lot of brilliant stuff there, Johnny, and I appreciate you never losing sight of a lot of those things. But we have one of Tina's main concerns is day by day we get closer to another election, and it seems like we're still fighting these things, and a lot of these narratives haven't really been they haven't won the day yet. We still have the same people pushing the same things, and those who have been bringing forth evidence and identifying things that are impossible in a free and fair country with real elections. There still seems like a hang-up. I have a lot of hope, and I think that we're going to get a lot of these solved. But the time is ticking. That's one of the things that most concerns Tina. She's out now, and she's like, we still got to fix this. They threw me in prison for this stuff. What's going on? How do you think this looks over the next 6 months as we are now at the 250th?
Yeah, I guess for me, a couple things. One is I think we, in a large sense, we are winning. We made this argument back in 2020, and a lot of people didn't agree with us. And more, I see people online saying, "Man, I know exactly what you're saying now." Some of these big names that have got podcasts as well say, "I thought it was garbage when they were saying that a couple of years ago, and now I totally agree with it." And now I think with this California election, I think more and more people's eyes are waking up to it. I mean, Pratt and what's going on there, and of course, you can already tell you already know who's going to win that governor's race because it's a joke. So. That's it. We've been highlighting this, and the good news was a year after the election of 2020, in about 1 year, they did a poll at Rasmussen. 62% of Americans, according to their poll, American voters, said that the election was stolen. 65% said that January 6th was a setup. That was all due to us. That was all of us on social media, podcasts, etc. The conservative right, we were pushing that message, and it's easy to push because it's true, and so already 2/3 of Americans were seeing that we were right. I think that number's gone up to closer to 80% now, and I based that on a recent poll at Rasmussen too that said something like 78% of Americans believe the government's weaponized. So that is consistent with all the messaging we've been saying, and that's not coming from our mainstream. Think about it. The mainstream's become nothing, and we are everything, and they're trying to destroy us in various ways. I think some people get paid off. They take the millions and run and destroy this effort, but the core base is still right here, and we're all saying, no, this is garbage. So I think there's, like you said, Apollo, there's going to need to be some work. I think Trump's working on it, but I think the American people are going to they're going to demand it. This is going to, here's another thing too. They said, oh, Trump's going to lose this election. It always happens. Well, that's a lie. And because we've never seen a guy like Trump, and we've never seen a moment like this, and Americans are tired of this stuff. We are seeing more and more every day how absolutely grotesquely, destructive these liberals have been to America. They were acting like fascists. And so we know that. And I just believe that this weekend, the next few weeks with the America First is going to be huge. You're already seeing these great clips coming across the social media of these foreigners coming over here and saying, man, this place is safe. It's clean. It's great. That message is going to continue to, push. Tonight, we got this big UFC event in the White House. We've got motorcycles flying through the air. We're going to have massive fireworks. There's going to be massive scenes. And I've got a granddaughter. It tells you how old I am, but she's telling me, I've never been so patriotic in my life. It is awesome what's going on. That's going to rocket President Trump through the ceiling, and everybody's going to be behind him. And we're going to get this thing done. Thune doesn't want to do it. He's a crook. We all know that. Like many of the Republicans, let alone the Democrats, they're just communists. And we just got to continue to point that out. And I just believe through this, we're going to get it done. Apollo, we're gonna get it done. It's gonna happen because it's 80% anymore. You can't screw 80% of the population. No. It ain't gonna work. Only in a communist regime, and we're fighting. We're not going communist.
Let me piggyback one thing off that, Joe. You made a great point, by the way. That was fired up, and I loved every minute of it. We went from trannies on the White House lawn to UFC events. Okay, we're winning. All right, you're making valid points, sir.
Great point.
No, that is a good point, and I agree with you. You see, especially the important one. All of what you said is important. People realizing that it's all rigged, and but you said one that I think is undervalued, or at least undersold right now, which is that the young people. I think there's a surge of patriotism because there's so many that are so disaffected and have been, they've just had their childhood and their mentality ripped from them and shredded, and a lot of them don't know which way is up. And you see this still, a lot of the grooming, so many things that they're pushing at children. But so there's a big chunk of them that are going to need to be rescued. We're going to need to be able to come back and see, wow, they lied to me and they took away so much from me when I was so vulnerable and so young. But there is a lot of them that don't get headlines, and they're more the ones that are just quiet, and they try to they're amazing kids, and they study, and they look around and they see, wow, this doesn't really make sense. Where's my place in this world? But they love this country, and they realize that because their own family, because some of them have seen their own family and the values that their family has raised them with are under attack, they're going to come out, and the next generation is going to be really powerful. I really think that, and that's a really, really big deal, because it doesn't matter what we fight for if there's no one left to pass that off to, who's going to carry it. We're in deep trouble. So that's it's just something that I'm very, very grateful for, because we've seen more and more of that, and those are the future that we really need to invest in, and what we need to remember we're fighting for. Because we don't want to be thrown in a gulag. But how long do we have left here? I have 5 younger siblings, nephews, nieces, God willing, my own children one day. What do you leave for them? And Tina, when she's been fighting, she thinks about her son that she lost. She thinks about, her own children, all of these people who don't have a voice, and she knows it because she saw exactly what they're willing to do to cover it up. So I just, my little monologue there, but
can I mention one? Yeah, Paulo, if you don't mind me mentioning one thing, because I think you're really nailing something there too. We're winning so big that Norm Eisen tries to shut down the UFC event, and even an Obama judge turns that bunch of crap down. We are winning. These guys are looking more and more like idiots, like radicals, like communists, because that's what they're doing. Everything they're doing is just far left. And so I think that really, it's the momentum is massive on our side. There's a huge tidal wave, and I think that's just going to continue to flow. And you know, people look back and they now look at the January Sixers and they now look at Tina Peters, and they have this vision now that no, they're not stuck in prison. They're not dying in prison like a communist regime. No, they got set free because this is America. And people now are going to have the faith and the strength and the grit and the courage to move on and just say, screw you to this government when it's killing people like they did on January 6th.
Yeah.
And, you know, COVID. And so people are going to stand up now. What we've done is we've given them, I think, more faith in this country, and that we are going to stand up. We're not going to allow this outrageous behavior to continue, whether it be in Colorado or across the country. So it's really, maybe the ramifications of this are going to be incredible.
Yeah, and to both your guys' points, you know, Apollo, you just mentioned about, you know, Tina's drive and being worried about others and who's going to carry this forward and so forth. But that to me just defines the absolute acts of selflessness. And we've seen so many acts of selflessness, and Tina has exemplified acts of selflessness in my humble opinion. And to that point, also carrying it forward, we're kind of, I see hope there, Apollo, because we are seeing younger people that are now getting more involved and more active. The kids are not stupid. Young people are not stupid, and they're looking for something. And what I've seen, and I described this a few years ago, I'm so glad that I'm really seeing this more to fruition now. It's almost like we've gone through the dark ages to like a renaissance, literally, in this information war. And it's still a tough battle. Don't get me wrong. We're still fighting the same stuff. It's a big good. You look at the Bible. This is good versus evil. But I also feel a Christian revival has really encompassed this country and taken over. So many positives. I can't agree with what you guys are saying. And yeah, who's going to carry this forward? Well, I am starting to see hope towards that and light at the end of the tunnel. So I couldn't agree with you guys more.
You know, I agree with that. And I'll just say a short thing on that. You mentioned a Christian revival, and that is extremely important. But I think one thing that has started to happen, especially since COVID, is that people are, and I might piss some people off by saying this, but you have seen a shift from the same way that people just bowed down to the state and to the health authorities who said, yeah, take this thing, and oh, your kids are dying, oh, that's too bad. Yeah, I mean, that's just the protocol. Yeah, you can't go in and see your dying family members, have your funeral from a live stream, you know, all this ridiculous nonsense and these mask mandates, keeping people out so they didn't have advocates when they were in the hospital and they were ventilating them to death. Just absolute crimes against humanity. But you also had the church. You had a lot of the churches who were supporting that, and they were not acting as they should have. They were essentially bowing down to the state as well and acting as mouthpieces for this agenda, as they do in some ways for, you know, this radical gender dysphoria issue and brainwashing kids. You have LGBTQ pastors who talk about it like it's somehow related to God, and God is a tranny. I mean, those are words I've heard. And they didn't stand strong and say, this is not what the church is for. They didn't stand for the people. They instead became puppets. And they supported, and even the Greek church was very upset. The Greek Orthodox Church, they shut down during some of those times as well. And that is a huge issue because the people follow those authorities. And thankfully, we've seen a lot of people begin to differentiate what is the authority that they claim to be and what is the authority we should really follow. And so I think you're going to have a revival of people, you know, finding and rediscovering in their own lives and personally, not because someone told them, not because there's a logo or anything like that. What does it really mean to have faith for me in my heart? And how does that define how I act and how I choose to live in this life? And what are the things that valued, that mean to me? What are the things that in my heart I will not allow anyone to take from me because they are between me and God? And it doesn't matter if a church or a police officer or a doctor comes in between them. Those are the relationships when we talk about faith and Christianity. Those are the things that I think have been subverted in so many ways by institutions, and it's just as bad as education. In many ways, I think worse so. And I think that's the kind of revival that we're seeing and that we're going to continue to see, is that people seek God and not a church.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it, man. Couldn't agree more. And that's what I think that's what will get people fighting even harder at the end of the day. Cause it's like you said, if the headship of the church is defiled, well, it's about the people, you know? And I think about the faith. This is a crazy thing to me. The faith of Tina being thrown into the lion's den, being thrown into the fire, so to speak. Not to get overly like a biblical reference here, but to come out of that after everything she's been through, if that doesn't inspire people, and I'm taking that off of what you said, Apollo, I don't know what does at this point. And I think that's the difference between us and the radical left, is there's a meaning here. Yeah, you know, we have our problems and issues as far as, you know, different viewpoints and conservatism and the way we look at the country. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, our faith is what guides us through this.
Yeah, that's great. That's great, Johnny. The thing that grabs me is this has been a all-encompassing attack against everything, especially everything good. I think there was emails from John Podesta a decade ago talking, maybe that were released in the Podesta emails, that where he's talking about going after the Catholic Church, you know, things like that. And basically that's what's happened. I've been waiting on this piece of Vagano, Archbishop Vagano, who was excommunicated from the church. Has got a piece coming out. Got a guy in the know, and where he confronts the new pope, and he challenges him about, what do you believe in? Because this last pope, Francis, was, a lot of people think he actually, you know, stole the pope, you know, the popehood, whatever you call it,
the papacy,
the papacy, from the prior pope. So, and then this pope is just continuing that. And so this effort by the left has been not just through government, not just through education and institutions, but it went to religion too. And it's attacked the biggest church in the world, the Catholic Church. And it's still recovering. It's got a lot of work to do. So this has been an all-out affront on everything good. It just really, then when you step back and you look at it, it's just totally evil, just like communism is. They'll just kill you. Well, it doesn't matter, you know.
Yeah, they go after the headship of the church. They go after the judiciary system. They go after corruptible government. You know, this is like the principalities in high places. They go after the election management systems, and that's how they institute the communism that we're fighting right now. And you know, we've been given a country, and it's up to us. It's a republic, excuse me, and we've been given the opportunity to keep it. I know I'm paraphrasing a quote a bit there, but it's a hell of a fight. For sure, 1000%.
Okay, so here, an open question to both of you. First of all, everyone who's watching, please share this. Thank you to Scotty for putting this on for both of you.
Thank you.
We are trying to lift Tina up because she has been absolutely, her life has just been torn apart. So if you donate to Tina, tinapeters.us, it's the only place to donate to her. You share her site, send her prayers, whatever. But tinapeters.us is the place to be. So here's kind of an open question for both of you, because I know, you know, we think about, we have all these problems, and we certainly need to figure out a way to solve them, especially with new elections coming up. We hope that there's going to be some big things coming from on high pretty soon, but you know, ultimately it is in our hands to hold all levels accountable as the people, because the nation is built of people, not of laws. And then, you know, are supposed to pass sensible laws and decide on those, and then choose to enforce or not based on that idea. So I know we hear a lot of time we're a state of laws, we're a nation of laws. I don't actually think that's true. But what would you like to see for the 250th? Obviously, yes, free elections, but sometimes I like to switch up and think, okay, I know what we don't want, but what do we want? You know, like specifically, especially when we think about, we have all these children who have had reality destroyed for them, or they have come to see just how bad things really are in their schools. And we have so many who haven't had the opportunity to really get an education because they've just been brainwashed. And we have so many health issues that now are starting to get addressed. Research coming out, proving things that, you know, stay-at-home moms have known, or homeschool mothers have known for decades, and they've been laughed out. You know, the CDC talking about vaccines, talking about dyes and preservatives. You know, there's all these things coming back that have been, you know, kind of the inside joke in households, but you know, on television with all the officials, it's just been a conspiracy theory. So, what would you like to see? I'll start with you, Joe.
Great question. I think, and by the way, it's great being with both you guys. And if I don't say, and
Likewise.
if Tina's listening, man, we love you, Tina. We
Yeah,
just think,
absolutely.
now you're a hero. Now you're a hero for the ages, Tina. And well done. You kept it together, and now you're a leader for all of us. So just keep going. We love you, and we're with you all the way. As far as like what you're saying, Apollo, I guess the thing that hits me, I'll just say from the political front, really, I'd like to see all our politicians. There's various reasons for why they're not, but I'd like to see them all fighting for America, fighting for the American people, doing all they can to make things better. And we see glimpses of that with President Trump, how he's cleaned up DC, both the crime and the city itself, how we can have great times, lots of fun. This World Cup and stuff is really taken off across the country. There's so much that these guys can do that they're not doing now. And in both parties, but to me, especially this Democrat Party is so toxic now. And they're doing things like trying to shut down the UFC event tonight in the White House. It's stupid. 80% of Americans are against that, just like 80% of us want free and fair elections, just like everything else. I'd like to see our politicians, no matter how it's done, start really fighting for America, not fighting for the destruction of America that's been going on for quite some time.
And then Johnny.
Well, I'll add a couple things into this. I think the first thing that I'd like to see, and most importantly, I think there's over 300,000 children, in my estimation. I know they've rescued quite a bit. There's 300,000 children out there missing right now. It doesn't matter where in the world they're from. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. And I give a lot of kudos to this administration, but every one of them needs to be found. And that type of this type of evil never needs to happen again. There's no point where children should be in these situations anywhere, not only especially in this country. We need to be the leading example, but anywhere in the world. That scourge is something that God commands us to protect the young ones, to protect his flock. And we need to make sure that we're winning that war first and foremost. Also, something that I'd like to see change, and I would like to give a shout out to all the veterans out there. I know, obviously, Tina's son, Remington, was a decorated veteran, and my father was also a veteran. He's no longer with us, but I would like to see our veterans treated better, not just, the VA stuff and all that. I mean, all the way around, the respect that we show our veterans. And some people in some states and different places in our country exemplify that. And there's still that vile hatred that's there that needs to be extinguished. I want to see our veterans exalted to where they belong. The opportunities, the sacrifices that they're given are just these unsung heroes. Some heroes, their stories will never be told. That's definitely one thing that I would like to see change in this country, the attitude to that. And then just I'll end it on, for all those people going through whatever struggle, or, in the times that we're doing well. It's easy to look for God in struggles, but it's hard to remember to thank him when we're winning. Just remember to thank God today. I'll end it on that.
That was spot on, both of you. And, to your point, Johnny, it's there was a big campaign like back in 2020, 2018, the whole Save the Children thing became quite a thing. And since we've seen a lot of officials, a lot of powers agencies use a lot of tools and technology at their disposal and manpower to go after normal Americans. You see it in other nations. They're doing the same thing.
Yep.
They're neutering their own population.
Yep.
And excusing absolute, just demonic behavior. And they push it under the rug to go after people for what is essentially thought crimes or speaking out against the state or
Spanish Inquisition.
Because you say something insensitive to some hypothetical minority or whatever, you can't use a word, and you send a meme, you put things on social media. You see this all over in England and in Germany, and they want to push a lot of this here. We've seen them go after children, slam them to the ground because they weren't wearing a mask. But we don't see, there was, thank God, just a big sting in the last few weeks where they rescued thousands of children, I believe, and they caught a bunch of people running a big trafficking ring.
Yep.
Yeah, those are things that are not pleasant to hear about, but thank God we need more of those.
Yep.
And I'd like to see more of these supposed politicians, as you said, who were supposed to represent us, Joe. I'd like to see those people actually advocated for, instead of just, whitewashing and saying that we need to be respectful of whatever animal the child thinks they are this year. And it's just like at the end of the day, that's what's at stake. It's not just, well, our vote didn't count. It's our vote didn't count, and they will rape and pillage and destroy our nation and our children, and we will be sold as chattel for the rest of our existence if we do not fix this. So I just want to thank both of you. Made great points there.
Not a problem. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Apollo.
Okay, so what are you most grateful for now that we're in the summer of 2026? A short one to both of you.
Every breath I take now, because life is a gift, and I don't think I looked at life the way that I did, especially over these last few years. Don't get me wrong; it's not without its trials and tribulations, but I'm just thankful to be alive, and just thankful that Jesus has forgiven us for our sins.
That's great, Johnny. I'm really grateful that Trump won this election. I'm really grateful for Tina being released, January 6th was released.
Amen.
Got a lot of real big wins. We know there's a lot more to do, but we got a lot to be grateful for this 250 years. I think we are setting it up for another long period for this country if we continue to fight and really, actually, like Johnny's saying, follow those spiritual mission that we all have. More than anything, this thing can work really well. This country's great. This country's a great country. We need to keep
Nothing
saying
like
that.
it. Yeah, no place like it.
Yeah.
Amen. Scotty, I see you back here.
Yeah, I'm back. Johnny, nice to meet you. I don't believe we've had the pleasure to meet before. Joe, I've got a question for you. You wrote a great article. By the way, joehoff.com, great stuff. Cranking it out even after a stroke. Pretty impressive, Joe.
Thanks.
Your article, How the Deep State's Color Revolution Ensnared Tina Peters and What Her Freedom Means to Us All. Would you address that? It's so interesting how everything's connected, isn't it? The color revolution, Tina, her imprisonment, it's all because the same group of satanic people have been running the show.
I think that's it. We're finding out. It's just whether it be, we mentioned earlier here, Apollo and Johnny and I, just this maniacal group of people that has gone after not just the politicians, not just the education systems. They've gone after our churches. They're ultimately going after our souls. And anybody that stands up and gets in the way, especially those Biden years, which really are, as Johnny mentioned, those were the dark years. That was when evil was running the show, and it was the color revolution. It was the ability that they were using to really make everything upside down. The world was upside down. I saw a great picture of an example of that this weekend, or just over the last 24 hours, maybe. They show the White House under Biden, where you got trans on the front lawn. This year we've got a UFC event tonight, and it's just night and day. And so that's what was going on. They were using that color revolution technique to really take over everything. And God help the people that got in the way, whether it be January 6ers, whether they be reporters like myself and my brother. We've been through hell. Or no matter who it is, it's been really a challenging time to stand up against these monsters. But Tina showed us all, you do the right thing, you hang in there, and you will be free. And that's why we were talking earlier too about this. It's like Tina's and these January 6ers are giving people a lot of hope today, because they fought, they did the right thing, and they and they didn't apologize for it, and they're free today. So anyways, yeah, that's there has been an effort to destroy this country, and in every way. And under Biden, we saw it, and we're seeing what this country can do when it's not when people that are leading aren't trying to destroy it. And I'm really looking forward to the next couple of weeks, guys. I'm getting excited about it. There's a lot to be, thankful for and celebrate for in this country,
Yeah, amen. I get more excited every day. I mean, it helps to have Tina out to, be able to see her smile again and see her get her life together. But there's so many people, including all of you on this call, have been working for this country, sharing information, trying to get the truth out. And there's so many people who we couldn't begin to name in every county in this country, except maybe one in Montana that has like no people in it. But who've been fighting on the elections and been dealing with a lot of the same things at different scales. And I'm grateful that despite as bad as things have gotten, we still have a nation, and we have administration that is actually looking at these things. So I'm grateful to be here with all of you today and for everything that you're doing to support Tina too. So to all of you, I have a big thank you.
Yeah,
Joe, great to have you. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
I'll be checking out now, guys. But thank you so much. Really, God bless you for what you're doing here.
Yeah.
Joe, thank you, and please be well. I'll be praying for you, and keep us updated.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. Thanks for your prayers. Appreciate it. I'm doing great. Thanks to you.
Thanks so much,
Joe.
God bless.
Care.
God bless, Joe. Yeah, thank you guys for having me too. I'm going to duck out as well, but thanks, Scotty. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Johnny. Appreciate you coming by.
Not a problem. Anything for Tina, man. So.
All right. I lost Apollo. I don't know if I did not intend to lose Apollo. There he is. There he is. Hey, Apollo.
How you doing, Scotty?
Thanks for sitting in, man. Gave me a little bit of a break. Was able to get hydrated, eat a little something. Maybe you come back in the last hour. Join me and David.
Yeah, I can come back. Yeah, I can come back for sure.
All right, that'd be great to have you in the last hour. We can spend a little more time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll message you too, because we'll have a special guest at some point too.
Awesome. All right, we'll see you later. Thanks again for sitting in. Hey, Ann.
Hey, Scotty, how are you?
I'm good. I think we got a time zone issue here. You were scheduled for 1 to 2 Eastern, but you're here now, so better late than never.
I got a text from Mermaid. It was 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's my bad then. Then
That's okay. That's okay.
She handled the schedule, so I originally had you down for 1. She did tell me she moved you, so that's all good.
I just landed. I just came in from New York City, and so I landed, got home, turned on everything, and ran in.
Well, you don't look like someone who just traveled all day. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was only a 2.5-hour flight. They have a great nonstop flight now from New York City, from Kennedy to Vero Beach, which is about 40 minutes from my house. So it works out. I don't have to go through Palm Beach anymore, which is a lot more hectic. It's one flight a day on JetBlue. So it's you literally get off the plane, walk down the stairs outside, you get blasted by 96 degrees. It's super hot here right now, and get in the car and go home. Super easy. So here we are.
So, Ann, before we bring in another fellow who's going to join us, John Dowling from the John Dowling Show, tell us what's like your favorite Tina Peters story. Everybody's got a story about Tina.
Oh God. Probably when I first saw her was when she showed up in the cyber summit, the cybersecurity summit that Mike Lindell does. I didn't even know who this woman was particularly. I'd heard vaguely about some woman that had information about and could prove that the machines had been manipulated, and they had, flip-flop votes, et cetera. And then this hero shows up on a plane after they raided her house in Mike Lindell's cyber summit, where he was attacked, if you remember all that. And there was a big brouhaha. But that was when I first learned of her. And then I got to meet this national treasure and hero, and she's become a personal friend. To go with that, it goes without saying to say that she's been in our daily prayers. I mean, I know millions of people have been praying for this woman around the world, because they know that if America falls, the rest of the world goes with it, because we really are that last beacon of freedom, even though we're severely under attack right now, and they don't like anything that's happening that's for the positive in our country, like people like Tina Peters standing up. Then I got to meet her, get to become friends with her, and she was a darling. She came out in, I think it was going on 3 summers ago now, in Aspen. And we had an event there where we were basically confronting the International World Economic Forum's community of complete demons and losers in Aspen. And we did our own opposing symposium of health and freedom and election integrity. And, it was Sharona Bishop, myself, and some other folks that were out there. It was really quite fascinating. And Tina came to support and show up. And I couldn't believe it. I mean, she was under attack. She obviously was trying to figure out, is she going to go to prison or not? This is before the trial started. I mean, this is in the very beginning. And she came out, and I got to get to know her, invited her to stay with me for a couple nights. And she was just delightful, absolutely delightful. So to say that I think of her as a national treasure is probably an understatement, because she truly is incredible what she has endured, sustained. And when I was in Colorado earlier this year, Scotty, I was there for a month visiting family and working from Colorado. I had alerted the La Vista Correctional Facility a month before my arrival, several times when I was there, only to no avail, because I was trying to go see her and get an interview, and they didn't even respond. They completely ignored me, didn't return phone calls, definitely didn't return any of my emails or forms I filled out for their website. So they really were doing everything they can to make sure Tina felt like she was abandoned and all alone. It was really just disgusting. And then I just realized this woman is gold. She is hardened, and she is got God in her spirit and her soul, and she is fighting for all of us. And that's really what 56 men did 250 years ago, when they gave up their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor to do exactly what they did and build this country, be those brave men and women that fought for the revolution. And Tina Peters is one of them. She's definitely one of them. She'll go down in history.
With Tina, it's never about Tina.
No.
She is she's the antithesis of self-centered. She's the absolute opposite of a self-centered person. She can walk in any room, and almost everybody's going to fall in love. Anyone who gets to talk to her will love the lady. I remember my story, my Tina story. I haven't told it yet. I'm going to tell it now, and then I'll bring John Dowling in. We were doing an event at a small little theater in Ramona, California, and it was an election integrity event. Mm-hmm. Not ironic. She was invited for a reason to speak.
Of course.
And it was pretty tense. We had done a couple of events, but I just remember I wasn't feeling well at all. The room was like tense. There was some, I don't remember the external issues that were going on, but it was, a bunch of pros getting together to do an event. Not a really a tense thing, but some external thing was going on. Tina walked into the room, and as if the angels had summoned her. Could hear that sound effect you hear when you make an angel sound. Thank you. I wasn't going to try that. That is what we all heard. And Tina brought the temperature of the room down. Her hair, her face, her complexion, her just aura about her. You just want to give her a big hug, don't you?
Yes.
And so
yes.
She's the most huggable person. So I remember her walking into that room, completely changing the dynamic of the room and changing the actual, literally changing the temperature of the room. It was really a hot, muggy day, and I think people were just a little ornery maybe, but she walked in the room, and man, the whole room changed. It was not surprising. Now that we know her, that's, not surprised at all by what she had done. I'm going to try to bring John in. Give me a second, John. I'm getting there.
Technical difficulties. Running a live and switching a show is not as easy as people think.
Hey, John, how are you?
Scotty, how are you? Good to see you, Ann. Long time no see.
No doubt, John. Good to see you. How have you been?
I've been well. Thank you for asking. Just adjusting to my new home in Tennessee, so I'm not too far from you.
Wonderful. How do you like it?
Love it. Love it. People are great. Yeah. It's really great. Yeah, just an adjustment.
John, we know you'd rather be playing music than podcasting. I know you want to go back to that full time, but John, tell us what is your favorite memory or Tina Peters story?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. Let's set the table with that, and knowing you both fairly well. Honestly, my favorite Tina Peters story is her getting out. Quite honestly, just seeing her break free. I haven't had the good fortune of, like Ann and others, to meet her, but I'm certainly very familiar with her story. And as I listen to you both share, my sentiments are the same as yours in the aspect that very Christ-like, very sacrificial. Almost like a combination of Christ-like and the forefathers, where it was all about doing what's right instead of what's popular, being sacrificial for a bigger cause, something that's bigger than herself, like the aforementioned people that I was talking about. But just seeing her get out, and the fact that she stood for integrity and still does, and that she saw wrong and she sought to right it. And I'm just grateful that she's out now, and I'm excited that we're all galvanizing together to be able to help get that message along with her in conjunction to see it through, and then to be able to hopefully help raise some funds that will be able to allow her to have a quality of life so that she can celebrate with us as we cross the Rubicon of the finish line here.
Love that.
Well, we've all spent time around Tina, interviewed Tina. The last time I was able to interview her, she was actually calling me from prison, and she only got 15 minutes on her calls. And she only got a half hour on the phone. So our first 15 minutes were up. She called me back. We got on a second 15 minutes, no video, audio only. And I just remember, no matter where she's at, no matter what she's doing, I got that same warm download that I always get from Tina Peters. It didn't matter if she was sitting in prison talking to me on a prepaid card or whatever they give them in prison to make a call out. And you could hear it on my end receiving her call. You're receiving a call from a federal correction facility. And you expect somebody to get on that's down in the dumps, wants to bitch, moan and gripe, prison sucks, the food sucks. Not Tina. Tina was upbeat, ready to go at it, and doesn't matter her circumstances. She's not giving up the fight. Thank God, because the deep state, the oligarchs, the politicians, the media, our enemies, the ones on the wrong side of the spiritual war, they're not giving up the fight either. I don't see them waving white flags. So thank God we got people like Tina and Ann and John that aren't waving the white flag either. What would you say? There's any let up, Ann, from the deep state? Are they giving up an inch?
Oh no. I mean, just look what's going on in current events, right? I mean, they're trying to sabotage this peace deal that President Trump's trying to get done. I mean, this was, this turned into one of the 2 weeks to flatten the curve, turned into how many months to stop this crazy war. And every time we get close enough to it where you feel like maybe something's going to happen, the deep state, gets involved. And it's not just 2 countries here that are fighting, or 3. It is every country has their own deep state factions involved, and they're meddling big time. This is the eternal war. This is the good versus evil war. And they are doing everything they can to make sure we don't get out of it, because the more we come together, I heard earlier, I was listening to the show the last hour, and you all were talking about the 80%. Joe Hoff was talking about the 80%. Well, it is really apparent that 80% of the country isn't nuts. Okay, we're not crazy, because if that was the fact, and I just came back from New York City, and I can tell you where I was down, further south near between Empire State Building and the Trade Center. So, but the people weren't crazy down there. There's a few, like you see some homeless people, but by and large, these are peaceful, happy people. And the Knicks won last night, so it was a little nuts all over the city. But people want happiness, they want freedom, they want joy in their life. They don't want to be bothered by the government. Yet you continually have the deep state bad actors, which have been paid by the international banking cabal for millennia now, to continue to foment hostility and foment war, foment weaponized human migration. And again, it's all about usury. It's all about the banking system. And if you have a real election and people can actually say, we don't want the Federal Reserve anymore, we want to go back to sovereign money, to gold and silver, as our Constitution prescribes, as it's biblical. Hello, this goes back to the Bible, the original law book. They don't want that. So they can't have fair and free elections. And they're going to persecute people like Tina Peters. And she is, to your point, John, Christ-like, because she took it all and stood in the gap for every single one of us and said, I'm not backing down. I'm not pleading. I'm not going to lie. You're not going to let me show my evidence in court. Fine. Shame on you. Shame on you, and let the world see it. And the world does. And so to go back to Joe and the 80%, yeah, 80% of us are good people. There's a 20% that are either unfortunately mentally insane, or they're just possessed by demons, or they are demons. And that is what is attacking. And they do still have their hands on the levers of power, but only because we give them the authority to have those levers of power. And I'm talking about agency government. I'm talking about the IRS. I'm talking about the Federal Reserve. These things aren't in our Constitution. And until we finally stand up and go, we're pulling that authority back. We don't give you authority to do these things to us. Until we as a country collectively come together and do that, we're going to continue to be abused by the few that have their hands on these levers of, quote, power. But they don't have authority over us. Only God does. And God gave us the second covenant nation, and we need to stand in that authority ourselves and push back hard. And that is what Tina Peters stands for.
Ann, you mentioned the central banking cabal a couple of times. Federal Reserve, central bankers, the oligarchs. It's all the same deep state.
Always has
John,
been.
I'm gonna come to you because I know where you stand. There is a big conflict of who's going to win the financial war. I know we're winning the spiritual war. I know we're winning the information war, or Trump wouldn't have won in too big to rig landslide, right? I believe we're winning any kinetic war that's going on in Iran, which, by the way, is a deep state stronghold that they've got to eradicate, like Venezuela, Iran, Ukraine. These are all deep state strongholds. When it comes to the financial war, people who have confidence in Trump in every other aspect somehow think he's going to lose to the central bankers, and we're going to wind up in a CBDC, central bank digital currency system. What say you, John Dowling? Are we going to a sound money system with asset-backed currency that Ann spoke about, or are we going to a central bank digital currency?
Well, first of all, Scott, you know where I stand on this, because you and I have done so many podcasts on this, and Ann did a nice summation on the whole of Tina Peters, and of course, everything that encapsulates what she's done and is still doing. There's no doubt that we're going back to an asset-backed economy. If you look at what's going on, Scotty, with the nation of Iraq, they're already putting their cabinet together. The corrupt Iranian proxies within Iraq are already stepping down. They're getting ready to come July after the 4th with President Trump to return to the international stage. This week, you've got Warsh coming in with this FOMC meeting, where he's going to sort of re-educate people about how to rethink about interest rates in the aspect of dropping them completely. And what is that? What happens when you do that? You QE, about the printing machine. You get rid of the old Federal Reserve note. What's going to happen there? Cryptos, particularly decentralized cryptos, not CBDCs, to your point, coupled with precious metals, will absolutely skyrocket, which is going to find its way into the foreign currencies, so we can all be on a level playing field, which President Trump, as you know, said in his very first term back in March of 2017, I believe, right in the Oval Office, in the White House lawn there. So it's all culminating to a touch point. We should see the Clarity Act get passed here shortly as well. So we know the enemy thinks they're going to get their agenda filled, but actually God always has the last word, and he's going to do a 180 that they don't expect. And it says, the late, great Kim Clement said, a seminal why now moment, where we're going to see this whole thing juxtaposed and flip on his axis. And I think the second half of this year is going to make the first half of this year look like child's play. We've seen a lot in the first 6 months. We ain't seen nothing yet what's coming the rest of the year.
Well said, John. I'm going to go to you, Ann. Any path or avenue or way to a CBDC that you see, or do you agree with John that that's not going to happen?
Well, President Trump did put that in executive order that we're not going to have any CBDCs. I am, until I see that the cryptos are actually all going to be backed by some asset. I mean, look, BRICS has already gone to asset-backed economies. They settle all their trade imbalances. For instance, I use this example all the time, so forgive me for those who've heard it. But Brazil and Russia trade oil and soybeans. Clearly, whoever's sending soybeans is going to owe some extra money, because they don't equate to the same amount of money as oil. So they settle their debt and their balances in gold. they've moved in that direction, which is something we've needed to. We've been off the gold standard for too long, and it's resulted in massive inflation, cost of living, everything is out of control. And, more and more people can't afford to own homes. They're 40 plus years before they can get there. So until I have assurances that we are only using asset-backed cryptos, so it doesn't turn into another fiat, we're at risk for going right back into the same exact cycle of a fiat currency, whether it's crypto or not. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter. If you don't own it, you don't have it. And the deposit trust, the DTCC, they're the owners of last resort of everything in the stock market. If you own a certificate that says you have 100 shares of a stock, unless you actually have that certificate of shares, but when you register it, if you take that certificate and give it to Schwab or Fidelity, whoever, that actually means the DTCC owns it, and you don't. You've now give it, it's like a custodial certificate of, kind of like your car, your license certificate. All these things are certificates, which means the state owns it. It's a ward of whatever the organization is or the agency is. So unless you physically have it, like this pen, I can write a financial instrument to trade derivatives of this pen over and over and over. But I'm the one that really owns the pen, and I could sell this derivative to you over and over, but I might decide not to deliver. Those are called failure to delivers. And we see that in our financial system. And the Western banking system is built on derivatives in the quadrillions. And if people all of a sudden wanted to cash in on their derivatives and get their derivative, whatever it was they bought a derivative of, there wouldn't be enough of that asset to go around, and the system would collapse. So we've got to just get rid of that system. And I think tokenization is one way to do it. There's other companies out there like Abex, which are now using legal title over their own proprietary system, all open source, by the way. But this is the direction of which we need to move. We cannot be beholden to one system that sells something over and over they don't have enough to fulfill. We're seeing it with gold, with silver, and so on and so forth, which is why people are moving to the physical realm. So to answer your question, until I know that we have assurances that no matter what it is the government says is going to be the currency, if it's not backed by something real and not fractionalized, but real and whole, I'm skeptical, and I'll always be a big gold and silver bug because I'm going to physically own stuff. It doesn't mean I'm not in commodities. I am. I do own commodities. I do own some stocks. But I don't keep my exposure really heavy in that sector. I stay in the physical because I think it's real. I know it's real.
Yeah. Well, you make a very legitimate point. Until we see the cryptos backed by something real. A couple of points.
Can I make one more point? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead,
I meant to say this because, between the Genius and Clarity Acts, you are basically opting back into the system where they can track and trace. For instance, the IRS is going to know every single transaction you have on Bitcoin because it's all being routed in and out of the same financial rails that are the existing financial system. To wit, how many billions of dollars in crypto? I think it was like 300 or 400, right, John, of crypto, 3 or 4 billion from Iran that we took because we can. So, sorry. Go ahead, Scotty.
All good points. So, number one, I don't know how the U.S. could maintain any position in the world if it doesn't go to an asset-backed currency because of the BRICS. The BRICS have abandoned fiat money. They're already working in an asset-backed capacity. So we have to follow suit. I believe the BRICS now represents those that are members and those that have applied. It now represents 70% of the world population that's off of a fiat system. So that's encouraging to me that if we don't follow suit, we're on an island, right? We're on an island all by ourselves. Number two, tokenomics seems to be the way to do this. I call it tokenomics, but all these tokens that will be apparently crypto, some of them on the rail that actually move transactions like XRP and XLM that are actually part of the system, built into the system that move things at high speed. If we don't have crypto backed by real assets, then we really will never have a peer-to-peer. This whole system is supposed to be peer-to-peer on a blockchain, crypto backed by assets, every token backed by something. And by the way, it would not have to be gold and silver. I know for a fact that there are 209 sovereign nations, and in 2009, Google Earth did a study on in-ground assets of all the 209 sovereign nations, and they didn't know the purpose of the study. I had a friend working on that. He worked for Google Earth. What are you looking at in-ground assets for? 2009, I was just reading The Creature of Jekyll Island, understanding the fiat system. So I certainly don't understand what the hell they want to know about in-ground assets. Well, we now know they were looking at the in-ground assets to value currency, because if you're South Africa and you're wealthy in diamonds, well, good, real asset, use it to value your currency. Colombia will actually be able to use its crops of coffee to value currency. So the in-ground assets are where this has to go. And if that is not what is going to back the tokens and all the crypto, and they back it with some fiat instrument, and we're screwed. Then you're right, Ann. They'll know everything we're doing. Then you're in a China-like system where you go to the grocery store, you open the red meat, right? You go for the steak. They tell you you've already bought your allocation of red meat this month. You'll have to eat the worms. Sorry, get your protein from worms, right? So I just hope that, and I do believe, I do have the confidence that with Trump and all of the military guys I know and everybody that's backing, say, currency will be backed by real assets. I'm hoping it's not a wives' tale and a fairy tale. I'm hoping it's real, because if it's not, I don't see any other way to do this. We end up with fiat digital currency. We're back in the same boat. John, I know you're absolutely from your source certain it's not going to go that direction. But, you know, until we see it, like Ann says, until we actually see it and we know it, and it's being recorded on the blockchain as such, right? We don't know until we know, kind of a thing. I'm going to switch gears on you guys because you're both conversant in this subject. The apparent existential threat, beside the deep state and the fiat money system, to the United States right now sure appears to be the Islamic Caliphate pushing Sharia law in the West. I'm looking at England, maybe lost for good. Looking at France, lost for good. God bless the Irish. They're standing up and they're fighting. I saw a video of the Irish going through it looked like a lower income housing place, and they were tearing the place apart because the Muslims were all living there. They were burning the housing down, looking for the Muslims. Literally, the Irish want to throw them out of their country physically. They want to take them to the border, throw them out. This existential threat, the Islamic Caliphate, do you believe, Ann, that it is a convergence with the deep state agenda, or is it a coordination, or maybe a bit of both?
Oh, I'd say it's a bit of both. I mean, look, the red-green axis has always been a threat to Christianity. Well, more the green, but the fact is the red will use the green to attack a Christian nation, and they have no issue with it.
Useful idiots, right?
Yeah, the friend of my, the enemy of my enemy is my ally kind of a thing. And at the end of the day, America has been the only country ever to rebuke a regime, go out and say, okay, everybody, you have equal rights. Everybody has equal rights. Doesn't matter who you are. If you come here, you can go out and make the best of whatever you can. And we started out where you got a piece of land and you owned it. You own the mineral rights and you own the space above you and you own the parcel that you got. Now we are renting everything back. And again, this is an attack on our system that comes right straight out of the central banking system and coming right back to, to a British colonial rule, which the Brits were famous for this. They would use the enemy of their enemy as their ally to take down their immediate enemy, that was the target of whatever it was. And I do think that the deep state has various, it's a mosaic. It's made up of a lot of different entities. And, it's funny. I'm going to just pull my thoughts over to the side of this podcast for a second and just bring something into this equation here. Michael Yon put out a piece earlier, and he's talking about, it's time for the pawn to fall, and he calls Israel a pawn. And he references Israel, not the people, but the government of Israel, and the nation state, which is created by the city of London, the Brits, and Lord Rothschild, right, and Lord Balfour, put this the state of Israel together. And the people that are running the state of Israel are no different than the people running the central banks and the city of London. And so that in of itself, we've been weaponized, and our force, our might, our growth, our wealth has been weaponized by those same people, not the Israelis, the biblical Hebrews that the Bible talks about. Just like the American people aren't going over and bombing Iran. We are victims of everything that's going on because there's good people in Iran that are cheering for freedom, and they're cheering for us to help liberate them. But you've got the IRGC, you have the mullahs, you've got the Iranian people who have been oppressed, some who are fighting. So you see, there's just a soup of everything going on. So at the end of the day, you've got to look at who really wants to be free as God intended for his people to be free, because God doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't set up people that are different ethnicities, different color, different languages, different culture all over this planet to say, now go to war with each other. That's not a benevolent God. That's not a righteous God. And, he doesn't make that mistake. But Satan sees that and goes, oh, you're different looking than that person. You're a girl, you're a boy, you're this, you're that. I can now pit you. And, this is the kind of ethos that we're fighting in a broad scale. But then you see what, intelligence communities can do, which is why, this discussion with the Senate Intelligence Committee and House Bill 224 and Senate Bill 622, they are absolutely going to, merge our intelligence communities together to the best of their ability to use against us, just as they have been. Hooray, FISA expired. They can't, legally spy on us anymore in our telephone calls. It's just such a bigger conversation, Scotty, that you have to sit back and go, okay, what piece can I take down? Because it's an elephant. And I'm going to send this crew of people over here to attack this aspect of it. We're going to send John over here to do this and Scotty over here. And eventually, when we all keep chewing at it and attacking the system from all the angles of fifth generation warfare, like Flynn talks about, we can take it down. But people have got to get educated as to what all the 5Gs are. How many different generations of warfare are going on, and where can I fit in to play a role? Where's my expertise? Where's my passion? And, I know I'm kind of hitting a lot of points here, but it's much bigger than just, can we do it? And is it the red-green axis? How many different aspects of the red-green axis are there? A lot.
You're hitting a lot of points because everything's so connected, right?
Everything. It's all connected.
So, yeah, it's like the hip bone's connected to the thigh, but everything's so connected here. It's unbelievable how connected. I want to go back to a point before I forget. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is one of the reasons I believe we're heading to a non-fiat world. There's two world leaders who hate the central banks. Vladimir Putin threw the Rothschilds out some years back. And my understanding is Xi Jinping does not like to control the central bankers because he wants to be a real dictator. He can't be. The Central Bank of China is not his bank. So if Putin and Xi are on the side of Trump to get rid of the central banks, that's my belief, that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And put Xi and Putin and Trump in a room, they might not agree on a lot, but I think they would agree central bankers got to go. So that's my hope. John, I'm going to go to you with the question. I'm getting some feedback. Maybe that's your computer, John. Is the caliphate, the Islamic push to bring Sharia law to the United States, to Texas, Dearborn, Michigan, Patterson, New Jersey, where they're already implementing Sharia law? You can say, well, it's not law, it's unconstitutional, but they're living in communities under Sharia law. They're even going to stores and telling the stores, you got to sell halal foods, or you're going to start paying us a tax. You either join them, get beheaded, or pay them a tax. You can't capitulate to these people. So the point is this Islamic caliphate a convergence with the deep state central banker agenda, or are they in the back room smoking hookahs together, coordinating activities, or both?
Well, again, Ann articulated a number of touch points, I think, that encapsulate sort of the overall equation, but I'm with her that it's a combination of the two. I've always, as we've discussed on many podcasts before, Scotty, that those haven't seen us, it's a cult. It's not a religion. It's under the guise of a religion, but it's actually cloak and dagger. It's the one world beast system cult that they want. And it's funny you mentioned Texas. I have a good friend who lives in McKinney outside of Dallas, and she's been telling me the last couple of weeks we've been talking that she's seeing more of an uptick, an upsurge of more Muslim caliphate taking over the businesses and trying to set up mosques. And I know Texas has been ardently trying to bat that down with legislation to kick that out. But I can tell you here in the South where I am, that's not going to stick. And we have our Second Amendment here, guns and Constitution Bill of Rights, and the South that prides themselves largely on that. But we need the nation collectively to do that. And where I came from in California, they've been infiltrated for many years. And we're talking about New York. I used to live in New York City from 98 to 2008. And I remember seeing very vividly in 2001, the discussion of halal meat served. I was like, what is that? You know, that doesn't even sound like anything I know or would want. And it's an agenda, and it's a parasite. And little by little, it starts to find its way into the ecosystem of things, and it starts to take over the whole system unless you cut it off full force, much akin to crabgrass on a lawn that was perfect and pristine before it gets in there and it starts finding the holes. And if you don't plug it up and fix it, it takes over and becomes the lawn. And I think that's what we need to just be, as a nation, ardently aware of. Again, a lot of areas are stepping up and saying no, but we need to definitely be on guard against them. And it's not about hating anybody. It's just being spiritually aware, having our eyes open, and just knowing what's right from wrong. And it's not an agenda of peace, in my opinion, by any means. It's propaganda. It's an agenda to take over, and anyone doesn't think like them is just going to get run roughshod. And so we need to stand up against it and say no and kick them out wholesale.
Well said. You both seem to go in the same direction with different points. I think it's a lot of golden nuggets there. Before we circle back to election integrity and election fraud, I want to remind everybody we are here one day, one mission, and one community to lift Tina into her next chapter of her life. And that only happens through your kindness and generosity by donating to Tina Peters at tinapeters.us. There is a donation button on the site. You can't miss it. tinapeters.us on the homepage. Look, if you can afford to donate and you're here, just please do so. I don't know why you'd be waiting. If money's tight, maybe you need to pray on it. We're here many more hours, so go pray on it for a little while and come back. If money's tight, we understand. And if you can't donate and you don't have any liquidity to donate, we understand that too. And you're welcome to stick around and take advantage of the great information and great guests. In a little while, I'm going to round up my buddy Tom Kaz. Tom is a very up-and-coming country rock musician that has written a song for Tina called Bring Her Home. He wrote the song while she was in jail. We didn't know she was going to get free, but the message really encapsulates Tina, who she is. It's kind of a jailbreak song for Tina. Great, great song. I think this song is going to be a hit. Tom is a very talented guy. So that being said, again, go to tinapeters.us. Please donate. Let's lift Tina up. So, Ann, you are an investigative journalist extraordinaire. I've watched your work for years. When you dig into something, you don't go a little bit down the rabbit hole. You go all the way down the hole. You go down, 50, 100, wherever those tunnels are, the deep state tunnels underground, you go all the way down to those.
Sometimes.
You have investigated election fraud probably prior to 2020. I'm guessing you were looking at it before that. What do you think is the outcome? Is all this evidence that's been collected? We know the evidence is there. Trump has said it's there. The military has it all. Is it going to come forward? Is it going to be exposed before the midterms? And then there'll be a part 2 to that.
Oof, great question. It has to come forward before the midterms because we have to make some radical changes. Trump has got to use any one of the national security issues and make sure elections fall into it, because it's already been determined by CISA that our election equipment is part of our national security. We know we've had foreign interference, so it should be very easy to get that done and to protect our election equipment. But we still have very, very dirty voter rolls. And until we get the voter rolls cleaned up, I mean, this is how they're stealing elections easily. It's been theorized that that's how Massey lost 10,000, absentee ballots show up. And we can't validate if these people are on the voter roll or not. We know we have bad voter rolls here in Florida. I've spoken to people, and that apparently the local supervisor of election in Palm Beach County wanted to have a meeting with me because I was roasting her over this very subject. They won't clean up the voter rolls that have people who shouldn't be voting on them. I can tell you a personal story about it, but trying to keep this high level and not go down, individual cases here and there. We don't have clean voter rolls. And we also know these machines are still connected to the internet. No matter what they say, they're still connected. They can still change the machines. They have passwords that are on the internet for anybody to get access to. So if this doesn't come out, we're in trouble big time, because nothing's going to change. Maybe we need to postpone having an election in November till we can get all this straight, because I don't feel good about any of the elections that are happening right now. And, President Trump has got to, at some point, after we have a good time here partying for America's 250, he's got to say, you know what, Tulsi Gabbard, who, stood down from her position, told me that we know that there's been massive election integrity issues. Perhaps maybe we should do something about it dramatically. And, the federal elections, whether it's Congress, Senate, or presidential, those have to happen on one day, and the same day, for everybody across the country. The president has the right to go in and say, you know what, we aren't going to use machines for that specific election. If you guys want to use machines for your mayoral races, your state rep races, whatever. But when it comes to the federal stuff, we're not going to use machines, because we need to know if we're really getting clean representation. And right now we're not. We know we're not. You've got a Congress and a Senate full of deep state actors that take money from AIPAC, hand over fist. And we know that, Israel has not the people, just the government, the deep state intelligence communities, the same people that work for the central bankers in London that are still trying to get America back. So I'm not an anti-Semite when I see these things, because you have other countries that have meddled in our elections, Venezuela, for instance, Iran, for instance. It's not just, but we know that we have these bad actors. So why do we continue with it? Why are we merging our intelligence community forever and to try and make it a law with another country? I'm sorry, that's not a sovereign nation. So I don't know that we're going to get this fixed, honestly, before November and then the election rolls around. I hope perhaps we have to pause things in order to ensure that we do have safe elections, Scotty. This is a very big worry for me, because here in Florida, and I'll land the plane after this, we have the establishment, which is pushing a guy named Byron Donalds, who has a criminal record, bank fraud record, writing bad checks. His wife has, laundered $10 million through one of my state reps, multiple shell companies, so she could get money back in her pocket. He can't even spell, according to some of the recent posts today, doesn't know how to spell achievability. But, and he supposedly has an Optima Foundation charter school, foundation for charter schools. This is problematic for me. This is a guy who doesn't have the grassroots behind him. And yet Susie Wiles, coming out of the administration, who was also Bibi Netanyahu, deep state campaign manager, is pushing him up to the front. And you've got a guy like Paul Renner, who is clearly the straw poll winner over and over and over, and phone bank poll winner over and over and over. He's a guy running for governor, and the deep state and the establishment doesn't want that guy to win, because he stands for medical freedom and has a stand for health freedom endorsement, in addition to elimination of property tax to liberate us more. He wants to cut 30% of our state budget so that you can afford to eliminate property tax. I mean, this is a guy that's saying, I'm going to stand on the 10th Amendment. And so, this is why the midterm elections are so important to these guys. They don't want people like Paul Renner in there. They don't care what we think. And they continue to do this over and over. So President Trump is going to have to take that hard decision and say, great, you guys can have your elections, vote on your machines, but for the federal stuff, Congress, Senate, no. And governor, no. These are things that are bigger than just the state. So you are going to get rid of those machines. And I don't know if he's going to do it. I hope he does. I'm praying that President Trump does this, Scotty.
Well, you said the thing that's key to me. Do we have time to get this done before November 5th? And I say the only way we have time, Ann, is if indeed they've been working on implementing everything that needs to happen in the background, that it's already being worked on, that grand juries have been convened, that they're already looking at the fraud, that they're already in position to prosecute, that Trump is supposedly, and we're going to have Juan O'Savin on this evening, who's going to tell us that Trump is going to issue a national security emergency before the election, and then he's going to write an executive order that says A, B, C, and D. You got to have paper ballots, no machines. You got to count the votes the same day. You got to have an ID, blah, blah, blah. All these things that are going to fall under National Security Act and executive orders. If they don't do that by August or early September at the latest, how would they possibly even think about using the National Guard or ICE to implement this at a ground level? You're going to need somebody to implement it to make sure it happens, because we know locally, statewide, we've got all kinds of corruption where politicians won't abide by anything the federal government says or mandates. So it's got to already be in work, by the way. If it's not already in order, if they're not already working on the implementation, it's not going to happen by November 5th.
I agree. And, every single position in state and federal government is a matter of national security at this point, including the governor races, because not one governor, not even Kristi Noem, stood up during the Biden regime of reign of terror when they were invading our country and repelled the foreign invasion under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3. They could have repelled these people and they didn't. Instead, they bust them, flew them to Martha's Vineyard, whatever. And that doesn't fly for the American people, because all we did was, we got a headline out of it and a laugh, ha ha. Oh yeah, we're sending them to your blue state. Well, okay, but they're still here, and now you've got Tom Homan trying to go around and get the really, really, really bad guys first, get them out so we can at least protect American lives. We really need to get rid of these machines, and we got to clean up these voter rolls. Those are the two things. Otherwise, we don't have a country, because we don't have free and fair elections. By the way, Tina Peters is texting me. She wants you to know she's ready. So I don't know if you've extended a link to her, but
she's got a link. She can come on anytime.
Okay, so then I'll just tell her she can come on. Well, Tina, you can hear this.
She's got the link, so she can come in anytime, and I'll see her pop up. John, I'm going to come to you for the same question, but before we do, Ann mentioned Bibi Netanyahu and Israel a couple of times. I feel I get a little more leeway talking about Israel because I have a grandfather that escaped from a concentration camp in Poland that is a Jewish grandfather. So I can say things and not be accused of being anti-Semitic. You said the key, not about the Israeli people. It's about the government, the deep state players, and Benjamin Netanyahu's. Bibi's been a very bad boy over the years. He's played both sides of the fence. He's played at the deep state side. He's played with the good guys, a master at both sides. He's a chameleon. And I believe that it's true. Israel is a major foothold for the deep state. The Rothschilds funded it, brought it to life in 1947 as a home for who? The Khazarian Mafia, as Scott McKay will tell us later today. And I think just like they did in Venezuela, just like they're doing in Iraq, in Iran, like they're going to do in Ukraine, I think they'll bring the Israeli deep state under control. God bless the Israeli people. I have friends there. I have cousins there. They're like us, the Americans. They don't like their deep state players. Bibi's under trial in his homeland. Bibi's on trial in Israel already for corruption. He's standing multiple charges of corruption. His own people are fed up with him, just like we were with Sleepy Joe. So, John, back to you. Talk about the election integrity. What's it going to take to get us back to free and fair elections? Do we have time to implement what's necessary, and can we pull off a free and clean election in November?
Well, again, you both have sort of answered the question for me with your insights on the matter. But I would, first thing I would say is I don't even know if we're dealing with the real Bibi. First of all, I really think that he's been dealt with. So I don't know which iteration we're dealing with. Number one, number two, Q said it best. Saving Israel for last. You kind of alluded to that, and I think that's happening. This is a multifaceted conversation, like many of the previous questions were. So there is a lot of nuance to it, of course. Do we have time? Yes. Are we cutting it close? Yes. This feels a lot like a sporting event where it's in the fourth quarter with a handful of seconds left, and next play wins or loses the game. And I think that's how I look at this whole thing. But I do also agree with what you said, Scotty, about this thing has been in the works for many, many years. President Trump, as you both know, asked to be in this position decades ago. So our military doesn't do anything hodgepodge or willy-nilly. There's a lot of planning and foresight that goes into it. But, just looking at the economic front, he's got to start getting some wins here in July, because it takes 90 days to get a full quarter cycle to get a GDP reconciliation where people can see the needle moving. and that would put us in July to October, a month before the midterm. So if it stands to reason we have to get a financial, not just a bump, but a massive spike, and we also have to get a geopolitical one as well. And so can it be done? Absolutely. Will it? I pray and act on faith as a Christian that it will. And as you said, you're dealing with the Khazarian mafia, which is no different than, like Ann said, the Rothschilds, which is tied to America, which is tied to the Vatican. It's all intercorrelated. We definitely need to see the oil and the water separate, and the wheat separating from the tares of the chaff right now. I think we're coming in a crunch time, and we need to get serious about getting some visibility of results here pretty soon.
Well, I would agree with everything you just said. That's for sure. And again, because the evidence isn't in our face, I see no evidence that they've been working on implementing elections the way that 107 is going to talk about. I see no evidence that Trump's going to declare a national security emergency and mandate all these things that they can implement at a state and local level without the judges suing Trump, without the deep state politicians interfering. I just don't see any evidence. So it's hard to believe when you don't see it. But yet, John, you and I have sources, and I know you have sources. We're being told it's happening. Don't worry. Stay calm. Have faith. Trust.
I think Scotty froze.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think he was going to say, trust the plan. The only plan and the only plan, first of all, the only plan I trust is the Bible. Second, the only person I follow blindly is Jesus. So,
yeah,
it's my duty. It's my duty to, there she is. Hey, Joanne.
Hi, you guys. I think I'm a little glitchy too. Am I? Or am I okay?
Yeah, you're a little glitchy.
A little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know. We had a storm in Sedona, but Scotty's in Puerto Vallarta, and he's doing his best with his internet. I mean, he lives there. He's not vacation.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So I kind of came in as the last minute backup exactly for this kind of stuff.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Well, let's
Tina
talk
should be
question out. Talk about anything.
Tina should be popping in any second. I was just texting with her. So hopefully she's going to pop in.
Can send her the link? Because I
did.
I don't know if I have the correct number still. I know she had 2. So.
Yep, I did. I sent to her the correct link.
Nice to meet you, Joanne.
Nice to meet you, John. I haven't met you. Yeah.
No, I haven't, but I've heard good things
what
about
am
you.
I seeing? The John Dowling podcast.
Yeah, meager. It's not at Ann's level, but we do our best.
Oh, stop.
Ann and I had a couple of shows for years. I have to get her back on, but
my friend.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Ann, I did want to ask you a question actually on the subject that what Scott kind of interweaved. So we'll take this opportunity maybe to do that. And in the interim, waiting for Tina to come on. I wanted to get your opinion on something. So we were talking about Netanyahu and the financial and the geopolitical aspect. Once President Trump does officially, this surreptitious back and forth with keeping the deep state on their heels about when the peace deal will happen, won't happen, the sort of yo-yo effect that we have going. When that actually does get signed between the U.S. and Iran, do you expect Israel to attack the Bashir nuclear power plants of Iran? And if so, how soon after from the peace deal is made?
Oh gosh, I can't speak for what I think they're going to do or not do. I think probably the theory that I heard that actually resonates with me the most is really what Michael Yon is presenting, because if you look at historically, what have nations fought over for years and people, it's routes and resources and ideology. And Iran has always sat in the middle of major routes and resources, east, west, north, south. And because of that, that's why you have all these factions. And let's not forget that in 1953, we went and installed, the Shah of Iran against the will of the people. We overthrew a good election and put our guy in there. And when our guy was no longer useful, there was another uprising, and then today we have the clerics and the mullahs and the IRGC. So you've had Iran became completely destabilized. The British, did very well with oil from the early 1900s. The British Navy ran on free oil for decades because of British Petroleum, and they went in there and quote discovered the oil, which was basically sitting on the surface of the freaking country, but they took it. And that's what we've always done. The colonial empires have gone and taken resources all over the world. Africa is clearly under attack right now. You see a lot of China in Africa, a lot of new infrastructure going up. And it's not because the Africans are doing it. It's because they're being funded by countries that want their resources. And so I don't speculate when or who or how, but I think the who, is that Scotty trying to come back? I heard something. Yeah, and I'm sitting here, Joe Altman. Yeah, you're right, China. Joe Altman's texting me. He's like, China's been in Africa for decades. He's absolutely right.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
BRICS has been around for 25 years. This is nothing new. That coalition of countries has been around for a long time. And yep, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you. So we are up against an age-old ideology of getting routes and resources. And Michael Yon was positing, I saw him on Alex Jones. He did a great segment yesterday or the day before, I'm not sure when, about this very fact that, these straits and these canals and trade routes are critical to controlling resources from east to west and north to south. And so he's looking at canal in Greece. He's looking at the Panama Canal, which I've been to many, many times. China had the hold on that on both sides of the canal. And they don't anymore. The Supreme Court in Panama kicked him out. And so they're pissed, obviously, because that was critical to their, BRICS, to their Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. And Israel is also vying for the same routes and resources. They want control of it, but it's not, is it really Israel or is it the bankers? Because let's go back to the City of London and the derivative system and the fiat currency financial instruments that aren't backed by anything. They need routes and resources in order to prop up their failing fiat currencies, and the dollar being one of them. So they can't allow that to happen. So they're trying to steal routes and resources. So you're going to see China and Israel be, really at war with one another. But is it really going to be Israel, or is it really the bankers, which comes back to the, City of London? And so it's not the biblical Hebrews. It's the Khazarian Ashkenazi Jews, which were formerly known as the Radhanites, as Michael McKibben would educate you, which came from the early China Silk Road, going across the east into into Europe, and all the different breeding with different people along the way created this this group of people known as Radhanites. And when they started the City of London in 1067 and created, usury, interest on loans, they realized they were hated. And so they changed their name to Ashkenazi Jews, which weren't really biblical Hebrews at all. But that's how this complete, mishmash, where people think when you say Jew, you're just anti-Semitic. No, we're specifically talking about the government of Israel and the central banking cabal. They're one and the same people, and they originate from long, long time ago, and they have no problem at all sort of being chameleons to be whoever you want them to be, so they can steal from you and rob you blind over a system that's completely corrupt. So China, what is Joe writing? It was formalized in 2017. Yes, hide behind good Jews. That's right. They hide behind the good Israelis. Exactly. So, Oh, here's Joe. There he is. He's talking to me on chat. He's coaching me. Thanks, Joe.
He says, come on in here.
I know way too much about the China connection to Africa. I spent 6.5 years in Africa, most in the east, west, north part of Africa. So I understand that China would come in and buy up all the resources and just put down a few roads. So yeah, crazy time. And I've been called an anti-Semite of late. The ADL just designated me as a anti-Semite because I talked about the synagogue of Satan Jews that hide behind the Jewish people, and they do real harm. That's why you have the 18 and 19-year-old young people that were walking out of the Holocaust Museum that were gunned down because they were gunned down because of the bad things that people like Bibi Netanyahu have done diabolically over the last couple of decades. So I mean, it's not a victimless crime, and we keep running away from it.
Well said.
Oh, you guys, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'll give you a heads up.
Do I need to hop off so Tina can hop on? I don't want to keep the audience waiting for Tina because of me.
There's Scotty. Power went out, but he's
there he is.
there. He is. All right.
All right, I'm back. Hey, Joe, how are you? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
So, is she back in the studio? Let's see if Tina's here. I heard she was coming on.
Bye, Ann. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Joanne.
Ann, good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah.
John, come back later. I'll text you when.
Okay, sounds good, brother.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
You want me to hop off, Scotty? I don't want to. Like I said, I want Tina to come on. People really want to see her.
Yeah, you guys want to hang out a minute until Tina comes on? Let's see if she's here.
Sure. Whatever, however I can help.
Sure.
You know, while we're waiting, please donate. Go to tinapeters.us and donate to Tina. I mean, this woman stood in the gap for all of us. She really stood in the gap. And is from where I'm seeing, she's no different than the J6ers. She stood up for what was right, what was just, and she's absolutely being crucified by a corrupt state, a corrupt judge, and really a corrupt governor. It's disgusting what they did to her, particularly as Joe knows, she got a letter that said, make sure you back up the systems because we're coming in for a trusted build.
So. She asked the county first to make the copy of the records for her, and they declined. Right?
They declined.
I mean, there were just people that were giving her bad advice. She didn't have to go through any turning off the cameras. They made it look like it was a criminal act, and frankly, she just had people that frankly, I'll say, let her off a cliff. And Tina was just trying to do the right thing, make sure she could investigate the systems that were there. She uncovered massive amounts of fraud, and to this day, no one has taken the now 4 reports that were created seriously, even though they've been validated by people that even used to run Sandia Labs. So they're just they wanted to punish Tina so that nobody got to the bottom of it, but it looks like we're going to get to the bottom of it anyway.
Yay. Let's get to the bottom of it. So Tina Peters.
Tina's not here yet, so we can keep the party going until she shows up. You guys are all welcome to stay. If you got to cut out, feel free to do so, of course. We were talking about election integrity, Joe, and you are very well versed on the subject. Our conversation was, if we have time before the midterms to implement the things that we're being told, national security emergencies, executive orders mandating the things that make a fair election, do we have time to implement that?
Yeah, we do have time to implement it. And you look at the executive order that specifically spelled out the fact that mail-in ballots could not be used in this midterm election. The problem is the states are actually defying that mandate. So Colorado just sent out mail-in ballots and did not turn over the voter rolls. They're basically running rogue, which is an act of sedition. So whether or not President Trump takes the next step, which is to sign off on the War Powers Act, or starts holding the states accountable and arrest the people inside of the states, specifically governors, secretary of states, and attorney generals, remains to be seen. I know that President Trump does not have an appetite for what's been happening in these different states. We saw what happened in California. We can see it with our own eyes. It doesn't even take a forensic anything to figure out that they're stealing elections when someone that couldn't fog a mirror got more votes than Spencer Pratt in California. So, and that's Smartmatic machine. And how do you actually indict the powers to be inside of Smartmatic and still have them running elections inside of our country? It's just it's antithetical to where we are. So I do think that over the next couple of months, you have the ODNI report, you got the executive orders, you have the SAVE Act, which John Thune is standing in the middle of, kind of like having bad leadership over in Israel. We have selected leadership on both sides of the aisle here in the United States. So we have a captured environment where the people really don't matter. And I think President Trump's fighting an uphill battle. And now with Tulsi Gabbard stepping down, the CIA going in, picking up 40 boxes, just a lot going on right now. And but I think that President Trump recognizes that this is the battleground to be won, and nobody has an appetite for the Democrats at all. Yet we have pretty pathetic leadership on the conservative side as well. So he's going to have to put his fist down and have what I call a Julius Caesar moment. He's going to have to step out and really make some hard decisions and ignore the media. And what I saw, and I'll kind of end it on the the bookend of this. What I saw with President Trump when he sat down and with Meet the Press and had that interview is that he has no appetite for bullshit. He has no appetite for it. And he is basically saying that you're corrupt. The system is corrupt. The elections are corrupt. We do not have free and fair elections in any of the 50 states, whether it's the dog and monkey show that you have with ranked choice voting, that's a black box that they didn't mathematically figure it out, or Dominion voting systems, now Liberty voting systems with the same substructures, ES&S, Smartmatic, Clear Ballot. They're all this hard intercivic. They're all the same substructure. They all have to go through CITA, which then has to go through Edison. So it's all built the same way. They can steal elections from the bottom of the barrel, from the mayor's race in a small town, all the way up to the federal elections as well. So he recognizes it. He has all the information in front of him. All he has to do is pull the trigger. And I think what you saw in that interview is that is what is going to happen next. There's indictments going to be handed down. That's what Kash Patel was talking about. And I think we'll find ourselves in a better position where we can vindicate Tina Peters and really get to the bottom of what's been done to so many people over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Oh, Scotty,
you're muted, Scotty. There we go.
Joe, thank you for the depth of the answer. It was a lot more than I anticipated. I apologize, folks. I'm on a street where they're working on the power lines. It's very loud here. I hope you can hear me well. I believe Tina's here. We also have our next co-host. I'm going to leave you, Ann and John, in the room. So we'll have a party with Tina. Why not bring everybody in? Very unconventional, but hey, why not? So give me a second. I'm going to bring everybody in here. Sleight of the fingers here.
The Brady Bunch.
Love it. There she is. Oh, wait, she popped in.
Yep.
We had her for a second. My machine does not want to cooperate. All right, we're getting there. Tina Peters, you look wonderful. It's so good to see you. Can we all give you a big hug? Let's give Tina a hug. Everybody give Tina a hug.
Big kisses.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, you're going to make me cry.
Oh, no, you're going to make me cry. It's so good to see you,
It's amazing
Tina.
to see you, Tina. I also want to introduce Garland and Tamara Favorito. When we're done partying with Tina, we'll let Ann and John go, and we'll bring in Garland and Tamara. Tina, what say you? What do you want to tell the audience?
I'm so grateful. That's the words that I.
Wow.
It's okay, honey.
Yeah.
You're so loved. You
Take
are
your time.
Take your time. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Tina, you have tens of thousands just on Twitter alone, on X. You have hundreds of thousands of posts about you. I went and looked at it before I came on. I said, how many times did her name at Real Tina or just Tina Peters come up? It was hundreds of thousands. You are so loved by so many around the world. You represent, the Joan of Arc for ages right now, because as I said, as America
I don't like
goes,
how that ended though.
yeah, well, yeah, but you're here. You rose to the occasion. In fact, you should be on Mount Rushmore. You really should. What you've done for our country and really for humanity. It's just incredible what you stand and represent. You're just so loved, and I'm so happy to see you. And I'm so mad at your warden. Your warden really pissed me off in February.
Well, I got one of them fired. Well, actually, he walked.
Good.
He said, "F this place," and I got the criminal sergeant or captain that was running the place. I got her moved to another prison. So
good.
There's a lot that we accomplished, even on the inside of such a horrible place like that. And I'm so appreciative that you guys, all of you, Garland, Joe, you and John, Scotty. Oh my goodness. Thank you for putting this on. Coming home, it just brings back how fragile our liberties are. And, of course, I'm not out of the woods yet. As you know, the clemency, he pardoned 35 people, complete pardon. But all the media can talk about the radical, hateful media can talk about is the one person out of 9 that he granted clemency. And they want to say that I'm not remorseful and those sort of things. The left will always lie. Could I have done things differently? Oh, now knowing what I know now, oh yeah. I could have done it really, really, really differently had I known what we were going to find. And that's the important thing, I believe, is that what we found and the foundation of the corruption that has been going on for far too long. And I only wrote 2 people while I was in prison, and both letters went to President Trump. When President Trump called me the other day, and I was very grateful for that phone call and very humbled, I told him, I said, I only wrote 2 people while I was in prison. I got thousands and thousands of letters, and I'm just so humbled and grateful because you guys were and still are the wind beneath my wings. God has put us all in this place to affect change. But what I told President Trump was, I said, I feel discouraged. I feel discouraged that after 5 years of, what we found through the Mesa County reports, 5 years that, this has not, that people are still complaining about it and they're still uncovering more and more fraud, but nothing has been done about it. And so I hope to be able to speak with him about this personally and find out exactly what is being done and where we're going from here. But you guys are all my heroes. I came home to if I look a little a little shiny, my air conditioning went out, so I'm not going to be calling anybody in until Monday because they charge triple on the weekend. So we're toughing it out. If I can tough it out in prison, I can tough it out. There's my brakes went out on my truck, spewed brake fluid all over. And so that was another, $2,500. So Scotty and all of you, I do appreciate, and all those that are out there listening for, just putting the clarion call out to help me. And, it's real difficult for me to ask for myself because I was just telling an interview that I did this morning for someone out in California, and we know what's going on in California and New York City and Virginia and Georgia. I mean, all across the country and in 72 countries around the world. I said, why do we keep being surprised at these? And that's what I told the president. I said, why is everybody acting surprised when a person like Mondami gets elected, or Spanberger, or what happened to Spencer Pratt? I mean, why are we still acting like, oh my gosh, how could that be? We know how it's happening. And I believe Trump could sign an executive order to get rid of the machines and say that that a vendor cannot have that much influence over our elections. This is a national issue. It's a worldwide issue. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what is going to go on. But I'll pop in and out. I've been watching all of you, and I'm just so grateful. I loved watching Roger Fuller and all of his knowledge and everybody else, and so I will pop in and out during the day if that's helpful. But I really want this to be about everything that we need to fix and everyone out there should be fixing. So I'll just take some questions. I can tell you stories about prison that are funny.
My first question, Tina. Sorry, go ahead. Finish.
No, that's good.
First of all, you're the most welcome guest here, so don't feel like You have to sublimate yourself. This is typical Tina Peters, not wanting the spotlight, not wanting the attention. By the way, your brakes and your AC going out, that's an omen for people to donate. Don't forget to go to tinapeters.us, everybody. But Tina, tell everybody, I know the answer because I heard you tell Steve Stern. What was your first meal when you had a chance to eat? What did you eat?
It was my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and it continues on. A big, thick, juicy steak. Yeah, and salad with fresh veggies. A friend of mine, Barbara, made me this wonderful salad with all kinds of fresh veggies. That's something that you don't get in prison, and the nutrition there is horrific. You drink out of plastics. My toothbrush was this big, and so that's what I had, was a steak, big, thick, juicy steak, and many after that.
Tina, are you a Golden Glove boxer now? I saw you punch a lady. You took a good shot at her, that woman that attacked you.
Yes.
I thought you were a Golden Glove candidate.
It's interesting because when that happened, immediately it was sent from this captain that was running the prison, was sent to the media because they wanted to clip that very strategic shot of me immobilizing her is what I was doing. So what the people didn't see in what was released in that film was between the door and this big cooler. And you might wonder why you would have to have a swamp cooler in January. Well, it was because the prison that I was in, the boiler rooms and things like that were so hot that in my cell it was 91 degrees, and so we would fill up these coolers. So I went to fill it up, and this girl just freaked out. I mean, this was a woman who had stabbed her boyfriend, was intercepted by her brother, stabbed him. The next day, she stabbed him with life-threatening injuries that sent him and she only got 6 years. So,
wow.
So she came in with a punch, and I happened to grab her hand, her wrist. And I happened to have enough reflex to put my arm like this to shield my face. And I don't know if anybody's seen the pictures of the bruise, but and they charged me, didn't charge her. And but when I came out of that closet, I could understand how someone could be provoked. Prison is a really horrible place. I did earn the respect of the women, many of them, but it took a while. It took standing up to them, chest to chest. I'd be with an inmate that was threatening me, and something inside of me, I just don't back down. And chest to chest, and I just looked at this one inmate and I said, "Do you want to add another 15 years to your sentence?" And she kind of, and I heard later she was going around asking people, "Can she do that? Can she do that?" And they said, "Yeah, she can do that." The DOJ came in, as many of you know, because of our president, to investigate. It was horrible conditions, a lot of mold. The women started, I was helping them understand their rights. So I had the ARs, the administrative regulations, printed out in 2 big books, so I could show them that you don't have to spend 2 months in the hole. They're only allowed to keep you for 15 days. I remember when they had me in the hole, this CO, correctional officer, walked by, and I said, "How long am I going to be in here?" And she said, "Well, they keep people up to 2 months." And I looked at her and I said, "They can't do that." She says, "Oh, your ARs." And I said, "Yeah." And she knew, but they depend on the inmates not knowing their rights. I'd like to be an advocate for inmate rights, because what happens behind those doors, no one sees. So that's one of the things that, along with of course, the elections and whatever God calls me to do, I'd like to do that.
Wonderful. Tina, what do you want history to tell of your story? What do you hope history gets right about Tina Peters?
That I was innocent, that I did not breach the computers, that I did not have an unauthorized person in there. And I think that's a narrative that the left has gotten away with for far too long. Every time I see their talking points, the Mockingbird media, they're always saying unauthorized person, and that I didn't have the right to do an investigation. Which clearly keeps the light off of them. So I think that's what I would like, is that, like what the DA said when they were sentencing me, and we tried to get that moved till after the election. And he said, I want to send a chilling effect to every election official in the United States. We need to have the ability and stand up for the right to question our government, and without fear of retaliation.
That's right.
I think that's probably what I would want. I remember when the girls were, I would advocate for the women in prison, and they say, oh, well, I don't want you to get in trouble. There was so much fear. And I'd say, oh, what are they going to do? Throw me in prison? Oh, I'm already here. And then I'd say, oh, maybe they'll throw me in the hole. Well, I've been there 4 times. So I think people need to understand that there's only so much they can do to you. And death was not, and of course, that's something we have to be careful of these days, because people like Jenna Griswold, like A.G. Weiser, like Dan Rubenstein, who should be protecting the people, right, put out such rhetoric that we are that it causes violence against righteous citizens that are just standing up. One of the things that he said, Rubenstein, and of course people need to understand that Rubenstein was not the driving force behind what happened to me. It was Merrick Garland. It was Joe Biden. It was, you guys know all this. I'm preaching to the choir. And A.G. Weiser, who's now running for governor, who should never be allowed to be governor. Jenna Griswold should never be given the most powerful attorney title in a state like Colorado. But these people, they want to keep that control, and we have to dismantle that control and take our state back and our country back.
John, I'm going to let you drop in a question before we cut you loose.
Okay, thank you, Scotty. Well, Tina, it's an honor to meet you. I've not been able to talk to you before, but I'm very well familiar with your story, and thank you for the privilege of having me here today with you. I did want to ask you, when you talked to President Trump in prison, you expressed your discouragement. What was encouraging about what he shared with you that gave you hope to go forward in the aftermath of you being released?
Yeah, well, we will be having that conversation in the future, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity. And we didn't talk in prison. We talked after I was released. Gotcha. And they were very careful not to let media in. Just people had to put on their visiting thing friends. So I am encouraged, because I think he's as you guys know, he's a very smart man. He doesn't always reveal his hand. And so I am encouraged. I'm encouraged. What I told him was I was discouraged because it'd been 5 years. So we all want this to happen like right away. And every time I would see, like I said, the elections be stolen, and I go, oh yeah, 51%. We know about that, right? You know what that means. So that's, I am hopeful. I just don't think that, I want to talk to him. I want to make sure there haven't been gatekeepers around him, but I don't.
Oh, great.
So that's probably would be my only concern. But there's people that I believe now God's given me a place that I hope I can get those answers, if that's the answer to your question.
Thank you for that.
Tina,
Appreciate it.
we are so grateful that you told the president that that is exactly the message that he needed to hear. It's resonating throughout the country, where there's so much frustration built up and on all of their supporters. And so I want to thank you for that's exactly what he needed to hear. I thank you for telling him that. And of course, I also want to thank you for all the forensic reports. And, you know, we use that here in Georgia all the time, referencing your documents. And we have corroborated everything that you revealed in Colorado. We have corroborated that here in Georgia.
Yes, thank you. And there's so much more to come, you know, with what you're finding out through Ed Solomon and through a lot of things. You know, when you see Republicans voting to increase property tax,
yeah,
I mean, that should be a red flag to everybody.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. So, you know, we have, and it's just now the action to, there should never be a vendor that has that much control over our life. Just period. It, you know, it should be the good intelligence that's protecting us, like CISA, which is a, I mean, I don't want to get into that rabbit trail, but yeah.
Well, hopefully now CISA is somewhat better. I guess they've dissolved their election department, but the DOJ, the FBI, it should all be somewhat better than the one that got you. But you have really deserved, you've earned the platform that you can stand on now and keep getting this message out there, you know, because you have become a movement, Tina. I have never seen anything like it. These last 20 months, we have, every single week, we have talked about you on our statewide calls, and people, if we decide to put it at the end of the 2-hour call instead of at the beginning, they were putting in the chat, well, what about Tina? What about Tina? Did I miss it? So I've never seen anything where somebody could go away and we can't physically see you, to stay so much in people's minds and in their prayers. And these statewide or nationwide prayer meetings, it's really been amazing. But I think it's just a testament to who you are. You are a person who loves other people and stands for what is right. And I think you have given a lot of people around the nation really the gumption to stand up and keep saying what is right. We're not going to give into it. So bless you. Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, then
Very
I
well
I
said,
feel like
Tamara.
I've
Thank
been-
you. John and Ann, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but John and Ann, I'm going to dismiss you. Thank you so much, both of you, for all your time.
Tina.
Great information. Left a lot of golden nuggets. Thank you, guys.
Bye, guys. It was an honor. Thank you, Tina, for coming. I'm just so blessed to see you. Love you so much, honey. And my text message stands. You let me
Okay.
know when.
All
Okay.
right. Thank you so
All
much.
right. Much love to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Bye-bye.
Good to see you, Joe.
Hey, Tina, it's always good to see you. Just so you know, Scotty, we have a $10,000 match right now from Annette Valera out of Colorado. The $10,000 match.
Praise God.
That we've been talking about these matches to come in that I worked on last week. I just sent a text message saying, "What's up?" Nobody's been talking about the matches, right? So I'm encouraging some other people to put some matches up. So I do want to say this with Tina. Tina knows I love her very, very, very much. I tend to get a little bit more angry about how they treated Tina. A little bit more feisty about it. But this telethon is about securing Tina's future. And so the people that are listening, I know that you've probably given to Tina. I've given to Tina. It doesn't matter about what you did in the past. This is like we got to raise $1 million. We got to raise $2 million. There's still legal fees to be paid, but more importantly, we've got to get Tina to a place where she can breathe, take a breath, right? And that's going to require her to be able to not have to worry about things. If she wants to retire, great. I hope she goes back into public service and we get just a few more years of her being the Secretary of State in Colorado or working in Washington, because she is the Nelson Mandela of our time. But I just want to remind everyone that reach into your pocket, give to this. Go to tinapeters.us. You have to be willing to live up to the sacrifice that Tina did for nearly 21 months. So
very humble. Thank you. I'm going to pop off because I know there's a lot of people that are waiting to get on, and I'll come back on. I'll come back on later. But I wanted to leave you with this. So the DA in our county put out horrible things about when they found out that I was coming back to Mesa County, and that's because I'm on parole right now. I'm still under the Department of Corrections, Colorado Department of Corrections thumb. And so the DA Dan Rubenstein put out there that I'm not welcome in Mesa County, that the people do not want me here, and all other. I don't read all that stuff. I just, I just glance and get the flavor of it. But I just want to tell you, last night was the first time that I have been. Oh no, actually it was Friday night. First time I've gone out in public because of my safety, and I went to a Ted Nugent concert here in Mesa County, and met his wonderful wife Shemaine, who was amazing, and with Ricky Schroeder and Rich Wyatt and Ricky's new wife Julie, and just wonderful people. And so I had asked Ted, I said, I don't want to, I told Shemaine, I said, I don't want him to call me out or whatever, because I want to be cognizant of the prejudice of some people, that it could affect his, his fan base. And so I'm standing down and with Jared and Paulo, and they're security for me and some others. And the people kept coming up. We were between the stage and the corral fencing that separates the rest of the crowd. And I'm standing in front or to the side of the stage, and people kept coming up to the corral fencing, trying to get somebody's attention, asking if I would come over. That's how to get to me, is the people, not what they've done to me. And they would ask me. And one that was very notable was a woman and her son, her husband and her son, and they were standing there. And she said, "My son is blind, but we would like to get a picture with you and to tell you that even the blind see the truth about you."
Wow.
So
That's
it was
beautiful.
very heartwarming.
That's
All
awesome.
the people that were just giving me, just waving and telling me thank you. And
good.
So
So not everybody has believed the media there in
That's
Mesa
right.
County. You know the truth.
right, exactly.
And
So
Tina,
if
go ahead.
it's okay with you, because I want to hear what you guys are going to say, I'll tune in for a little bit. And then we're going to I'll come back in, because there's someone else that I want you guys to say hi, that I'm going to go visit this afternoon. And by the way, the host of my show, Apollo, today is his birthday. He shares a birthday with our great President Trump. And so I want to give a shout out to our great president and tell him thank you so, so much. I've always been behind him, even when they were 17. And I believe he's the greatest president there's ever been. I appreciate his pardon. I appreciate everything he's done to stand behind me and stand for what's right. And I trust him implicitly to continue to lead our country to where we need to go. And thank you for my team, for all and the supporters, and for all the people that have stood up and refused to be quiet and not been afraid. And I hope we'll continue to build on the
Tina,
foundation.
you bring new meaning. Tina, you bring new meaning to the idea of taking one for the team. You took one for every American patriot in not just the United States. Tina, you became a global movement. I have listeners on Sovereign Radio in Colombia, South Africa, Canada, Australia, Romania, and I have a Romanian journalist that wants you on his show. So you are taking one for the team, and that is a team of global patriots around the world that know what you did and how you stood for we the people, not just we the people of the United States, but the world, because the world knows it. As America goes, the rest of the world goes. So thank you so much. We'll see you back, and you took one for the team, my friend. That's for sure.
Thank you. And watch the movie about Bolsonaro. What happened in Brazil is what they want to happen in every country. And so get ready for that movie that's coming out. And thank you so much, Scotty. I'll pop in later when it's convenient. And thank you. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much.
And Tina, one last
Tina.
thing before you pop off.
We'll see you later.
I'm sorry.
One last thing before you pop off, Tina. We our volunteers put together a tribute video for you. I think you've seen it. I think we played it on Joe's show once, but it's on our homepage, voterj.org. Maybe we'll get that in if there's time permitting today.
Thank you.
Garland, would you give that URL out? Because I have some bandwidth issues with the power going out and won't be able to play it. So tell everybody where they can see that video.
Sure. It's voterga.org. It's on the homepage. We have had it up top for about a year, but it's now about the fourth thing down on the homepage. And it's a tribute video that our volunteers put together for Tina. And it's pretty touching.
Yeah, it's a 5-minute video that we actually did the Christmas after she went into prison, but it's been updated, and the end of it shows her freedom. So it's a very special video.
And we had our volunteers put that together. And then we had a contemporary Christian artist here whose song we borrowed for. It's called Sing Like the Battle Is Over. And it's really appropriate, I think, now that Tina's out. We didn't realize it was going to take this long to get her out. But now that we can rejoice, but the battle's not over, exactly as Tina is saying.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to come back to Garland tomorrow. Is it Tamara or Tamara?
It's Tamara.
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 Any way I can pronounce it, I pronounced it the wrong way. Tamara,
That's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to go to Joe because you are running for an important position in Colorado. I believe you're running for chairman of the Republican Party. Is that correct?
Well, I was. We lost by proxy, so I didn't realize that they could just basically load up proxies. It's kind of like harvesting mail-in ballots.
Right.
We had 5 debates. Out of the 5 debates, I collected about 80% of the vote collectively across those. But the same thing happens in Colorado that happens across the country, and that is the mechanisms by which they put people in positions of trust and authority are manipulated. So I showed up and they had about 30 volunteers that had 5 proxies around their neck. Nobody was able to actually do a verification of the proxies. No one was allowed to call for a verification of the proxies. So it was 2 rounds, and Craig Steiner was actually put into the position as state chair. So, which is good. Now, I did tell them they only got 1 shot, but everything that I said would happen if I wasn't made chair did happen. They can't raise money. They don't have an office. It's right back to attacking each other. it's much like what's happening in the Republican Party, I think, across the country. It's a purposeful kind of breakdown of the leadership, and that's why we get leaders like John Thune. That's why we get people that are inside of Congress that get amnesia when they walk there, is because no one holds them accountable. It's like a club, and we're not in it.
Right.
Yeah.
George Carlin said it. So, Joe, I assume the man they installed is a rhino.
You know, I don't actually know if you call him a rhino or if you just say that he doesn't have the ability to look. They don't even have a functioning party. They're $400,000 in the hole. And, you know, I was able to raise almost $3 million on phone calls to start out if I was to take over. And just to show you how bad it is, he picked up the phone, or somebody in his thing when he became the chair, picked up a phone and called two of the donors. And both donors said, if it's not Joe, I'm not giving you any money. So the good news is that those donors were like, hey, Joe, go create an IEC, go create a PAC, and we'll just give you the money and let you get good people elected. So, you know, the same outcome is there, but the Republican Party, its anemic. Right now, it should be thriving. And they're just not, because they can't get out of their own way. So rhino is probably a good word for what's happening in the party in Colorado. But Craig Steiner, I mean, he's a decent man. We just, again, having the ability to strong arm your way through it. I have a more Trump approach to things, and he's going to have this kind of wait and see, and that's not the leadership we need today.
Well, I'm sorry to hear the outcome. You're clearly the kind of guy I would be voting for, because they couldn't afford to have you in that position. They couldn't afford the outspoken, true patriot. They know what you represent, and they just couldn't afford to have you in that position, I assume.
Well, they ran 4 hit pieces over and over and over and over again, 4 days in a row on all the media outlets in Colorado. And Lauren Boebert actually went on Kyle Clark on the Friday before the vote to basically say that to denounce me for the words that I never used. Again, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm partially Jewish. And they went out there and they created these narratives that just weren't true. But Scotty, I got over 10,000 emails in a 6-week period of time of people saying, over 10,000, saying, I will come back to the party. You are the chair of the party. And I was like, man, I will wreck it, Ralph. I will make the party someplace that people want to be in, that represents the interests of the people. And right now it's just same. And you're right. They don't want someone strong in that position. They don't want strong leadership, and they don't want someone that has the business acumen that I have, that obviously would lead us to being a thriving party in the state of Colorado.
Okay, well, so what's the next step for Joe Altman?
I'm going to continue to help Tina, but for the most part, I'm going to do my podcast. I'm going to finish out this lawsuit with this goofball Eric Coomer. You know, that he's had to admit that now is a call. He's had to admit that he had access to the Dominion systems and was talking to Serbians. He's had to admit a lot of different things between my case and Patrick Byrne's case. And so I'm going to finish that off. But Scotty, I think that I'm going to be behind the scenes, helping on the structural side. I don't really have an appetite for politics. I don't like crappy people, and and it just doesn't fit me, right? So I'm going to get back to business. I'm going to do the things that I've been good at for the last 25 years, and I'm going to serve my community. But you know, I don't know. Right now, I think it's time. I think the ship has sailed. President Trump has an opportunity this year to fix things. I hope he takes it. But if he doesn't take it, I'll be the first one to tell you that it's been a colossal waste of my time for the last 6 years, because we have done so much. And that's not being negative. That's just saying, listen, the line is in the sand, right? Garland and I have had this conversation. I've had this conversation with Tina. What Tina said is what every patriot that has been fighting for 6 years is thinking. And that is, make my sacrifice worth it. Do what's necessary to get rid of the machines, get rid of the mail-in ballots, and arrest the people that have caused massive damage to our country over the last 2 decades, right? That's what we want. And frankly, that's what Tina went to jail for or prison for 21 months. She didn't go to prison so that she could be a beacon of light for the hope of the future. She went to prison because she uncovered election fraud. And frankly, we should honor that. We should honor it by making sure she's protected. We should honor it by getting rid of the mail-ins and the machines and getting back to a place where we have equilibrium across the country. That's what I think.
Amen. So to the favoritos, tell us what's going on in Georgia. You are at the center of the fight of Georgia election integrity. I understand there have been some grand juries convened in Georgia. Is that correct?
Well, it's a lot. There's so many things going on, Scotty. I guess we would have to stay. First of all, the FBI has come in and seized the ballots here in Georgia. These were the Fulton County 2020 ballots. We know that there were counterfeit ballots. There were all kinds of problems with that ballots. We know that Fulton County backloaded at least 17,000 results. Backloaded 17,000 ballot images. They have 17,000 votes that they have no ballot image for. So they electronically manipulated the results in order to make Biden come up and win for by a margin of 11,779. So that's one thing that's going on. The other thing that I think would be interesting, and I know Joe would be interested in this, is that we have filed a case to vacate Dominion certification. We've sued the EAC to vacate the certification we use the 5.5 version. Colorado, I think, is on 5.11 or 17. I can't remember that. We just upgraded. So we're trying to vacate that on the grounds it was never originally certified properly to begin with. And we have unrefuted expert witness testimony from both Clay Parikh and Ben Cotton. We have got forensics that show that the voting system, at least one of the counties, the only county we've been able to get, has been electronically altered and programmatically altered. So that case we have got that case in appeals. Our other case is also in appeals on the Fulton County ballot case, but we think that the FBI might help us out there. That evidence that they used to seize the ballots was based on our preservation order that we had put on the ballots back in 2021, and also in addition to the preservation order, we also had 5 areas of probable cause that was based on evidence that we had given them. So we're pretty thrilled about that.
And then just this week, we had the state legislature had put a law on the books in 2024 saying as of July 1st of 2026, the QR coded voting system is illegal. So the Secretary of State had 2 years to fix it, but did nothing. So here we are with July 1st right around the corner. Nothing was done in our legislative session earlier this year. So on Wednesday, they're convening a special session of the legislature to try to determine what are they going to do. And of course, there's a movement underfoot by the establishment and the governor to just move that date out to 2028 so that we continue to use the Dominion QR coded system. But there are a number of senators, mostly senators, some in the House, that are going to push back against that. So we are publishing the People's Bill, which gets us back to hand-marked paper ballots, hand counted. So we're going to push that just this week. So we'll see where it goes.
And Joe would appreciate this too. It's a national issue here because the Georgia legislature has said, no, you cannot use QR coded voting systems here in Georgia. It's consistent with President Trump's executive order 1424 March 25th that he signed. And so they're sending a message nationally that no QR coded voting systems are unverified. There's no place for them to be used. So that includes all of the Dominion Democracy Suite systems, and it also includes all of the ES&S Express votes, which have the same setup. So that's the bulk of electronic voting systems that's being used in Georgia, throughout the country right now. So it's really, really significant, Scotty, what's going on here right now, nationally.
Wow. So interesting from state to state, yet the theme is universal. Election fraud is not isolated. It's widespread from Colorado to Georgia. California is probably the communist state of California is really, I know they dumped 300,000 ballots in the streets, and they have a racket game where BLM picks the ballots up and delivers them to a processing center. So they dump them in the streets as if they're giving them to voters. Oh, they'll say we're dropping them off in an apartment. There's 10,000 apartments in a complex. They'll drop 30,000 ballots there and say, well, it's for the residents. They can just pick up their ballot and vote. Well, who's picking up those ballots? BLM is picking up the ballots. We've got it all. Gentleman's got it all on video. It's a racket. They sell these ballots, by the way. BLM gets paid for every ballot they pick up and bring to the processing center. Or why would they do it? They wouldn't do it for nothing, obviously. Joe and the Favoritos, I'm going to take you out 1 minute. Don't go away, please, because I want to make room for some diamond pins that are going to be auctioned off. So give me a minute. I'm going to bring in David Wolf, who is the purveyor of these amazing diamonds. David, I'll bring you right in a minute. Hang in there. David, are you there? I know you're there, sir. All right. Well, let me load up the picture of the diamonds. So the story is that David, as he'll tell us, was hired by I believe, one of the insurance companies in the Twin Towers, 9/11, and he was to determine the value of assets in a box, in the contents in a box, which turned out to be diamonds. And he purchased the diamonds and bought them and has set them. Let me see if I can get this picture up. He has set the diamonds in the shape of a pin. Let's see, where is it? Do we have some diamonds on screen? No, we don't. All right. Well, Dave, you tell the story much better than I did. So why don't you go ahead and I'll get these diamonds up on screen so we can auction them.
All righty. It's such a pleasure to just be part of this team. I've been watching all day. The information, the integrity, and to see Tina's face earlier was just such a heart-rendering blessing that I'm sure we all feel for her. So with that said, I was blessed as to have the skills, to acquire the skills, to be able to appraise as a master gemologist appraiser after 45 years of being in the jewelry business. I was so fortunate to be able to be part of the World Trade Center recovery of safety deposit boxes that were compromised by the World Trade Center collapse. And we know, excuse me, I think I lost you. Can you see me?
No, we have lost the video. Let me see what happened here. I don't see any of us.
All righty. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Continue. I do hear you. We're going to see you again.
There we are.
There you are.
Yes.
The picture is supposed to be in that space right there. I don't know why it isn't, but let's go ahead and continue the discussion. We'll get them up on screen.
I can't really tell if these are clear enough. But at any rate, I was part of the recovery process and of the safety deposit boxes that were taken out of the wreckage of the World Trade Center. And I didn't know what to do after I had after I had taken possession of these diamonds that were recovered. They weren't able to be returned to one rightful owner. So instead of giving them to one person who claimed they were theirs, because these were remnants, these were pieces of jewelry that were in the wreckage of the Trade Center, recovered, but not identifiable. And so at the end of the appraisal process, I was able to obtain these diamonds legitimately. They were paid for at market value, and I preserved them for over 20 years. And I just left them in the safe. And then the J6, Fedsurrection set up, just, pulled at my heart. And through Jonathan Gross, who pro bono represented quite a few J6ers, I was able to get to Jonathan and then get to Trennis Evans, who is a J6er and has a beautiful show now on RAV. And anyways, he was my conduit to be able to get this design of a J6 flag out, in the open here and to be exposed. And what I want to do is try to raise money for Tina, who I consider to be just the mother of all the J6ers. I mean, she just, like I said, I mean, her heart, her soul, she was tested and she stood in the gap and she became probably the centerpiece for exposing this global cabal. And I just had to, what I want to do is I want to donate a flag of her choice to Tina. If she will accept the flag, I just feel like she is the most deserving of any of the other J6ers. We already have some that have gone to J6ers, but she is the next in line. So whenever you get her back on the show, I would just be thrilled if she would be able to come on and accept the flag.
Well, I think we can encourage her to do that, and I certainly will. So next time she comes on, you'll stick around, and I'll bring you back. I'm having trouble. Joanne, if you can come in to the show and share the pictures, I think I sent you the flag pictures or some flag videos. Maybe you can share them. But I have an idea, David. We don't want to lose this opportunity to auction these. We can put them on a website. You have a website, right?
I have a website. It may be a little confusing because there's things on that website that aren't available. They're already called for. Mm-hmm. And but there are examples on the website. And if you want, I can give you the website.
Yeah, give the URL out. You've got 3 pins that we were going to auction off today that range from 2,900 to 3,900 as a starting point.
Yeah,
I apologize, losing a great opportunity to show the diamonds. The diamond is set at the top of the flagpole. That's where he put the diamond. It sits at the top of the flagpole. Maybe you can hold the picture up close. Bring it all the way to your camera.
Okay.
I know it's. There we go. Bring it all the way up there. Excellent. Okay, so the diamond is on the flagpole, and you can see the pin, and he's got 2 pins and a necklace. The smallest
that's-
diamond is like a tenth of a carat, I believe, or
These are 1.5 to 2.5 pointers, which are small stones.
small, right?
But they're collectible pieces. It comes with a, it took me a good 6 months to come up with just the wording and what I felt this means to the world, that these should be preserved as collectible items that bring together the calamity, the catastrophe of the World Trade Center, which we all know there were bad hands involved in that, and then the J6 event, which we know was, again, a setup. And so I, swore that these diamonds were preserved from the World Trade Center and that each flagpole of this pin would be set with one of those diamonds that I preserved. And it brings together two historic events, and it makes these flags collectible. And so,
not going to pick it up on my phone.
Yeah, well, these are 18 karat gold. Like I said, I designed the concept. There's a J in the flagpole and the rope. I don't know if you can see it. Symbolizing J, and then there's 6 stars in the blue banner, in the blue field, and those 6 stars are for J6. And so these are symbolic flags. If anyone wants to purchase one of these, it comes with a certificate of authenticity stating that I preserved. Oh, I just saw one of the pictures.
Joanne, are you able to bring it up?
Well, each flag that has a diamond from the World Trade Center. Oh, there it is.
Okay, thank you, Joanne.
Okay, so for instance, this flag I actually donated to Trennis Evans. Okay, and he wears that flag proudly every time he podcasts or broadcasts. And so that flag is his. That's an example of one that's not available. If someone wanted a flag like that, I have 5 other diamonds that can be manufactured with that exact marquee. It's shaped like a football on the top. It's just a dynamic, it's for somebody who's bold and somebody who can handle a big shape like that, a big diamond on top of the flag. And so if somebody wanted to buy a flag like that, that flag would start at $4,900 to $5,900, depending on the quality of the stone, the quality and the size. But that's an example. And anything that is purchased because of your telethon, I can guarantee a minimum of $1,000 for Tina. And on some of the bigger flags, we would be able to get her upwards of $2,000 per flag.
David, can you give out I believe it's an email address where people can contact you, questions, or make a bid? I'm sure people are going to have questions before they bid because we're not able to really get a good glimpse of this, but where should they reach you?
They can reach me at my name, David, at justappraisers.com. Just Appraisers is double P and it's plural. So if they want to contact me by email, I'll respond. I'll pick up any email that comes in, as quick as possible, and I'll be able to work out an arrangement where if they want to purchase a flag, then we can guarantee Tina will get a nice little. We'll try to fix her brakes and we'll try to get her back and defend her butt, because she is just indescribably courageous.
Well, let me say a few words here. These are pieces that are crafted using diamonds recovered from the World Trade Center site after September 11th, as David said. Think about that for a moment. These aren't really just pieces of jewelry. They really represent the resilience and remembrance and the enduring spirit of the American people and Tina. What Tina went through with her flight in prison and what we went through as a country, the resilience with 9/11. There's only 3 of these pins being made available. When you make a bid, you're not just acquiring a collectible, you're becoming part of a story. Spans one of the most significant moments in American history in helping support a woman many believe has paid a tremendous personal price for her conviction. So, David, thank you. I'm going to have you back again later. We really appreciate you coming in. Thanks so much. And I'll talk to you later. Joanne, if you can remove the picture, I'm going to bring our guest back in. SG, I see you in the green room. We'll get to you in a minute. Having trouble, lots of technical issues today. I'm not sure if Joe is still here, but Joanne, if you can take the picture down, that'd be great so we can get back to, if you're there, Joanne, and you can hear me. All right, well, Favoritos, you're back, and I want you to tell our audience what's going to happen in Georgia. What do you see the outcome exposing election fraud? Is it going to happen? Can we get back to fair and safe elections? What are you thinking?
I think we have to, Scotty. And we can't lose this country, as Tina has said, as Joe has said. And there's a lot of us down here fighting to get back to it. And we have made some progress over the last 5 years. We have gotten a lot of legislation passed. Unfortunately, it's just around the machines. It was important, but we need to get rid of the machines. And I think we're there. We're at this tipping point where we have an opportunity to get rid of them. And maybe we continue to use the scanners for tabulation, but having enough hand counts that we can all feel good about the elections.
Yeah, I think we're also, as Tamara says, it's going to happen. We're trying to get this done for 2026. If not, it will happen for 2028. We will get rid of the Dominion voting system here, and hopefully we won't buy another one, so or another similar system. But we're putting in place where hand counts, that sort of thing, we think might go through. The other thing I think is going to happen is I think we're going to see indictments from the federal government on the Fulton County ballots case here in Georgia. I would expect there would be a slew of them. And here, right, the cover up, Scotty, is probably even bigger than the crime itself. It's been a massive cover up here in Georgia.
Interesting. We're trying to get that picture down, I know.
Yes, there we go. We got
All
it
right.
down, it came back up.
All right. Continue, please.
Well, I think that what we were saying was we're talking about, I think we're looking at indictments for the counterfeit ballots that were injected back in 2020. I think the FBI has got 5 areas of probable cause. We know that 3,930 ballots were double scanned. We have senior poll managers, witnesses, and subpoenas, depositions concerning the counterfeit ballots that they saw during the hand count audit. We know that there was electronic manipulation of the ballot images. We know that there were 17,000 ballot images missing. So we have 17,000 votes for which there are no images, no source documentation. And I think I'm forgetting one or two along those lines.
But I think it's also important to point out that nobody's refuting the evidence. They're ignoring the evidence. And with the FBI coming in, seizing the ballots and the records for 2020 and conducting a criminal investigation, which I think, like Garland said, indictments are coming. And I think that's what we need to have happen down here so that no longer can our evidence just be ignored.
Well, I think Joanne's going to try to queue up that video and play it. I just don't have the bandwidth on my end. I've sent her the video. We're going to try to load it up and play it. If not, we'll make sure your website is given out again. So how long have you guys been involved in election integrity?
Well, I've been involved in it for 24 years, going back to 2002 when Georgia bought the first unverifiable DRE voting system. And that was, we tried to stop that all the way back 24 years ago. It was obvious that the system was not verifiable to the voter. It didn't even have a ballot. It couldn't be audited by the election officials. It couldn't even recount a race. It just reprinted the previous unverifiable results. So, so that's what's coming up. I think it's just been continued. We actually 17 years later, the U.S. District Court agreed with what I said in 2002. The U.S. District Court agreed with it, and then they banned the old machines, and then the Secretary of State went out and bought another unverifiable system, and that's where we are.
There's a place that breaks the silence, a sound that slays the giants, a voice that breaks down every prison door. When we lift up our voices, praises go before us, for we know the battle is the Lord's. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The King is overcome. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The King is overcome. The King is overcome. I remember every victory, how he wrote my story, the moment that I crossed from death to life. So if the battle rages, I'm safe here in his presence, for I know he's never lost a fight. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The King is overcome. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The King is overcome.
Once you drop that ballot off, you're trusting someone else to record your vote for you in the manner that you cast it. It's my job.
Victory is mine before my eyes can see. Now there's nothing that can keep me from my promise. No, I won't be moved. My hope's in you. His light breaks through the darkness. Now there's nothing my promise. Victory is mine before my eyes can see it. Now there's nothing that can keep me from my promise. No, I won't be moved. My hope's in you. His light breaks through the darkness. Now there's nothing that can keep me from my promise. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The King is over come. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open.
You know you're doing the right thing. And when you know that God has called you to do something, you can't turn away. Sometimes the process takes you through some very difficult times. But I'm at peace with this. And the more they come after me, the more determined I am to do the right thing. There's a lot of Americans out there that want to save this country.
We have to keep beating the drum. We have to keep getting the truth out there. You know, there is nothing else but the truth. There's a scripture that says, you know, that not to lose heart in well-doing, for in due season you will reap if you faint not.
Dean, I can only imagine what you've been through. You are the real hero. Hands to heart for you.
Hands to heart for you. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The King is overcome.
All I could say is wowza. That is one emotional video. That is a beautiful, whoever did the editing, the composition, the really beautiful. And I saw, Tamara, you haven't changed much. I saw you in your younger years, maybe. Was that you holding a baby?
No, that was Tina.
That was
Oh,
Tina.
that was Tina. Man, you
That
guys looked a lot alike.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that.
I thought maybe you were showing your past, but now that you said it's Tina, knucklehead that I am, of course it was Tina.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it be Tina? Wow, you guys are amazing video. By the way, I watched the video yesterday, and I went and downloaded that song immediately. I love that music. Fantastic
Isn't that
job.
amazing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
really great job. Thanks for sharing so much, Joanne. Thanks for making that work. That was big lift. Really a lift of the spirits. Is very emotional.
Yeah, and the baby that Tina was holding there was Remington, her son, who was killed in the naval accident in Manhattan. And the artist is Catherine Mullen. She is a contemporary Christian artist, and she led worship here in the church where in Coweta County, where Tamara has a home, and she's now really gone on the national tour and spent a lot of time with Mario out in California. They're in Stockton, California. Mario Morella. She's doing
revival meetings in Stockton. Good things are happening, Scotty, in California. We're just not hearing about it as much. So we are praying.
I'm glad you brought that up. We had a discussion earlier today, in fact, with two different guests, that it is my belief, and I think the others share it. We don't see the evidence of it, but I believe that President Trump and the military are much further down the road on election fraud than they've let on, because we don't see the evidence. Trump revealed it He's let the cat out of the bag. He says we have it all. The military has it all. The question I have for you guys before we let you go, do you believe we have enough time? Again, I think that Joe Altman answered the question. Do you believe we have enough time before the midterms for, if Trump has a plan with the national security emergency and executive orders that mandate the things that make elections safe, 1 day of voting, paper ballots, no machines, prove you're a citizen, have a voter ID, do we have the time to implement that? Is it possible we're further along in the background? What's your belief?
Yeah, I have to admit, it's going to be tight. It would have been much better if it had happened at the end of last year. But yeah, if the election officials in the counties put their mind to it, I believe it can be done. But he needs to hurry because November is not very far away.
You know, this man we have as president, his favorite book ever is Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
Mm-hmm.
And The Art of War says appear weak when you're strong. The Art of War says don't ever play your hand and show your hand. I believe he's holding the cards and just is not going to lay them on the table to the very last minute. Now, maybe it's my wishful thinking, but from my mouth and Joe Altman's mouth, Joe feels the same, I think. I think he can play the Trump card, as we've heard about, whenever he wants. I think he's waiting till the last minute. He's going to make these Democrats think, oh, we got him. We're going to pull this fraud off again in the midterms. And I think he's going to slam the door on them. That's what I hope. Hey, before you guys leave, I want to introduce you to a fellow Georgian. He's waiting in the green room.
Yeah.
I want to see if he's there. There he is. Rob, do you guys know each other, Rob?
We know each other well. This is an interesting story, I think, that Rob can tell. But I just wanted to add one more point, though, Scotty, to that. The actual evidence shows that it can be done. To answer your question, we went from nothing, a whole bunch of different systems, to a complex electronic voting system in 6 months. So how much would it be take to go back to paper ballots and hand counting, which is basically very, very simple. You don't need any equipment. So I just wanted to add that to Tamara's point, that we actually have the evidence that it can be done. And that's the track record here in Georgia. And,
you know, with that slow Southern drawl, whether you or Rob say my name, if I close my eyes, I don't know who's talking. I can't tell the two of you apart by voice. Rob, chime in here. Say my name. I swear it's the same voice.
Scotty Sachs. How's that? That'll have a little more DJ in it. How about that?
Yeah. Rob's a broadcaster. That's why. Well, I wanted you two to say hello to each other. I had a feeling you knew each other, but as I was listening to Garland talk, I kept saying, wait a minute, Rob's in the green room. He's not on camera. He can't be speaking. And I really thought I was listening to Rob when I was listening to Garland. That's because, how far apart are you guys in Georgia?
About 15 whole minutes or something like that, maybe. Hey, I have a great story and a serious story. Which one?
Yeah,
do you want first?
Go ahead, share it, Rob. Share it, Rob. Before we bring SG on in, share your story.
The great story is in this faith movement where only the divine can connect people together, Scotty, like me and you, and Garland and me, and Garland and Tamara. My wife and I have been very active in the community here for 6 long years. And guess where Garland met his beautiful bride, Tamara? In our living room. In our living room in our home. How about that?
Wow.
They're the first warrior wedding couple we have to our belt. So we're happy about that.
You guys did not know each other was coming on this show today, did you?
No,
right.
We did not. No, how fun.
I kind of thought, knowing your position in Georgia, that the Favoritos might know the Cunninghams, but I wasn't sure. So glad we can make that connection.
Well, they got the second string Cunningham today because the boss lady ain't here. Okay, so you just have me on as eye candy. Okay, that's what I like to say. But But hey, I do want to, on a serious note, I'd love Garland to get your feedback. I put in the chat group here that we need to send a nuclear bomb message. Every Georgian in the sound of my voice that hears this, we need to blast the Brian Kemp Georgia swamp cartel that is supporting Rick Jackson, a classic billionaire rhino deep state operative who doesn't give two damns about this state. He's in a runoff against Burt Jones, who's President Trump's endorsed candidate for governor Tuesday. And we need to keep the best birthday present we can give President Trump is to keep his undefeated record of primary victories intact here in Georgia and not let this billionaire rhino, Dick Cheney loving, George Bush loving, Ted Cruz endorsing guy that does not give two damns about the state of Georgia. Garland, would you like to opine?
I would, Rob. Thank you for raising that question. And I will, as y'all know, voterj.org doesn't endorse candidates, but I can speak personally to a subject that is near and dear to my heart because, as Rob has said, this guy has run what we believe to be now a $170 million negative ad campaign targeting the Lieutenant Governor, Burt Jones. Now, and it's all fraudulent because it was based on several different things. First of all, he claims to be an outsider and he's gotten how many millions of dollars of contracts, no bid contracts from the Secretary of State.
It's pushing a billion.
It was $1 billion. That's right.
Close to it.
$1 billion of no bid contracts from Georgia, and he claims to be an outsider. But here's the one that kills me the most. He claims to be on the Trump train, and he's spending $100 million to try to destroy Trump's chosen endorsed candidate for governor here in the state of Georgia. And every time you turn on the video, any video, you see a Rick Jackson ad. But here's something that I want to show you. I hope y'all can see this.
Mm-hmm.
I have received 40 flyers. Direct mail is incredibly expensive. And direct mail statewide is even more expensive. I've received 40 flyers from Rick Jackson. Most of them are all negative on Burt Jones. 18 negatives. Mm-hmm. He's got 11 with the fake Trump endorsement. Now he didn't have time to put out flyers, but he's trying to claim that Kemp endorsed him, which even Kemp wouldn't endorse him. So Georgia's in a war right now, and this gubernatorial race is so incredibly important. We have a scorecard out on our voterj.org homepage. We track all the election integrity legislation over the last 5 years. Burt Jones has been involved with 33 different election integrity improvements here in Georgia. That's on our homepage. And Rick Jackson has no record whatsoever and has not even spoken much of anything in regards to election integrity.
He's spoken all right. He's donated to Liz Cheney the minute she took over the impeachment campaign post J6. He's endorsed Jeff Duncan. He was dead quiet on mandatory mask and mandatory bioweapon shots and mandatory all the things with debanking and deplatforming. All of these, in the heat of this battle, no one heard two damn words from Rick Jackson until he just recently decided to buy the governor's office because he's some maverick, God-fearing. I mean, of course, his wife donates to pro-abortion and democratic causes, but he's a Christian, so you're not allowed to criticize him because he says he's a believer, but his track record is battling with the IRS, no bid contracts, mandatory mental health screening under Obamacare provisions of every child in the public school system. I mean, if that sounds conservative and MAGA to you, then I'm Mary Poppins. Okay? He ain't.
Well, Rob, I appreciate you coming in with the favoritos and sharing your down-home Georgia talk with us. You guys have a lot in common, and you're fighting in the same battles. It's great to see you guys fighting together. Garland and Tamara, thank you so much. Really great to have you, and nice to meet you. And where can people find you online and all that you're involved in?
So the website is voterga.org, and you can find us on every social media platform, just voterga. And I want to thank you, Scotty, for doing this telethon, and just remind people to donate. There's a $10,000 match out there, so please take advantage of that. Tina needs the help, and this is an awesome opportunity to participate by donating. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. And on the match, I think Steve Stern may already get us close to that match, so we'll have to make sure we circle back. We'll have to circle back on that. But thank you guys a lot, and go check out their website. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you. Good to see you, Rob.
Great to see you both.
Rob, I'll bring you back in a little bit. All right. Well, our next guest, been waiting patiently. We are running a little behind. I think he was here. Yes, he is here. I'll bring him in, add him to the stage. He does not, for those of you who do not know SG Anon, he does not appear on camera. Much of that is because of the sensitive nature of his podcasts, intelligence from military and geopolitical information that he has insights on that he prefers to stay anonymous. SG, it's great to see you, so to speak. Great to see you again.
Good to be here, Scotty. Thank you for having me on today.
I know it's Sunday, and as a dad, it's hard to give up your Sundays, but really appreciate you dropping in. For those who don't know you, SG, give them a little bit of background before we go any further.
I'd be happy to. So I've been awake to some of these issues that have been going on within the world, if we want to call it that, some of these more concerning problems that drive the shadow machinations of power for quite a long time, actually. Scott, if you'll excuse me just a moment here, I've got something on this end at the office. Give me just one moment.
Yep. So while we're waiting for SG to come back, remember, we're here as one community, just one day, come together to lift Tina. Go to tinapeters.us and donate. It sounds to me like if we can hit 10 grand for the day, we're going to double it up. There's a $10,000 match on the table. I think Steve Stern has already put a significant amount in the pot. I don't have any numbers for us. I'm going to try to get a tally. Maybe someone will be able to go into the back end of tinapeters.us before the end of the telethon. I know Steve Stern has texted me and asked me how we doing on the fundraising, but that's entirely up to you guys.
We're back.
Thanks, SG. We understand everybody's fighting the good fight with finances. And look, if you can donate, what are you waiting for? Jump in and do it. If money's tight, pray on it. And if you can't donate, stick around and enjoy our conversation. So, SG, back to you. Pick it up where you left off, telling us about yourself.
Well, it's interesting, actually. The event that just occurred a moment ago describes a big aspect of who I am now. I'm here at the home office, and I had a knock on the door, and it was my kiddo on a Sunday afternoon. And so, as you mentioned earlier, I'm a dad. That's a big part of what I do. It's a big part of why I don't appear directly on camera. I only have, my own little guy. And so, but back to the component of what we were talking about a minute ago, my semi-professional background, what I call my extracurricular or my Batman background. Many years ago, it occurred to me through the research process for a college class that I was in. It was a chemistry college class, and I was researching the cellular effects of nutrition on the human body and how certain things that are taken into the human body do certain, cause certain outcomes and vice versa. And the project that I was looking at dealt with soft drinks specifically, the additives, the alternative ingredients, the synthetic ingredients that were in soft drinks and how they affected cells. And one of the things that I discovered along in that process was the existence of something called HEK293, which was a food additive at the time being used by PepsiCo and Coca-Cola in every single dark colored or dark flavored soft drink that they were producing. And that additive, the HEK part, stands for human embryonic kidney, 293rd protein sequence derivative. And so at the ripe old age of 19, it occurred to me as I was researching for this project that the entirety of the planet who was consuming a soft drink of some kind throughout any given day, which at that time was a great many individuals, they were actually participating in trace amounts of cannibalism. And they did not know that. They did not understand that. These types of things were not publicly declared on the label. I later found out that HEK293, among other food additives, was hiding behind the label of natural flavors because it was technically naturally derived meaning naturally from the organic world. And so when we look at that, and when I looked at that, it spawned off what became my awakening process. And in that time, from those days until now, my journey has been essentially one of the Americana middle-class pursuit by day. I've always been a working man. I have a background in management and strategic marketing decisions. I understand how macro concepts work. I understand how enterprises think. I understand human psychology, which is my academic background. And of course, I mentioned a moment ago that I'm a dad, a great deal of the time throughout any given particular week or month. But with respect to my extracurricular pursuits, my focus ever since I had my own awakening has always been on cryptography, hidden methods of communication, how coded messaging is exchanged and interacted, how it's originated, where it comes from, how it's interpreted, why non-specific communication or non-local communication is the most effective method of proliferating whatever message or whatever idea that you want out there in the world. And throughout that journey, I've had the privilege to intersect with a great many individuals from military and non-military backgrounds who had serious credence and credibility and a lot of study into these same areas.
SG, when did you start your podcast?
Well, the Q News Patriot went live in 2022 after some exchanges that I had with a late gentleman who was a phenomenal human being to me, a mentor in a lot of ways. I referenced him as my mentor in the very earliest days of the QNP podcast. And it came about as a result of watching the morale from the entirety of the nation sort of sag into this, pre-abysmal place is how I would characterize it, with the realization that what had occurred in 2020, both with the biological criminality and the election criminality, was for the most part just being accepted and moved on from, when everybody knew at some level, in some form, in some way, I say everybody, a great deal of patriots out there knew it in some way, that this was deeply, deeply wrong, that the entire spirit of who we were as a nation had been violated, that a historic level of criminality had been achieved inside of a 14-month span. And, the country, I think, dealt with a gut punch in a lot of ways in that 2021, 2022 period of time. What do you mean that this isn't going to be set right immediately? And so I was having a conversation with, like I said, the late gentleman who I described as my mentor in the early days, and who has unfortunately since made his transition to the other side of the veil, if you will. And the conversation was centered around this idea of the military forces of the United States will not ever allow this type of event to occur. This is not going to be a long-term, status of pattern. This individual had a military background. He was out at the time, never shared anything overly sensitive with me. It was usually his perspective and analysis and how he digested the events that we were seeing against the background of military law, military code, against the background of certain traditions that exist in the nautical space and in the maritime space. And then, of course, his own background, which dealt a lot with cyberspace intelligence analysis. And so in that way, we were, having a conversation one day, and he said, I think people just need someone who's not a whole lot of hopey-dopey and a lot of excitement to come on air and deliver a message of hope and a message of positive outcome here, because we know that there are reasons to have the positive outcome, from the discrepancies at the quote-unquote inaugural ceremony for Biden, which was actually a military funeral, That theory was made most prominent by Derek Johnson, but it's absolutely correct. And people out there should go and check out his work. It's a phenomenal body of work. But from that period all of the way through to the leaving of the Biden, quote unquote, Biden administration, and even the period leading up to the Biden administration, when President Trump talked about this chart, this is my favorite chart, it saved my life in Butler, Pennsylvania in July of 2024. That chart, excuse me, allegedly showed levels of border crossings as a result of illegal migration. But if you looked at the arrow at the bottom of the chart, the arrow pointed to a spot that was right around April of 2020, and the caption below the arrow stated, "Trump leaves office." April of 2020 would have been right around the time that the military and the civilian government of the United States would have needed to make a final call on how they were going to respond to COVID-19. And that simultaneous, multi-angular, unconventional, asymmetric attack that happened from transnational globalist and quote-unquote philanthropic interests carried through by both military and civilian institutions and deployed against we the people across the entirety of the planet, with special focus, of course, being on the westernized world. So think the western components of the Pacific Rim, North America, the Western Hemisphere, Western and Central Europe, etc. And so, we were having the conversation, of course, back to what I was saying a moment ago about these types of events being made right. And the country was having a very difficult time with it. And sort of in a joking manner, the decision was made, well, why don't you go and, put out some of the information that we talk about? It's not anything that isn't publicly available, and at the end of the day, you're a very robotic delivery. And that was sort of a joke that was being made. We jested with one another lots like that. And I said, I actually am sometimes a very monotone sort of college professor style delivery. But at the same time, when we're analyzing a warfare situation, we have to acknowledge, and this is a big sort of like the Esprit Day podcast that comes out through the Q News Patriot, we have to acknowledge that it's a fluctuational dynamic. Everything has to be allocated for on sort of like walking on a tightrope daily, and things will shift and move based on the topography and based on where the momentum carries we the people, where the momentum carries positive aspects and the political will, and how much resistance still exists organically. Because I don't believe a great deal of it does, but I think enough of it does to cause us quite a lot of consternation if the goal is to create a peaceful situation worldwide that is long-term sustainable and is not being maligned or manipulated by things like stolen elections.
SG, you have a long standing relationship with military people. I think you have said several times your mentor was from the military. You have a deep understanding of what the relationship between the military and President Trump is. Could you explain that to our audience?
Well, I can explain things as I interpret them and as I observe them, and I'll leave it to your good audience out there to decide where they fall on some of that. But when we think of the military forces of the United States of America, especially the United States, but really any modern westernized force, you really can't think of it as one gigantic line of men walking across a field 250 years ago. Things have evolved not only in the presentation of warfare, but in the concept of how conflict itself is prosecuted and promulgated, and how you internalize and, in many cases, decentralize and thus distribute across the equilibrium the stress components of managing whatever conflict happens to be occurring. And so when I talk about the military of the United States of America, we really have to acknowledge that there are 3 or 4 militaries inside the Pentagon. We have the American loyalist military forces, which exist at all levels, and a great deal of combatant command, I think, falls into that category. But we also have 2 and 3 stars, and in some cases, there have been 4 stars. I don't know about in this immediate moment, but along the way in the last half century, there have been on up to 4 stars, which have not been wholly interested in executing the will of the Constitution instrument of the United States of America, be that for power or control, be that for religious zealotry or idolatry or ideology of some kind, be that for blackmail, leverage in some form over these individuals. All of the things that we like to believe are isolated to the civilian area of corruption. I assure you they were trialed and perfected in the military domain first. And so looking at what we have, you have a compartmented landscape inside the United States military that I believe chose President Donald Trump, even before the 2016 election, to operate as a bit of a point person and a front-facing figure, if you will, for them to execute a coup, first around certain components of the military that were not interested in executing the will of the commander-in-chief and the safety of the American people, but also against the Luciferian control of the government that has existed in the background. Now, I'm going a little fast here for those folks that are on this call and they're like, I'm here for election fraud, and now we're talking about Luciferians. The two are connected and the two are related, because you would not have the need to control things at such a scale with such coordination if the Luciferian component, if the malign ideology component did not exist, because that malign ideology is so opposite of what the standard normal human being, the standard 15-year-old from whatever background, right, when that moral compass is still a little bit still intact at that adolescent stage. There's no class of human being that would tolerate that type of ideology and the format of worship that is utilized for it, which we would get into another time because it's a long, explanation. But suffice to say, it becomes a nonpartisan issue. And so it has to have, the only way that it succeeds and proliferates itself is it must control the process from start to finish. And that's the dynamic that we've had going on, first inside the military domain of the United States, going all of the way back to post-World War II, and then over the 20th century, more and more and more, really starting in 1913, and then very rapidly moving forward, that control eked into the political domain, the public-facing space. And so what we have nowadays in that lead up to the 2016 election was a wholly captured, criminally corrupt system of both military and civilian compartments that made up the control nodes, which leveraged other entire swaths of the system. The Clinton blackmail cartel is one of them. The Clintons were the Godfather family, if you will, in control of Washington, D.C., the shadow money and the dirt, if you will, on individuals that were there operating. They had most of that stored offshore at various accounts. Some of those accounts leaked, of course, with the WikiLeaks discussions and some of the things that were being said about individuals and how that control was leveraged. But bottom line is the same criminally corrupt group was in control of the political process nearly whole cloth. And you had a similar style dynamic inside of the Pentagon bureaucracy at that 2, 3, and 4-star level. So in comes this compartment, if you will, of United States military forces, or what we believe to be, because they've never actually been declared, what we believe to be leftover remnants of the Army of Northern Virginia from the U.S. Civil War, which was one of Lincoln's private intelligence detachments. In comes this compartment, and in a combination of effort between that group of individuals and Mike Rogers, who is in charge of the NSA going into the 2016 election, a leveraged coup without a coup, if you will, like a silent coup, was pulled off, allowing President Donald Trump to ascend to the presidency in 2016 and allow for a constitutional framework to be executed to undo the control nodes, both military and civilian, in the background. Now, when we talk about those nodes, that comes back to the compartments of the military that I was talking about a moment ago. You cannot control all of Africa without certain components of leverage inside of AFRICOM. You cannot control what's going on in the Indo-Pacific unless Indo-PACOM, or Indo-PACOM, however you want to term that, has some level of infiltration that allows for leverage, real physical leverage, both upstream and downstream. And so throughout the entirety of the period of time between 2017 and the present day, more than 160 commanders or flag officers have been removed inside of the United States military removed from their post. And some of them have been reassigned. Some of them have been charged with things. Some of them sort of just quietly went away, and there wasn't really a press release or a news report put out about them again. But all of these reliefs have occurred for loss of confidence in their ability to lead. Now, to put that in perspective, Scotty, the previous 30 years prior to the present day period of time, and we just talked about a 9-year period of time, the previous 30 years saw less than 20 individuals relieved of command for that specific offense. And so the statistical leap is completely impossible to achieve unless you accept that there has been a change in the background operating mechanism, that something at high levels of military command has shifted over and is now trickling down throughout the entirety of the Pentagon, closing off bureaucracy where it's no longer useful, inhibiting bureaucracy where it cannot be closed off, and purging real world assets that have men and armament under their command and replacing them with different individuals. And from what I can read, I haven't researched all 165 replacements, but I've looked at about a dozen or so in the last few years, and all of them seem to be heavily focused on baseline constitutionalism and baseline warfare. They talk about the Army War College, they talk about the Naval Academy and the backgrounds that they've had at certain prestigious groups that have come out of these military schools, which teach a lot of doctrine and a lot of that sort of ethos, if you will, of the military, that spirit of the military. And so it very much appears to the onlooker that you have a compartmented military that has begun to proliferate and pollinate across the rest of the Pentagon. And in that process, you're seeing sort of a cleaning, if you will, much like you would flush old pipes.
Well, indeed, we can go back many, many years, at least to 1913, the U.S. military industrial complex, the central bankers of London, and the Vatican were kind of the three horsemen that the deep state was run by. And thank God for Trump and the current military, because they've undone a lot of that deep state power and control. And thanks for that explanation, SG. We're going to talk about the financial system to close out the hour here. We're probably only about 10 minutes behind. Given how far along we are in the day, that's not too bad, by the way. But the reason we're going to talk about the financial system, I'm going to bring Rob back in and Mr. Jim Pugh, who is quite an expert at the financial reset that is forthcoming. But why the financial system? Why would we talk about this? Well, folks, believe me, what Tina went through, what Tina has endured, has everything to do with the financial system, because the people who run the financial system are the overlords. We heard earlier today, Merrick Garland ran the operation to arrest Tina, to jail Tina. The script was directed by Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland was Steven Spielberg in Tina Peters' orchestration of her whole journey. What we witnessed over the last few years was run by Merrick Garland. Well, Merrick Garland's not calling the shots. Who is? Well, he who has the gold makes the rules. We all understand that. The central bank, Federal Reserve, and the central banking system, the fiat money system, these are the people who have called the shots. I believe there are 13 bloodline families that have owned, I think the number, Jim can correct me, 196 nations have had central banks, just like the Federal Reserve, owned by the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the J.P. Morgan family, the Pesors of France, the Warburgs of Germany. You can go on and on to the bloodlines, but they are the overlords. They're the ones in the shadows, indirectly, that Merrick Garland was beholden to. And of course, Merrick Garland was reporting to his overlords, which was not Joe Biden, the auto pen president, but perhaps even Barack Obama was involved in, had a hand in what Tina went through, because during the Biden years, we all pretty much believed Obama was in control. But all this is connected, and the financial system is key, because if we don't change the financial system, ladies and gentlemen, it's hard to change anything else about the deep state. So with that said, let me bring in our two guests, Rob Cunningham and Jim Pugh. Jim, we don't see you. You're in the dark.
Sorry. I was just sitting
okay. There he is.
away.
SG, these two gentlemen don't need any introduction to you. And so,
indeed,
say hello, guys.
Hi, SG. Hi, Rob.
Great to see you, Jim. SG, it's always a pleasure. And Scotty,
likewise, gentlemen.
Thank you for your leadership on this whole day, Scotty. It's
Oh man,
a lot of work, brother.
Man, it is so little work compared to what Tina went through. And I knew what I was getting into. By the way, I've done 2 other telethons like this one, in that they were 12-hour events and they were to raise money. One was for a North Carolina relief fund that was raising money for kids during the floods. The other was for a 501c3, Freedom to Choose, which was suing the state of California, Gavin Newsom, Mayor Garcetti, for the jab mandate. So I knew what I was getting into, Rob, and did not care about the details and the management of it all, because I knew whatever I was going to go through was so nothing compared to what Tina's been through. She took one for the team. I'm taking a bit of one for Tina, but believe me, this would not have happened without Mermaid, who is Tina's booker. She always booked Tina's shows and booked Tina on her own show and other shows. And Mermaid was really the catalyst behind the scenes that put it all together. So we can give credit to Mermaid, and of course Joanne, who's been helping me produce this today. I couldn't do it without the 2 ladies. So thank you, though, Rob, for the acknowledgement. So, guys, I want to introduce 5 terms, if we can center the conversation, because everybody's asking me about these terms: blockchain, cryptocurrency and tokens or tokenization, asset-backed currency, peer-to-peer payments, and central bank digital currency. Or I will say no central bank digital currency, because I do not believe we're going to see it. So I'm going to start with you, Jim. Set the stage, the overview. I've known you, Jim, for I think 10, 11 years now. A lot of what I understood about the financial reset going back a decade came from some education I actually got directly from you. So I'm going to let you start this off. Give us the big picture, the fiat money system versus a sound money system. Who's at war, and how's the war going to end, in your opinion?
Well, we have to go back to, let's just start from the beginning. I mean, in essence, when this world was created, the universe was actually formed and created. God gave us the resources to deal with the economic conditions of society at that time. If you go back and look at some of the Old Testament characters, Abraham was very, very wealthy. Isaiah was also wealthy. But they didn't create their wealth. What they were able to do was God gave them the wealth, which was the ability of what God set in motion. He wanted people to worship Him, and in doing so, He provided them with a whole host of blessings that we can read about and talk about in detail at some other points. But that's where this thing really came from. So when you look at how did God operate the economic system back then? Well, He did it with His currency. And His currency in Scripture tells us it's gold and silver. And that's what people used up to a point in time when the bloodline of Cain, through the pharaohs all the way to Roman Empire, actually established their own currency. And if you recall, a particular scripture in the New Testament where Christ tells His disciples, when asked, give Caesar his and give God his as well. So basically, there was a split in the world, and we had 2 basic systems of economic conditions. One was God's system, and one was man's. Man's systems portrayed over time, to the point where, if you go back to in history, Josephus, particularly in the Antiquities of the Jews, you're going to find that the control of the Sanhedrin at the time of Rome was controlled by a family by the name of Baccarat. Baccarat goes back about several hundred years prior to Christ, and it comes out of the bloodline of Cain. And Baccarat, through the years, have changed their name to Bauer and then to Rothschild. So what you find is the system today that we're looking at from a fiat basis is the system that was put in place in all kinds of changes, of course, as technology moved throughout the time. It was put in place by the Rothschild, even at the Sanhedrin. And if you understand the basis of the Sanhedrin, Christ went to the Sanhedrin and says, you're the father of the devil, which means that all of their system was demonic. And that is the system that we were born with and raised in, and it came to fruition. I think I heard SG when I was jumping into the room talking about 1913. Well, it came about before that, because even at the time of our revolution, 1776, the Rothschild had a meeting in London to put together the focus on how they were going to retake what they were going to give up in order to allow the U.S. to become a separate type of governmental entity. Now, we need to also understand that the control points on that separate entity never existed. The Jay's Treaty, if you study it in details, gives you the points, the fact that he who controls the trade routes and the debt controls that country. Well, that's exactly what happened to the United States. We didn't win the war. We just got a separate system. In fact, our whole legal system, financial system, everything is predicated on the Roman Empire. Even our laws. The laws of the 12 tables is what our foundational laws are represented. Our fundamental financial system is based upon Rome. So that's where we started. Along the time of 1871, we've all talked about this in great detail. The United States got into a financial bind, and through Congress were set in motion to actually prepare the United States to get out of that bankruptcy per se, with the fact that basically they would take us out of a republic and put us into a corporation. And the heads of that corporation happened to be the City of London, the Vatican Bank, and Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is you and I, Scotty, and I know Rob and SG has talked about this as well. 1871 made Washington, D.C. a separate state in a state. It became like the City of London inside of London. It was not owned by the United States. It was owned by a foreign entity. And as I heard SG talk about, the governmental coup, not such much a coup, but a coup, basically what they were able to do was to frame their activities to isolate Washington, D.C. in such a way that they actually was able to take charge back of the government. And we can, all of us can go into that in great detail at some point. But that's where we got to where we're at. Now, where are we going? In order to take the sovereignty back that God gave us in our individual rights, we have to become sovereign. That means that at an individual level, we have to be a sovereign people, which we've never been in our lifetime. Matter of fact, we've talked long and hard about the fact that that's an educational process that will be an ongoing process probably for many, many years to come, because our children don't even know what that means or how to control their sovereignship. So we have to become a sovereign nation. In that sovereign nation, we have to become a sovereign people. In order to do that, one of the conditions to be sovereign is the control of the money supply. And in doing so, we were at one point on a gold standard. Roosevelt took that away when he confiscated all of the gold. People don't realize that that's probably when it actually started, but it started way before then in the planning stage in about 1874. And what's happened over the time is, in this process of change, we are taking back the financial controls from a snakehead, the Rothschild, and putting them back into the control of the people from the standpoint of sovereignty over the financial conditions over their country. Now, there's a whole host and series of things that's got to happen still and all of that. I mean, it gets back to the Congress and budget requirements, spending stuff, bills, all that stuff. Financial system is at the crust of everything. It holds everything together. He who controls the finances controls the world. So if the people of the United States and the people for the rest of the world have their own sovereign control over their country's wealth, then they basically have control over their government. And that is where we're going. We're not quite there yet, but we're significantly further along than where we were just a week ago. But that's where we're going. So those are the two conditions that exist. We live in a fallen state, a demonic world. That system will continue to be there, okay, because that system is what's going to come back over time. Many people think that we are going to get rid of this system and everything's going to be hunky-dory for the rest of our life. That is not the case, okay? The Bible is very clear that this system, even more on steroids than what we see it, will come back at the right timing. This was not the timing of Christ. This was the timing of man to try to facilitate this takeover of the world sooner than what it was originally planned by Christ when he talked about the end times. So I hope that sets the stage for you, Scotty. You're on mute.
That was some real history I was not expecting. Thank you, Jim. That like the depth and the overview is amazing. Let's fast forward to now. Rob, tell us why the blockchain is such a fundamental essential to any new system. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't the BRICS nations already using a blockchain?
Well, yeah, let me pause that and come back to that exact question, Scotty. But I just want to piggyback exactly what Jim had to say. And if I was to consolidate it in my own terms, look, we live in two worlds. We cannot serve two. We live in one world. We cannot serve two masters. One master lives and dies by, reigns and controls, divides, deceives, destroys, and kills through profit and loss. That's their P&L. That is their control mechanism, currency, money. God, the creator that gave us all the provisions and abundance in the world, operates on timeless and immutable principles and laws. So there's two different P&Ls going on here. One's a profit and loss P&L, and one's a principles and laws that are eternal and omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, designer, create. Gravity is gravity and always will be. Lift, weight, thrust, drag. Equal weights and measures does not just apply to money. An equal weight and measure means there's two genders. Measure them correctly and call them correctly. There's not 43, right? So what does blockchain do? It provides us absolute clarity. It eliminates opaqueness. It provides transparency and accountability where there are decentralizations of cartel power. The light is on in every room. We can check and see and validate everything. How do we validate everything? Through God's divine law of math. Math is omniscience. If you break that word up, omniscience, one of God's laws is math. It's a perfect law. And if we can see the math and verify the math and hold people accountable to the math on a blockchain ledger, where the hell does evil hide? How do they shrink our currency 97 or 98% from 1971 when they take us off the gold standard, unless they put us to sleep, they hide the numbers, they cook the books, they lie about what's going on, and they keep us dumb and ignorant so we don't know how to hold anyone accountable. It's as Jim rightly said, it's the difference between governance and government. The word government means control mind. Governance is an internal thing that we've inherited. It's an inalienable inheritance that we've gotten from our creator. We can do self-governance or we can give it away to Barack Obama or to the media or to big pharma or to the priesthood class of religious assholes. Okay? We were never meant to vest outwardly our destiny by putting trust in man or systems. We were created to inwardly self-govern by trusting in God and having a relationship, a one-on-one direct line of truth. You want to know a DLT, it ought to stand direct line of truth. There ought to be a one-to-one relationship between me and God, just like there can be a 3 to 5 second settlement in a transaction going from my wallet to your wallet. We don't need 4 days and 7.5% and 9 hands in the cookie jar taking 4.5% of every time money's transferred back and forth. But that's the system they designed, right? And that system can only operate in opaqueness and secrecy, power, control, deception, and banking in ways that prioritize P&L over profit and loss, over principles and laws. So at a minimum, money is a tool, not good or bad. God said it's the love of money and the worship of money that's the root of all evil. That money is a tool, just like a fork, a rake, a hammer, a gun, or a car. It depends on how we steward it, how we utilize it, and for what purpose these resources are respected and owned, accounted for, and shared abundantly, person to person. The thing that excites me the most, Scotty, is the highest form of moral law on earth is mutual consent. I am a sovereign being. Jim's a sovereign being. SG is Scotty. You are. If I want to give you $40 and you want to give me a haircut, that's the law. End of story. Who the hell put a regulator and a license and a tax and a business thing and every other rule in the world? And then he who gives the regulations, he who gives the rules, who gives the statutes can take them away. Be a good little boy and girl and get your shot, or we're taking away your haircut and license. How about that's not the way the shop was ever set up? All of these Rothschild systems, whether it's the banking side or the code, statute, legalism side, they're just twins. They come from the same origin, and it's all about control. The forces over this world want to control in lieu of God and not let us have a direct line of truth with God. And the only way that can happen through the monetary system is through opaqueness and bullshit. And unless we get honest weights and measures and accounting that's mathematically pure based on the divinity of math, and we can see the numbers and calculate the numbers and verify the numbers and hold people accountable, we're not going to have a system. Look, our money could be cotton beans, coffee beans. It could be cotton balls. It could be sticks. As long as it's an honest weight and measure and everybody can hold everyone accountable. But gold and silver are globally recognizable, valued assets in 195 countries around the world, and you can equally weigh them, measure them, account for them, and hold everyone accountable to a single standard of truth. That's where we got away. Fiat is, I'll make up the rules. Brazil can make up the rules. Trump has been talking for 45 or 50 years about currency manipulation, and that's nothing but liars being liars. All they do is weaponize the mathematical number, what they say something's worth, and they declare the value of a currency out of their mouth or other orifices in their body instead of there being an equal weight and measure. They played with the currencies and they sucked our entire manufacturing base to China, and we have no manufacturing left because they declared value instead of using an honest weight and measure. And they come up with 1,000 reasons as to why the giant sucking sound took place, and they gutted our nation because they just declared truth when in fact it wasn't true. So the blockchain is going to give there's a cover charge, just like you're going to a bar to get in, to get on the blockchain, to operate on DLT, to operate on the XRP ledger, which is open public source blockchain for the world to use. No company owns it, no nation owns it, no sovereign any entity owns it. It's not a privately owned company, it's free to the world. But the cover charge to get on that ledger and work is 100% transparency and accountability. If you don't offer those two attributes, your ass isn't getting on the ledger. So you can't manipulate numbers. It can't be mathematically calculated and settled and closed and inspectable and on the books for 1,000 years from now. So now, does that mean the world's going to be perfect and everybody's going to be happy? No, people are still going to try to lie, cheat, steal, divide, kill, and destroy. But Here's the beauty of the magic as I see it. Going back to mutual consent, if Mexico and Canada and America and Italy and Japan and Russia and Saudi Arabia, everybody mutually agrees, these sovereigns go, you know what? Yeah, I like this ledger. I like math. We can go with believing that this is going to be the record of truth. I consent to yielding truth being represented on this ledger. Well, guess what happens now? Everyone that has to be held to the same standard of a stable coin, same standard of weight and measures, same accounting system, one big massive QuickBooks for the world. But guess what? All 195 nations can agree to that standard without giving up 1 ounce of sovereignty. They don't give their currency control to anyone else. They just align with the principles without surrendering the sovereignty. And that's the beauty of the public XRP ledger. We can interoperate and trade with commerce on a mutual consent basis around the world. And there's no United Nations, World Economic Forum, George Soros, or Klaus Schwab telling us that there's 47 genders. And if we don't agree, they're going to cut off our liquidity supply. They're going to screw our capital markets over. They're going to bomb us because we don't agree that climate science is real, or white men are racist. Whatever their agenda is, there is no centralization of power like we've seen with the City of London, the District of Columbia, and the Vatican. This system of mathematics and transparency obliterates the control that they've been able to consolidate for so many hundreds of years. So,
Scotty, can I add something to that? Just for more of a global 60,000 view look at that. When you understand that a financial transaction, take the word financial out of it, is just a transaction. It is something that is given by one party, received by another party in an exchange process that they have agreement on both ends that that's going to be the exchange. When you look at transactions that way, then you can apply the same truth to everything about life. Transactions of homes, buy and sell homes, buy and sell of cars, buy and sell of anything at the grocery store. It is the system was developed to provide a transactional base for truth, no matter what the transaction is. We're just talking about the financial transaction. Go to healthcare, go to anything else. It's the same thing. Go to votes. It's the same thing. A vote is a transaction.
It's a thing of value.
Yeah, you go, you get a piece of paper, you do the thing, and it's a transaction between you and the governmental entity that is actually overseeing that process of votes. And when you understand that what the founders have done in this system is give us back sovereignty over our whole life, not just financially. You now have sovereignty over everything you do. And because it was set up in a manner to thwart the ability of fraud and lack of transparency of a financial nature, so be it now on everything else that you have in your life. Everything is going to be secure to you.
And to Jim's, and Scotty, you're on mute, brother. And to Jim's point, with sovereignty comes individual responsibility. And if we go back and look at the biblical times of when the Jews were freed from Egypt, they crossed the Red Sea, they spent 40 years bitching, moaning, and complaining because they didn't know how to self-govern. So we're going to have to understand, as Jim had said earlier, this is going to be a long-going educational process, because not only are we going to get our sovereignty back, but we're going to have to be big boys and girls, put our pants on and govern our own lives, be our own bankers, be responsible for our own actions. As Christ said, my people are destroyed for their lack of knowledge. If people think they can have a bunch of money all of a sudden overnight and stay stupid and asleep and ignorant, then that money is going to go from the dumb. It's going to go to the sharper people, and they're going to be right back where they were. So there's a responsibility for self-governance that comes along with sovereignty and freedom when we break free of this central banking cartel. So we have to basically, we're going to have to own it.
Well, you guys collectively used the word sovereign or sovereignty about 12 times. I wasn't counting. I'm pretty sure it's close to a dozen times. Tina lost her sovereignty because of the men who control the financial system, which is why I'm allowing this discussion. You guys always over deliver. I ask a question, I expect a certain amount of information and I get 3 times what I bargained for. Unbelievable, you guys. By the way, in 2020, I was at a radio station in Texas with a radio group doing business. And one of the executives walked in the room and he said, "We have an open slot, a sick host, can't do a show today. Scotty, you got the mic, go talk about the Federal Reserve. You've got an hour to come up with a name for a radio show and get on the air and deliver it. And we want you to talk about the Federal Reserve." Well, it took me 2 seconds to name the show, Sovereign Radio. I understood one thing. I didn't have a clue what I was going to say on the show for the hour, but I understood one thing, that sovereignty is indeed what this is all about. In order to regain our sovereignty and truly see a constitutional republic where we really are able to gain our sovereignty back, we have to see this financial system. We have to take control of it. I got to read something. Just came across. Steve Stern sent this to me. Donald Trump just posted, "The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade ships of the world. Start your engines. Let the oil flow. President Donald J. Trump." So it's kind of a timing-wise, very interesting. Oil is a resource that's been used to monetize the fiat money system. Trump understands how important the oil is. SG, I want to go to you real quick. What does this all mean, SG, this announcement from Trump? What translate this for us? Beside the oil flowing, what else does this mean from a military point of view? Is the war over?
Well, it would just be my own personal speculation, and I'll close my segment off with you, Scotty, with these comments. But with respect to that announcement coming from President Trump, the commander-in-chief, and when we look at the Iran conflict itself, what is primarily the background for the Iranian conflict? Well, I assure you, it's not nuclear weapons. We were told that is part of the discussion, and maybe at some level you have some, rogue nuclear factions or some rogue nuclear materials that need to be gathered and charged correctly and made sure that they don't accidentally slip off of the boat, so to speak. But the dominant reason, in my estimation, for the entirety of this war to begin with is twofold. On one side of the coin, you have the intelligentsia community control of the levers of power in the Middle East. And those levers of power control a great deal of worldwide energy markets, which, of course, as you know, control everything downstream from there and are used heavily to affect some of that currency manipulation that Rob and Jim were painting just over the last 30 minutes or so in a really, really good session. And so with respect to that, that's a major faction here that has now been exposed, drawn out, in many cases cut off, in some cases destroyed. We have intelligence stations that have been hit, intelligence operatives that were arrested in six of the different Gulf states just in the last 90 days. So we know that's part of it. Another part of it, in my estimation, and this comes from an online entity that called itself Q. And for folks out there, the Q News Patriot podcast was deeply influenced and inspired by that online entity. And that entity came out and highlighted for the world that Russia, Iran, and North Korea effectively ran a closed shadow state financial system, one that was completely outside of the effect of what was happening inside the Federal Reserve and would allow those shadow state controllers, those puppeteers that we talked about earlier in this segment today, to do whatever they wanted to inside of the SWIFT Federal Reserve system with very little overall repercussion, because the bulk of their monetary transactability was inside of another system entirely, and they could seamlessly move from one to another through privatization of banks, especially in Russia. And so what we've got right now, in my estimation, is the complete obliteration of one of those major nodes. And I couldn't comment about North Korea and Russia, although I would say with Russia's anti-corruption operations heavily focused on the financial sector in the last 3 years, that we probably also are eroding that side of that triangle as well. But the Iranian side, in my opinion, has been completely decimated over the last 90 days. And what that has caused is it has forced the on paper adjudication of what the nation state of Iran actually has, both now and for the future. Part of this deal that President Trump keeps talking about, in my opinion, and this is only my opinion, would very likely have to do with the transactability of the Iranian financial landscape into the broader region, and then from there into the broader international space. And we know you cannot hook a good pool of water, a good water line, a good aqueduct up to one that has been poisoned. If your well has been poisoned, then you're going to poison everything downstream by plugging it back in. And so with President Trump saying this, I would be very surprised if we don't see heavy reverberations in the oil markets coming very soon, probably downward at first. And you may see some like ConocoPhillips try to keep that price elevated, but I would expect the agrarian prices of things to begin dropping significantly here in the coming weeks. And how that affects long term, I think, is going to be a matter of how all these different tariff discussions eventually and ultimately play out.
Thank you, SG. Rob and Jim, I want to wrap up the segment on this financial reset, if you will. Jim talked about transactions. That really brings to the forefront the idea of peer-to-peer, where I pay you, Rob, Jim pays his mortgage without going through banks. We've got to get the middleman, the central bankers, out of the middle of our transactions. So, Rob, can you touch on how peer-to-peer transactions can be facilitated by the blockchain and cryptocurrency? How will that all work in a nutshell?
Yeah, in a nutshell, it's an online technical handshake. Okay, I give to Jim, Jim gives to me. The computing networks for 14 plus years that we know of, we can go back to June of 2012 when the XRP ledger, which is a public protocol blockchain, if you will, it's a railing. Think of it as a railroad system around the world. On top of that is the rail car known as XRP. That can transmit anything to value and record it and move it across these railroads, point to point, person to person, entity to entity, anywhere in the world. Okay. Ripple is a company that's on top of, if you will, understanding blockchain businesses, banks, gap, friction, what needs to happen to get us out of the Blockbuster era onto the Netflix era of distributed computers, consensus algorithms, and permanent blockchain recording. For people that don't know what blockchain is, let me explain it this way. It is a server, is all it is. It's going to lock data in a time sequential transactional matter every 10 minutes. There's a hashtag at the beginning. Data from all over the world gets recorded on a ledger, and it's stopped every 10 minutes, and then it's put in perpetuity. For 1,000 years, we can come back, and if I gave Jim $100, it's going to know the time and the date that I gave him when he received it. It was my money. It was his. It's on the ledger, and it's there. It's not only in one place. In order for that transaction to be approved, there has to be a consensus of 80% or more of decentralized distributed computing devices validating everything about that transaction. I'm me, Jim's Jim. It's my money. It's not hypothecated. I'm intending to send it to him. I click send. He receives it. It's ledgered. It's closed. Transaction finished. Ownership title was with me. Now it's with Jim. And in 3 seconds, 80% of the world's validators have written this on a blockchain, and there is no dispute about who owns what anymore. There are no property wars. It's done. Okay, so in this model of decentralized ledger technology, we're moving from a trust me, bro, I'm from the institution, to a system of trustlessness, show me the numbers. We're trust in an institution instead of trustlessness in a protocol. Two completely different things.
Awesome. Well, Jim and Rob, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys stopping by today. Always, I learn every time from you guys. I thought I'd heard it all from you, but every time you speak, I learn a little bit more. Thank you for the golden nuggets, guys.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for having us.
Yep. Appreciate it. All right. So let's not forget why we're here. We're here for Tina Peters. We're one community, one day, one event here today, and we're looking forward to seeing those donations come in. So if you can go to tinapeters.us, please, and don't forget to donate. If you can't donate right now, we understand money's tight. Stick around and feel free to listen to our broadcast. We got 3 more hours to go, if I'm not mistaken. We're running a little behind. I'm going to bring in our next guest host, an old dear friend of mine. Old, she's not old.
I
don't mean she's old. Kim Yater from Take Our Power Back Show. Hello, Kim. It's great to see you as always.
Scotty, it is so good to see you. You know, I feel like this is old times.
It is. You know, I met Tina through Take Our Elections Back. That's how I met her. You were the central scrutinizer, organizer, master blaster of Take Our Elections Back, and then Take Our Borders Back, which I thought we couldn't top. Take Our Elections Back. We managed to do so.
Hundreds of millions.
Take Our Border Back ended up getting hundreds of millions of views, in part thanks to guys like Tucker Carlson and
Glenn Beck.
Oh, we hit the ball out of the park with that one. But yeah, Take Our Elections Back. I told my favorite story about Tina today, and I'm going to ask you yours in a minute. Mine was the little theater in Ramona, California. We had an event there, and I wasn't feeling well at all. And it was a warm day, and I wouldn't say we were tense or uptight because we'd all done many events, but it wasn't like there was nothing about the day special. It didn't feel special. Nothing felt good. I wasn't feeling good. Tina walked in. The angels appeared.
It's like the heavens opened.
I mean, seriously, I had no idea, because I had not met her yet, that this woman can change the tone, the mojo of an entire room. She walked in, you greeted her, I met her and hugged her, and within 10 minutes, everybody in the room loved Tina. Those who had never met her before fell in love with her. That's who she is, isn't it?
She is a bright light. You know, she reminds me of the scripture in the Bible that says, "Let your light shine before all men so that they will see your good deeds and praise your Father in heaven." She is that light. Where Tina is, there is so much light and so much love. So we were so blessed, Scotty, to have spent a lot of time with her and to have just fought to take our elections back, and then that whole movement, and have her on board with us.
Speaking of scripture, we made a decision as a team to protect the money that we raised from the public by putting it into trusts. If you remember.
Sure did. We sure did.
What did we name one trust? Haggai 2 verses 8, the gold and silver are mine, said the Lord. And we knew that money was gold and silver. We put it in a trust called Haggai 2 verses 8. I'll never forget that.
That was amazing. You know, I think everything, it was funny. You know, I just left church today and was with Bill Federer. And, you know, Bill, total historian, loves Jesus, has written multiple books. And we were talking about Tina today, and I was sharing with him about this event. And I was just thinking of all the suffering that America has been through to come to this point. And then I looked at Tina, and there's not many people that could go through what Tina has gone through. And, you know, Tina is somebody who, she probably wants to come out of the gate and be in, like, she wants to speak out and she wants to show up. And I'm so grateful that her team, Scotty, is protecting her right now and making sure that she gets what she needs for that healing, just so that she can get back into her mojo. Not that she's lost anything, she certainly hasn't, but she was under intense suffering. And the Bible says that it talks about Jesus, and it talks about those that are familiar with suffering. Tina is one of those people. So watch out, everybody, because now, once Tina has her grounding again, her health is restored and she's ready. She already was unstoppable. They thought that they could stop Tina Peters. Let me tell you, that woman is a warrior. Have you ever seen her on a jet ski? That says everything. Tina is an absolute warrior and a blessing.
And in prison, she became a Golden Glove boxer. Did you see that video where she punched back at that woman that attacked her? I said, that's a Golden Glove punch if I've ever seen one.
Listen, you could tell she was trying to talk that woman down off that cliff off those actions. But you got to do what you got to do sometimes. And she needed to set the precedence. And yeah, she is a Golden Glove boxer.
When she was here a little while ago, she said, I had to stand toe to toe, chest to chest with these women to get their respect. She was not where she should have been in a low risk, whatever they call minimal security prison, right? Where she should have been in a white collar prison, period. End of story. They put her in with the worst of the worst. Yeah. She had to earn her respect every day, every moment of the day, being starved to death on top of it. I think she lived off the canteen food. If I remember, macaroni and cheese or something like that.
Sometimes tuna. And I remember the story. I actually just recently heard the story of the tomato, and I thought, wow, how she treasured that tomato. Yeah. What an analogy of, can you imagine if we treasured our freedom? Can you imagine if people understood how easily that freedom can get taken? Tina fought from the beginning. When she saw that there was a possibility of fraud, she didn't think that that was really going to happen. She thought, nah, we're pretty good about everything, when she was in Mesa County. But when she saw that there was a possibility, she was all over it. She fought for our freedom. She's an example to all of us who are still in the trenches. I mean, our teams here at Take Our California Back, we are fighting for election transparency. We're working closely with who Tina knows, Clint Curtis and Doug Frank and Shasta County, making sure that we can create election transparency, but especially right now we're in the fight to expose the ballot, the mail-in ballots and the corruption of the mail-in ballots. So we have teams working on things behind the scenes, but that's only because of Tina. Really, I would know nothing, Scotty. Do you remember the moment, Scotty, where you and I had just met and we were kind of feeling one another out? We could have lunch together. Mark introduced us. And I'm like, oh, I really like this guy, Scotty. And we had a great conversation. And then after that meeting, I called you up and I said, okay, Scotty, Moment of Truth Summit. I'm taking everything off my calendar. Marcus convinced me to be there. Scotty, make it happen. And you did make it happen, Scotty. So when I went to that Moment of Truth Summit, I had no idea, Scott, what was going to happen. You see, in 2020, my vote was stolen. They had told my husband and I and the couple in front of us that we had already voted. And the couple in front of us left confused. We were not confused. Although we were so busy raising our family, and traveling to sports and to and fro and didn't know anything about politics, except that we had the ability to vote, we knew that something was taken that day. Now, we filled out a provisional ballot, but fast forward, now we're at that Moment of Truth Summit, Scott. When I saw Tina Peters, when I saw Selection Code, when I heard her story, it cut my heart. It cut me. And it connected the dots for me that needed to be connected, that my vote and voice were stolen. It wasn't just happening to me. It was happening to people everywhere. And they were coming down on Tina, stealing Tina's freedom silencing her, and everything rose up in me. Mike Lindell said, "Where are you, Salem Radio? Where are you?" Because they weren't broadcasting this, right? And he was exposing all of it. He had all the experts there.
Yeah.
Tina had
And
just
we
shared.
were both on Salem Radio at the time.
We were both on Salem
Yeah.
Radio at the time. Scott, everything in me, day 3, my heart was pounding. God said, get out of your seat and stand up and tell Mike Lindell and that audience right now that you will get every bit of this on Salem Radio. I go, God, give me strength. And Scott, I stood up and I declared, I said, Mike Lindell, this is Kim Yater from the Take Your Power Back show in Sovereign Radio. And we are on Salem Radio. We will get every bit of this on the air. Mike stopped and said, what did you say? I repeated it again. He said, you better get permission. And let me tell you, Scott, I had already gotten permission that I would not be censored on Salem. Every bit of Tina's story was on sale. We pulled our teams together. We got everybody on there, and then we flew Tina out. It was huge. Now, little did I know I'd be canceled from Salem Radio a year and a half later. Now we're in good relationships now.
Well,
everything is good.
Mike Lindell knew one thing about Salem. And I say it all the time when I start my show. Sovereign Radio is truly broadcasting from the belly of the beast. Salem Radio may be a conservative platform, and it may be much more aligned with where we're at in the spiritual war. And ideology-wise, we have a lot in common with the people that run Salem Radio.
Yes.
I know the two men that started the company. I know the president and CEO. So we are aligned in many ways, but they are the belly of the beast. And Mike Lindell knew it, and that's why he said, where are you, Salem Radio?
Yes.
He knew. I know you know the story, Kim, but this is worth interjecting here. The media is complicit in all of the election fraud.
Yes.
They're complicit in all of the non-believers who call us election deniers.
Mm-hmm.
They're complicit in the perception the world has about Tina Peters that don't understand what Tina Peters stood for, right? Exposing election fraud.
Mm-hmm.
The media, mainstream media, is complicit in why other county clerks are saying, I don't want to be Tina Petered.
Mm-hmm.
So I won't expose anything. I'm going to shut up and be a good girl or boy.
Yeah.
They're complicit in everything. And my little anecdote for the day, I haven't shared, but one little anecdote about Johnny Cash earlier.
Oh, yeah, I remember this story. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In the early 90s, I went to an ABC television event. I got invited to these things because I controlled a lot of advertising dollars. And this was a presentation from ABC to present their fall preview programming to the advertising community. So I show up a half hour late. There's nowhere to sit. 1,000 seats in the room are taken. The vice president of sales comes and gets me, and he says, look, there's nowhere to sit, but there's a table in the back of the room. I'm going to take you over there quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Take a scene. The only person sitting at that table is Peter Jennings. And
good old Peter Jennings.
So I took a seat with Peter
Mm-hmm.
Jennings, and I'm sitting there one-on-one with this man. And he was a little guarded at first. He was a little close to the vest, and he was drinking. I was not. I waited till he had 4 or 5 drinks. I wasn't counting, but I know he had at least 4. And I said, you know what? This is a good time for me to lay on Peter my grandfather's feelings about him. I mentioned earlier in the telethon today, my grandfather was a survivor of Auschwitz in Poland. He escaped the concentration camp. And he felt Peter Jennings was an anti-Semite, pro-Palestinian, pro-Arab television anchor. And I used to say to him when he'd throw things at the screen at Peter, well, why are you watching this guy? He said, because it's actually the best newscast. I just don't like his views when he talks about Israel. I think he's anti-Semitic. So I'm like, I'm never going to get a chance ever again to ask Peter Jennings, what does he say about my grandfather? So I laid it on him. I said, what say you, Peter, about my grandfather? He swears you're anti-Semitic. He threw a lit cigar butt at you My grandmother was furious. He said, well, his answer was twofold, Kim. This is going somewhere very relevant to what we're talking
Yeah.
about. He said, well, your grandfather is a pretty perceptive man. While I am not anti-Semitic and I have nothing against the Jewish people, you know, in the media, my bosses are Jewish. You know, I work for Jewish people. I'm around them, and I have nothing but good things to say about them. However, when I was a rookie reporter, I did not get a hotel room. I got a host family, and for 18 months, I lived on and off with an Arabic Palestinian family. And I suffered a human emotion called sympathy. And I do sympathize with the Arab Palestinian side of the story. I am more critical of Israel as a result. So I would have to say your grandfather's instincts were right up until a point. I'm not anti-Semitic, though. He said, but it doesn't matter what I had to say. It doesn't matter what you have to say. You're Peter Jennings. You are the #1 rated newscaster in the history of television. To this day, of course, the ratings are in the toilet now, so no one will ever achieve the ratings Peter Jennings did. And I reminded him, how can you say it doesn't matter what you think or say, Peter, because you're numero uno in the ratings. Every quarter when the ratings come out, you're at the top of the ratings. He said, the reason it doesn't matter what I say, Scott, and here's the punchline to the story. The reason it doesn't matter what Peter Jennings says is because everything you see and hear on TV, radio, and read in the newspapers is a construct and narrative to fit an agenda.
That's right.
I was 32 years old and indoctrinated at that point in my life by the media. I said, will you say that again? I want to make sure I heard it right. So it doesn't matter what I think because everything you see and hear on TV and radio and reading the newspapers is a construct and narrative to fit an agenda. Thank you for the 4 or 5 drinks you had, Peter Jennings, because I know you wouldn't have said that without the alcohol in you.
Right.
And Kim, that sizes up a large reason Tina lost her sovereignty.
Yeah.
This cabal to this spiritually bankrupt satanic cabal, because the media that has been their mouthpiece and carried the water for them for 50 some years. We've known about the CIA, Operation Mockingbird Media. CIA infiltrated and subverted the mainstream media.
That's right.
They put their operatives, right? They admitted to Congress in the 70s, yes, we've had operatives inside TV and radio and newsprint, and they were not free to talk about in the open what these operatives were doing, but they admitted to having them. So, Kim, your experience with mainstream media, because you've been around mainstream media, you were on several radio stations. Do you see any turnaround in 2026 with the mainstream media? Do you see them moving at all off their construct and narrative that Peter Jennings talked about?
You know, let's go back for a second. Let's go back to about 2021. I believe it's 2021, 22. And I was at KCAA Radio, a very liberal radio station. I was co-hosting the Fabulous Lifestyle, and then I launched the Take Your Power Back show there. And I remember Fred Lovegren was the owner, and I didn't know he was a secret follower of mine. He loved my show. And so Fred reached out to my producer at the time and said, hey, do you think Kim would want to do a show on recalling Gavin Newsom? Now, here you've got somebody in business in California, in media, Scotty, who very liberal station, okay, who all of a sudden is going, something's wrong, and he's looking at Gavin Newsom and it's hitting him in the pocket, right? And he goes, I want to do a show. Well, I'll tell you, that was the beginning for me of saying, I'm in. I know nothing about politics, but I know as a mom of 4 and now being in media, like that Gavin Newsom guy has got to go. That was the beginning of the journey. So here's what I think. I think that the truth, it's been a long enough dripping, Scotty, that now people are ready for the exposure. So we tried to expose things early on, right? With all the corruption, all the fraud, all of it.
Oh, let's not forget the jab exposure.
Well, people just weren't ready yet. They hadn't suffered enough. Okay. They hadn't suffered enough. And the reality is, awakening, rebirth comes through suffering. So people are at that point right now where they're feeling hard pressed. Not all of them. There's still, we need to go through that, like, when you think of the Garden of Gethsemane, when Jesus was in Gethsemane, the olive press, that pressure, remember Jesus sweating blood, taking on the sins of the world, my sins, your sins. It's almost like, like Tina being familiar with suffering. I mean, Tina gets it. Most of us don't get it. We don't realize our freedom has been taken from us, Scotty. All of us, I was riding on the coattails of my forefathers, right? So my point is this, Scotty, there's an awakening occurring, and it did begin after 2020. And it was a slow trickling because we've got this cognitive dissonance. But now I believe it's time for the exposure. And we're seeing it, aren't we? The Nick Shirleys, the O'Keefes. Now you've got all the local reporters. You've got people that are going, hey, I can do something right now on my watch. It's a big, big, big deal. So, Scott, when we just led the Take Our California Back to a Better Future statewide summit, when you just mentioned people afraid of being Tina Petered, we reached out to every supervisor, every ROV clerk in the entire state of California.
How many are there? How many would that be, Kim?
Well, 58 counties. So 58 counties. Oh gosh, then you've got what? Maybe anywhere from 5 to 10, like in making the connections to get to that right person, right? So our list was a huge list. Let me tell you, I'm paying a lot in my constant contact. The list was a huge list. And we dripped on them and invited them. And we got word from some of them. But I'm telling you, people are still in this space, especially in the state of California. And yeah, some of them don't want to be Tina Petered, but you've got those warriors like Clint Curtis, who was hired by the Bush administration in the early 2000s to write the code to flip the vote in the machines, who became the Congress whistleblower, who is now the Shasta County Registrar of Voters clerk, who's implemented the proven system of the additional election security feature so that you and I have the power back to visually see those ballots as they come in and audit them. We don't have to wait to audit them. So let me tell you, that's just happening, just so you know. He is leading the example of what it takes right now as a real clerk standing up. We had a couple of clerks reach out to us kind of stealth, but let me tell you, they didn't show up. A couple of them showed up, but they didn't show up the way they could have showed up. So we've been working with counties individually. So just to kind of pull that full circle, Scott, Tina is the instigator. Tina is the instigator of truth. Tina is someone who set the stage for what it means to fight for truth, to put a stake in the ground all the way through. She has set an example for the rest of us at what it takes. And we talked to Tina, maybe it was about 7 or 8 months ago when we led the Free Tina Peters initiative with Mark Anthony and then Joe Altman. We popped over to Joe and Jake Lang, and then we were able to talk to Tina in prison. That was the last time I spoke with Tina. And I know that Tina has made it thus far because of her faith. That woman is a mighty warrior. So that angel that you saw walk into the room, that's who Tina really is all the time. And we saw Tina go through incredible suffering as she had to fight to make sure she had all the evidence and everything she needed to fight this fight. And I just know that she's made it through because of the love of her team. Number one, the support she's had from her team, all of them, and Jesus. And Jesus. And I know that in that prison system, Tina shined brightly. And light and darkness hates the light. And we saw that in that fight.
Yeah,
right?
For sure. You know, talking with Tina, the first chance I did get to talk to her socially Of course, I knew she'd be conversant about election fraud and election integrity. That was her essence of being in that moment. But I came to learn she's actually very, very awake about everything else.
Yeah.
And so she understood what Peter Jennings told me that night, that everything is a construct and a narrative. And I maintain they never would have been able to pull off their shtick, their act, their script, their satanic cabal plan for Tina without the media. The media was a catalyst for all of their wrongdoing, from the jabs to to the wars. We know how the media's always been on. Actually, the media and the bankers have played both sides of wars in the past history. Until now, they're no longer on both sides of the war because Trump and our military, thank God, are
television. You know,
television.
Scotty, my grandma, my little 4'11" Portuguese bottle capped glasses grandma would say, the television is a one-eyed monster. That's what my grandma would say, you know. But the reality is, it is feeding us vision. And that's why the Bible says to guard your heart, for it is the wellspring of life. We need to guard what we take in, because we can be deceived. And we're in that time right now, Scott, of the great deception. I'm so grateful that Tina is out right now, because I do believe that there's still things to come right now. In the middle of taking our republic back, there's a lot still to come.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of birth pangs we're going through.
We're all going to see and experience some things that are uncomfortable, for sure. There's a lot to go through to get to the other side.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank God. I think even the mainstream media, if you listen to Anderson Cooper, and I don't pay much attention to them, but even guys like Anderson Cooper are dropping truth bombs now. Once in a while, they'll drop a truth bomb, and you're like, wait a minute, is this CNN? So it's happening, it's coming, and fortunately, I think we're going to see the other side of this in our lifetime. God willing, we're healthy, and we will live to see the media as it was meant to be, right?
Yes.
True journalistic integrity, where
That's
they can
what you are, Scott. That's what you are. That's what Sovereign Radio is. That's what the Take Your Power Back show is. That's all the digital warriors out there, Alpha, SG, all of them. We're here. We are the real media. We're bringing the truth into the light, and we're sharing the good news. We're sharing the things that are important. Tina is out of prison. That is good news, and it needs to be shared. And the reason why you're doing this is because we want to make sure that Tina has the money she needs, everything she needs for the lawsuits to be paid off. She's got a lot on her plate coming out, and people can donate right now. And I know you have the link below at tinapeters.us. Every cent counts, whether it is $1, it's $10, it's $100, it's $1,000. If you want to give Tina $5,000 to pay off that debt, to support her, guys, every bit counts. Please go to tinapeters.us. Scotty, I just want to acknowledge you. I know your schedule is crazy busy. There's a lot of things that you could be doing with your time. And what I love about you, Scotty, is that you're a man of integrity. You do the things that matter. And Tina matters. So
it takes a person of integrity to know one. And so back at you, and thank you very much. I want to bring somebody in. I believe you know this gentleman.
Is that Trennis? Oh, one of my favorite people. Look at that smile. Hello, Trennis.
Did you fix the boat?
You're on mute, Trennis. You're on mute.
You have to unmute, Trennis. You've got a mute button on your screen down at the bottom. There's a microphone. Just click it.
He might have his. Nope, nothing. Go to settings. There's a little settings button, little cog wheel, and then click audio, and then just change your speaker. Your microphone. I'm sorry.
Microphone. Right. Microphone. That's the speaker.
There you go. Yeah. Sorry about that. You gotta love StreamYard. So let's just talk about Trennis since he's here. Trennis is a rock star. Trennis makes things happen. Trennis has supported all the J6ers. He does so much work behind the scenes. Hello, Trennis.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes. What a smile.
Yeah, I tell you, what a wild day it's been. But I don't want to spend much time talking about that. Just bottom line is yeah, I thought it was on at 6, and then I've been rushing to get in, and then we had a little problem with the boat. First time we've had it on the water in a couple of years, and the kids really wanted to be out, and I said okay, and we made a plan and the sandwiches and all the stuff, and we got out of the no wake zone, and it wasn't drawing water, and apparently something has built a nest. Water, I can't tell exactly, but there's a big obstruction. There's a bunch of mud in there, and looks like pieces of a nest, and in the strainer, like a wasp or hornets or something. So, that explained all the wasps that have been around the boat. So they couldn't get under the cover. So anyway, listen, Kim, it's great to see you. Scotty, nice to see you as well. And Kim, and I have quite a history together doing Take Our Border Back rallies, and a lot of work there, and dealing with the nut jobs from that crazy so-called church that showed up to try and thwart the event and draw the attention away. But Tina's a really special story to me personally, and I wanted to share this with the audience, if you don't mind, if I do.
That's why we're here. Do it. Go for it.
107 called me in, I don't know, October-ish, and I had been, sorry guys, I just couldn't get home in time to get.
You look great.
So you got a hat and a polo. It's the best. That's as good as it gets today. At any rate, I wrote her appellate amicus brief back in like 23, and when I was going through the case file, I was like, this can't have happened, right? I wasn't intimately involved in the case. I had met Tina at Clay's events, and around the country at different events, and I certainly knew about her, and I knew about Mike Lindell. Sorry, I just feel so weird with the hat. I don't care. I've got messy hair. We're just gonna have to have
You
messy
look
hair.
great. So we can't tell, just so that you know, you look great.
It's windblown hair. We'll live. Anyway, so, when I was going through this case, what happened in this trial and the transcript, I was like, this is another kangaroo court situation. It's like the January 6th cases. It's like Michael Flynn's matter. It's like Ted Stevens in Alaska, the longest running senator. And I started looking at this, and we started looking at Matthew Barrett, and I just said, okay, I've got to help on this. And Juan and Louis Herms got me to get involved, and a good company there. You're always, whatever they're doing, it's not a bad place to be. So we wrote that appellate amicus, and then I started formulating some theories, and then I heard from Tina, and she said, Trennis, I want to do what you said. I like your theory. I like what you're doing. Like, this is the best thing I've written, or better, I've read about, my case. And I said, well, geez, Tina, it's a tall order. I'm 51. I think I was, 49 at the time. And the guys like McSweeney and, John Case, Pat McSweeney, Bob St. Carr, Linda Good. I mean, that's a huge team, right? I mean, a great Stephanie Lambert. I mean, these are brilliant attorneys. They really are good people, brilliant attorneys. And they were practicing law when I was riding a tricycle. Okay.
Right.
I mean, and so I said, Tina, I just, I don't know that I can settle this dispute and change this course. And she said, Trennis, well, what do you think we could do to get this done? I want to go this direction. And I said, well, I work with Peter Tickton at the Tickton Law Group. Peter sees this the same way as I do. And as you know, the reason I had so much experience with Colorado is I was the intervener in the case in the Norma Jean Anderson et al. Case, where they were trying to remove Donald Trump from the ballot. And I made the filing that exposed how much fraud was happening in the court by, Eric Olson and Nicholas Suss and these guys that were representing Crew and other organizations. I exposed their, we'll say this, their mistakes. They suddenly believed in the January 6th Select Committee as though it was a true function and it had some, actual grit to it. Well, what happened there is, so I was intimately involved with Colorado already in that matter. And then we were, all the way to the Supreme Court on my matter on the writ on that case and suing Judge Mershon and all this madness and Letitia James. And I was like, man, we're knee deep in another battle. So I said, you know what? let me call Peter. I called Peter. He said, I would be delighted to take this case for Tina. And that's the story of how Peter Tickton became lead counsel. And Peter is just, for those of you who don't know Peter, anyone that's teamed up with Peter Tickton, so he's an amazing force of nature himself. You know, he was Trump's roommate in school, and they've been lifelong friends. We're talking about 65-year friendship. I've had such a wonderful experience, the knowledge and the tutelage I've had, but it's so much of it is just centered around Tina. I've worked with Bob and John and Pat and Peter on this case for years. I know the ins and outs of it. We prepared for appellate proceedings. We prepared for the habeas proceedings. We prepared for Supreme Court proceedings where we're headed now in the Colorado State Supreme Court. And then we have, of course, SCOTUS that we're amply prepared for now. Tina Peters should not have done a day in prison on this. And it's not because of how I feel. It's because the facts and the law are both on our side. Two things are true. Under section or provision 4.3 of the Mesa County contract, folks have to understand is Dominion has a contract with the state of Colorado that enables them to have a contract with each through the Secretary of State's office with each county. And Tina was a clerk and responsible for that county contract with Dominion. The authorities granted to an individual under that for review and looking into things and preservation of data, et cetera, are it's carte blanche, let's say that. And so what's happened in the Tina Peters matter is they pretended like the contract that originally was the governing doctrine for how Tina should act or respond. It gave her authority. The original trial court and the case that was made by that counsel was, I don't want to be derogatory, but I'll just say this. I believe it to have been deficient. And that deficiency led to these arguments being raised. They were not properly addressed on the right principles of law in the beginning. Had they been properly addressed on the right principles of law, I don't think it would have made a lot of difference what Matthew Barrett would have done, but I think it would have been an easier undoing at the appellate level when we arrived there. And so some of these elements are not raised. We also have a juror bias issue. And I'm not saying the entirety of the jury pool. I'm saying that one of the jurors believed that an individual cut her phone lines and did damage to her business on Tina's behalf, and no such thing was true. It was later found out that this juror was harboring this and tainting some of the other jurors, potentially. Let's just say potentially. So what happened now is the case is a mess. And in a criminal case, in a criminal proceeding, it's a very, very strong position to have a juror bringing outside facts into the jury room and for the deliberations and causing this damage. It wreaked havoc on this case. And then Matthew Barrett, where he was shut down and kind of thrown, to the wolves on his statements about what he said to Tina for his reasons for sentencing. I fear that Judge Matthew Barrett was not going to do the right thing. I've seen this time and again where they shorten the sentence 6 months or a year and go, okay, there you go, problem solved. Now you've been resentenced. Now you can start back through the appellate process again, and we'd be dealing a year and a half out. I don't believe Mark Cook, and I've had this discussion for those of you who know Mark.
Love Mark.
Yeah, Mark's a great man, a highly knowledgeable data guy. Mark and I've talked about this a lot. Jared Polis is of what Mark Cook refers to himself affectionately as a nerd or a tech nerd, or God bless him, because I wouldn't know what I was looking at with this mountains of data, but Mark Cook does, and many others. So you don't have to read some complex algorithms. It's about understanding data and how it transfers and how systems move data. What Mark uncovered in this and what Mark believes to be correct would clearly show that there was problems. But there is no way to denounce or put the genie back in the bottle when you're trying to make a claim that Tina Peters was doing some illegal act, tampering with voting systems. I've heard all these ideas. She was never charged with that. I just saw that another major news outlet levied the same statement against her. And I'm certain that Peter, being a civil attorney by trade, will be more than happy to address the mainstream media and these highly
That's right.
inaccurate statements as
That's
they've been
right.
made about Tina with this so-called election equipment tampering, which is absolutely anything but the truth.
Yeah, because
What-
this is continuous slander. Now she's out, right? She's on parole. And now you've got the media that's continuing with a story that is false. And this is slandering Tina.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and there's more to that. So look, what I'm looking at now is I've lived this matter with Tina for some time. When I'll tell you, I know right where I was. I could draw a 10-foot circle around where I was standing when Tina called me in late 24, and we had a conversation. In 25, and I had a conversation with her about writing an open letter to the president. No, it was 24. 24. Gosh, time flies. At any rate, it was 25. And we talked about her writing an open letter to the president, and we would seek a pardon from the United States President Donald Trump. People said, oh, but how can you do that? It's a state case. And I said, because the supremacy law takes over. Under the supremacy law, which was a 9-0 decision that was upheld by the Supreme Court, United States supremacy, authority over the states where the federal interest is involved, has been upheld time and again, and even by liberal courts, conservative courts. Sorry, I've got a light here, just kind of want to give it a little twist. It's driving me nuts there. At any rate, so we have this scenario where Tina is in the same position. But Colorado regularly is dismissive as a state when it comes to the supremacy clause. So what has happened now is, had they observed that and realized that she's carrying out a federal election duty, that she's immune from state prosecution if it had to do specifically with the actions that she was taking in carrying out her federal election duty, that is to preserve all election data, not some, not part, not what Tina thinks is important, not what Jenna Griswold thinks is important, or what Dominion or any other body thinks is important. All is a very simple word to understand. If I say, son, turn out your pocket and give me all the candy, it doesn't mean you can keep some of the candy. It means give me all the candy. And the same principle applies for Tina Peters. Now, we've covered this, Kim. I know you've covered on your show. I've been on your show. It's a great show, by the way. I've covered it on my show at Real America's Voice. I have covered this topic time and time and time again. And the sad reality is we're stuck in a position where it's essentially a waiting game until we can get to the higher court that will recognize the supremacy clause in Tina's matter. Now, hopefully, I'm hopeful, but I'm not holding my breath, that the Colorado State Supreme Court will do their duty and recognize that federal supremacy takes place here. Now, they'll probably punt and will quickly be at SCOTUS. I would rather suspect that we're at SCOTUS by sometime next year and dealing with this issue. It's a big one, and it's been answered. And I'd be actually surprised if SCOTUS doesn't just essentially say refer to these cases, right? And one of those would be Norman Jean Anderson et al., and recognize these principles and just simply deliver a ruling. I don't know that there's a need for all argument or having further discussion. Now, those of you that know Tina and have followed her story know that she has spent a great deal of time, 600 days, in a Colorado state prison, a women's prison. And I have an equity issue with how the prison system is run in Colorado, because now, Scotty, if you and I were to go to prison in Colorado, we would go to prison, and based on our points and our offense, we would be in a certain facility. And that facility would be a facility that we would be with people that either low, medium, medium, high, medium, low, medium, medium, high, or maximum security. In women's prison, Colorado doesn't offer that. So rapists, murderers, arsonists, people who have committed crimes of moral turpitude are placed in the same facility with somebody that, like Tina Peters. And these are the problems. So Colorado doesn't offer that opportunity. I would suggest that people consult counsel. If you know anyone in Colorado prison, in a women's prison, I would say there's an equity issue and you're being treated disparately to men as a men's prison. So Tina went through this. We saw that Tina was attacked. Tina that was the most recent thing we saw happen in the news. We saw the woman attacking Tina and Tina defending herself.
Mm-hmm.
We saw also that Tina had problems that she was put in a room that used to be for the laundry, and the room was so small and the vents were so big because it was set up to counteract the heat from the laundry facility portion. So that room they put her in was ice cold. Tina had problems. We know that there's issues with the air quality in prisons across the board, particularly it seems in this prison that she was in, had additional issues with air quality. And we saw the mold growing on the machines, on the rooftops. These people don't have an interest in justice. Tina Peters' confinement and sentence was essentially could have been, had we have not been able to step in, put this to work. And when I say we, I'll kind of break down that a little bit, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So Tina has had this experience. She's felt this destruction. She's lived this lie that was presented by Jenna Griswold, Jared Paulus, Phil Weiser, the others, the U.S., the Attorney General in Colorado. These people did this, and they knowingly did this, and there should be accountability. The problem is we were made a lot of promises, and I'm a huge Trump fan, a big Trump supporter, but Trump is not my deity. He is not a perfect being. I look higher for when I seek my faith than somebody that flies in a jumbo jet. I'm looking well beyond that. And what I suggest is that whether it's Todd Blanche, or I know Mac Warner is now gone, or it is Stanley Woodward, somebody should look into the deprivation of rights that took place. That's Title 18, Section 242. It's a deprivation of her rights for what took place to Tina Peters. The events that the event as a whole, her trial, how the judge reacted, the sentencing, are all highly problematic. And if we're not going to use these codes, 18242, deprivation of rights under the color of authority, then let's just move to get them off the books. Let's send them back to Congress. We need the DOJ to have the gumption to do one thing or the other. Either address when people's civil rights and constitutional rights are violated, or have enough of a spine, if you will, to say we're just not going to follow this. So let's just get rid of it. It's no longer something we're interested in. Because as far as I can tell, people like Tina Peters, people like the January 6th defendants, people like Patrick Burns, Stephanie Lambert, the people that tried to tell us about COVID, the people that tried to tell us about our elections, have all been the victims of a deprivation of their rights, then lawfare, then these criminal trials proceedings, any of this chilling ideology to chill dissent that took place.
Right.
All of these things must be addressed. And we have to have a DOJ courageous enough to do so. Todd Blanche, if you are that man and you are courageous enough to address this matter, I urge you to do so. And I don't know what we're waiting for. If it is a matter that it's somebody like a Stanley Woodward, please address these matters, recognize them. President Trump has recognized the government's been weaponized against the people. Todd Blanche has recognized as the acting attorney general of the United States that the government has been weaponized against the people. Don't think for 1 minute it stops with the federal government, that it's only the Department of Justice and the FBI that are problematic. These places, these power centers, these state capitals, these major cities have become the useful tool as forward operating bases of an insurgency that has taken place in this country.
Yeah.
And yes, you heard me correct. Forward operating basis of an insurgency. That insurgency came through progressive social reconstruction, and it came to shut down dissent, take over your children's minds, run things through the education system, through the Department of Education, through the PTA, through the controlling the parents and what they could say. We saw this with Eric Garland with the chilling of free speech, where parents came to a school board meeting to speak their mind peacefully, to address trans ideology, COVID, masking, any of these other areas where they expected the American public, the United States citizen, to simply bend the knee and fall in line. And that's not what happened, because I don't know where they got the idea that the United States citizen would do these things, but maybe it wasn't the idea that we would. They knew a large portion would because they could drive it from fear. They also knew that some of us wouldn't. And they had plans and actions, and they took those plans and turned them into actions and tried to stomp out the people that would tell you about elections. They tried to stomp out the people that wanted to tell you about COVID. They wanted to stomp out the people and silence dissent for those that wanted to tell you what was happening with these so-called vaccines. They did the same to the January 6th defendants. They did the same to Tina Peters, and they've done the same to anyone who would step forward. And they have, this sword cuts two ways. That sword that they have used, they used with the criminal efforts through controlling DOJ and district attorneys around this nation. And they did it to Tina and others by civil suits and other actions. So when they can't get you in one way, they come for another. So there is a, snare and shotgun effect that's taking place, where they have a method one way or the other where they will shut you up, they will break you, they will silence you. I know it happened to me. I understand very well what this criminal justice system, what these judges will do, how far they'll go, and how far out of line they are with anything that resembles a fair arbitration of the law. These individuals who sit on these benches have exposed themselves time and again to be anything but just arbiters of the law. The duty, there's two things that people should know. These people that prosecuted Tina, there is something called the rules of ethics for attorneys, right? It's a guidance and it tells you how to operate. The rules, the ethical rules for a prosecutor are even more stringent. And I think that's Canon 2 Bravo 2B. You'd have to look it up. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've looked at that. But one thing that I can assure you is the prosecutor's role and duty is to bring truth to the court. The prosecutor's duty is not to secure a conviction. And prosecutors in this country, whether they be district attorneys, they be attorney generals, they be the DOJ under the Assistant United States Attorneys, have long since forgotten their role. Their role is to deliver truth to the court, not to lie, not to obfuscate, not to cheat, not to hide information. But we have things in place. Well, they say, well, but there's laws to stop them. We have Brady that says that you have to deliver all evidence to the court and give the people the defendant, all the information. But what the judges have done is they've allowed these assistant United States attorneys in the federal government, they've allowed these attorney generals, they've allowed these district attorneys to not provide all of the evidence to a defendant, which is their right.
Mm-hmm.
They have defiled the constitutional rights of defendants in this nation. Through doing that, the absolute abandonment of principles, of morality, of ethics, they have now laid waste to the justice system to where very few people trust it. It has now become an institution that is no longer trusted by the American people, and with good reason. They did this to themselves. They did it to the people by doing what they've done. And I don't want to be vague. I want to be very direct. By charging Tina Peters and utilizing the language from a misdemeanor to charge a felony was absurd. It was insane. It was the first of its kind. And if it wasn't, then that means two grave injustices have taken place in the state of Colorado, because these things can't stand. However, it's similar to what they did to Trump. Remember these so-called misdemeanors that would have been misdemeanors, and they made them into felonies for concealment of business practices, which was all a load of malarkey as well. I sued on that case as well. I was involved there. We have come to the aid and rescue of many people. I founded Condemned USA to do just that. Tina Peters is one of those projects of people that I look at and said, there's a project, but it's a person's life. How hard will you fight for someone's life? And that's what I do. That's what we do. The collective, the group at Condemned USA, the attorneys, the paralegals, the legal investigators, we all work on these things because we care. And when I look at Tina Peters, not that she's quite old enough to be my mother, but maybe she, I guess maybe. But the bottom line is, I see my mother or my aunt, a family member, someone experiencing a travesty, a grave injustice, a destructive effort where she was targeted. And they came for Tina Peters because they could not live through the dissent. She was gaining traction. People were listening. People were asking questions about these elections. And Tina Peters was hung on the wall and beaten for the public to see, as Maoists, Marxists do. Communists, Maoists, and Marxists are famous.
Right. That's right.
And that's what they did to Tina Peters. That's why she was bludgeoned in the court. That's why you saw what happened to her in prison. It was meant to send a message. How many other clerks do you think are looking at, if they see a problem with their elections, that they want to come forward or attempt to preserve data? They're probably scared to death. They just watched someone unjustly. The whole world knew it was unjust. They watched her do 600 days in prison. They watched all of this. So why would anyone think that they're, man, I'm not going to get involved in that. Just let them do what they do. And yet the Democrats are running full-scale malarkey all over the people. And we see that happening in California now. Thank God the Department of Justice.
Where I'm at.
I will applaud the Department of Justice when due that applause, as they are in that situation. But many times they're not. And I get it. It's a big place and a big organization. But there's cases out there. Tina Peters, Shayna Gaviola, the list goes on and on of people experiencing grave injustices in this country.
Yes.
And that's why I'm never going to stop fighting for these people. I'm beyond that now. I've got a full pardon from President Trump. But people like Tina Peters and so many others need quality legal representation. And I hear the argument from people go, golly, it's $100,000 legal bill. Wow, how did it get to 100,000 or how did it get to 200,000? I'm like, well, you call your plumber and tell your plumber that you need him to work for you every day for the next 2 years and see what the bill is. And this ridiculous idea that attorneys should be doing this for free. How are they supposed to eat? Who are they supposed to tell? Do you think that the mortgage company is going to call and they go, hey, no, listen, we're representing Tina Peters pro bono. I need you to not charge me. Well, the mortgage company doesn't care. Their kids' college tuition doesn't care. The car payment doesn't care. We, the people, care. And when we care, we put our money where our mouth is. It's an old saying. It's an expression we all know well, the adage, put your money where your mouth is. So if you care about Tina Peters and you care about stopping injustices like this, and you care about your children not experiencing something like this, and you want to know where people are when these things happen to you, I can't tell you how many times people say, I had no idea the justice system was like this. I thought it was a good system. We have the designs of it. However, many people have moved in and there's a complete and total departure from the justice that we once expected, the blindness of Lady Liberty and the moving forward. So if you care about cases like this, you care about Tina Peters, you care about people experiencing injustices, please donate to Tina. What's stopping? I mean, I have a monthly subscription to something that I'm like, yeah, right, people. And then I hear people go, well, but I'm afraid I don't want to end up on a list. Look, the minute you like too many comments on Facebook or X, you were on a list. The minute you said something about vaccines, you were on a list. The minute you questioned an election, you were on a list. If you didn't like that trans fairy tale hour was happening in kindergarten and we were sexualizing children, you were on a list. If you spoke up, wrote a letter, donated to Donald Trump or conservatives or the Senate GOP Foundation, you were on a list. We know this. Jack Smith and others looked at your head like it belonged on a pike. People think that these, I hear this all the time. These people should all be in prison, behind walls. We should put them under the jail, round them up and put them in camps. They're fascists. So the people who want to round people up and put people in camps for having a different ideology call other people fascists. And I always want to remind people what Patton said after the war. General Patton said he wasn't sure that we fought completely on the right side for all things. So what I'm going to give you there, here and now, the reason is because you're a good person. The reason is because you're a good American. The reason is because we don't walk by and turn up our nose when people are being beaten in our streets. We don't walk by and pretend something did not happen when we see an injustice. We don't allow people like Tina Peters to be thrown in prison, their lives ruined, turned upside down, called out as and heckled as a criminal, beaten and abused, and then ignore the situation. Just because she's out of prison, her fight is not over.
That's
and
right.
I assure you, Peter and I, and what little I do now in that case, we need your support. And we need you to support Tina Peters. The reason that it's needed is because she's not the only one. She's the one that's having a telethon today. She's the one that got a pardon. But Shayna Gaviola goes to prison next month, a mother of 4, for trying to save her child from the trans ideology. So people are scared to stand up and speak out because they see people like Tina and they see them get bludgeoned and thrown away and they go to prison and people aren't helping enough. It's our duty to help. It is our duty to serve the interest of our fellow American, an individual, a Gold Star mom, a person like Tina Peters who had the courage. Thank God she stood up.
Yeah.
Because there's more, and there's going to be more coming. So if you'll stay tuned with this, watch the Tina Peters matter. But what happens when you're found innocent after 3, 4, 5, 6 years of your life are gone? How do we rebuild? The rebuilding starts now by enabling her to pay her bills and stand on her own 2 feet. The rebuilding starts now by supporting this effort that's happening here today. The rebuilding starts now because each one of us knows that there is a time we should have done something, sometime in our life that we should have done something and we didn't do something. And we have a debt to society. We have a debt to the United States. We have a debt to the people, the men, the women that lay dying on our beaches, battlefields, and seas here and abroad. We have a debt to all that have come before us and fought for justice one way or the other. We have a debt to Tina Peters. And it's time to get out our checkbooks. It's time to get out our credit cards. And it's time to say, I don't care, Mr. Government, if you put me on the list. This is me, we the people.
That's right.
We are fighting back. We're fighting back with our voices. We're fighting back to show how much support someone like Tina Peters has. We're going to let the appellate judges and the Supreme Court justices know that we care about this issue because we're going to put our money where our mouth is. It's classic and it's American and it's apple pie all day.
Come on.
Saving and defending our fellow men and women in this country, patriots like Tina Peters. It's not an opportunity. It's not a right. It is, as I said, your God-given duty.
Hey, Trennis, I did not know that anybody can go longer than Steve Stern. I had no idea that someone could take a mic and speak longer than Steve Stern. But I'm gonna go through this and I'm gonna see who gets the award for the longest rant on.
Scott, beautiful, so well said, and it needed to be said today.
Yeah,
that is why we're here.
Absolutely, a soliloquy, as they call it. As you were talking, Trennis, expression out of Hollywood came to mind. If you look at Hollywood, our political system, our financial system, the expression is jumping the shark, which simply means when you jump the shark, that a creative work or entity has evolved and reached a point in which it has exhausted its core intent. It's outlived itself. That's the sense. Okay. Hollywood jumped the shark. The left jumped the shark with the transgender bullshit. They absolutely took a woman like my sister, a Chicago Democrat, a lefty.
I'm so sorry.
I love her.
Sorry for your loss.
No, wait. Jumping the shark means that the media and the politicians and the Democrats in Chicago pushed her to our side. They jumped the shark. They told her mom, it's okay for your son to be a girl. No, it's not to her. It's not okay. It's okay that your daughter Jenna's in the bathroom and that a boy can come in. It's okay that your grandbaby can be taken to put $5 in the garter belt of a tranny dancing in a bar or in a gymnasium. They pushed her to our side. She now supports Trump. She now sees through it. And that's because of everything you just said. They have jumped the shark. They've outlived their core being, their existence. Their raison d'etre is done. Their reason for being is done. They no longer will survive. And I'm hoping it is the midterms. Some people think we could lose it all. I think we're going to win it all. And then they got nowhere to go. But Kim, what do you think about the jumping? Am I right? Did they jump the shark?
Well, I think that they did jump the shark. And I think that guy's going to go back to Trennis for a second. I mean, was that, Trennis, what you said today needed to be said. The entire program can be wrapped around what you said today. It's imperative that people understand the point that we're at right now. You know, Tina's story, what Tina suffered, we've got people lined up right now about to go through that suffering. Nothing is set in place right now to stop it. Nothing is set in place. Thank God that we have condemned USA, your program. We've got Peter Tickton. I love Peter. He's working with our team right now at Take Our California Back. Love him. So, but we've got to fight. And so if we can take care of people who've suffered like Tina, okay, help Tina get back on her feet, then Tina gets to join forces with us to fight for the others that are about to go through this. Because right now, the way the system is set up is not set up for we the people. It's not set up to protect the people. And we have got to take this on full throttle. And I see you're doing that, but this and Peter and Scotty and myself and we the people have got to truly take our power back. We've given it away. We've given it away long enough. I don't know how much longer we can sustain it. And this is time that by people donating right now, giving right now, supporting Tina right now, they're putting a stake in the ground saying, I am not going to accept this as status quo. I'm not. I'm going to fight for freedom. I'm going to stand for freedom. Because Trennis, I just respect you so much that you've been fighting for all these J6ers, that you've been fighting for Tina. I know Patrick Byrne has been fighting, Joe, a whole team of people fighting for her. But thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. That's so wonderful of you to say. I got to say something. I can't help it. You know, I just have something to say, Kim. Scotty, you talked about that. I didn't care, right? I didn't care what the trans community was doing. I didn't care if they had drag night down on the strip. I didn't care that they had a public place. I didn't care how they dressed. I don't care who they interact with. I don't care that you're trans. I don't care that you want to dress up like a woman or a man. I don't care. I don't have to subscribe to it. I don't have to call you what your chosen thing is. If I tell you that I'm the abominable snowman, you don't have to address me as the abominable snowman. All right. End of story. You can call me whatever. My rights don't end where your feelings begin. Right. Number one. Number two, on the trans issue, nobody cared what they were doing. They were free to do all the things they were doing, to sleep with who they wanted to, as long as it was consenting adults. Those people made the problem, or some of them, not all of them, it's a small group as usual, made the problem when they started sexualizing children. And that's where we drew the line. That's where the line in the sand was. Sexualizing children, being in women's spaces. It's just not okay. If they've been
sexualizing children for decades in Disney movies. Drip, drip, until finally we got them. We can just push it all out now. I think they did themselves a huge disservice when they went from, please see me for who I am and accept me for who I am. We did. We never had a problem with who they were. It's when you indoctrinate my child to your bullshit that I got a problem with it.
Bingo. 100%. Scotty, Scotty, you and I should talk more because we're in total agreement. We've had good conversations in the past, but I'm going to go back to this. We don't have a country without elections. It is the foundation of everything.
That's right.
Everything is the bedrock principle because that's how we get to choose. It's a we the people, right? Otherwise, we're represented by a form of government that no longer represents us. And if that's the case, then the Constitution is quite clear about how to reform by any means necessary. Read it for yourself. Don't take my word for it. It's very clear in the founding documents, whether you go to the Bill of Rights, you go to the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and you go to, I mean, we don't have to go off into papers and written letters. Any means necessary if the government no longer is representative of the people. I'm starting to wonder where the heck we are. I'm not advocating for anything. Look, don't anyone think that I'm advocating for you to get your gun and we're having a revolution. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we better be taking a real close look at what's happening in the United States Senate. We better take a real close look at what states like Colorado are doing, California, Maine, Michigan, Illinois, these blue states, and take a real close look at Islam unfolding in our nation. Realize that people are no longer, we used to try and stomp out communism and deliver liberty and freedom all over this globe. And now look around. It's gone, folks. You lost your country. It's not, don't think for a minute that you still own the country and it represented you and everything was fine. Just because Tuesday night you could go to the recital and Friday night you could go see the football lights in the stadium and go to the big game, and Saturday, you know, maybe you went to Applebee's and Sunday was a church social and you got up on Monday and did it all over again. Don't think for a minute that that was freedom. That is not freedom. Freedom is the ability to do my job as an election clerk and preserve all data and not be fearful that my state, some communist-run joke, is going to throw me in prison for simply retaining data and showing the data that was guaranteed to we the people to be protected and preserved. And then by law, if someone is carrying out their duty, as Tina did, and that individual is now in prison, I'm honestly, the idea that we even show up to these corrupt courts is absolutely absurd to me at this point. I don't know what to do because I believe in law and order. I believe in a system of governance that we, the people, subscribe to, a government of the people, for the people, by the people, we, the people. Tina's one of those people, and she just did 600 days in prison.
Yeah.
And where were we? There should have been thousands of people outside the prison. I mean, ICE arrested illegal that came here illegally, throws them out of the country, and they get thousands or hundreds of people, thousands of people showing up to protest that. Where is the spine of our side? Where is the spine of the Republicans, the conservatives, the Christians? Being peaceful, listen, folks, to be peaceful, you must first be able, you must possess the ability to be violent, to be a peaceful person. Do you understand? Because you can't just run around saying, I'm a peaceful person. I'm not suggesting anyone conduct violence. I'm saying listen closely and think through this. You can't be a quadriplegic in a wheelchair that can't speak, read, write, or hear and claim to be peaceful. You're just a being at rest, period. A peaceful person possesses the ability to be violent, yet chooses peace. That's what peace is. All right? Now, people say, oh, well, I'm not talking about you have to get a gun and shoot somebody. Everybody always goes back to that. I'm saying, think you as a mother. You're out there watching this right now. Somebody grabs up and harms your child. I know what a mama bear is. And I know that now that a mother is peaceful and loving and wonderful until you endanger her child.
Don't you mess with my children.
All of a sudden, you've enacted mama bear. Now you've chosen violence. The same should go for our people. When Tina Peters was thrown in
Let's go back for a second. Let's go back. Protect. It's about protecting your freedom.
You're damn right.
It's about protecting.
We're not doing that job.
Right?
We, the people, are not doing it. We're doing it from desks. We're doing it from voices. We're writing articles, and we're not showing up when it matters.
Right.
Something I want to point out that we should note. True, we don't show up. Nowhere near the way we should.
Because they've scared us.
Certainly not the numbers. I do want to say the numbers on the left, whether it's protesting ICE or from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Those protests are not organic. They're paid. 95% of those people are paid by Soros, by NGOs, name the NGO, doesn't matter. They are paid protesters. So they do get the turnout, but they are paid. Now, would we turn out if we started paying people to go show up at the jail for Tina? Would we have
we're paying, Scotty, respectfully, we're paying right now. Right now. We're paying with our children's future right now by sitting at home and not standing up and showing up. That's
well,
where
we
we're
are.
paying.
You're right. And you know what? That money that's being paid to the protesters on the left, that's our money anyway. The NGOs are getting it from our tax dollars. So we're paying on both sides. You're absolutely right.
But the House and the Senate don't have the courage to shut down things like, what was it, Democracy Now! Or one of these organizations that's funneled billions off. Republicans voted for it. What's that tell you? Folks, we've got a reckoning coming. And what that reckoning is we better get behind our patriots or there's going to be no reckoning. If you don't get behind the Tina Peters of the world and the January 6 people that were peaceful and many others, if you don't get behind them and the people that show up at the border and you don't stand up and be counted and say, this is me, I'm here because this matters. Yes. And maybe I'm a coward and I don't care enough about my own life, or maybe I'm old and I think I can get through it. But what about children and future generations? That's why I show up. That's why I show up in the public space to be counted, so that they look out those windows and doors and they look through those cameras that are feeding back into their rooms and going, uh-oh, these people are serious. They're demanding action. You don't have to bring torches and pitchforks. They just have to know that we're capable of bringing them.
That's right. That's right. Well said. Well said.
Kim, you want to wrap this conversation up?
Yeah, well, this is not, I mean, I'll tell you what, the most important thing that we can do is heed the warning that we've been given today. We all have an opportunity to get off the couch, to get involved. And there's lots of ways to get involved. Reach out to Trennis. He could reach out to him at condemnedusa.com. That's .com, correct? Take your power back show. Yeah, takeyourpowerbackshow.com. And we have teams that meet every Monday. We've led the whole Take Our California Back to a Better Future initiative. So we're fighting for election transparency. You can reach out to sovereignradio.com. Guys, we will get you plugged in to, we'll get you plugged into where you can use your gifts and talents. Don't ever think that I'm too old, I'm not good enough, or there's so much you can do. Thank God for my spreadsheet people. I'm not a spreadsheet person, but everybody matters. So I say, today, the first step you can do is you can put a stake in the ground and stand with Tina. Now, many of you have been fighting for Tina. We've been fighting for Tina with the Free Tina Peters movement. There's been lots of events over, the past 600 days, but nobody knows what it's like. I mean, except the team that has been working intimately with her, we have no idea what Tina has really experienced. But what we do know is Tina needs our support right now. And the support we can give is financial support. So please reach in your wallet today. Go to, whether it's credit card, whether it's cash, guys, go support Tina. TinaPeters.us. All the funding there, there's no middleman. There's no middleman. It's going to go to where it's needed to pay all those legal fees, to make sure Tina can get on her feet again. Her health, the fact that she's got to get her health back in order, guys, that is a key ingredient so she can continue to fight this fight. It's not done yet. So please go to TinaPeters.us and you can know that the step you took today is really saving a life, because Tina's life is worth saving.
Kim, thank you for pointing out the money's going directly to Tina. When I approached Tina and her team about doing this, they're like, yeah, it sounds great. We know you, Scotty. We trust you, blah, blah, blah. And then it occurred to them, there are several people, no names to be mentioned, that have raised money on the back of Tina and have grifted off of her.
Yeah, very
so
true.
I said, there's no other way to do this but TinaPeters.us, directly to Tina. So 100% of your donations, thank you for bringing that up. 100% are going to Kim. None of the cost of doing what we're doing today are being borne by
Kim. They're not going to me. They're going to Tina.
Yeah, the money's going to Tina. It's not going anywhere else because she's the one we're doing this for.
Yes.
Trennis, thank you. I'm going to have you on Sovereign Radio. I will connect to have you on. You said you've done this spiel over and over again. Save it one more time for Sovereign Radio.
Oh, no. It's not a spiel. I just speak from the heart. So, can I say one last thing? Do you mind, Scotty?
No.
I got a closing word. Here you go. Prayers are important. I know many of you out there are praying for Tina Peters, and God bless you for that. It takes effort, and we care, and they matter. Prayers make things happen because you have to beat things in the spiritual before you beat it in the natural.
Right.
We all know that, those that have practiced in our faiths. However, God doesn't allow you to lean on the shovel and pray for a hole. And in Tina's case, we need to do some digging. So I ask you to please consider whatever it is, be a monthly sponsor to her, help her make a budget, $5, $10, $25 a month, $50, $100 a month, whatever. You know, I'm not asking you to sacrifice and not be able to go out to dinner with your loved one, but can we do something? Can you do 10 or 25 or $50, something? Because it all matters. It adds up. And if you can't, here's a commitment you can make. Share this with someone. Pick up the phone and call someone and say, can you help me? Call your church, call your local civic group, call your Lions Club, whatever it is, and go, hey, can we do something for this? Because this doesn't have to end today. This fundraiser doesn't have to end when Scotty signs off and Kim signs off and after I leave or whomever else is next. This fundraiser can go on. You can say, hey, I care. I'm going to make a difference. And that difference I'm going to make is in engaging other people. You can take action. You don't even have to leave your couch. Pick up that amount of that wonderful world of wisdom and technology that you have and call 5 people and tell them, hey, will you get behind this? Will you back me or will you match me? Let's do $20 a piece. I'll give 100. Will you give 20 with me? Call 4 or 5 people or get 500. Call 5 people to do 100 a piece. That's the way you can take this on and you can be a bigger part of this in saving Tina Peters and helping the great patriot that has been here and stood for us.
Come on.
Prentice, thank you so much. You know, one of the things I love about doing this is I get to spend time with people I can call the real deal. And you guys, Prentice, you're the real deal. I can't wait to have you on Sovereign Radio. Kim, thank you so much. You know what? We're going to have Pastor Bryant pray us out tonight. But Kim, why don't you pray us out of this hour?
Wow, I'd be honored. Well, Father God, Abba. Father, we come before you, God, in the name of Jesus. God, we're so grateful. God, thank you for hearing our prayers. Thank you, Father God, for just lighting the fire under Peter, under President Trump, under Trennis, under all the teams that have worked with Tina. God, thank you for hearing the cries and the prayers of the people. Thank you for protecting Tina while she was in prison, Father God. Thank you for protecting her now, Father. I pray, Father, in the name of Jesus, that you touch all the listeners today, those that are listening tomorrow and the day after, because we're going to share this everywhere, Father. I pray, Father God, that you move the hearts of the people to get in the game, Father God, to get in the fight for freedom, Father God, to stand with those that have been wrongly accused and imprisoned, Father God. Give us the courage to give, Father God, to give generously, Father. I just pray, Father, for this country right now, God. I pray, Father, that the enemy is bound up, that the enemy, the father of lies, the deception in the media, the deception in government, the deception is bound up right now in the name of Jesus. Father, you gave me a dream the other night. Father, you showed me that there was this giant serpent snake, God, and I got this snake into a sieve, Father God, and I had it by the head, God, and was trying to stab the head, and Father, you showed me that the skin's too tough. You can't do it on your own. And the next image you gave me, Father God, was this giant serpent, the head in a sieve, and a rope that went out to every corner, north, south, east, and west. And that rope was taut and it was pulled, Father God, and we had the serpent by the head. I pray right now in the name of Jesus that we, the people, come together and take that serpent by the head, take him down, Father. You know, Father, we know that the war is already won, Father. Give us the courage, the strength, and the faith to put a stake in the ground, to stand firm, to let nothing move us, and to always give ourselves fully to the work of the Lord. Father, we love you, we praise you, we thank you, bless and protect Tina and all those listening. In Jesus' name, amen.
In Jesus' name. Amen. Well, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you both very much. Kim, always a pleasure to be with you, and thank you so much. for coming by. I know you do this from your heart, and Trennis, same with you. I can feel your heart and soul. So thank you both. Appreciate
Thank you, Scotty. Love
Thank
you
you.
guys. Love you, Ennis. I'm going to have you on again, Trennis. Love you, Scotty. You're the best.
you too, Kim. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. I am going to bring David Wolf back in. We've got some merchandise to auction off. David was kind enough to take his diamonds that he recovered from 9/11. He bought them, actually. He didn't recover them. I think he's still here. Let me see if I can find David.
Dude, I'm muted. You want me to run the videos?
Yeah, give us a second. All right, he is here. I don't know if he's sitting at his desk. David Wolf, come back to your station, sir. We want to talk about the diamonds again. Well, I'll give you some backdrop. Hopefully, David comes back to the camera. David was appointed the adjuster to state the value of some diamonds recovered from the Twin Towers on 9/11. He ended up buying these diamonds. That's why I call him Diamond Dave. There he is. Dave, welcome back. We're about to play the diamond video. So, Joanne, anytime you want to let it roll, and I'm going to let you talk over the video, Dave.
Yeah, and forgive us. This is a little clumsy because I have to share and then I got to flip over. But it's coming.
Thank you, Joanne. This is a bidding on a piece of history, ladies and gentlemen. Real Americana. These are diamonds from 9/11 recovered from the Twin Towers. And you can own one of these pins. There are 2 pins in a necklace. And Dave will explain how the bidding is going to work and how you can bid. So thank you. There, I saw it for a second. So, David, give us the backstory. Kim, you can just let this roll a few times. Please tell us about how you acquired these and what you did with them, David. I think you have to unmute, maybe. Yeah, you're unmuted, David. Maybe your microphone turned off. Go to settings. There's a little wheel on the bottom of the screen.
Hello.
There you are. Okay.
Yeah,
Now
okay.
we hear you.
Bye.
Sorry, I was just looking at my granddaughter in South Carolina.
Oh, how nice. So, very, very sweet. So tell us the backstory on these pins.
So, okay, each flag pin is 18 karat gold with a diamond in the top of the pole. So in my 45 years of appraising jewelry, I worked with banks and insurance companies, and I worked with attorneys and also privates. But in the course of my career, I was working with J.P. Morgan Chase, and when the World Trade Center catastrophe occurred, I was chosen as the appraiser of record for all the safety deposit box jewelry that got basically imploded and covered in the rubble and the wreckage. And so I was fortunate enough to recover 315 diamonds that came out of the wreckage of the World Trade Center. And so each flag, 22 years later, I had these diamonds and I said, what can I do with them? I did want to donate them at one point to, the fire people, the firemen, the police, to that cause. But that opportunity passed. And when J6 happened, I said to myself, this is the perfect way to keep a piece of history, Americana, and embed it into another time in history, which is the J6 Fedsurrection. And so each flag, I was able to incorporate a diamond into the design of the J6 flag.
It's amazing work. As you can see, the diamond sits atop the pole. At the top of the pole is the diamond. And Dave, you've got 3 pieces. What are the size of the diamonds? I know they're small, and the gold is 18 karat, right?
The gold is 18 karat white gold. I mean, this is made by a jeweler who basically works for the big, like Fifth Avenue type stores. And so it's made, by, one of, I would say, the top 5 or 10 jewelers in New York City. And the design was meant to embrace the J6, the J in the flag, pole and the wire, and the 6 in the blue field. The 6 stars symbolize the number J6. So what can I tell you? The stones are small. They're just like 1.5 to 2.5 points, which would be like pennies in a dollar. So a point is a penny, and these are small stones. They're, when you see them, when you see them right in front of you, you could see them, but maybe on the photos are not that clear. So this one, the one that you're showing right now, is about a 15 pointer. And I have 5 of those, and they would be a bit more money, because the bigger the diamond is, the rarer it is in the collection. And so it would have to be priced accordingly. But they do start at, I have one that starts at 2,900. And then I have another one that's 3,900, but it's a necklace. So you're actually buying an 18 karat white gold chain along with the flag.
Joanne, if you have a picture of the necklace, I don't know if we actually have the necklace to show. If we do, please let it rip. David, where can people make the bid? Give them the information to make a bid.
Yeah, they can. The most direct way is to email me directly, and that way we can work something out. And if we can find another piece that I did not send to you as far as pictures, we could work out a price so that Tina can get a good deal of money, and we could do something that's not actually forwarded to this event, because we do have 7 flags available. So that's where we sit.
Well, David, I want our audience to put their imagination cap on for a minute. Imagine this pin 10 years from now. Imagine holding it, giving it to a son, a daughter, a grandson, a granddaughter, or a friend, and telling them the story behind 9/11. This is a real piece of history, explaining where the diamonds came from. Imagine explaining why you chose to buy the diamonds to support Tina Peters. Look at all the history, where the diamonds came from, how they were created into jewelry. J6 ties into this, the Tina Peters story. This is a real collector's item, and this is why it matters. The story matters more than the diamond itself. In my opinion, you're buying a story, you're buying a piece of history. Going once, twice sold. We hope these will sell. It's the last chance that David will try to get you on one more time, but this is a truly unique piece of American history, and supporting Tina Peters at the same time. How can you go wrong? If you have this kind of jewelry in mind, and you were thinking of buying somebody you love a diamond as a gift, boy, I don't think for $2,900 you can buy a better piece of jewelry right now than this flag. It's just, when I heard about this, Trennis introduced me to David, and David and I got on the phone, and I think David was a little apprehensive. How do we do this? How would this work? I said, I don't care. Let's make it work. This is too good not to help Tina. If we can raise, $3,000 for Tina this way, everybody wins. This is truly a win-win. David, give out the email address again, please.
Sure. And before I do, I just want you to know each flag is numbered with the number of the diamond that is cross-referenced into that flag. So the back of the flag is engraved with the number of the diamond, and it's stamped Zomox, which is the manufacturer. It's like Tiffany. And so each one is traceable with a certificate that's signed and documents the size, the quality of the diamond, the shape of the diamond, and the reference number of that diamond. The most there are is 315. And so this will be one of 315 flags that will ever be made. So it's historical and collectible.
For those of you who are going to go out and buy a Rolex, buy another watch, or buy another piece of jewelry, you can't buy a story like this one.
No.
This is a story. This is a collectible that's going to be valuable. It's so rare. I mean, these are the only diamonds that came from 9/11, the only diamonds connected to helping Tina Peters. These are truly valuable because the diamonds remind us of who we are and what this country is all about. Every time you look at the flag pin, you'll remember the courage shown by Americans on 9/11, the courage shown by Tina in some of our nation's darkest times. And again, you'll also know every time you look at this that you helped Tina Peters in a critical chapter of her journey. So if you've been thinking about bidding, please get a hold of David, and let's raise the paddle, let's raise the bidding, and let's raise some money for Tina. So David, thank you.
So the email, if I may, is
Yes,
David, my name, David, at justappraisers.com. And Just Appraisers is the company I've, ever since 1998, I've been appraising under that banner, that company. And you can check me out at justappraisers.com. And one more thing, the flags are on a website where you can check them out. It's called justpatriots.store. And you can connect.
Store.
Yes, and you can connect to me through that website as well.
One thing I know, if you email David and engage him in conversation, this is a very down-to-earth man. Don't let his Diamond Dave, the nickname I gave you, don't let it discourage you that he's above reproach, because this is a man you can talk to, straight shooter. David, thank you again. We'll try to get you back one more time. In fact, we will get you back in the final hour. So thank you for sticking around.
Well, thank you for being a great patriot.
Yeah, you bet.
All righty. Cheers.
Well, at 4:22 p.m., I didn't know what to expect in terms of raising money. Joanne, you can go ahead and take the flag down. Thank you very much. I did not know what to expect in terms of donations. I've done this twice before. Neither organization had any real following. So I didn't expect to raise much money. I don't know if this is good, bad, or indifferent. It seems to me we could do better. And I'd like the last couple hours to really be able to bring this home. But as of 4:22 p.m. Central, we have raised $8,000 for Tina Peters. Listen, I'm not going to demean $8,000. That's a lot of money. 8,000 Tina didn't have when we started this morning. She's probably crying for each and every dollar. Listen, if you donated $1 or you donated $1,000, Tina would love you and appreciate you in the very same way. because every dollar for her really does count right now. TinaPeters.us. That's TinaPeters.us. Or get a hold of Dave. Dave, one more time, throw the email address out. I think you muted out. Yeah, you muted. Always happens. All right, there you go.
It's David at justappraisers.com. David at justappraisers.com.
Well, thanks again, David. So whether you get a hold of David or go to tinapeter.org, you know, Trennis made a great plea for you to donate. I can't say it any better, but what are you waiting for? If you've been on this today, look, if you don't have any money and you're short of cash and you can't even make your rent, we don't expect you to donate. But if you're buying another latte tomorrow morning, or you're going out to lunch tomorrow, or you're going to treat your friend, your girlfriend, your boyfriend to something, take a pass for a day and give Tina the few bucks that you would spend on something else tomorrow morning or tomorrow during the day. So thank you, David. We'll have you back later for sure. We are now awaiting our guests for the next hour. Mel Carmine will co-host with me. I am texting one Miss Mermaid, letting her know that we need 107, calling the Wanster. 107 is one of the most interesting guys. Forgive me while I text. All right, Juan, he's not here. No, he's not on. Okay. All right, so that's that. We'll get him here. Juan has always been a dependable guy. Last time he was scheduled on Sovereign Radio, he was scheduled for 30 minutes. He was doing a week of interviews for Tina. He was going around making the plea to free Tina. It was during the Free Tina movement, and Juan did a great job getting that word out. And he came on for 30 minutes. 2 hours later, he was still there, still talking. At least 4 times he said, I'm up against the clock. I got to go. But wait, I want your audience to understand one more thing. And the reason I really want him here tonight is he can alleviate a lot of our fears about the midterms. He is 100% sure of the plan that Trump and the military have. Is Mel on? No, Mel's not here either. So neither of our guests for this hour are on, but this is the way a 12-hour day goes. When you're doing something like this, people are busy. It's now later into the day, which means people have been out and about. So anyway, back to
I snuck myself in, Scotty.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I wanted to you mentioned me exploding in court earlier, but
yes, I did.
But I think it'll make more sense now because I don't know everyone watching understands what she was up against.
Let me finish my thought on Juan, and then I'll come back to you because otherwise I'll just forget. I don't want to cut you off, but so Juan is going to come tell us what the plans for the midterms are, and I don't want to give it away. If you haven't been here today and you haven't heard us discuss it, we've discussed it with every guest that is involved in election integrity and election fraud. We've discussed the plan. Juan is not the only one that has submitted the plan to my attention, but he is the only one involved directly with Team Trump on the plan. That's what's encouraging to me. The plan consists of 2 things: a national security emergency and an executive order. In the executive order, Juan and his team prepared it. The executive order is on President Trump. Happy birthday to you. So it's on Trump's desk, the executive order. once said, hey, I don't know how much of it they'll use or if they'll use it at all, but they asked us to prepare it. And so that is the good news. And I'll leave the rest of the story to Juan. Joanne, bring it on. Bring your story on of the courtroom. I think it's a great story. And then we'll bring in Mel Carmine, who used to be a pizza guy from New York. He's now a healer, a crypto guy, a movie producer out of Florida. Go figure where the paths our lives take. Joanne, tell us your story.
I will, but
she left. Sorry, Mel. I'll get back to you. There she is. I hear you, but I don't see you.
I'm invisible, Scotty. Can you hear me?
Yes, Joanne. What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening.
Well, can you see me? Because I can't see myself.
No, I don't see you, but I hear you.
No, but I'm sitting in front of the computer, so it's really interesting. But we do. Oh, there I am.
Now I see you.
We do want to play Mel's video too, so I have that prepped for if he's coming on.
Awesome. We want to hear your story because I did bring it up. I couldn't tell it the way you tell it because you lived it. So bring it on.
It's a bummer. Am I freezing for you, or is it just on my side?
Go for it. You're not freezing. I hear you and I see you, so we're all good.
So everyone understand, Tina was so amazing in court, and she held her grace like she always does. She had her legal team, and we had Judge Barrett, and Ricky was there. She was just talking about going to Ted Nugent, which is awesome. And Rubenstein, I think that's his name, the prosecutor, he kept shooting down all the people who were supposed to be testifying for her. And it was like pulling teeth to get anyone to actually be able to speak. That's one of the big problems we all had, is that her defense literally wasn't heard. But then, so I took a break and I talked to Clay Parikh. I think that's how you pronounce his name. He's an ethical hacker and he's a cybersecurity guy. And he's one of the people who worked with her on it. So finally, they wrangled it out to where he was able to testify, and it was going to carry a lot of weight. And he sits down, and I kid you not, in the first, he opens his mouth, and he's like, objection! And literally I just went, oh my God, like that loud. And Judge Barrett glared at me and was like, who was that? And all the bailiffs were all around me. They knew exactly who said it, but no one narked. No one said a peep. And he just kept looking, pointing, whatever. And I mean, literally, there's probably 10 bailiffs around me, all of whom heard. So it just goes to show you they were on Tina's side. It was insane how she was treated. But God prevails and Tina's out. So, and I did not get contempt of the court.
Let's rewind. The reason your outburst was so appropriate is throughout the days of trial, this prosecutor was objecting to anything and everything that would help Tina's case. He wouldn't let any evidence come forward. So you had sat through all these objections for how many days? What day of the trial was this?
This was Friday, and I got there Thursday. The trial went on for a couple of days before I got there. So it was like it was like a 6-day trial. The verdict was on Monday. It started on a Monday, I think, or Tuesday, and then went to the Monday. Didn't go over the weekend days, but just this was like the big day for her to present her evidence.
Who was presenting the evidence when you made your outburst?
Clay Parikh.
And what was his role with Tina?
No, yeah, for Tina, yeah, he was cybersecurity. So that's why I got so frustrated, because there was questions if he was going to be able to testify, and they kept meeting. I mean, there was so much huddling I've never seen so much huddling. And it was John Case. Do you remember, Scotty? And she had 4 attorneys. They were huddling, and they got they finally agreed that Clay could testify. He's a cybersecurity guy. And anyways, the second he sits down, Rubenstein, that's the prosecutor, deep state prosecutor. And I mean, it just came out, but it was so loud, and it was so obvious it was me because I just looked like trouble. So, yeah.
Well, you're pretty non-threatening otherwise, so I don't think the bailiffs probably were on Tina's side because they've sat through many a trial.
Oh.
They know how egregious Judge Barrett and the defense, the prosecution, and Judge Barrett. Judge Barrett's the most evil, satanic judge I've ever seen on a bench. The way he excoriated Tina, called her a charlatan. Basically, he suggested she was the worst person that ever sat in the defendant's chair. Worse than a murderer, worse than a rapist. I mean, what Tina has gone through, from attacks on her character by a judge, no less, whose job is to mediate a trial and deliver a sentence with fairness. Anyway, this is, I'm glad you were there, Joanne. I'm glad you were able to experience the trial. I know a couple other people that were there, and boy, it had to be frustrating sitting there.
Oh my gosh. Like your blood boiling.
I have something in my eye that is not going away.
Saturday or Sunday, I didn't stay through the weekend. And then the rest, what you were referencing, the actual or when he handed down the sentence, the 9 years, that was on Monday, and that was horrible.
Yeah, I remember being in a meeting and somebody knocking on the door, coming in and saying, Tina just got sentenced for 9 years. And that meeting was over, and we all prayed. Well, thank God she's out. And without further ado, I am going to bring in Mr. Mel Carmine. And Mel is a podcaster. He's become a movie producer. He knows a little something about crypto. He's kind of a jack of all trades. He'd like to be a master of one or two, and he's getting there. Pretty darn good movie director for a beginner. I mean, you hadn't directed any movies or produced any movies up till a couple years ago, right? You did
never. I just decided that I'm going to tell the story about how we're all being censored, how we're not allowed to talk in communist America because we have given the power to these social media oligarchs who thinks they own the future. I'm here to tell you they don't. They won't. Not under my watch, over my dead body. And Tube 1776 is going to get off the ground. And I'm going to tell you right now, they're in a lot of trouble. They're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, for sure, Mel. I think the deep state, from top to bottom, the political sycophants, the media, the Western medical system, and on and on and on. They are all desperate. They're dogs. They're desperate dogs. Their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, you know, when you understand that these people are willing to fight to the last drop of blood, you've got to come across to them that we're willing to fight to the last drop of blood too. Someone's going to win and someone's going to lose. And there's a hell of a lot more of us than there is of them. And they better, if they failed math, they better go take that course again, because I'm telling you right now, there are people like myself that are never going to lay down, no matter what, under any circumstances.
So I see a comment on the screen. I'm not sure how it got there. Maybe I put it there. Maybe Joanne brought it in. Nobody's listening to this. Well, Mr. John P. Child, you are. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what is meant by that. Is it a question? Is anybody listening? Mr. Child, we've raised 8,000.
Maybe he's saying that he can't hear me.
I don't think that's what he's saying, but in any event, forget it.
Yeah, the reality is, look, when they're in charge of the microphones. Donald Trump signs an executive order saying if you're a social media platform, no one is allowed to censor. We could yell and scream about what it is we're trying to purvey or educate or whatever our political views are until our eyes pop out of our skull. Nobody's listening. Someone else is in charge. And this is what people don't understand. So let's not put the cart in front of the horse. Let's fix the damn microphones first. Someone's got to build a platform where it's more intuitive, more sexy, more beautiful, more everything than YouTube, where everybody says, you know what, let's jump over there because over there we could speak freely. And if everybody gets behind that movement, they're in a lot of trouble.
You know, I'm such a knucklehead. You said nobody's listening to this. That was the context of Mr. John Child's question. He was asking, what do you mean no one's listening to this? Mel, I think a lot more people are listening today. You and I have been at the podcast radio broadcasting business now. I met you 4 or 5 years ago. You've been at it. I've been at it. Thousands of other independent journalists have been at it. And I think we're making a difference, don't you?
Yeah, we are making a difference. But again, I'm going to reiterate, someone else is in charge of the microphones. Imagine if, YouTube all of a sudden got bought out by a Republican like a Donald Trump figure. And all of a sudden we got rid of all the speed bumps where you and I could speak freely. And there's no more algorithms, basically judging what you're saying, how you're saying it. It's like, okay, this guy's too much New Jersey. We're going to turn him down 80%. This guy's too much Brooklyn. We're going to turn him down by 90%. You don't want to live in a country like that, do you? So at some point, someone's got to take the bull by the balls and run with it and take charge and open up something different, something that makes sense.
Hey, Mel, I think you communicate with Juan. Why don't you text him? We've texted him from production end to remind him. I know he's busy and he forgets these things. So why don't you give Juan 07
I'll give
a
a
quick
buzz right
text?
now.
Yeah, thank you. In the meantime, while Mel's doing that, I want to say I want to thank you. A shout out to freedom-loving patriots around the world. I've gotten texts. I know I have an audience in South Africa, Australia, Canada, the English-speaking countries. What really blows me away is there's an audience in Romania for what we're all doing. It isn't just sovereign radio. The Romanian people are hungry. Eastern Europeans are hungry for information because they know as America goes, the world goes. I have a Romanian journalist. I go on his show. He has me on about once every 6 weeks because he says that his audience wants to hear from America. He said I'm one of his more popular guests not because it's me, but because I'm an American voice on radio and they want to hear from us. So I want to thank all those patriots. They really are patriots. Romania, Colombia, Australia, South America, Canada. And I'm missing a country, but Mel, back to you. If you texted Juan, thank you.
I just texted him. I'm going to send them the link as well.
That'd be great.
Yeah. What they've done to a lot of the patriots is all because of freedom of speech. We're not allowed to voice our opinion. We're not allowed to voice our political affiliation. We're not allowed to get behind Donald Trump. So, we have allowed the car to literally go off the cliff. Now we got to deploy the parachutes because at the end of the day, what happens in the county, in the school board, in the local municipalities. We have been taken over by Marxist people.
Absolutely. I mean, I lived in California 20 years. I saw it a decade ago. I saw that California had become a communist Marxist state. Make no bones about it. It's beyond the pale of communist Marxism. I have a relatively small platform. I mean, Sovereign Radio, I have a loyal audience, but relative to the Bannons and the guys with the big platforms, the Tucker Carlson, I hate to say his name. I don't know what happened to Tucker. He fell off the the bandwagon. But guys with big platforms, you would expect the government to go after. In fact, they did go after Bannon. They put him in prison. But where I'm going with this, I don't disclose this generally in a public forum, but I am under attack from the state of California Franchise Tax Board.
Mm-hmm.
And they have been using the tax system. Franchise Tax Board is attacking me using taxes. They've made up numbers. They've made up years. The funny thing is, Mel, you're going to love this. There are years I did not file. I said, I'm opting out. They're not after those years. They're after the years I filed saying I underreported my income. They've cleaned my bank accounts. They've come after me. And I'm now in Mexico. They can come and get me. I don't care. But the point is not to do with me. It's the system. You called it out. Mel, your movie is important because you identify the system from our birth certificates to our driver's licenses. Everything's monetized.
Yes.
Everything's put on the stock exchange. Joanne, I'm going to ask you to come in and put on Mel's trailer because I think that's the best way to get into the movie. Perhaps before one
it's the link down at the bottom, the second one down at the bottom, not the first one at the top. She's got the trailer.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. So, I'll give you an example, right? Amber and I have put everything we own, everything, under a religious irrevocable trust, right? Because we want to get away from the man. Well, there's supposedly you can't get away from property taxes or actual property that you own. So I had to do an affidavit where Pure Life gave the ministry all of the equipment that's staying alive. Okay. All the scalar biophotonic energy frequency. And they're still coming after me for taxes. You know what I'm doing? I'm going on the offensive. I'm going to sue them. I'm going to take the county to court. And I'm going to ask the judge point blank. I say, let's just assume your taxes were legal, which they're not. But let's assume they are. You're telling me that every year my tax bill is exactly the same, $1,635, right? And my equipment, which is electronic equipment, never depreciates, and you want $1,635 every year. And I want him to try and answer that with a straight face.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's so symptomatic of the problems that we're having. My attorney had a conversation with a lawyer at the California Franchise Tax Board, and my attorney said I was going to float a balloon, and he did. He said, hey, would this guy's radio show on Salem Radio have anything to do with the problem here? The attorney said, I've got a list of 200 people that are podcasters, broadcasters, influencers that you're on a list. He would do himself a favor if he gave up his microphone. They admit it. They don't care, Mel. They're not hiding anything anymore, are they?
Well, I was listening earlier to my friend there, Trennis Evans, on your broadcast, and he's absolutely right. The minute you say certain words, keywords or key phrases that they have programmed into their algorithms, you're on a watch list. He's absolutely spot on. How did I go, for example, right? How did I go from, interviewing guys like David Straight way, way, way in the beginning of my podcasting career as this COVID thing rolled into town and have barely 7,000 subscribers and get 300,000 views in one weekend. And now that I have 54,800 on one channel and 14,800 on another channel, 17,000 another channel, 13,000. I got 250,000 people that follow me on 8 platforms. I can't get past 3,000, 4,000 views on any of these platforms. Why is that? Because I'm on the watch list. That's why.
Absolutely. The reason you get the followers, Mel, I'm going to tell it like it is because you tell it like it is. You've got some moxie. You've got some kahunas. You're not afraid to speak your mind. And people recognize that with you. That's why you're liked. Mel, you're the guy. You love him or hate him, right? But you do speak.
I don't really care. I'm not here for
I know you don't care. I know you just don't care about the haters. You don't pay attention to them. And you're on a mission. I support your mission always because we're on the same side of the spiritual war. Let's face it. We are in a deep spiritual war. It's good versus evil, God versus Satan. We the people versus the deep state. It is a all-out war. Would you agree, Mel, we're winning the spiritual war and the information war?
We are, but if we had a platform where everybody starts to migrate over the next 17, 18, 24 months, what have you, okay, and we get the entire world on this one platform that has no freedom of speech infringements, is never going to be for sale at any price, because I'm not doing this for the money. I don't need to buy a Lamborghini so that I can pick up 29-year-old chicks that are hanging on a street corner. I'm doing this because, freedom of speech needs to be restored in America, period, end of story. I'm fine driving my Mazda CX-5. Believe me, I'm good with that. So this is not about money for us. This is about bringing America back on track. And Donald Trump is going to be known as the president to create more wealth than any other president well, first of all, there was a plan back during McKinley to make every American a multi-millionaire, multi-hundred millionaire. They scrapped that plan. Who's they? Well, they are the communists.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mel, for the interruption.
Yeah,
I'm just
no
making
worries.
sure we get your video in here as quickly as we can. Go ahead, continue.
So, so who are they? They are the communists. That's who infiltrated the plan that makes sure that Americans do not become wealthy. We had more money during William McKinley. We had more money than we knew what to do with. And how we do it with tariffs.
Great
You want to do business with America? You don't need to tax its citizens and stress out the citizens. You want to do what you would call a business with America, the most powerful country in the world. Pay us a tax. We're the most consuming nation in the world. You want our money, you're going to pay us a tax. Period. End of story. How simple is that?
Well said. People would overlook the wealth generation that McKinley wanted, that Andrew Jackson wanted, that Abraham Lincoln wanted, that John F. Kennedy wanted. And Trump is the man, I believe, to finish off the plan.
100%.
Yeah. I say this with true conviction because I've heard it too many times from too many good sources. In the 60s, when they took JFK off the playing field, military 22 generals got together and said, we're up against some bad people. What are we going to do to stop them so they don't get their new world order, their one world government? And they came up with a 60-year plan. They didn't finish it by 2020. Meanwhile, Trump has openly said, I've got 200 generals today behind me, and he does. And these are white hat generals. They're not deep state generals. And I do believe they're on a mission to finish the plan from the financial system to the political system to the education system, which we've made some strides on. Everything being exposed, from Doge to the state of Minnesota fraud, election fraud. It's all coming out, isn't it, Mel?
Sure. But look, Donald Trump has to move on the arrests. And I'm going to tell you why. And we all want the arrest. But the reality is you cannot have, civilian tribunals with these people. You got to bring in the military. These have got to be military tribunals. You know what's going to happen to Donald Trump if he doesn't make the arrests? His entire family is going to be incarcerated and tortured to death.
Mel,
so I don't understand why he's waiting so long.
The thing that Trump wants most, I believe, and it's in his core, it's who he is. He wants to leave a legacy of being the greatest president.
True.
And he's on track. But if he doesn't make the arrests, if he doesn't perp walk, make arrests, perp walk, military tribunals, I can live without the public executions, but I'd sure like to see a few, wouldn't you?
I would volunteer to be one of the trigger guys.
Absolutely. Joanne, are we able to play Mel's video?
Unless you want me to do it.
I think she can pull it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I have bandwidth issues on my end. Yeah, roll it, Joanne. She says it's ready to go. Just say when.
Okay. No
I'm saying when.
It's Hi guys, it's going. It should be playing. I hit.
Okay, let me go ahead and present from my side.
No, we don't see anything and we don't hear anything.
No.
All Right. Well, that's weird.
You're actually playing our video.
What we see on your computer, what I see is you've pulled up the screen of Mel and I.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's
you're on the
your
wrong
old
screen.
video, Scotty. That's not the current screen. Look at your background. It's Sovereign Radio.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's from a show Mel and I did. Thank you, Joanne. You're absolutely right.
That's the video. It should be playing, right?
It's in that video. Yeah, but I see what you're doing. Oh, sorry, Joanne.
You're wearing the same thing, and he's sitting in the same chair, but that's not today.
No. I got it. I completely understand. What you're missing is the time codes of where we want to play the video, because we don't want to hear this part. We
Yeah,
want to
in
hear
the
it straight up.
if she goes directly to the chat window here, she's got the link directly to the actual trailer. The chat window.
Perfect. Okay, let's do that.
That's easy. That's just
Thank you, Joanne. My bad. I gave you a video and didn't give you the time codes of where to play it.
Okay, this is whoa! I gotta stop it. Hold on. So, sorry, guys.
The movie is doing great, by the way.
It's good to hear, Mel.
People are sharing it. People are understanding it for the first time. People who have watched many things on the straw man have said, I've never understood the straw man concept or the straw man conspiracy until now.
Here we go.
That's the one.
Hold on. I may have to. It might have paused.
There should be a play button there. Yeah, rewind it from the beginning. Cue it. There you go. We're not listening. We're not hearing it though.
Yep, I'm gonna turn.
The volume's off.
Not muted. I think it's I
No,
don't
the
know
volume
if
is off. A structure so. Yeah, you maybe let me try playing it from my end.
Okay.
All right. Let me do that.
All right. Share screen because that's all I'm doing too.
Tell me if you guys can see my screen.
We do not see your screen. We see the three of us.
Okay.
I hear it.
Okay, I just put it in the thing, so you have to drag it onto the show. I guess you got it locked down. It's right next to my video in the studio. You have to just drag it, and then I'll play it. All right, let me try it again. Hold on. Let's try it one more time.
I saw it sitting there, and then it went away.
Yeah, hold on. I'm bringing it in right now. All right, now I think you got to bring it in.
Yep.
Right? There you go. Ready?
There it is. Yep.
Oh, give me a thumbs up if you can hear it.
Not yet. Very low. Okay, I hear it.
A structure so deeply embedded, most of those inside it don't even realize what they are a part of. Institutions you trusted operating within a framework you were never meant to question. And while you worked, struggled to survive, something bigger was moving behind the curtain. In this documentary, we exposed the largest financial deception in the history of mankind. Not with options, but with evidence. Irrefutable, irrevocable, undeniable. This is not about politics. This is about power. This is about control. And most importantly, this is about you. Because the moment you truly see it, the illusion collapses. The distractions lose its grip. The noise disappears. And the question becomes unavoidable. When this film is released, the truth will no longer be hidden. It will be undeniable, uncontainable, unstoppable. My job is to expose it. Your job is to make sure the world sees it. Now, will you have the courage to face it, to share it, to break free from the system that was designed to keep you enslaved forever? Or will you ignore the greatest revolution of our time? The truth is here. You will either stand up and help us dismantle the Matrix, or the Matrix will enslave you and your family for 1,000 years to come. The choice is yours. God knows I did my job.
There you go.
So, Mel, how do people find that movie again? Tell everybody where to find it.
Yeah, it's very simple. They go to dearmrpresident.net. It's right there right next to my name, dearmrpresident.net, and get it out there to as many people as possible. We're trying to. I like to believe that we can get to 100,000 sold here, hopefully by the end of the year. That would be good, because putting money in the hands of people who want to bring this country back on track is a good thing, not a bad thing.
Absolutely. I think we're still waiting for Juan. I suspect
maybe he's in a bad internet area. Let me see if he's replied.
You know, with Juan, you never know. I know he's a very dependable guy. So
let me try calling him.
Maybe going on. While we're waiting, let's not forget the reason we're here. We're here as one community, this one day, this one moment in time, to raise funds to lift Tina to her next chapter. She's gone through more than she can even talk about. I know she's told us a lot today in her appearance. Hopefully she'll come back before we're done here. You can go to tinapeters.us, tinapeters.us. Let's help Tina out. We were at $8,000 and change a couple hours ago. We'll get a count before the night's over. Let's push her well over the 10 grand, folks. We need to make this happen for Tina. I'd be happy if we can hit, at this point, 10 grand would be respectable. We appreciate every dollar. A dollar's not too little. 1,000's not too much. So thank you very much. Mel, what do you think, beside the financial reset, beside some of the big picture geopolitical things, what do you think the biggest threat is to our homeland? I'm thinking the Islamic Caliphate is one of them. What they're trying to do with Sharia law in America, do you think they could actually achieve their goal in America?
I don't think they'll be able to achieve it because not under Trump, number one, but as long as we as citizens do our job, and hopefully we'll either get a Donald Trump Jr. coming in as the next president, and maybe Donald Trump goes through one of those rejuvenation machines on steroids that are owned by the Galactics, come back as a president and do part 3. That would be fantastic. You know, Junior could retire for a little bit, come back maybe later on, and step down as the president, and his father would be the vice president, would become the president, and that would be a way to do that. Or do we get a Bukele kind of character that we don't even know who he is in America, which I would not rule out. I like.
Are you referring to Bukele?
Yes, down in El Salvador. Absolutely,
El Salvador.
I adore him.
He took El Salvador from the worst crime-ridden nation to the least crime-ridden nation in just a couple years.
Yes. By the way, we have donated at least a couple of months of stay for Tina Peters to come and stay at our wellness center in Cape Canaveral, 24 hours a day, unlimited, at zero cost to her. So I can tell you that that's well over $20,000 value. She's got access to every modality we have, and she could stay even longer than that. It doesn't matter. It's on the house. So we know we're in communications with Mermaid, and I left a letter on the desk yesterday for my staff to read, to make sure that if she calls in, she could stay unlimited. She wants to stay for 5 months. We got light energy technology on steroids. We've had people reverse all kinds of elements. But it's a long-term thing. I wish I could tell you, come there, sleep there overnight, and you're healed. That's not the case. But if you stay there for a week or 2
I am
weeks,
a walking testimony to the
Yes.
technology you have in your center. I had a stroke in 2021.
Exactly.
At age 60.
And what happened?
4 weeks post-stroke.
Yes.
I was with my physical therapist. She was hired for 13 weeks post-stroke.
Yeah.
In week 4, she said, "You don't need me anymore. What the hell are you doing? I've never seen a 60-year-old man get all of his faculties back so quick." By the way, Joe Hoft had a stroke. He's looking great. He was on today. But so I told her what I was doing. EE
Right.
systems, scalar energy. That's what Mel has. You
Yes.
have some other modalities, but EE
Yes, we do.
systems, Dr. Sandra Rose Michael, accept no imitations to EE
Yeah.
systems, because there's a couple guys out there trying to say they got the same system. They don't. EEsystems.com. It's great. Mel, tell people.
Yeah, we
tell
also
some people some of the healing stories.
Sure, absolutely. Well, the body is like a battery. The body has cells, and we have 33 trillion. Actually, that number. It's ironic that that number has a lot to do with the DNA, and the Jesus Christ was put on the cross at 33 years old, and we have 33 trillion cells in our body, etc. But not to get off track. The bottom line is that once your cells start to charge to a level of 80, 90 millivolts, your body automatically goes into repair mode. The machines are not medical devices. They're not going to heal you. The machines only provide a frequency that your body understands, sort of like a language that goes through your body. I've had cancer patients come in there, Scotty, and say, "You know what? I know this is working because when I'm in the system, where I have the cancer, there's like a buzzing, vibrational type situation going on that they can feel it. And they don't feel that when they leave the system, or when they're in the system, they feel it. So they knew that something was going on. I've had my good friend Rhonda, who would become pretty good friends, stage 4 lymphoma cancer. The doctors basically sent her home to die. And she's still here today, completely cancer-free. And it's because of the scalar biophotonic energy technology. We've had Greg that lives down in Brickell Avenue in Miami, who lived in the system for 3 months. Okay. Prostate cancer, 2 strokes, facial paralysis, couldn't speak. He would drool. He had his saliva coming out of his mouth constantly. He was a mess. Okay. Lived in there for 3 months. He was there. I let him stay an extra 2 hours. He would come 2 hours early every day. So it's like giving him a gold package free of charge. It's an extra 60 hours a month, which is a big deal. Anyway, he's completely cancer-free. He's completely, his face, the paralysis, like it never happened. The guy's speech is normal. He doesn't have saliva coming out of his mouth anymore. And on top of that, he's going to the gym working out. He's a bodybuilder.
Was he a bodybuilder before?
No, he was not. Now he's a bodybuilder,
Yeah.
So
Amazing.
This is the kind of stories that are coming out of Cape Canaveral, which are absolutely unbelievable. So Tina can come down if she wants to stay for 2 months. We get 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She'll have her own key code to the door. She can come and go and come as she pleases. And we'll teach her how to use the equipment even on Sunday when we're not there. That's the only day we're closed. And she's more than welcome to use all of the modalities. And she believes in the stuff. She understands what frequency light systems are.
Juan is still not responding. It must be in, like you said, Mel, maybe he's in a storm. I've had a couple people in Texas. Scott McKay couldn't make it. He was out on his bike, his motorcycle. He was going to stop for a while. And he said because of the weather, he has to make hay. He couldn't stop because of the rain. He wanted to drive through the rain and certainly couldn't do a call in the rain. So,
right.
Weather is an issue sometimes. I am texting Mermaid, who's been a great help. She arranged
she's
all
awesome.
these interviews. Pastor Dave said he would come back to close us in prayer.
Are you going to be in Vegas tomorrow?
No, I'm not able to go. I actually was supposed to go to Tulsa, Oklahoma to Clay Clark's event.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't be there either, I don't believe. But I do have to go to Vegas to to shoot some video for E System, but that's next week.
Sure.
A week from Tuesday.
Yeah.
Mel, while I have you,
sure.
We had a group discussion today with two of the smartest guys I know about the financial reset, from the blockchain to crypto and tokenization and asset-backed currency. What's your take? Will we get central bank digital currencies controlled by the fiat money people, or will we in fact get asset-backed digital currency?
No, we will have full control. We will have asset-backed digital currency. Donald Trump knows what he's doing. The kids are all, up to their eyebrows in cryptos. This is the crypto family. They understand how big it is. Yes, they're going to become trillionaires in the process, I'm sure. There's going to be a lot of trillionaires that are going to come out of this movement. Donald Trump and his kids being probably a family that's going to be in their trillionaire category. And you know what? He deserves it. They tried to kill him 3 times that we know of. He's gone through hell and back a million times. The media won't stop. Okay. If you go back before he decided to become president, he was the most popular entrepreneur in the world. He was in the freaking hip hop videos. He was in everything, right? Everything he touched turned to gold, right? Donald Trump. He goes
entire life.
President. Yeah. He becomes president. He loses $5 billion of his own money. And now people will say, oh, he's a patriot. He's getting paid. You know what? God bless him. This is America. That's why I came here. I came here to make money. Right?
People criticize Trump for filing bankruptcy. Guess what? Donald Trump did not create the bankruptcy laws. He used them as a business tool to his advantage. Period.
The same laws that apply to the Hillary Clintons and the Bilderbergers and the Rothschilds,
right,
and all of them, right? So
yeah,
he doesn't do anything.
Hillary never got any flack for her bankruptcies, but they want to give Trump a lot of crap for the bankruptcies filed.
Bingo.
It is a tool. The cabal created to be used when it was inconvenient for them and not prudent to stay in business. It was a way to phase out a business legally and avoid all the financial pitfalls of having to pay back your creditors. So,
right.
People also criticize Trump. Oh, he doesn't pay his bills. Well, Peter Tickton was on this morning, and I asked him, since you've been friends with Trump since military school, since you're teenagers, please share something with us that we don't know about President Trump. Some of us are aware of his generosity and his absolute history of helping strangers, helping people who write him letters, helping people financially to the point where their lives change forever. And what Peter told us is Trump doesn't like the recognition. He doesn't want any recognition.
He doesn't.
That is, the man publicly and as president, he should have an ego. He should want to leave a great legacy, but privately, that ego doesn't drive him privately in his private life.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. By the way, before I forget, I got called in by Russell Brand. He came across my movie, and I was just interviewed on his platform 2 days ago.
Awesome. He's great.
Yeah,
he's great.
It was good. It was a good exchange. So he was pretty tickled pink with what I was teaching him, because he had no idea about your car being owned by the state, and he had no idea about the line on the Social Security number being fine print. No clue.
He's one of those guys. He happened to come out of Hollywood in the comedy that was fast asleep, that was doing drugs and screwing around with women and living the Hollywood life, the satanic cult. And he woke up, but there's still a lot of things he's learning. But he's a brilliant young man. I mean, I call him young man.
Is.
He's a brilliant guy. He really is.
Yeah. We like Russell. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll have to catch your interview with him. Great job.
Yeah. I'll send you a copy. We're going to be releasing it here tomorrow. As a matter of fact, 107 is going to have me on stage right before an event that I don't think I'm allowed to mention here. So there's some kind of movie that's being played. You know about that?
I heard about it, but I don't know the details.
Yeah, but right before that movie, I come on for about 15 minutes or so to talk about Dear Mr. President. They're going to show a trailer that we're making specifically for the event. It's going to be it's going to be the main trailer now, the official trailer.
Yes, I'm being asked a couple questions. Mel, what's next for you? You're just coming off this movie.
Well,
I know you're not going to sit idle.
Yeah, no. The biggest project I'm going to take on in my life currently, it will be tube1776.com. I don't think it's just the American podcasters that want to be able to speak freely with no infringement. As long as you don't talk about, as long as you don't have sexual content, or you're scamming people, or you're threatening someone's life, you should be able to speak freely and talk about anything you want to talk about. That's what America was founded on. So we're going to restore full spectrum free speech, not just a little bit, but 100% in the United States. That's what drives me. And if we could do our job right and we build the right platform, which I believe we have some of the best programmers that are, AI programmers, etc., that money could buy. I believe we're going to be able to not just build a better mousetrap. I believe we're going to be able to deliver it in spades. And if we could do that, imagine if we can have a platform, Scotty, where freedom of speech reigns supreme, and all of a sudden the entire United States of America is on that platform. And the guys who are trying to finagle the bagel with the with the elections no longer could do it because there's a new guy in charge, and his name is Mel Carmine.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Finagle the bagel. I like that.
Yeah.
We've all had to finagle the bagel a few times in our life, but not the way the deep states finagled the bagel, right?
Yeah, yeah. So imagine if we had a platform that could deliver that, where we maybe one day, who knows, because of blockchain and the technology and the way it's moving so fast, we might be able to even vote on a platform like tube1776.com and have the accurate count within 22 seconds, and everybody could do it from the comfort of their own home.
Indeed. Well, I'm going to bring in Diamond Dave one more time. We're auctioning off diamonds that he retrieved from 9/11. Diamond Dave, welcome back. Let's go one more time. Let's give a shot at the diamonds. Joanne, when you come back, please, at your convenience, bring in the diamond picture. Diamond Dave, his story is simple. He was called upon to appraise the findings in essentially a metal box, right? They were in a metal box, a storage box of some kind. He was hired to appraise the diamonds in the box. He ended up buying the diamonds in the box from 9/11, from the ashes of 9/11. David, tell the rest of the story, how you got the idea to make them into flag pins.
Okay, these were the safety deposit boxes at the World Trade Center in between the towers. And, when the towers came down, they were buried in the wreckage, and then they were recovered from the basements below, the 3rd to the 5th basement. And whatever was recoverable, my job was for Chase Bank was to appraise, be the appraiser of record, so that the folks that lost all this stuff could be compensated. So at the end of the appraisal process, anything that was unidentifiable, the folks who claimed that these pieces were theirs, these jewelry pieces that were in remnants, totally, unidentifiable, as far as being 100% sure, many or a few people would try to identify the same thing as theirs. And so they were compensated for what they thought was theirs. And I ended up compensating the bank for the pieces that were kept. And so I was able to save these diamonds for over 20 years until J6 came along. And that's when I had the idea, this is a good way to preserve these diamonds that were found in the remnants of the wreckage below the Trade Center.
We're looking at the diamond necklace. There are 2 pins and 1 necklace up for auction. The cheapest item is $2,900. The most expensive one, I believe, is $4,500. Dave, tell people how to get a hold of you to make a bid on these unbelievable pieces of history.
Yeah. Okay. So my email address would be the best way to submit a bid. They start at $2,900 to $3,900. The chain right here is today, just to replace this 18 karat white gold chain would cost me wholesale around $700 to $800. So that's why this chain is priced a little bit higher based on gold back in 2024 when gold was a lot cheaper. So the way to get to me, if you want to make a bid, would be to email me at david@justappraisers.com.
One more time, please.
david@justappraisers.com. And I'd be willing to talk to you. There are 3 pieces that are available.
We lost them.
Yeah, we lost your audio, Dave.
He might drop.
Well, think about this for a moment, people. These aren't simply pieces of jewelry. They really represent the resilience, the remembrance of 9/11, and really the enduring spirit of the American people and of Tina Peters. Only 3 of these items are available. When you make a bid, you're not just going to be acquiring a piece of jewelry. You're going to become part of a story that spans one of the most significant moments in American history with 9/11.
Sure.
And you're helping support Tina at the very same time. It's pretty amazing that I found these through Trennis Evans. Every time you look at this flag pin, you'll remember the courage that was shown by the Americans, one of our nation's darkest days, 9/11, and the courage that Tina showed, has shown, and will continue to show. Help Tina in this critical chapter of her journey. We're trying to get over 10 grand. Making a bid on one of these diamonds will get us well over $10,000 raised today. So let's raise the paddle, let's raise a bid, and let's raise some money for Tina. Mel, I'm gonna have you stick around.
Sure.
David, you called it. David lost connection because he's having thunderstorms. So we got storms all over the country. And we do have a guest waiting in the room, so I'm going to bring him in. Professor David Clements. This is a man who knows about sacrifice. He gave up a lot to expose election fraud, including his job as a professor at New Mexico State. Hey, David, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hey, Scotty. Hey, Mel.
Hey, David, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Thank you.
I'll be down there with you tomorrow in Vegas.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
So, David, let's start. Tell us your favorite Tina Peters story. I know you've had a lot of interaction with Tina. You know her well. Tell us a fond memory or a story about Tina.
Well, I think I might have been one of the first people out there that actually got to meet Tina during a very, very consequential moment, which was back in August of 2021. Mike Lindell hosted the first cyber symposium. And as you can imagine, the movement hadn't quite found its legs because of just all of the legitimate disinformation that was being proliferated. You know, a lot of people forget that even though we have some really good truth tellers, if you're up against corrupt intelligence agencies that are rigging the elections, they send assets everywhere. and they were heavy. And I don't think that most were identified that early in our season of awakening. And even now, I don't think that we've identified all of them. But back in August, it was just a different ball game. This is, 9 months after the stolen election. And for us mere civilians to really understand what was going on in our elections, the biggest black cloud was the machines. So when we learned literally within 48 hours of the symposium that a forensic image had been taken of Mesa County's election files, it was a game changer. And my understanding, I wasn't there for this, there was an extraction team that was able to get Tina on a plane to the event, maybe just hours before the feds, conducted one of their jackbooted thug type visits. And she's had a different set of attorneys over the years, but initially, counsel to her was, Tina, don't blow the whistle. Don't blow the whistle, because it's not safe to do so. And actually that was good legal advice, if you want to save yourself, she could have done that. And I remember being on the main stage in kind of my own bewilderment, because this is the first time I met Mike Lindell. I'm sitting down. You got CNN cameras across the room. You've got every mainstream legacy beat writer in that room. You've got Antifa, you've got psyops galore, and nothing was going right on day one. Nothing. It was like revelations of, what is this PCAP stuff? Is there anything to it? I don't know. But what I can tell you is that the Mesa forensic image was a lifesaver. And I've gone on record, and this might offend a lot of people out there that love Mike and they love the idea of PCAPs. I've put it on record that I think that was a trap to seed information that was corrupted, to destroy names, credibility right out the gate. But I was there to honestly look and say, okay, is there anything to this stuff called PCAPs? And that event could have ended with a giant, spectacular dud. That was the sense in the room, for those that were there. But Tina. And so Tina shows up. She's in the back. Her attorneys are pleading with her, don't go out there on stage. If you don't do this, we can't protect you. But you just get a sense that the call on Tina's life to be exactly who we know her to be now was, I'm going to tell the truth, even if it's dangerous to do so. And so I was on stage with Dr. Frank, and I remember having to delay. Like, we had she was supposed to come out at like 7 p.m., like on the dot or on the nose at a certain time. And we were delaying. It got to the point where we're on stage and it's like 30 minutes and we're still trying to provide cover. Like, this is a certainty. Like, this is going to happen. Because, again, Mike's a marketer. So he's marketing this big, explosive, development. But a real person is caught in the midst of all this. So Tina comes up there. Now, I don't talk to her. I actually get off the stage. I'm relieved to get off the stage because, the featured whistleblower takes the stage. But that's my strongest memory, just because of the scrutiny. Now, around that same time, that's when I got, within 2 weeks, I was suspended and terminated from my university position. And it had more to do with my attendance at the cyber symposium than probably the COVID stuff that I was fighting against. There's something about elections. So there's a kindred connection of, she was canceled, basically forced to vacate the premises of her job. I was forced to vacate the premises of my job. And then from there on out, it was kind of like we're both speaking at Patriot events, and we'd cross paths and give each other hugs. And then I did an event in Grand Junction, and I got to spend some time with Tina. It was at a church. So once I got away from the circus, I got to know what really, I think, pulled on Tina's heartstrings to do the things that she's done to get a better understanding. And I remember sharing about her cancer diagnosis and the loss of her son, and that living was not a certainty. Like, she was processing whether or not she had much time to live with cancer. And she made a promise to God that, if it's your will, if you've got something for me to do and you need me to do it, I'm yours. So there's this deep, deep sense of purpose even then. And this was, a couple years before 2020, before the rigged election. And look what happened. God plugged her in the perfect place to have the perfect opportunity to get proof of the Mace reports, which showed at least 29,000 alterations of election records, alterations or deletions. And to this day, of the 3 reports, I don't think there's been a single finding in those reports that have been rebutted, debunked. And that's why Tina presented such a threat, because now we weren't guessing. We finally had the inside, the guts of these machines, and we were able to learn so much, confirm so much, figure out what was right about what was being said out there, maybe get rid of the more salacious ideas of how our election machines were being subverted. So there was that. And then more recently, about 2 months into her prison sentence, she was actually in a jail before she got relocated. And I went in to visit her in person. And one of the videos that's out there where she's giving an update, I was one of the few people that got to go inside, spend a couple hours with her, and just have her share her heart. And she was she was still, I think, carrying a piece that was pretty impressive. But I think if she were to tell you, she wasn't an old hand at prison. She was still on those huge waves of uncertainty of, am I going to get out? And you have to understand the allure and promise of getting out. That's all she could think about. Has to be psychologically just, a wreck, because it's not like there was no hope when you got the real president of the United States saying get her out, and the momentum in the nation was unlike most prisoners. And but I remember that visit with her, and I got targeted by the Bar Association for that visit. In fact, the 6th investigation and complaint against me to strip my license was because I visited Tina Peters in prison, and they concocted a theory that it was under false pretenses, which it wasn't. But they just created kind of a story just to launch another investigation. But that says more about her than it does about me. I mean, that's why I try to tell people, for those that are very angry and upset about the time that she spent there. And a lot of people have played Monday morning quarterback over legal representation and theories that were posited, things that were given up on, and created in them this idea that if they would have done things differently, then perhaps Tina would have avoided jail. And I'm here to tell you the reason why Tina's in jail is because she told the truth. That's it. I mean, if she didn't commit a pseudo crime, and effectively that's what they did, they invented out of whole cloth non-crimes. They nicked her for procedures that were promulgated by the Secretary of State, which aren't statutory. Therefore, it's whatever Jenna Griswold decided to say that she had to do. And even then it was specious. So, it's like, we've got a problem, everyone. If you're in the cartel, we need to invent a crime. And there were communications with the Attorney General where they were literally ghostwriting and trying to create consensus about a new type of criminal activity that just happens to touch on the actions of Tina Peters, because there were internal records that we secured, communications, that demonstrated the persecution of Tina was, it was something that they had to manufacture. They had to create to take her out of the running. And I'll be honest, I was a little worried based on, this supervised release, that perhaps they beat the truth out of Tina. And that was a fear, like, okay, are we going to see a different version of her? And she goes on the war room, and it's same old Tina. She can't help herself. She just starts telling the truth. Her biggest concern is, we've got rigged machines. We've got rigged machines, like right out the gate. And I'm just like, all right, praise God. She's the same Tina. And so I hope this feels like a victory lap for her, because I really love that woman. And she's one of one. She's one of the few people that I know that, I've expressed this. I think she's a modern day civil rights icon. I hold her in as much regard as anything that MLK did, because when you're talking about voting rights, you're talking about civil rights, and she risked everything to tell the truth.
She may pop it back in. I think she will. She was on earlier today, and I basically have said Tina brought new meaning to the term "taking one for the team." Tina didn't take one for just Tina. Tina took one for the team. The team is we the people.
Absolutely.
She took one for all of us, what she did for David Clements and Mel Carmine and Scotty Sachs. Speaking of the devil, let's bring her back in. She's here. Let's get her back in immediately. She's with Apollo. Hey, guys. Good to see you. Tina,
Hey.
how are you
Hey.
feeling?
I'm feeling good. I just had some Colorado barbecue. That's the first for quite some time.
Amen.
So thank you all so much. I'm very grateful. There's been people that have donated. I think, did you get the text that I sent you, Scotty?
Let me take a look.
I sent what you guys I got from the person that runs the legal fund, what people have donated to personal and to legal, and that was a couple hours ago, I think. And
Yeah,
so,
as a couple hours ago, we were at 8,000 plus.
yes, thank you so much. Very grateful. David Clements, hi.
Hey, Tina.
And Mel,
I was just telling him how much I love you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate
Hi,
you.
Tina.
Hi, Mel. Well, I'm here with a very special friend, friends of mine, and so I'd like to introduce them to you guys as well.
Please do.
Huh? Oh, okay. All right. Well, anyway, so did you have some questions for me? And then I'll.
Well, before we get into questions, Johnny Appleseed of Election Fraud just showed up. Dr. Douglas Frank. We're going to have a party the last hour. Looks like. Hey, Dr. Frank, how are you?
Oh.
Yep, he's gone. What happened?
Oh.
What happened? I don't know what happened.
Tina, how does it feel to be out?
Oh, when you lose your liberty, that's worse than death. It is. I said before I even went in, before they led me away and from that courtroom down to the jail and close those loud doors. I said to friends of mine, I said, they can kill me. I said, but the worst thing anyone can do to you is to take your liberty. And that's where we're facing as a nation. We really are. And that's just, it feels good to be free.
How did you get through day by day when you're literally in solitary?
It was, solitary was interesting. They don't like for you to call it solitary. They say there's no such thing as solitary. It's all in their words, just like the Democrats. It's all in how they, but it was, you don't have freedoms as it is, and then they take away what little bit that you do have. And, it's dirty. The cell is very Oh, look who's just joined me.
Hey.
Do you know
Hi,
who-
it's Ricky and my wife
Hi,
Julie.
Ricky. Welcome.
Wow.
Hello.
Do you know Ricky Schroeder? He's
Yes,
Champ.
he did.
Oh,
He
heck
did
yeah.
look familiar.
Hi, guys.
Well, it's interesting that today is, I'm going to say it again, he's going to get really mad at me. Today is the birthday of my producer, but also the birthday of our great president. And I think it's interesting that we've got the star of the champ here. So I don't believe in coincidences. And I'm very appreciative of friends that I've made along the way that are patriots. But back, Mel, what you were asking about being free and the whole, it's a terrible. Until you experience it, you can't even describe it, except for to say it's a total loss of control of your liberty. You don't make choices over your life anymore. There's someone that has control, and so it's an exercise in mental toughness. You have to decide that you're going to trust God. You're going to trust that the process, and there's a reason that you're there. And so, for me, it was okay. What am I supposed to be doing while I'm here? When is this going to end? When am I going to be done with this part of it? And then it got very discouraging, because in 5 years I hadn't seen any change in the information that was exposed from the risk that I took in the elections to expose what
Right. If you had to go back and do it all over again, had you have a chance to go in a time capsule, what would you do different?
Okay, so there are some things that I don't know if I'm at liberty to say yet, but I would have done a few things differently. It would have had a better outcome, and not quite. It wouldn't have. I think there was a way not to freak out people so that they take such a radical approach in the way they went after me. I always said that Jenna Griswold should have just stayed calm and not drawn so much attention to what happened. Yeah, there's a few things I would have done differently. Nothing that I did was illegal. They tried to still say that I breached the computers, that
No, you did. You were good.
that I had an unauthorized person in there. So those are things that I want to clear up. But yeah,
Let me hold on a minute, Mel. Let me bring in Dr. Frank, because he's here and we want to acknowledge him and his time. And this is the reason we're all here. Dr. Frank, we call him the Johnny Appleseed of election fraud, because he is the one who sat Tina down and said, "Excuse me, ma'am, you think you had a good, clean election? I beg to differ." And he showed her the evidence. I've seen Dr. Frank's presentations with graphs and charts, and you just walk away going, there's the evidence. He's got it all. It's right here. So Dr. Frank opened Tina's eyes. Dr. Frank, give us your story. What's the one story of Tina Peters' story that comes to mind?
Scotty, I think you give me too much credit. I think Tina, when I walked into her office, she already knew something was wrong. She just kind of needed me to confirm it, and then I made the connections on how to get things backed up. But I don't want to take too much of the credit. Tina really is the superstar in this case, and I agree with her that she didn't do anything illegal. And Tina, as I've been traveling the country for years, people have been, I've been promoting you and looking after you. And I wanted to tell you something personal. About a year ago, somebody came up to me at one of the meetings and they gave me a donation. And then they handed me this $40. And they said, "Dr. Frank, would you give this to Tina, please?" And so I wrote your name on it. It's got your name on it. and I've carried it in my wallet every day of my life since. And I prayed for you every time I see these bills, and it brings me great joy to see you out right now. And I can't wait to see you in person and to hand these to you in person and give you a big smack on the cheek. I'm just so delighted to see you. And I everywhere I go, I vouch for the fact that you did nothing illegal. We had to protect a couple of identities, and so that made it look a little bit cagey. But you're a true hero, and I just want to. I've been telling everybody I think that Jenna needs to spend 3 days in jail for every day you did, and same with the Rubenstein and the other tyrannical prosecutors. Sorry I wasn't here earlier today. I just spent 2 weeks in Korea, and now I just arrived in Vegas. We're doing the fraud fighter summit in the next 2 days. So anyway, it's
Tina,
great to see you, Tina. You look great.
Tina was guilty of one thing, being over the target.
Yes.
That's it. Tina was over the target. She could articulate the election fraud in a way that I don't think any other, there's no doubt in my mind, there's not another county clerk in America. Tina was chosen for a time such as this. It's a tough price to pay. Tina, I'm going to remind you, you bring a new definition to the meaning of the expression, taking one for the team.
Thank you.
Because that's what you did. And you really were chosen. I just believe like Donald Trump was chosen. We've all been chosen to play this role. Yours is just a little tougher role to play. And it's so good to see you sitting there. I agree with Dr. Frank. It's just the joy just to see you there with the mountains behind you, eating Colorado barbecue around friends. It doesn't get any better, does it?
Dr. Frank, can I ask you a question? This is Ricky.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that there'd be a chance at defeating the Dominion and Smartmatic juggernaut without Tina having gone to jail, or do you think her going to jail was part of the plan all along, or to get caught so we would still be talking about it?
I think the plan was to persecute Tina, to scare all of the other clerks around the country into compliance. And as I've traveled the country, I can't tell you how many clerks I've met with, and they all know who Tina is. And when we expose fraud in a county, the county clerks, the blood drains from their face, and they look at me, oh, Dr. Frank, I don't want to be Tina Petered. They tortured her on purpose. And a lot of times people focus on her time behind bars, but to me, that is, I'm not minimizing that, but to me, the way they treated her husband and her father, to me, that is the best evidence of all that the intent of their persecution of her was to go beyond the law and they made an example out of her. They didn't just say, okay, you committed a crime, we're putting you on bars. They made her life hell, with her son and his effects, et cetera, et cetera. Everything that they did was designed to make her life hell. Now, in terms of God's sovereignty and the overall plan, the story of Joseph comes to mind. And the fact that his brothers sold him into slavery, and then later he ended up being, number 2 in Egypt. And what people meant for evil, God meant for good. And so, Romans 8 comes to mind as well. And I would never wish this on Tina again, but I just know that God is sovereign and that He'll have a purpose and a meaning in this. And I know that Tina now has. I just came back from Korea. In Korea, people know who Tina Peters is. Wow. It's an amazing role that she's found herself in. And, we don't always know what God has in our lives. Heck, I didn't know I was going to be doing this. I didn't choose this, but God knows what He's doing, and God is sovereign. And as Tina recovers and heals, I just pray that the Holy Spirit will fill her up and make her strong and beautiful. Well, she already is, but you know what I'm saying, that God will use her in a mighty way. My family, by the way, is vacationing in Colorado in October, and I just might have to swing by and let Nellie give her some hugs, because those are especially nice.
I see it like it was a setup, sir. That there were forces trying to defeat the Smartmatic and the Dominion juggernaut, and there was no way for them to defeat that juggernaut without creating the narrative of a 7-year-old woman put in prison for 9 years.
Yeah.
And I believe there was forces that had good intentions, but Tina was the collateral damage in the
Agreed.
program.
She was collateral damage, that's for sure.
Yeah, Ricky, I've had other people put forth the same idea you just did. I have people that suggest the whole thing is a script in a movie. I think that goes one step too far. I don't think Tina signed on to be an actress in a movie. I don't think that's what happened here. But yeah, their forces of good and evil collided, and Tina was a casualty of war. I mean,
yeah,
they had to silence you at the moment, Tina, because had they not, how many county clerks would be coming forward today? How many more county clerks? Instead, they all retreated. Like Dr. Frank said, they don't want to be Tina Petered. So amazing time, though. It's so wonderful to see you sitting there. What do you aspire to, Tina, going forward? What do you have? Have you thought about? I know you're not done making an impact on the world. Everybody here knows you're not done. You're not going to retire and fade away. So what's next for Tina Peters?
No, and I've said this before. I won't back down. I won't give up, and I won't give in.
Atta girl.
So, whatever God has for me next will be his plan. And I've signed up. When people say to me, they say, well, thank you. And I always feel inside that I need to say it's my duty. It was my duty. My son took an oath. I took an oath. A lot of people haven't brought that up, that I took an oath, not only to the not only to the United States Constitution, but and the Constitution of Colorado. So I took an oath when I took office, and that oath never goes away. Just because they did what they did to me to try to take me out of office, that oath between me and Colorado and the United States Constitution still stands. Just like my son took an oath, and every military person takes the oath. The president takes the oath. So I think that if I could tell people out there that you all need to take an oath, and I've had people do that before when I've spoken in front of large groups. I've actually made them raise their right hand and repeat after me the oath to protect our country, to protect and the Constitution of the United States. You should be able to go out and speak freely. You should be able to redress your government and all these things. You should be able to pursue life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. You should be able to do all these things that are given to us not by government but by God. And when you see these things being infringed, and you see a person like me or anyone else, Bolsonaro, it's happening all over the world. When you see these things happening, then you have already entered into tyranny. And so, I don't believe. I just saw we were watching the president come in for the fight tonight, and he's a fighter. There was an ad on Rav, actually, which surprised me. It was an ad for Jenna Griswold, and in Jenna Griswold's ad for her campaign for Attorney General, the largest or the biggest attorney in Colorado, he had a whole diatribe about me, how she had defeated me and sent me to jail and all this stuff. Well, I wasn't in jail. I was in jail first, then I was sent to prison. There is a difference. But that's what she's running on. And you see people like that have committed all kinds of felonies that are running for office, and they're backed up by by machines and other entities like Eric and the Electronic Registration Information Center and all the other things that are run by people that have no oversight. There's no oversight. That's what needs to stop. We need to be able to have transparent, free, fair elections, and every American needs to stand up and not be afraid, because that is your right. Is to protect. The Constitution gives every person that right to choose their representatives, not to have them chosen for them. So for me, I will continue to fight. The Democrats are going ape over me being released. They would have liked to have seen me die in prison, serve out the 9 years, and then another 3 years of parole to silence my voice. But as you can see, Scotty and all those that are on this broadcast tonight, not only have they failed to silence my voice and your voice, the voice become larger, stronger, and louder. And that's what happens when persecution happens. And so I count it an honor and a privilege to have gone through what I've gone through, if it helps save our country. And I'll continue to fight.
Well, Tina,
Scotty, can I say something about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Please do.
So I just came back from Korea, and they have an organization there. It's a worldwide organization. It's called AWEB, AWEB. Stands for the Association of World Election Bodies. And it's like election fraud central for the entire world. They export election fraud. So I think this battle that you're fighting, and by the way, we've linked it to ballots being mailed to the United States, like the ballots seized by the FBI. So I think that the battle that you're fighting, Tina, is not just a battle for Colorado and not just a battle for the United States. This is a worldwide battle we've enjoined. We've enjoined it together. And I didn't understand a lot of the significance of this when we started, right? We didn't understand how far reaching this is. But for example, South Korea just lost its country. I'm not serious. I'm serious. Imagine if Kamala had won the election in 2024, God help us, and then she arrested everybody in the former administration and put them in prison. That's what just happened in Korea right now, in South Korea. The communists have taken over the country using 2 illegitimate elections in a row. Well, that's what's happening in Colorado. That's what's happening in California right now. This whole strategy is not just a United States strategy. It's not just a Colorado strategy. It's a worldwide strategy that we are engaging in. Our enemies are well trained and well equipped and well resourced. So we've got our battle ahead. This is just the beginning, but it's fun to have you out and fighting with us.
You know, as you were talking, Dr. Frank, I was sitting here looking around the room, and we've got at least 4 documentary film producers here, all up against the power and control that these people lust for. We all know about Ricky Schroeder's success as a filmmaker. Mel Carmine, the last couple of years, has become a very efficient documentary producer, going up against the power and control of the deep state with the straw man. David, you made a wonderful animated documentary. I forgot the name of it. Would you fill us in?
Let My People Go.
Let My People Go. Unbelievable. Really spoke to the power and control they have over the election system. Guys, I made what were supposed to be innocuous documentaries in the sports world with the Blue Angels and offshore boat racing, Al Copeland, Popeye's Chicken. But you know what? I saw the power and control that the cabal had over the Blue Angels. These men were highly controlled, highly malleable, and highly doing things, I believe, in their soul were against the grain. Yeah, they're great performers, the greatest pilots in the world, but some of the things they were forced to do, some of the things they had to say were not of their own will. I'm sure of that, but it's really all about the power and control we're fighting against.
Yes.
Ricky, what have you seen the last few years in Hollywood? Is the power and control of Hollywood fading as I believe it is?
I believe absolutely. They're not aware of it yet. So many of them are still in denial. But many Americans are realizing that they don't have an authentic voice. They're a controlled voice. They're a programming tool for the liberal agenda. And I believe they're losing credibility. The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences, the Academy Awards. I was a member when I was 8 years old. I think I'm still the youngest member ever. And, they changed their guidelines for best picture category so that you had to have LGBTQ plus storylines and themes and stories and characters and crew to be eligible for best picture. And they've fallen so far from what they could have done and become. And so, yeah, I think a lot of Americans are losing faith and trust and hope in them having an authentic voice. They're a controlled asset. Office of Scientific Intelligence and the CIA realized the power of the programming way back when, and Operation Artichoke and MK Ultra and all those programs. The power of the radio, the power of the TV, and to manipulate and socially engineer us, and we see that. Yeah, Democrats, I call them. I don't even call them Democrats anymore. But yeah, we've all starting to wake up to the to it, and the COVID is what woke me up. COVID really shook me. Just the propaganda and the way they hid Hunter Biden's laptop right before the election and the vote. I saw it unified against Trump, and I realized then that we've all been programmed, and so there's just a process of deprogramming us and counter programming, and that's sort of what my mission was as a child. Put into the program I was in was a counter programming effort, and so that's what I've been engaged in since waking up in 2020 and getting in the fight in a real way.
Hey, Scotty, I gotta go. My ride is here, but I just arrived in Vegas. But I loved seeing Tina, and I wanted to support her today, and
thank you,
and give her my love and let you know I owe you $40. But I'm carrying it in my wallet, and I'm praying for you every day, darling.
Thank you,
Dr. Frank. Before you go, there's a guy named Conan. Can you ask him where my donkeys are? He took my 5 miniature donkeys in 2012 from my farm in California.
Okay.
I'd love them back.
Okay, if I see them, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Take care. I love you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Frank. We appreciate you stopping by. I know you're on the run. Thank you.
One thing I'll say, Scotty, is I think part of the Mexican standoff that we're having with the reevaluation of wealth is exactly that, because they know that a lot of patriots are so positioned with this wealth transfer, like you and I, for example, and we're just two of many millions, that they know that the tide will turn so fast if the money gets in the right hands of the right people. And you and I would have no problem spending that money to bring this country back and get rid of the corporation and bring back the republic for which it stands. I think things would change very, very quickly under the republic. I think David Clements might be able to add a thing or two, because the law is very different under the republic than it is under the incorporation. I know there's a lot of paperwork floating around the internet that it's been reinstated, and it's nothing more than just propaganda. I don't think it has been reinstated, but I think Donald Trump, even though he's doing a great job, I think he needs to move very expeditiously towards that.
David, I think he prompted you to speak.
David.
What I've told people is when they get caught up on, the District of Columbia being incorporated in 1871, you're looking at over 100 years of, slow erosion. And the reason why I don't really entertain, it's not to say that it's not fascinating, is that if we can't take away the slave master's tool, which is the black box, that's why Tina went in, is because she identified the slave master's tool. And it doesn't matter what you think about any particular policy, whether you're, got traditional values, whoever controls the black box controls economies, it controls people. And so the fight for me, at least what I've been advocating for, until, Trump miraculously got back into office, was the power of saying no. I mean, you've got all of these certifying bodies, these canvassing boards, and clerks, and Tina's, you can count on one hand the clerks that understood that I'm not going to go along with a lie. I'm not going to certify a fraud facilitating defective product. And that's why Tina's special. And there's a few commissioners that did the same thing, but we all saw the videos where we had commissioners saying, I'm certifying, but I'm doing so under duress. I've been told I'm going to be arrested. I've been referred to the Attorney General. And, one of my clients is Jeff Lemberg. They were trying to squeeze him like crazy. He was one of the few technical experts that got to look inside the Dominion ES&S tabulators back in 2021. And there's still a black cloud over people's heads in Michigan. Several folks that are still being prosecuted. But I'll tell you this, I think what Tina went through, Harry Waite is another guy that was exposing fraud in Wisconsin. And praise be to God, he wasn't sentenced like Tina. I think even the Democrats are seeing that the political, capital, there's a boomerang that's going to come back. And so in some ways, I think they're saying if the payoff's not quite there, whatever our plans were to scare people and to punish people, through Tina as kind of the sacrificial proxy, isn't going the way that the deep state wanted it to. So now that we've survived and we've learned as much as we have about the machines, you can't put the toothpaste back into the bottle. There's no way you're going to convince the American people at this point that you can have a safe and secure election using the Smartmatic design, Dominion. And I don't care how you rebrand it. You can call it Liberty Vote. You can put lipstick on it. These are still rigged devices. So the question now is, what can Trump do? And I think he's doing a lot more than he is telling. He is playing the ultimate game of misdirection. I've maintained, the viewpoint that he entered us into a continuity of government framework. And it's the only way to make sense of what we've seen during the Biden regime. And unfortunately, there was collateral damage. There's a lot of civilians that came on the scene that Trump didn't know that Tina Peters was going to materialize. Trump didn't know that I was going to come up and give up my career for this. And so whoever was read into Trump's plan, they're the ones that were read in. And I think he's done what he can to not disturb the plan that's already in play. But look, I've said this a million times, and I will not change this opinion because I've done RICO cases. I've done prosecutions. I've done racketeering cases. You cannot drain the swamp through racketeering. It's a wonderful tool for the mafia. It doesn't work against captured intelligence agencies that have committed treason. The only way it's going to be through military tribunals, military commissions. It's not to say that there isn't a place for the DOJ. There is. But when you're talking about James Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Hillary, former presidents, they're all in on this scheme of what I call the modern day slave trade. That's exactly what our elections are. It's the modern day slave trade. And, so.
Well, I totally agree. I think the military is the only way. You cannot have tribunals in the civilian courts when all the judges are bought and paid for, and there's they're compromised. Every single one of them is compromised. Yeah. It would be laughable. Everybody would go free.
Well, it's just time. Like, look, we're how many years into the Trump term? Look, folks, I mean, due process rights are held at a premium. And so I'm not saying these things to be salacious. I'm not trying to get people's juices flowing. I'm just saying from someone who's done 170 felony jury trials and overseen law enforcement, you're going to need more. You're going to need more for what we need before November. And I think we're getting a taste of it in California with the Spencer Pratt race, with the treasure trove of ballots that keep materializing. all of that's integrated into the system that we have. And one of the things that people don't realize is in Colorado, not only can they rig the digital data that we see, what's reported, Runbeck, it was confirmed when there was a congressional delegation that went to the Runbeck facility in Phoenix, that when they found pallets full of ballots that they were sending to different states, Colorado was one of the states.
Right.
So they have to create the paper trail.
Yeah.
And, that's industrial espionage. That's
Right.
treason of the highest level.
Sure. If there's two things, David, that you could tell Donald Trump to do better, what would those two things be?
Oh, I don't know if I tell him anything. I think a lot of the times we see what we see and we don't have the weight or the responsibility. You get to pull the trigger one time. You get to execute on whatever this divine plan he's on one time. Like I said, there's a lot of misdirection. We operate and we get very mad when he says things that we don't understand. I like to look at fruit and the results. And I have faith in our president. I really, and I think he's doing an impossible job. There were things that I would have liked to have seen with Tina's release happening a long time ago. In fact, I put out a video on, architecting a release, and had to have peace. And I was actually comforted by what Dr. Frank said about Tina, which was, cause everyone's asking me like, why do you think Tina's there? And Tina's probably got a better answer than anyone, but the story of Joseph came up to me as well. And the idea of Joseph going into a pit and emerging in a palace later. And it's the power of Tina's suffering that's given her a testimony. I mean, if she was arrested and went in for a few days, would that have been traumatic? Yes. Would have been wrong? Yes. But it wouldn't have given her the currency where I said before she got on, she's a modern day civil rights icon. Yeah. And I just know the palace awaits. I mean, I'm so proud of her. I'm so impressed by her. I don't have many heroes, but Tina, you know that you're one of mine. And I'm so thrilled. I want to cry right now because I'm so happy seeing you sit there.
Well, you can cry, David. It's quite all right because I did a couple times today. Listen, as for the military being the only way, as Mel said, David, you said, dare I mention the 17th letter of the alphabet? Q. Yes, it was the military psyop, but I do believe the military is the only way. How we're going to get out of this. That's not to say at a local and state level they're going to come save us, but I do believe at an overarching level, particularly globally, and there's things going on globally with military alliances upsetting the human trafficking apple cart, undoing their tunnel system. A lot of good things going on. 30 militaries working together to destroy that pedophile network. Arrests are happening every day with the human traffickers and the pedophiles. Maduro's extraction leaves a lot to solving the election fraud because he does know where the bodies are buried in Maduro. Mm-hmm. And I understand he's been told, you want to sit in solitary confinement the rest of your life? Go ahead. Or you can sing like a bird. And I hear he's singing like a bird on election fraud.
So something happened because when I talked to the president, I did ask him, I said, we've got Maduro. Now we have Delcy Rodriguez, which is the person her and Jorge that were running. Wasn't it Jorge and Delcy that were running the elections, the fraudulent elections in Venezuela? And so I was asking these questions, and he said, and we're going to talk about it. So. And I'm very grateful for that.
Hey, Scotty, Juan is wanting to come on.
Oh, fantastic. Is he here? I don't see him.
Mermaid sent me the message, so I don't know if you can see him backstage.
Yeah, he's not in the room. I would have seen him pop on and let him in immediately.
Yeah. Listen, Tina, I'm not sure if Mermaid has told you, but we offered our services to you in Cape Canaveral.
Thank you.
Yes.
In Cape
the
Canaveral?
Healing Center. Yes, it's a wellness center.
Yes.
Yeah. My wife and I run that wellness center.
Oh, fantastic. I went to the website, but I saw books and information like that. I didn't see.
You might have went to Staying Alive. You might have ended up with the Bee Gees instead. It's
I
Alive
did.
with 2 E's.
I did.
Yes.
How somehow
Staying
the
Alive with 2 E's at the end, which stands for energy enhancement.
okay, yeah.
David,
I got.
would you text Mermaid, because my phone has died. I've been going since 6 o'clock this morning. Tell her to make sure we get Pastor Bryant back so he can close us out in prayer. And I'm sure Juan has the link so he can pop in. I'd love.